If you're wondering why your books aren't selling on Amazon KDP, or if you want to learn how to make more book sales, then this video is for you. In this masterclass, I've compiled my best book review videos where I analyze real books on Amazon and tell you exactly why it's not selling and what to do to get more sales. If you follow this video and implement the strategies that I talk about, I'm very confident that you will get results. And if you need help implementing these strategies, or if you need a bit more of a thorough walkthrough, then you can apply to join my complete Amazon KDP program, where you can get one-on-one coaching, a private support community, a full A to Z course for low, medium content and high content books, and a ton more bonuses. It's the first link in the description below. With that being said, enjoy the video. In today's video, I'm going to show you how to double, triple, or even 10x your book sales. What is up, guys? Welcome back to another video. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean and I built and sold a 7-figure publishing business. I sold that one and now I'm building my second KDP account. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who's actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. So in this video, what I'm going to do is to review the books that you guys sent in to me on Instagram. I made a post in the community tab on YouTube recently saying that if you want me to critique and analyze your book, then make sure to follow me on Instagram and DM me your book. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to go and review your books and show you exactly how you can improve book sales. So if you want me to personally review your book in future videos as well, then make sure to follow me on Instagram. And if you implement these strategies that I'm about to show you in your business, then I can guarantee that you'll make a lot more sales than what you're currently making. So let's get started. All right, so the first book we have is here, Unlocking the Secrets of Purple Star Astrology. So it has good reviews, 4.8 star average at 39 rating, which is very, very good, right? But the BSR is quite mediocre. It's 414,000 in the Kindle store, and for the paperback, it is over 1 million, so it's barely selling anything. Now, I did a little bit of digging here, and the biggest reason why it's not selling at all is because there's no demand on the topic. There's no one, from what I see, looking up Purple Star Astrology or the other keyword you have, which is Zi-Wei Do Shu. As you can see, you're #1 ranked on this keyword, and yet you're not making any sales. And there's no other books on this topic that is selling well. So if there's no other books on this topic selling, then there's really no proof that this keyword, this book topic, is profitable if customers are actually searching for it. So that was a mistake that you made, is you created a book with no demand. So the sad thing is, no matter what improvement you do, if there's no demand on the book, if nobody really wants these kind of books, then you're not gonna make any sales, no matter how much you improve the cover, no matter how much you tweak the listing, right? But let's just say that this book has demand. Then I'm just gonna give you a few more tips if you would have improved this, which is, first off, the paperback is way too expensive at $32 or a listing price of $35. That is way too high, and I would reduce this, okay? Kindle can stay at $9.99. I recommend the price point between $16 to $18, okay? Another thing is the book cover. It is a little cluttered. The text is hard to read. So, if I would fix the cover, I would focus more on the title being easier to read and it pops better. If you want to improve your book cover designs, then I recommend a very affordable but high quality service, Fiverr gig, which is this one, Rebecca Covers. I'll leave a link in the description. For just $10, you can get a professional ebook cover that looks really nice. So going back to the listing, your book has a lot of positive reviews, which means that the few people that read it really loves it, which means your content is great, right? And looking at the A+ content, looking at inside the book, it looks amazing. You have a lot of designs, and this is something that, it shows that the book is super high quality. So really, the only thing is that nobody's really looking for a book like this. There's just not enough demand. So this is why doing proper keyword research is extremely important. But the good news is you have the skill to make a super high quality book, and now you can take this and apply it into a keyword that actually has demand, and I'm sure you will make a lot of money. So the final rating, I'll give you a 3.5 out of 5. All right, so the next book we have is Mobile App Development with Kiwi and Python. And this book is selling at $90.99 for ebook, $49.99 for hardcover. Paperback is $23.99. At 0 reviews, it is still 575 BSR, which is like selling once every couple days or less. And for the paperback, it is over 1 million, so it's barely selling. So the first thing that stands out is obviously the cover. It looks like you made this on Canva, so you want to improve this. Once again, using designers like Rebecca Covers can make something a lot better than this for just $10 or a little bit more than that. The next thing is you don't have any reviews, and your price point is way too high for a book that has 0 reviews. $99 is the highest you can go on Kindle. $49.99 is super high. It's $50 for hardcover, and $23.99 is also very high for paperback, which you can ask for a price like this for a topic that's kind of a technical topic like this one. if you have a lot of reviews. If you have a lot of reviews, you can, but at the moment you don't. So all you have to do is get more reviews. Now there's plenty ways of getting reviews. I covered it many times in my channel. So, go check out my other videos. But if you want a super quick and easy way to get reviews, and using services like Puppy is a good one. I'm not going to explain how it works because I did in previous videos, or you can just read the website. But this is a super easy way to get, 5-10 reviews every single week. So I will leave a link to Puppy in the description if you want to check it out. The good news is you're getting sales at 0 reviews and a kind of a crappy cover. So if you improve the cover, if you get a lot more reviews, then that is a good sign that this book will start selling. So that's the 2 things that you have to work on. So the final rating, I'll give you a 3 out of 5. All right, next book is Greece Travel Guide. So the first thing I noticed is you don't need quotes in your subtitles, so just remove that. It looks weird. Second thing, I think the cover is okay. Not great, not bad. I think you can keep it. It's kind of a different style than other travel guide, and it might be good because you can stand out that way. There's absolutely no reason not to have a paperback and a hardcover version. It's literally just $5 to convert your ebook into paperback and hardcover, and you're gonna make a lot more sales. So definitely do the paperback and hardcover. And finally, you don't have any reviews, so that's like an obvious reason why it's not selling that well. So just add the paperback hardcover options, get some reviews with Puppy, and start running low bids Amazon ads, and you should improve your sales. Final rating is 3 out of 5. All right, so for the next one, the same person sent over a bunch of their books. I'm gonna go rapid fire on answering each one. But this one, we have Notary Public Logbook, and it is not selling at all at absolutely no BSR. And you can see that it's just a poorly made cover. There's nothing else to it. Poorly made cover and no reviews. So that is the main issue that we have here. The next one is the same thing, Notary Public Logbook, and it's exactly the same, except this time the cover is even worse, okay? And then there's no reviews. And once again, guys, if you don't have any reviews, you wanna start off selling your book at a cheaper price, and as you get more reviews, your goal is to increase your price over time to become one of the most premium priced option in the market. But in the beginning with 0 reviews, you can't do that, so you have to start lower. The next one is also the same issue, right? We have Notary Public Record Book with a different book cover. Once again, it's not the best cover. It's not clear on what the book is about. There's a little text right here, but it has to be way bigger and way more clear what this book is about, which is the Notary Public Record Book, and there's no reviews. So that's something that you have to improve. If you want a Fiverr cover designer, besides the one that I just showed you, that actually focuses more on low content books, does excellent designs for low content at a very good price, then use something like Emmy Main. I'll leave a link in the description. But she has a plan where you can get 6 high quality low content covers for just $75. So that is a little over $10 a piece, which is a very good price considering that each book you make should make you a couple sales, which will make your money back and so much more. So especially with low content books like logbooks, where the interior is very simple and there's not much you can do interior wise to differentiate your book with your competition, the book cover is the way for you to differentiate and stand out from your competition. So the book cover is the #1 most important thing you have to work on. So you can't just whip up a cheap looking book cover on Canva, doing it yourself if you don't have the design skills, and expect to make any sales, right? Especially with 0 reviews. So that is super important. You don't have to outsource to someone and pay a bunch of money. You can learn how to design better on Canva and still do it for free, right? I'm not saying you have to use these Fiverr gigs. You can do it if you want to save time, but you don't have to, right? But you have to either learn design skills and get better at designing on Canva, or if you don't want to do that, outsource to someone who knows how to. All right, so the next book we got is The Detective's Pursuit, 13 Enigmatic Tales of Detective Arjun Roy. Okay, so it has 6 reviews and it is selling at $78,000 in the Kindle store. This is in Amazon India though, so I'm not sure how much sales that is, at 78,000, but it's selling a couple here and there, okay, which is good. So the first thing is, I'm not sure if this is a fiction or a non-fiction book. I'm assuming it's fiction. It's a detective story book, but it's not clear on who the audience is, right? It's not clear if it's for kids, if it's for adults, and you want to be very, very clear on that. I also would recommend you change the title so that it's SEO optimized, so that although it's a fiction book, you can still get the passive organic traffic element of a non-fiction book. So let me show you an example, which is this one right here. detective and mystery stories for curious kids. So this is a SEO optimized keyword, right? This is a keyword that people actually search on Amazon to look for detective stories, mystery stories for kids, right? So you can rank for that, okay? You can get traffic and sales without running ads because, it's all organic traffic, but it is still a fiction book, right? Because it's not true stories. You can do true stories too, but in this case, it's not. Doesn't matter though, so it's selling extremely well. I have the book being plugged in and it tells me that it is $7,650 in the bookstore, making $100 in royalties every single day. So there's potential. You just have to pivot your approach a little bit, right? So change the angle to, keyword optimized title once again, like mystery stories for kids, detective stories for kids. Obviously, if you're gonna target kids, now your audience will change, okay? And you have to update the cover because a kid wouldn't really go for a cover like this, right? It'll be something more kid friendly like this. So you have to update the cover as well. But this slight pivot can make you a lot of money because you can see this book, 20 reviews at 7,000 BSR, making $100 a day. So the potential is there. And you also want to make the paperback version. Once again, there's absolutely no reason not to make the paperback version. It's literally just $5. So the final rating, I'll give this a 2 out of 5, but with a lot of potential. All right, next book is Food Preservation for Preppers from CB Revel. And this book, first off, amazing covers, no suggestions on how to improve it. I think this cover is amazing. I think the title is amazing, right? Food Preservation for Preppers, SEO optimized. The subtitle is clearly defining what the book is about, what is the benefits of purchasing it, right? 99 simple tips to prep for the future. You also have the Kindle audiobook, hardcover, paperback version. So you have all formats and it is adequately priced, which is great. You're not making any mistakes that we covered early in this video, right? And lastly, you have amazing reviews, literally 4.9 average reviews at 251 ratings. So 251 people reviewed it, 4.9 average. That is incredible. The description looks great. You're using emojis as well as A+ content looks amazing as well. So the BSR for this book at paperback is 486,000. So it's selling here and there, but not great, right? Not enough to make significant amount of money. And for the Kindle book, it is at 300,000 BSR. So also selling here and there, but nothing amazing, which is very strange because if you look up food preservation for preppers or canning or, some similar keyword like that, you're ranking #1 here. But on top of that, there's other books that's doing really well, like this one, Preppers Canning Preservation Bible, 20,000 BSR in books, $140 a day, right? We have this one, 190,000 BSR in books at 1 review. This one is at 48,000, making $22 a day, so that's pretty decent. We have this book right here making $100 a day. So there are a decent amount of demand for this topic, right? So people are looking for books on this topic. You have an amazing book with an amazing cover, a lot of reviews, right? So it makes no sense why this book is not selling until I went to Cerebro and looked up your book and I see that you're not running any Amazon ads. So, obviously you're ranking #1 for this keyword and that's why you're getting some organic sales here and there, which is great. That is passive income, right? But now that you know that you have a great book and a topic that people are looking for, which is to run Amazon ads, because once again, you're not running Amazon ads, at least from what I see on Cerebro. So what I would recommend is for you to start running ads. You don't have to spend a ton of money. So you can just start with a very low budget automatic ad campaign and see how that goes. If it goes well, you can start trying out manual keyword campaign, manual product targeting campaign, and then just scale from there. But that is what I would recommend. And I think if you do that, you can improve sales. So final rating for this is 5 out of 5. Besides running Amazon ads, I would not change anything. So amazing job. All right, guys, I'll end the video here for today. But if you want me to review your book once again, follow me on Instagram and DM me your book, and I might feature your book in future videos like this. So before you go, if you enjoyed this video, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't. And if you're serious about scaling your publishing business, consider checking out my complete publishing course in the description below. It is more than just videos and lessons. It's literally a hand-holding coaching program because you get free one-on-one coaching sessions, you get Facebook group access where you can ask any questions, weekly calls, right? So it's really designed to hold your hand and help you through the process so you can, scale your business further. So if you're interested in that, then the link is in the description. All right, I've done a few videos of these in the past, but I'm gonna review and critique your books and show you exactly how you can get more sales. These are books that you guys submitted to me through Instagram. So if you want me to analyze your books in the future, then follow me on Instagram and DM me your book, and I might feature that in future videos. My Instagram handle is in the description below. All right, guys, let's start with book number 1. So we got Car Trip Trivia for Smart Kids, 8 to 12. Beat the boredom with 200 fascinating facts and mind-boggling questions, plus 20 bonus games. So we have 4.9 average reviews at 26 ratings. And we are at BSR 1,478,000, so it's not selling at all. So everything looks decent, right? The title is SEO optimized, you know, it sounds nice, okay? The cover I think is decent. I don't think it's amazing, but I think it's a pretty good cover considering that the text over here, it pops really nice. Car Trip Trivia, right? And it has the image of a family driving a car. I think it's pretty nice. And also, if you go down here, there's a pretty decent A+ content. There's only 3 modules, so you can add more, but you know, it's not bad. So why is this book not selling? Well, the biggest issue that I see is when I look up car trip trivia or road trip trivia, you can see that there's not a ton of other books selling on the topic of road trip trivia. This one is an ad, Road Trip Adventures Hidden Objects, so it's different, it's hidden objects, and that's selling decently actually, so perhaps that's a better keyword than trivia books. But in terms of road trip trivia, this book is not selling well, this is not selling, this is not selling. You know, there's not a single one that's selling in the topic of road trip trivia. So that's the issue right here is before you go and make a book, you have to confirm that the topic of the book that you're making is actually selling. If there's actual demand where customers are looking for these books and buying these books, right? So if you don't see anyone else, any other books on the topic selling well or selling at all, then that is probably a sign that no one's looking for a book on that, right? It's not profitable. So that is probably the issue here is you just chose the wrong keyword. So you do a good job creating the book, right? So you just have to find better keywords and I think you would do okay. So the final rating, I'll give this a 3 out of 5. All right, next book we have Cultural Diversity and Digestion, How to Eat Your Way to Happy Gut Health. So it's a book on, I'm assuming, gut health cookbook or something like that. And it is selling at 4.7 star average, 14 ratings, $13.99 on the paperback. I don't know why there's no ebook. I don't know why there's no hardcover. That's something that you should do immediately. And it is at 3 million in the BSR, so it's not selling at all. It's doing really, really bad, right? So the first thing that I see here is I don't know what the book is about. When you say cultural diversity and digestion, what is that, right? It's something to do with gut health, but it's not clear. So what I would do is just change the title to Gut Health Cookbook or How to Improve Your Gut or something that is more keyword optimized because that's what the customer is going to type on Amazon. No one's going to type cultural diversity and digestion. Okay, so you want to put your title as something that you know the customers will be typing in on Amazon. Because one, your book is going to rank on those keywords, so it's going to be a lot easier for people to discover you. But two, it's going to be a lot more clear on what the book is about, so it does both things, right? So if I go and look at Gut Health Cookbook, then the topic itself seems pretty good, right? We have this book right here, 73,000 in the bookstore, and this book right here is a low FODMAP, so I don't know if it's related. And this one is your other book, actually, Mental Health and Digestion. It's doing a little better, but nothing amazing, right? So we have this Gut Health Cook book is 30,000 in the BSR, making $67 a day. And we have quite a decent other books, which are gut health cookbooks. That is doing decently. So $43 a day, $36 in royalties a day. So this topic itself shows that it's decently profitable. And so that's exactly what you want to rank for is gut health cookbook, if that's what your book is about. So that is the change number one is I'll change the title to that. Now you can update the title. So obviously you have to unpublish and republish, as a new book, but that's completely fine. So that brings me to the book cover, which is once again, it's not bad, but it's not great because improving your gut health is the main part of your book, and that's what you want to really feature, but that is in a smaller text right here at the bottom, okay? And it's not really the main focus, right? So you really want to have that as a main focus at the top, so either the title text right here, so the first thing customers see, or as an image, so something that is like, representing your gut healing or something like that. Although if you look at your competitors, it's so images of vegetables and food, so maybe this works, right? But I would still make the main text gut health cookbook or something like that. Next thing, once again, I don't know why you don't have an ebook version. Definitely add that. I don't know why you don't have a hardcover version. Definitely add that. It's super easy to do. It's super cheap, very quick. You can do it in just a couple hours, and it's just extra formats that you can sell your books at. Next thing is you don't have much reviews. 14 reviews is okay, but not great, right? Considering if your competitors has hundreds of reviews, you definitely want to have a lot more than 14 reviews as well. So there's many ways to get reviews. I covered it in a lot of my videos, but the easiest way is to use services like Puppy. You do have to pay a little bit, but it's super cheap, right? And it's the easiest way to get reviews over time. So if you look at the website, it kind of explains how it works. There's a free trial, you can check it out. But if you want to check it out, the link is in the description. And once again, that is probably the easiest way to get reviews. And that's what I would recommend, is to get your review count up so that you can get more sales. Now, I also see that you have A+ content, but it's a very simple block. Now, I do like that you're pitching your other books, which is super good, but you can do a lot more on your A+ content. So you can make A+ content very easily with tools like Canva yourself. So you don't have to pay, but if you don't want to spend the time, you can just hire other people to do it, such as this gig right here. So I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check it out. But this gig will create A+ content for you. And you can see that this one right here is kind of similar to what your niche or topic is about. So this is a plant-based cookbook, and this is the kind of A+ content that you want, is showcasing what the benefit of the book is, what's inside, what is covered, right? Really speaking to the customer. So that is something that you can create once again on Canva yourself if you want to spend the time, or if you just want to hire other people to do it for you, then this gig is a good one. So overall, I think there's potential in this book just because you're getting good reviews, and there's books on this topic selling very well. So you just have to fix these small things, and I think you'll do a lot better. So the final rating is 4 out of 5. Next book we got is Book of Mazes for 6 years old, maze activity book for kids. So it has 0 reviews. It's selling at $6.79 on paperback, and it has no BSR ranking, which means it hasn't sold a single copy, right? So the number one thing is you don't want to repeat what you said in the title and the subtitle. So the title is Book of Mazes for 6 years old, and then the subtitle is Maze Activity Book for Kids. It's basically repeating the same thing. The subtitle is where you call out the benefits, who the book is for, right? So talk to your audience and also explain the benefits, okay? So you want to make it a lot more descriptive. What I would recommend is something like Awesome Mazes for Smart 6 years old, or something like that, or Awesome Mazes for Smart Kids. And in the subtitle, you want to explain a lot more about what the book is about, such as how many mazes, right? Who is it for? Is it for kids? Is it for adults? Is it for smart kids? And the difficulty of the mazes, and what kind of mazes. Like, is it animal mazes, unicorn mazes, right? So, try and niche down that way, because right now it's very, very broad. It's just Book of Mazes. So you're competing with all the other maze books, which is going to be super competitive. So the improved subtitle could be something like 200 amazing and challenging animal mazes for smart kids, or something like that. I don't know, but hopefully you get the point. Now, the next thing is the book cover. So I like the text right here, mazes for kids, right? The text stands out, but the issue is with these kind of books, you always want to showcase the interior to show the customer how it's going to look once they purchase the book, right? Right now you have some images here, you have some text, but you're not showcasing the actual mazes. Okay. Now you have some mazes in the back cover, but you want to do that in the front cover, because if you look at your competitors here, so when I search for mazes for kids, almost every single one, or basically every single one, has the maze on the cover. We have the maze on the cover, we have the maze, right? Almost every single one that's doing well. Even this one, it doesn't look like it has a maze, but in the background, there is the maze, right? So every single one is showcasing the puzzle and the maze on the cover, and that's exactly what you want to do as well. Next, you want to get book reviews, just like all the other books that we reviewed. Like almost every single one has this issue of not having enough reviews, and that's why your books are not selling. And you also don't have any A+ content, and if you once again want to do it yourself, you can do it on Canva. If you want to outsource to someone, there's a cheaper gig than the one I showed you earlier, so you can do both. I tried both, and they're both very good. Obviously, the more expensive one is a little higher quality, but this gig by Waleed creates A+ content for you. So you would want a minimum of 3 modules for your A+ content, so that'll be $30. But if you want to try him out, I'll leave a link in the description. So the final rating for this book is 2 out of 5. All right, so next we got Word Search for Kids aged 8 to 10, 101 Search and Find Word Puzzles. So once again, the subtitle is kind of just repeating the title, so you want to change it up. But this book is at 4-star average with 1 review, and it is at 1,769 BSR, so it's not selling much. And one thing I noticed is the book cover is really high quality. I really like the book cover. It's still showcasing the word search right here a little bit, although it's not the main element of the cover. It does stand out. It's about the kid playing with the word search, might work, right? So I do like that aspect of it. But once again, just like the last example, if you look at your competitors, every single one of them, their main element is the word search, and then they have the kids around that. So the kid is not the main element, it's the word search and it's the puzzles, right? So perhaps you want to kind of model that in the future. But who knows, maybe this cover will stand out because it's different and you don't always have to copy your competitors, right? So, it could work. And I think the issue could be something else, which is that you're not niching down enough. So kids 8 to 10 is not enough niching down. You want to do, something more specific, like adding a theme to it, like animal word search, unicorn word search for kids age 8 to 10, right? So you can do that to niche down even more, as well as you need more reviews than just one. And because you didn't niche down enough, you probably have to run ads after getting the reviews if you still want to make this book successful. But if you do a good job niching down, then the amount of ads you have to run to rank the book is going to be a lot less. And that's why niching down is so important. But it looks like you're one of those people that is really, really good at designs, because I'm looking at your book cover. I think it's really good if you create this from scratch. I don't know, it could be, if it's a template, maybe not. But I'm looking at your interior and it also looks amazing, right? The word search, you have the designs. So I think you make really high quality books, and the issue is just the marketing aspect. So you want to do better keyword research and better job at getting reviews and perhaps running a little bit of ads. Or if you don't want to pay for ads, you can always do it for free with social media marketing. So, it could be either way, but you want to drive some traffic to the book. So the final rating is 4 out of 5. I think you have the skill set to succeed. You just want to kind of change your approach a little bit. All right, so the next book is Essential Oils, Absolutes, and CO2's Hidden Message Word Search. So this is a interesting one, right? It has 1-star review, or 1 5-star review. It's at 5 million BSR, so it's probably the worst BSR that I've seen making this video today. And the main reason is because I'm assuming that nobody really is looking for a book on essential oils word search, right? A better keyword would have been hidden message word search rather than essential oils word search. I feel like that is way too niche down, and I don't think you've done proper keyword research to confirm that there's other books on the topic of essential oils word search that's selling well, because I don't think there's any other books on this topic selling well. Okay, so that's number one. So you want to title the book better, which is hidden message word search is what I recommend, as well as you want to improve the cover. It looks like you made this on Canva. I don't think it looks good. Okay, so once again, pay somebody $5, $10 on Fiverr that can design, something better for you, or practice a little more on Canva and, make something better. Okay, so when I say better, it's essentially just, it looks kind of cheap, right? You're putting, grass and flowers, but it's not quite, adding to the cover. The main feature or the main element is the puzzles, once again, so you want to showcase that better, and then you want a better color contrast than just black and white. Add some more colors to it, make the font a little more easier to read, and just those kind of things. Like, analyze your competitors and see what you can do here. Get more reviews. Once again, same advice as every other book, but that is like the number one thing that most people aren't doing, is that they're trying to sell their book at 1 review or 0 reviews. And then they ask themselves, why are their books not selling? Well, obviously because you have no reviews, right? So that's the main thing. And until you get more reviews, I would not price your book at $12.99, because for a word search book, $12.99 is a premium price. And you can do that. You can sell your book at a premium price if you have a ton of reviews. But if you don't, then you want to price it lower until you get more reviews. Okay, so I would price the book a little lower, improve on the cover, and go from there. I also would recommend, just as a side note, to not use bold font for all your description, or at least half of it. It makes it kind of hard to read. So just bold the important section of your description that you want to highlight, but not the entire thing. So the final rating for this book, I'll give you a 2.5 out of 5. All right, next book we have is Knowing the United States, Independence, History, and Important Events Since Independence. So this book is at $2.99, paperback is $8.99. It has no reviews and no sales. Okay, so issue number 1, I don't know what this book is about after reading it, after looking at the cover. So is it a US history book? Is it a US trivia book, right? You have to be super clear. Just say that in the title, US history book, US trivia book, right? So that's like step number 1, is you have to title it better. And then, you can kind of practice on the subtitle copywriting as well. You also want to capitalize the first letter of each word to make it look more professional right here. The book cover is basically your backyard and the text over it, which, it's cute, but it's not going to sell. Okay, so you once again want to improve it. Look at your competitors. So what you want to do is look up US history books or US trivia book on Amazon, see what kind of style your competitor has, and try and model that into your book cover. Okay, and then you can take that on Canva, design the cover, or Fiverr. Once again, pay someone $5 to design a cover for you with your instructions of how the cover should look like based on your competitors. Okay, so based on your successful competitors is what I should add. So do that and get more reviews. And you can also improve on the book description. I don't know why it's quoted. You don't want to do the quotes thing, so remove the quote and then improve the description. You can literally just ask ChatGPT to write you a product description of a book on US history or something like that. It'll write up a description and you can just edit that a little bit and use that as your description. So, you can improve that very easily. So the final rating, I'll give you a 1.5 out of 5. All right, so the final book is Welcome to the Soulmate Scam, an educational workbook for narcissistic abuse recovery. Okay, so first thing, capitalize each letter of the word once again to make it look professional. And so this book is 99 paperback, 7 reviews, and it is at 82,000 BSR, which is actually good, right? This is the best BSR that we've seen today. It is actually selling more than 1 copy a day. BookBeam is saying it's selling 3 a day. I think 1 to 3, making $9 a day in royalties. And I think if you make these few tweaks that I'm about to show you, you can do a lot better. So the first thing is you gotta add ebook versions and hardcover versions on this listing. You only have paperback version and there's really no reason not to create a ebook and a hardcover. Because to create a ebook version and a hardcover version, you literally just have to format the interior and the cover for it, which is like $5 a piece. So it's super quick, super easy. You just upload on KDP as a new format, and that's how you can start making money selling ebooks and hardcover as well. So the strategy that I recommend is to set your ebook price closer to paperback, something like $7.99, $8.99. And for the hardcover version, you'll sell it super high, something like perhaps over $20, so $21, $22, $23. And for the paperback, which is where you want to make most of the money, you're going to set that as a very good price, something like $11, $12, $13. Okay. This way, because the ebook is almost the same price as the paperback, the hardcover is way more expensive. Most people will buy the middle price book, which is a paperback version, which is where you make most of your money anyways. Okay. So that strategy is called price anchoring, and I recommend you try this out as well. So the next thing that I see here is, unfortunately, your book cover does not make any sense. This does not scream narcissistic abuse recovery, same as your book title. Welcome to the Soulmate Scam, right? It makes no sense, unfortunately. And with nonfiction books like this, you have to be crystal clear on what the book is about and what kind of problems it's solving. You don't want to try to be cute here, right? You want to be clear. Don't try to be cute, be clear, okay? So your book is about educational workbook for narcissistic abuse recovery, okay? And it is a journal, prompt, coloring pages. So this is what I would title it: Narcissistic Abuse Recovery Workbook. That's the title, okay? And then in the subtitle, you're gonna do educational workbook that includes journaling, prompts, coloring pages included, or something like. You wanna improve that. That's not the best subtitle, but hopefully you get the point, right? Kind of talk about what the book is about, what's included, what is the benefit. The next thing is your series name, Lemons to Lemonade, also does not make sense. I'm assuming it's about, like life giving you hardships, but you turning it into something positive. And I like that you have a series, but you probably want to change the name to something like, dealing with narcissist series, or once again, something a lot easier to understand what it's about, okay? So definitely improve the title. You have to unpublish the book and then republish it. So I don't know if you want to do that, especially considering that this book is selling decently. Although I believe if you make these changes, it's going to sell a lot better. Okay. So you could fix that by republishing the book. You can also improve the book cover a lot more. So I just looked up Narcissistic Abuse Recovery Workbook. These are the competitors that are ranking on it. And there are books on the topic that's doing extremely well. I mean, this one is 20,000 BSR, $91 a day. This one is 1,700 BSR, literally making $1,300 a day in royalties, right? And this is on the exact same topic that you're on, right? Narcissistic Abuse Recovery Workbook. So the potential is there. And for you to compete, you have to have a book cover that is just as good, right? And this one, unfortunately, it's different. It stands out for sure, but I'm not sure if it's good. I'm not sure if it's portraying the concept of dealing with narcissists, dealing with abusive relationships, right? So, you know, with self-help nonfiction books, this kind of text-heavy cover works really well. So when I say text-heavy, basically most of the cover is just text with very little design elements. So you could do that. Like all of this is all text-heavy covers, right? It's just text and then some designs around it. Or you could do something that kind of portrays, you know, freedom away from toxic relationship like this one. I think this also looks decent. So you can definitely try it, but you can improve your cover a lot more than what you have. Okay, so that's what I would recommend. Obviously, get more reviews than 7 reviews, add more formats. And if you need help designing book covers, I actually found a Fiverr gig that specializes in business, nonfiction, and self-help book cover. So I'll leave a link to this gig right here in the description. It has amazing reviews, a lot of orders in queue, and you can see that the book cover is pretty decent. So you want to look at your competitors once again, and then, you know, kind of give her specifications on how you want the cover to be. Okay, and these are the prices. So it's pretty good, and you can improve your book cover a lot this way. So I would definitely recommend that. But overall, you're showing a lot of potential in this niche. I actually have a student in my course that is in a similar niche like this, doing $50,000 a month or more from, you know, their books. So there's a lot of potential here. And if you fix the cover, fix the title, get more reviews, and then kind of fix the small stuff that I just mentioned, I think you can do very, very well. So hopefully this was helpful for you, and I give you a rating of 4 out of 5 for this book. All right, guys, so that is the end of this video reviewing your books. Hopefully you got a lot of ideas on how you can improve your book. If you want me to do this again, then obviously leave a like, subscribe, because if you guys do that, I know that people like these kind of videos and I can keep making it. Also, if you want me to review your book in future videos, then follow me on Instagram. So my Instagram handle is in the description, and then you can just DM me the book. I'm not gonna respond to the DMs, but I will, you know, showcase the book on future videos. So make sure to do that. And finally, before you go, if you're serious about building your publishing business, if you want to scale your publishing business to the next level, then consider checking out my complete publishing program. The link is in the description below. It's not just lessons, right? It's not just video lessons that you go through. We literally hold your hand. Like today, where I reviewed your book and showed you exactly how to improve, right? You get that in the course. So you get free one-on-one strategy calls. You also get weekly coaching sessions and a private Facebook group where you can ask any questions you want. So it's designed to shortcut a lot of mistakes that you would make if you try to do this alone. And obviously you don't have to get the course. That's why I'm making videos for free, so that I can help you. And hopefully once you start making money from your KDP business and you want to scale it further, then you can come back and join our program. So that's the goal here. But either way, if you want to check it out, the link is in the description. So if you guys are watching this and you want me to review your books as well, then make sure you follow me on Instagram and also subscribe to this channel so you don't miss out on the next time I do this. If you want to follow me on Instagram, then it is right here at SeanDeWitt13. All right, so let's start with the first book. We got Puzzles for Stroke Patients, a step-by-step guide to improve cognitive skills. So it says it's a puzzle book. It includes Sudoku word search mazes, tic-tac-toe, dots and boxes, and coloring page as well. So honestly, I would not call this a puzzle book. It's more so an activity book. And I did a little bit of research on the topic. I just typed in books for stroke patients, and I'm looking at, you know, what's ranking on page 1 right now. And we got stroke recovery activity book. We got stroke recovery workbook. And what I'm noticing here is, you know, this is an actually good niche, right? It's a lot of these books are profitable, but they're all using stroke recovery as the phrase instead of stroke patients. And another thing I noticed is it's an activity book, not really a puzzle book, and they're selling it as that. So all these books that are profitable is stroke recovery activity book. So I would title your book the same, stroke recovery activity book. I think that is better SEO wise The next thing I noticed, obviously it does not have any reviews, so you will want to get reviews. So the next thing I noticed is the cover. It's not the worst cover, but it's not the best cover. So what I would change on this cover is, one, I would showcase the actual activities or the interior more, because if you look at your competitors here, the ones that are doing well is the one that you can clearly see what kind of activities are inside the book, like this one, right? So that's what I would do, number one. The next thing is the color contrast. So blue background and a blue text does not really stand out as well. So, or it's not really, you know, blue text, but we got the blue border behind the text and a blue background. So blue on blue is not really good. I would personally change the background to a different color so that it contrasts better with the text, and I think it'll pop a lot better. So that is with the cover. If you need cover design suggestions, like look at my previous videos on what kind of gigs that I recommend for both medium content and high content books. So check out my videos on that. So the next is the subtitle. So we got a step-by-step guide to improve cognitive skills. You want to expand this a little more. So a subtitle should be, you know, clearly answering the benefits of the book and what your book is about. So you're saying it is a step-by-step guide to improve cognitive skills, but you can expand this a little more. So looking at your competitors, once again, the ones that are successful, right? That are, you know, making money with a low BSR. We got something like, for traumatic brain injury and aphasia rehabilitation. So if you start seeing the same terms being used over and over and over again, like aphasia rehabilitation, then that's something you want to take note and possibly, you know, use this because that's what I'm seeing right here is aphasia rehabilitation. I think some customers will search for the book specifically using this term, aphasia rehabilitation. So you probably want to put that in the subtitle too. Same as traumatic brain injury. Okay, so you can definitely expand this more. So I think that would be the major change. And obviously you want to get reviews and from there start running some ads or do some kind of marketing. Now you will notice that most of the books that we will look at today have the same common issues, which is that they barely have any reviews. And that is like the biggest mistake that people are making, is they're not getting any reviews, right? So what is the easiest way to get reviews? Well, I talk about it in a lot of my videos, but there is a service called Puppy, and this is the easiest way. You do have to pay a little bit. It is a membership site, but if you guys want to check it out, the website kind of explains how it works. And if you want an easy way to get reviews, this is it. So I'll leave a link to Puppy below this video. So for the final rating of this book, I'll give it a 4 out of 5, just small improvements and you should be good to go. So the next book we got is this one, Alphabet Tracing with Oliver the Owl, Letter Tracing Workbook for Preschoolers. The first thing I notice is the tracing is not capitalized, so make sure you do that. It makes it look unprofessional that some words are capitalized, some words aren't. The next thing is the title. So we got Alphabet Tracing with Oliver the Owl. But the thing is, your brand is not established, so nobody really knows who Oliver the Owl is, so you don't really have to put that in the title. You want to SEO optimize this better, so instead of Alphabet Tracing with Oliver the Owl, a better title so that it's more searchable would be something like Letter Tracing Workbook for Preschoolers, right? So you want to move this to the title and then, you know, adjust that. Obviously, you have to unpublish the book to make these title changes. So when I make suggestions in this video, I'm not saying literally to change it because you cannot change it because the book is published, but I'm saying for future books, right, you can make these kind of changes. The next thing I noticed is the cover. So the title looks like Super Mario font. I don't think it's standing out too much. Same issue as the last book. You want to really showcase the interior here, but you can barely see what the interior is about. The focus is more on Oliver the Owl, but once again, nobody really cares who Oliver the Owl is, unfortunately, in the beginning, because your brand is not established yet. They're not really buying because it's Oliver the Owl. They're buying because of the interior and the quality of that you have. So you want to showcase that more, right? And then also the interior is blending in with the background, same thing. Got to be a clear image. I think the blue background is very, very strong, so you want to kind of weaken that. And then also the title font, you want to kind of make this bigger so it pops a little better. So if you guys need a recommendation on Fiverr gigs that can create covers for you, then this is the one that I recommend. So I'll leave a link to this gig below this video. But as you can see, this is kind of the type of book that, you know, they are publishing here, but the cover that you can see here is much, much better because it's showcasing the interior better. The text is a lot easier to read. There's good color contrast and all that stuff. So definitely want to improve that. Cover is something you can improve even though the book is published, right? It's just the title that you cannot change. So you can definitely improve the cover. The next thing I would do is to not stuff keywords in the subtitle too much to the point where you're cutting off some parts of the subtitle. And finally, you got some reviews, which is good, but you want to get a little more. So the final rating is 3.5 out of 5. All right, so next we got this book, which is more of a high content book called Plus Habits, 25 Proven Daily Habits to Boost Your Productivity, Energy, and Happiness. So the first thing I noticed, unfortunately, you know, if I was a customer, I'm looking at this from a customer point of view. The first thing I noticed is the reviews. The review, you only have 2 reviews, and it's not like a 1-star or 2-star review, but because you got 3 and 4-star, it looks pretty bad ratio wise. So you definitely want to get more reviews to bring up this ratio. The second thing I noticed will be the cover. It looks like you kind of made this on Canva or something yourself. It's not professional, and so you want to improve this as well. The biggest change I would make is the title. Make sure it's popping and, you know, it stands out really well. Now, self-help and nonfiction books, especially, the text-based cover works really well. So you don't really have to focus on the image or the design too much. You want to just focus on having a text space so the text can take up the majority of the space for the cover. Look at some best-selling nonfiction books and you will see what I mean. Okay. Now, the next thing I noticed is the price. So 99 cents in the beginning is good if you're going through a launch, but the paperback at $5, that is way too low. I guess it is a price cut. You have it listed as $7, so that's a little better. But for a 206-page nonfiction book, you should price it, you know, higher. Usually I launch my book at $9 when I'm launching, and then I go up to $14 when the launch is done. So I would recommend you price at least $12 or so once the launch is done. But the biggest thing here is that the habits niche is way too broad, and this title also is way too broad and vague, right? It's basically habits to boost your productivity, energy, and happiness. But the thing is, it's such a massive niche that you really have to niche down into what kind of habits. Like, is it time management habit? Is it, you know, habits for, I don't know, relationships? Those are more specific and it does better. Typically, energy and happiness, that is very vague. From my experience, energy and happiness, those kind of words don't really convert. So basically the point is to really niche down into one topic instead of just covering this huge habit niche. So the final rating I give this book is 3 out of 5. Okay, so the next book we have is this one, Halloween, How Much Do You Know About? Test and Learn, a bewitching quiz book for ghosts and goblins of all ages. So I just read pretty much 80% of the title and I still don't know what the book is about. That is the number one issue here, is like looking at the cover and looking at the title, like we still don't know what the book is about. Only when I go and read the rest, which is 100 fun Halloween trivia questions, then I know, okay, this is a Halloween trivia book. So the title should be Halloween trivia book for kids or for adults, or if it's for everybody, I guess you can just say, you know, Halloween trivia book. But you got to be super clear on that. Grammatically, Halloween, How Much Do You Know About? Don't make sense as well. It should be How Much Do You Know About It, right? So that will be the biggest thing, is the title does not make sense. You have to be very clear on what the book is about immediately. So Halloween trivia book, and then in the subtitle you want to talk about the benefits. So I would honestly just cut this entire thing, How Much Do You Know About It? Test and Learn, because it's vague. And then I would call this Halloween trivia book for kids or whatever, and then a bewitching quiz book for ghosts and goblins with 100 fun trivia questions to learn about history, traditions, symbols, movies, and more. And even that is a little too long, so I would cut some parts of that, but that should improve the title. The next thing is the cover. Same thing. You know, your cover should really explain what your book is about. People should immediately know what the book is about with a split second looking at the cover. And if you look at this, you don't know what the book is about, right? You have to really zoom in and read the text to learn that, okay, this is a trivia book, and that is an issue. So how do you fix this? Well, once again, you want the text to clearly say Halloween trivia book, and it has to be big and bold, like right here at the top that says Halloween trivia book, okay? And just, you know, that will be the biggest thing, and then you can worry about the design and stuff after. But definitely need to change that. And for whatever reason, the ebook is at 99 cents. Maybe it's going through the launch period because it's, you know, still 10 days old. So that is fine, but you want to increase the ebook price later once the launch is done and get more reviews. So the final rating for this book is 3 out of 5. All right, so next one, we also got a Halloween book, but this one is Halloween coloring book for kids age 4 to 8. easy, cute, scary Halloween cats, ghosts, pumpkin, witches, and more. Drawing activity with children, Halloween gifts for kids, toddlers, holiday coloring book. So the subtitle definitely is keyword stuffing. I wouldn't put all this. Amazon is smart enough to rank you in all these keywords without putting it in the subtitle. So just have a nice, catchy subtitle, something like easy, cute, Halloween coloring pages for all ages or whatever, but you just want to summarize this. Definitely the title is good though. So the title, Halloween coloring book for kids age 4 to 8, is perfect. Okay, and the cover is actually really good. You know, I really like the cover. It's professional. I honestly wouldn't change anything except maybe making the text a little more readable. It's kind of blending in with the background because there's a lot happening in the background. Maybe add a border so that the text pops a little more, but besides that, I honestly like the cover. And I also like that you have a A+ content here, which is very professional. It looks nice. I see that your other book covers are also very, very well made, and your SEO optimized title is good too. So in terms of producing a high quality book in this space, I think you're doing a very good job. Now, some people are really good at designing and producing a book, but they lack in the marketing aspect, and you might be one of those people. I don't know, but the next thing you want to do is to get reviews and market the book either by social media marketing. TikTok would work well for this niche, or if you can afford to run some ads, then Amazon ad would be the fastest way to get results. But that is something that you have to figure out. But the good thing is you know how to produce high quality books, so if you learn marketing, then you're gonna do really well in this business. So this book, I will give you a 4.5 out of 5. It is very well done. All right, so we got this last one for this video, which is Meaningful Small Talk, the Shy Person's Ultimate Guide to Connecting with Anyone, from my friend Dan. So Dan, if you're watching this, huge shout out to you. But this book is a high content book, and this is in the self-help space. Honestly, the only thing that is lacking in this book is the review ratio, because the title is good, right? The small talk or this communication self-help niche is actually really good. So you have a lot of books that you can expand into and build a brand. I think the title and the subtitle is nice and catchy. I like that you niche down just to shy persons, guide to communication. And I think this is a good enough statement of what the book is about, which is essentially just connecting with anyone. So I have no issue with the title, and I like the cover too. I think it is pretty well made. The text is standing out, easy to read. I personally don't like white background because Amazon has a white background, so it typically blends in. Amazon fixed this a while back by adding borders around a white background book cover, so it's easier to read now, but I still typically avoid pure white background like this. Now, I have no issues with the pricing and the listing. So once again, the only thing that we're lacking is the average review ratio, because it's 4.2 and it does not look good because it's 4 stars instead of 5. So you have 61 rating. So what you want to do is to read the reviews, learn why you're getting lower ratings, right? And then go and improve the content and then get more reviews. So your average ratio is at least 4.3 so that it shows 5 stars. So you literally just need 1 more point or 0.1 more point higher than this, and then you're good. And then from there you can go back to marketing it, which is just running ads, and you have your own audience, so you can do that too. And once you do that, you can expand into other communication niche and really build this brand. Besides that, you can improve the book description, but that's not the biggest deal. So it's really just the reviews and this minor book description, like attractiveness. So the final rating, I will give this 4.8 out of 5. Alright guys, I'll end this video here, but I actually got a lot more books that were submitted. So I can literally create multiple videos reviewing, subscribers' books like this. So let me know if you do enjoy this video, and if you want to see more, let me know in the comments so that I can go and review all those other books. And if you want me to review your book in a future video, then make sure to follow me on Instagram. Make sure you're subscribed on YouTube, and you can DM me the book through Instagram. Hope you're enjoying the video so far. Up next is a book roast that reveals a strategy that every serious KDP publisher should have in their toolkit. So a lot of people DM me their books, and today I'm going to go over each one. Now this is part 2 of this series, and I'm planning to do more. So if you guys want me to actually take a look at your books as well, then make sure to follow me on Instagram, which is at SeanDolwith13. All right, so let's get started. So this is the first book. It is a German book, so I don't read German, but I translated this, and it says it is an animal research book. I'm not quite sure what animal research book is, so I can't really critique the keyword, but based on what I see here, I do think the cover can improve. It is a okay cover. I think it's pretty cute. However, I don't think you need this green area next to the spine. You can remove this so that you can see the actual image and the text better, as well as the text could be much bigger. I always preach having a big bold title text that clearly explains what the book is about, and this is in my opinion, it's a little too small and it kind of blends in. So make sure the title text is a lot bigger. And perhaps what you can do is to increase the size of the magnifying glass so it puts more emphasis on the research aspect of it. Once again, I don't really know what the keyword is about, but that will be my improvement. So basically improve the cover. And my other suggestion would be definitely to get some reviews because it has 0 reviews. For improving the cover, it doesn't have to be expensive. There are services out there that cost $10 to $35 or less to get a high quality cover. So I'll show you where you can get that later on in this video. So the final rating of this book, I'll give it a 3 out of 5. So the next book is this one, Empowerment Word Search Puzzle Book. And the author sent me a note along with this book saying that she's getting sales, but she's spending more on ads than how much she's making back. So based on looking at this, I think it is pretty good, right? Empowerment Word Search Puzzle Book. The title is well SEO optimized. The subtitle is also structured well. You got some reviews, which are 5-star reviews. So that's very, very good. The cover looks pretty decent as well. I always like it when it's a puzzle book or activity book that has the interior images like this. So that is also very good. And the interior also looks really nice. You got some A+ content showing the interior. So overall, I think, you're doing a very good job. I think the biggest reason why this book is not selling is because there's not a ton of people searching for empowerment word search. I looked up this keyword prior to filming this, and to be honest, I haven't really seen a ton of books exactly on the topic of empowerment word search. I don't think it's a very common keyword that people use to search for a book. I think something that is basically on the same topic but is way more searched keyword would be something like positive affirmation or self-love word search. Those kind of stuff I think would be a lot better. So basically you're doing everything else correctly, right? You got the title structure is on point, the cover looks nice, the interior looks nice. You got skills to create a high quality book. You just got to brush up on the keyword research a little bit and you should be good to go. So overall, I will give this a 4 out of 5 stars. All right, so the next book is the 10-Day Dopamine Detox Plan by Jesse Keith. So the first thing I noticed here is the book cover does not look like a dopamine detox image. It looks more like codependency or something in the relationship niche. So I would definitely change the image of the book cover, as well as the title is a little boring. I like that it's big. I like the text is big. It's easy to read. And I like that you have some different colors, but I think you can do a little more than this. So I would definitely focus on that, especially with self-help or nonfiction book covers. It's very text heavy. So you will notice that a lot of the bestsellers in the nonfiction space has a huge emphasis on the text. So the text pretty much takes up most of the book cover space, and they barely use any image elements on the book cover. If they do, it's just a small portion of the entire book cover design, if that makes sense. So I would try and look at the bestsellers and see what you can model from them, but that would be my suggestion, and improve the color as well. So the second thing that I noticed is the subtitles. So the title is 10-Day Dopamine Detox Plan, but a subtitle is a practical guide to the art of dopamine fasting. So you're basically repeating the same thing twice. Dopamine detox, dopamine fasting is the same thing. So what you want to do in the subtitle instead is to really clearly explain what the benefit of the book is, right? What is the customer going to achieve by reading this book? Is it better mental clarity? Is it more focus, productivity? Whatever it is, you want to explain that in the subtitle. The subtitle is where you add all the benefits, and you're not doing that here. So the next thing is the pricing. I don't know if you're just going through the launch. Actually, I see that this book is 4 months old, so you're way past the launch, but you're still pricing your book at 99 cents as well as $9.99. You don't want to price it this low after the launch. You should price it at least $2.99 or higher for the ebook, and especially for the paperback for nonfiction books. For high content, you should do like $12.99 minimum or higher. Obviously, as you increase the price, you want to get more reviews because, if you don't have any reviews and you increase the price, then it's probably not going to get any sales. But the good thing is you got 17 reviews. It's a start. You want to get more, obviously. But those are the main thing that I see here. So The book cover is the biggest one, and then the subtitle next, as well as the pricing. But final rating is 3.5 out of 5. So as you can see, most of the problems these books are facing is the fact that their book covers aren't the best it can be. The problem is, if you try to get a professional book cover design, people will tell you it'll cost hundreds of dollars, if not thousands of dollars, to get a professional book cover, but that is not the case. The good news is there is a service out there that can create high quality professional covers for any genre for a very, very low cost. Which brings me to this video's sponsor, Get Covers. So Get Covers is something that I was going to recommend anyways because their service is really good, whether they were a sponsor or not, but they did happen to sponsor this video. So let me tell you a little bit about them. Are you an indie author who wants to get a professional book cover design without breaking the bank? If you're on a tight budget, try Get Covers. Get Covers provides custom book cover designs for just $10 to $35. Their designers specializes in all genres and use only licensed images and fonts for creating book covers. Here's what you get when working with Get Covers. Unlimited number of revisions, 100% refund if you don't love the results, and result in just 1 to 4 days. So here's some examples of the quality of covers you can get for literally just $10 to $35, which I think is very, very good. So once again, I know this is a sponsor segment, but regardless of that, I think this service is worth a try. So if you want to try Get Covers, then click the link below and use promo code Sean20 to get 20% off your first order. All right, moving on to the next book, we got Drawing for Kids by Brian Anderson. So the first thing I noticed here is, once again, the book cover isn't quite there yet. What I like about the cover design is that, you are showcasing the interior image, so that is definitely a plus. However, the title could pop, like the title could be much bigger, as well as the subtitle is a little too blurry for me. It's not really blurry, but the shade effect is a little strong, so I would kind of weaken that. Perhaps add a border behind it so it's easier to read, but basically the title text is a little hard to read in my opinion. All right, so the next thing is the drawing for kids is a little too vague of a keyword, or too big of a keyword. What you want to do is to niche down from here. So perhaps looking at the interior image, it's an animal, so you can do animal drawing for kids. That'll lower the competition a little bit, make it easier for you to stand out. You can also do animal drawing for kids age 4 to 8. That'll be an even niche down keyword. So I would definitely do that. You can't really change it for this book because it's already published, but you can do it for the next book. For the subtitle, how to draw step-by-step, connect the dots in coloring book, does not make sense. This is purely keyword stuffed subtitle. So once again, instead, just focus on one thing, like what the book is about. If the book doesn't include all this, then at least, say something like activity book for kids that includes how to draw step-by-step, connect the dots in coloring book, and then talk about the benefits a little bit, like for your kids to be entertained, increase their design skills, whatever it is, right? But I do like the fact that you got some reviews, as well as you have some nice A+ content. So that is definitely a plus. So once again, improve the book cover, improve the subtitle a little bit on the next book, because you can change it for this book, and you should see an increase in sales. So the final rating for this book is 3.5 out of 5. So the next book we got is The Art of Time Management from Deepak Kumar. And so the first thing I noticed here is the subtitle, which is The Ultimate Guide to Effective Time Management. So the title is The Art of Time Management. The subtitle is The Ultimate Guide to Effective Time Management. You're basically just repeating the same thing once again, and you don't want to do that. So the subtitle, as I mentioned earlier in this video, is where you clearly lay out the benefits of reading this book. So what is the benefit that the customers are trying to get by buying a time management book? Well, they're trying to be more productive, more efficient with their work, or whatever it is, right? You really want to identify that and talk about that in your subtitle. Okay, so the next thing is you don't have reviews, so definitely improve on the reviews. Thirdly, you want to improve the book cover. So book cover, as I mentioned, this is like a very typical Fiverr cover where you have the title, subtitle, and the image and the author name. So you can get this on Fiverr, and 9 times out of 10, a book cover on Fiverr will look like this, right? A professional book cover will not always follow this template of title, subtitle, image, and author name. You want to break it down, break down the pattern a little bit. So once again, in the nonfiction space, a text-heavy cover design is working really well. So what you want to do is to reduce the image size and then increase the text size of the cover. So the text should take up most of the space on the cover, and then have a little bit of image somewhere to make it nice. But basically, a professional book cover designer can do that. So perhaps check out Get Covers and talk to them about that. So the final thing that I noticed here is your pricing is a little weird. $5 for Kindle. Typically, you don't want to do a pricing of just straight $5. You want to do something 99. Psychologically, that sells better. So in this case, $4.99 will be better than just $5. But either way, the paperback pricing is way too low for $7.99. You want to price it a little higher. I know that the book is not that long, it's just 59 pages, but still I would do minimum $9.99 for a high content book. So perhaps do that. So change the Kindle to $4.99, paperback for $9.99. You can also improve the book descriptions simply by highlighting some sections in your description, such as the art of time management should be italicized. And you can highlight the benefits, such as effective time management could be bold or underlined. So those are the little things you can do to make the description pop a little more. So the final rating for this book, I will give it a 2.5 out of 5. Right, so the last book for this video is this one, 10 Ways to Success, also by Deepak Kumar. And unfortunately, this book is, I don't like it because there's no subtitle. It doesn't explain what the book is about, right? It could be a nonfiction 10 ways to success, like 10 tips for success kind of book, or it could be a fiction book, who knows? And that's why it's not really explaining what that is about. It kind of explained that in the description, but description could be expanded a lot more. This is like a bare minimum description. It has no reviews. There's no paperback version. You want to add the paperback version always because it's just extra sales for, one-time work. The book cover, once again, could improve. This is something that you probably made yourself, but I don't like the design. So just overall, it feels like you didn't put as much effort into the book cover. So definitely add the subtitle, get reviews, paperback version, improve the book description, improve the book cover, and that should make it a lot better. So the final rating for this book is 1 out of 5. All right, guys, I'll end the video here, but if you do want your book to be critiqued and analyzed in the next video, then make sure you follow me on Instagram. The next time I do this, I will announce it on my Instagram stories as well. If you want to make more book sales for your Amazon KDP business, then watch this video because I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another video. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean, and I've built and sold a 7-figure publishing business, and now I'm building my new KDP account. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who's actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. All right, so this is going to be another subscriber book review and analysis type of video. I've done a few of these. So if you guys want me to do the same and review your book for future videos, then make sure to follow me at SeanDolwood13. DM me the Amazon link for your book and I will review and analyze it in future videos. Also, just a heads up that if I don't respond to your message, doesn't mean that I didn't see it. Most likely I just can't respond to it because I get way too many. All right, so let's get started with the first book. This is Soundtrack Your Story from AB North. Unlock your creativity with writing prompts powered by music. So looking at the cover, it looks pretty nice. It's a very professionally made cover, but the book is not selling. It is in the millions in the BSR, so it's not selling at all, even though you have, good book covers, really nice A+ content. Design wise, I think you've done a great job, and you also have some positive reviews as well. So the biggest reason why this book is not selling is, I'm assuming it's because of positioning. When I look at this title, I don't understand what the book is about immediately. Like, I don't know what the book is about. The title, Soundtrack Your Story, is very vague. Once again, I don't really know what it is about. And the subtitle is Unlock Your Creativity with Writing Prompts Powered by Music. So I'm assuming it's a book on helping you write better. But the problem is it is very vague, and on top of that, I'm really not sure how many people are looking for a book on using music to write better. So when you're selling a product, not just books, in anything, you have to solve a problem in the market. If people aren't even aware that this is a problem, right? They need music to write, then no one will even think about buying it because they're not even aware of the problem. So as a publisher, you have to identify the problem of the customer and you try to solve that in your book. And you also want to position your book title to clearly explain that the book is going to solve the problem, if that makes sense. So a better title would be something like How to Write a Book for Beginners. Very simple, very straightforward. And if somebody reads this, they will immediately know that, okay, this is a book on how to write a book or how to write better, right, for beginners. Compared to this, Soundtrack Your Story, you have no idea what the book is about. So a lot of times with book titles, especially with nonfiction, you don't want to be cute, you don't want to be fancy, you want to be very clear and straightforward. In doing a little bit of keyword research, it looks like How to Write a Book for Beginners is a decent keyword, decent book topic, right? There are some books that are selling, with a decent BSR, like this one is 74,000, this one is 21,000, so it's making some money. And we have a few more like, How to Write Your First Book, 54,000, making $20 a day. So there is some decent demand if you position it as a how to write a book for beginners. Now, what you can do if you really want to talk about your technique with using music to write better, what you can do is to position the book as how to write a book using music writing prompts, or whatever your concept is. Exactly like this book right here, how to write a novel using the snowflake method, right? So the positioning is how to write a novel, and then they have a unique angle, which is the snowflake method, and you can do the same thing. So once again, the cover, you're getting good reviews, although not so much. So I would probably supplement this with a website like Puppy. If you want to check out Puppy, I'll leave a link in the description. But once again, you have good review average, just need more reviews. The book cover is nice, your A+ content is nice. So it's really just a positioning issue. All right, so the next book is Hopeful Harold and His Haunted Home by Rory Rhea. So just like the first book, what is this book about, right? You're missing a subtitle. I'm assuming based on the title, based on the book cover, it's a children's book with a haunted house theme, right? So you can kind of assume that, but you can be a lot more clear by explaining that in the subtitle. So this is a good example of someone that's, doing a better job with positioning and subtitles in the same niche. So we have Scaredy Bat and the Holiday Mysteries, and this is where you're missing here the subtitle explaining what the book is about and who it is for, right? It says a mystery short stories collection for kids. So it clearly explained that it is a mystery short stories. Who it is for, it's for kids. So you want to be crystal clear on that in your subtitle. Now, going back to the book cover right here, I think it is okay, but I think it can improve, right? So what I want to see mainly is the title text pop a little more. I think it's blending in a little bit because the background is red and the text is also red, right? So, or it is white and red. So it's a little harder to see. What you want to do is something like this, super clear text, right? The title text right here. The color contrast is excellent with the background color and the title font. So you want to do something like this where it's super easy to read. I would recommend you go and update the cover. If you need some recommendations on high quality cover designers, then I'll leave a link to a few in the description below. All right, so the next book is Spectacular Space Sam, also from the same person, Rory Rhea. And this one, you have a subtitle, which is good, right? You're explaining what the book is about. It is a rhyming intergalactic fairy tale adventure picture book. So I do like that you're kind of more clear on what the book is about. In the subtitle, I would recommend to capitalize each word to be a little more professional, as well as you don't need a period in your book title, so just remove the period. And for the book cover, I think it's an okay cover, but it can definitely improve. Specifically, the same issue that you had with this book right here, the title text is blending in with the background because it's the same color, right? The color theme. So you want to kind of, work on the color contrast there. And besides that, you want to get more reviews because you only have one review. All right, next book, we got Unleash Your Business Mojo, Start and Run Your Successful Business by Mo Obadina. First thing is kind of the same issue with past couple books that we reviewed is, what does Unleash Your Business Mojo mean? What is this book about, right? Your subtitle is Start and Run Your Successful Business. You can guess that it is a book about growing a business, but starting and running a successful business is like extremely broad. It's super vague. What business, right? Who is it for? Is it for managers? Is it for leaders? Is it for salesperson? Is it for CEOs, right? Like what aspect of the business? Because if you just say start and run your successful business, again, it's extremely vague, and it's really something that you have to niche down and call out to a specific segment. Is it a drop shipping business, an online business, a physical store business, right? So niche down there, and once again, call out on who is it for, right? So is it for, business owners that are busy and don't have a lot of time, but want to find ways to grow their business? I don't know what it is. I didn't read your book, so I don't know what it's about, but you want to be super clear on that. You do have good reviews, which is good. You got 25 reviews at 4.9 average, so that's very good. You still want to get more, but it's a great start. So going back to the whole positioning issue of the book, I looked up how to start a business, and there are so many different ideas on how you can niche down rather than just saying how to start and grow a business, right? So as an example, this one right here, LLC Beginner's Guide. So how to form an LLC. That alone is a book topic that you can niche down to. How to write a business plan with no experience. That's a book topic that you can niche down to. And both of these are doing really well. This book is about young entrepreneur's guide to starting and running a business. So you can have a business book for young entrepreneurs. So that is a way to niche down and call out your audience. And this book is specifically on how to start a vending machine business. So these are some examples, just to give you some ideas. But again, try and avoid being super broad and super vague, like how to start and grow a business. Besides that, I do like the text-based cover that you have, but I just think you can do a little more with the color contrast and the font style. I think it can improve a lot more. Like all these top books are basically text-based covers as well, which is good. It's working, but you can see that the color contrast, the text, style, the designs is much more professional, I would say, than this one. So it's just something that you can work on. So if you need a suggestion on a cover designer that specializes in business, nonfiction, self-help, those kind of niches, then you can try this one. I'll leave a link below this video, but you can design a book cover for $25. Finally, you want to work on cleaning up your book description. So book description essentially has 5 parts. So you have the headline, you have the lead section, you have the bullet point section explaining what the book is about, and then you have a little bit of like overcoming objection, and then you have the call to action. Look at your competitor books, see how they're structuring it, and then kind of copy it. You can also ask ChatGPT to write a book description for you, and ChatGPT will naturally kind of write it out in that format. So it's really, really good. And then you can edit it from there. All right, so the next book is from the same author. We have the Time Waster's Guide to Time Management. This book will help you get things done, make you more productive and successful in life. So I actually like this better than the first one, just because it is very clear that it is a book about time management. I like the book cover as well. And you also have the benefit-driven subtitle, where it's clear that the book will help you get things done, make you more productive and successful in life, because that's exactly what it says here. One thing I would say though, once again, you want to capitalize each letter of the word to look more professional, as well as I recommend you kind of incorporate power words and numbers into your title, because right now the benefit statement that you're doing is get things done, make you more productive and successful in life. Besides that, you want to work on adding power words and numbers in the title to make the copy stronger. So current benefit statement is get things done, be more productive and successful in life. But those are like the most vague benefit statements in a self-help, time management book. So to improve this copy and to be more specific, what you can do is first add numbers. Adding numbers, especially odd numbers, help with the copy. So something like 7 steps to being more productive, 21 days to be more productive, something like that. Then you can add power words. So Google power words. Some of the examples are like proven, bulletproof, free, simple, fast, quick, easy, groundbreaking, or something like that. So if you combine all of this, the title can be something like this: 7 proven strategies to effortlessly get more done, be more productive, and catapult your success. So you don't want to just say get things done. You want to add power words and say effortlessly get more done. Don't just say be more successful. You can, kind of say something like 10x your success or catapult your success. So those are some improvements on the copy itself. Besides that, you want to get a hardcover version and an audiobook version if you can do audiobook, but hardcover definitely. And besides that, you want to get more reviews using Puppy or other methods, and increase your book price, because $7.99 for paperback is way too cheap. You want to aim to be around $10, $11, $12 minimum. But overall, the main focus is to improve on copywriting, learn about positioning, work on your book titles, and go from there. All right, next book is Handwriting Practice Paper Landscape. It is at 2 million BSR, so not selling at all. You got 3 reviews. I think the cover is pretty nice. So the biggest issue I see is when I look up handwriting practice paper, there is 50,000 search results. And I get that you added the landscape to try and niche down from this. But the thing is, when I look at handwriting practice paper, the books that are selling, none of these books that are selling is landscape version. It's the ones that are selling are all like vertical version like this. So you can try run some, low biz ads and see if this takes off more and see if it sells. But I'm not sure, because, all the ones that are selling is vertical version, not landscape. So it might just be a demand issue where no one's looking for this book. All right, next book, we got Quick and Simple Wall Pilates Workouts, Improve Your Flexibility, Strength and Balance in 28 Days. Just by looking at this, the title looks amazing. It is a good keyword, good niche. Subtitle is very clear with the benefits. So improve your flexibility, strength and balance in 28 days. Super clear. You have the numbers there to be more specific and kind of give a timeline to the customers with clear step-by-step illustrated exercises for women, seniors, and beginners. So typically I think it's better to just niche down on like a book for women, a book for seniors, book for beginners. Combining all my work, I'm sure it's not too bad to do this. So overall, title is excellent. The book cover is epic. I don't really see how you can improve this. I think it's a super professional book cover. The title is clear, color contrast, everything. And you have some good reviews, 4.6 average, 20 ratings. And for the pricing, I think it's adequately priced as well. So currently the BSR is at 475,000. So you're selling a little bit here and there, and only 20 days old. Now, I also want to add that the book description looks really great as well. It pops, right? You have the bold text, you have the very, very expanded benefit statements right here with emojis. I really like that, as well as your A+ content is epic as well. It looks super good, and I like that you're using these images because it definitely catches your eye. So really, product wise, I don't see any issues here. I think the only issue that you have is you got 20 reviews and you just published this. So I'm sure you're going to go through a launch process, hopefully, and you're going to market it. Hopefully you're not going to just publish and forget about it, because this book book has so much potential. All you need is more reviews and market the book, and the niche itself is super profitable because I'm looking at other books. If I looked up wall Pilates workouts, and there are a ton of books. Like this one is at 48,000, this one is 36,000, this one's 18,000 BSR, making $145 in royalties every single day. This one's $36. It's pretty good. It's a pretty profitable niche. The product is really good. Now you have to market it. I can see you easily doing $1,000 a month just from this book, just by getting to 100 reviews and running some ads. Then once that's done, you can expand into so many different books in this series. Which is crazy, right? This niche has so many different books that you can publish in. You can build a whole brand around it. You have the skills to produce an epic book, design-wise, everything is perfect. You can do that. Now it's just marketing. And I can really see you doing like $10,000 to $15,000 a month once you crack that side of things. So awesome job. All right, guys, I'll end the video here, but we got a lot more books that were submitted. So keep an eye out, and I'll be doing more of these in the future. If you want me to review your book, once again, follow me and DM me your book on Instagram at SeanDole13. I will not respond to the message, but I will see your message and I'll make a video like this. So before you go, if you guys want to take your publishing business to the next level, then I do have a complete publishing program. The link is in the description below. So you get step-by-step video lessons that's going to take you from complete beginner to knowing what you have to do to make 6 or 7 figures a year in your publishing business, like some of our students are doing, as well as you get few free one-on-one coaching calls with a coach that's doing over 10K per month, which I don't know anybody else offering something like this. You also get weekly live group coaching and a private Facebook group that you can ask any questions, and me and my coaches will answer it. So it is a complete publishing video and coaching program. So it is a hybrid of step-by-step video lessons as well as coaching program. So if you want to check it out, the link is below this video, but for whatever reason, if you can't join, that's okay. That's why I'm making these videos for free to help you so that you can start making money with KDP. And once you do so, hopefully you want to come back and work with us to scale that even further. So in this video, I'll be reviewing and critiquing your books that you guys submitted to me. So I made a post in the community tab asking if you guys want me to review and analyze your book, then DM me your book on Instagram. So that's exactly what you did. So in this video, I'll go and analyze that. If you guys want me to do this in the future with your books, then follow me on Instagram. It is SeanDole13, and DM me your book link on Amazon, and I'll review it on video like this. All right, so let's start with book number 1, which is the Ariana Trench, A Puzzling Adventure from Akeem. So this book is at 300,000 BSR, so it's selling here and there from just one review, which is a good sign. And looking at the A+ content, it seems like the book is really well made. And I'm not quite sure how you made this, but it looks super good. So really great job on that. I also love the book cover too. So design-wise, I mean, it's perfect. You have the skills, which is amazing. So it really comes down to just the title. When I hear puzzling adventure, I'm not sure if it's an actual puzzle adventure or if it's just like a, adventure story that has a confusing twist to it, right? So you're calling it puzzling. So that part wasn't clear to me a little bit. So I think a better subtitle would be something like Interactive Puzzle Adventure Book for Kids, which describes the content a little more as well as who the book is for. Besides that, I think if you get more reviews and market this on either social media or just by running ads, I think it'll do really well. To get reviews, there are many methods. You can watch my other videos on how to get reviews, but the easiest one is using sites like Puppy or GetBooks Reviews. So if you want to check it out, I'll leave a link to this site in the description below. So you have the skills to create a super good product here. And since this book is selling a little more, what I would want to see is you go and market this right through, once again, social media. I covered some strategies on TikTok marketing, so you can go and try that out, or running some low biz Amazon ads. But if this book does well, then you can create a series of books like this. And the great thing about these books is it has super high repeat purchase potential. So once you have a customer buy one of your book, they like it, they come back and buy more, and you can create a whole series and a brand around that. And you can really scale this that way, right? So, you have the potential here. So just get more reviews, market this book, and if it sells well, then go and make book number 2, 3, 4, and on. So final recap is to work on your copywriting for the book title, work on marketing, which is just social media marketing or running ads. And yeah, keep us posted on how this goes. Great job. All right, book number 2 is Leo Learns About AI, Great New World of Artificial Intelligence. So it seems like a children's book on Leo learning about AI. So the main issue that I see here is the cover is a text-based cover, right? The main focus point is the text, when I want to see that focus point being Leo, the character, actually, learning about AI, something that kind of demonstrates that, right? So I went and did a little research, and this is the kind of cover that I would prefer seeing, especially for a children's storybook. You know, this text-based cover works well if you're doing like nonfiction, you know, high content books, but for a children's book, this will be better. So imagine this as Leo, right? Learning about AI, you know, so something like that in your version, I would want to see that. So the next thing that stands out is the subtitle, which is the great new world of artificial intelligence. I kind of talk about this in every single book review video, but the subtitle is where you explain what the book is about, the benefit of reading the book, and who the book is for, right? And a lot of people mess up on this, and they all make the subtitle super vague. Just like this one, right? Great new world of artificial intelligence does not explain anything. Like, what does that mean, right? What is the book about, and who is it for? So a better subtitle would be something like this: a children's storybook to discover the wonders of artificial intelligence. So it's explaining what the book is about. It is a children's storybook. Obviously, it is for children, and you know, it'll teach you how to kind of discover the wonders of artificial intelligence. So in terms of improving the book cover, obviously, you know, you can try and, you know, do it yourself. Or if you just want to outsource it, this is a good gig on Fiverr that'll create a book cover for you for $25. They specialize on children's book covers, so you could test this out. I'll leave a link in the description below. All right, so the next book is this one right here, The Legend of Mistrelon, book number 1. And she actually got a whole series of book. I believe it's like a 10-book series here. And, you know, the very first thing that pops up looking at this one, as well as all these books in your bio, unfortunately, is the book cover is just not good. It looks like, you know, maybe your family member, maybe a kid draw this, maybe you draw this yourself, but it's just not good enough to sell as a professional book, right? So, which is completely fine if it's a passion project. If you just want to publish a book using your own illustrations, you know, that's fine. But if you're trying to do this as a business, and if you want to make money, then this isn't going to cut it, unfortunately. So you have to kind of pick and choose what you want, right? So would you rather use your own illustrations, you know, do it as a passion project? You're gonna make like a couple, you know, bucks here and there, but not a full-time income. Or do you just want to outsource it to a professional to get a, you know, professional cover done and then go from there and focus more on making money? So since you got a fiction book, I recommend using someone like Rebecca Covers. You can get a professional ebook cover for $10. And if you look at her samples, I mean, it's super good. This is crazy. Like if you're trying to get a fiction book, you know, designed for $10, I mean, these are some super good quality covers. Like especially this one. Imagine getting this for $10. Or even this one here. This is not a fiction book, but it's just like a really well-made cover. So once again, I'll leave a link below this video for this gig. Now, once you update the book cover, you also have to update the illustrations inside, just because, you know, you're using the same illustrations, but that'll be the main thing. So once again, even in fiction books, you know, the whole concept of explaining what the book is about in the subtitle applies, right? So when I read this book, you know, The Legend of Mistrelon, Nimbus, The Legend of Irikomus, Hierarchy, Part 1, the Chori, Apian, in the Shadows of Mistrelon. It doesn't explain anything. Like, I don't know what this book is about. So even in fiction, what you want to do is, once again, to add keywords and, you know, descriptive words. Like I looked up sci-fi fantasy book for adults because I feel like that's what your genre is. I might be wrong here. But if you look at all these books, most of them, obviously some huge authors would ignore this rule, but, you know, a good self-published book would have descriptive subtitles. So young adult dystopian novel. So it's explaining what the book is about, right? This one is saying it is an epic fantasy adventure. This book is a fast-paced Christian fantasy. This book is an action adventure fantasy with historical elements. So, you know, you want to kind of do the same thing. Like, what are some keywords that you can put in your subtitle to explain what the book is about? Kind of, you know, calling out your audience there. So the next thing I see is the pricing. With fiction books, 99% of your income is made from Kemp Reads. So people buying your Kindle book and reading, you know, through the book, and every page they read, you make money. So Kindle is the biggest format that you want to sell your books to. And you don't even have a Kindle version. So that's the first thing you want to do, is to put an ebook version up, put it on KDP Select so you can get Kemp Reads payment, okay? And focus on there. I recommend setting your book number 1, which is this one, the cheapest you can do, which is 99 cents. And then they go and buy book number 2, 3, 4. Since you already got a 10 book series, you want to hook them in the story, and so you can make more money in the back end. So that's the strategy I would recommend. So work on your book covers, work on your copywriting, fix the pricing, as well as add an ebook version, and keep us posted on how it goes. All right, next book is My Kids' Adventures, A Mother's Guided Journal for Precious Memories. So this book is not selling at all, not even one copy, because the BSR would show if you have made a sale. So the fact that it's not showing means that you haven't made a sale on this. And a guided journal for mom niche is actually a really good niche, right? There's a lot of books that are doing well, but you're asking $18 for a book that has 0 reviews and a book cover created on Canva. And that is way too much. So I understand that, hardcover printing cost is very high, so you have to price it high, like $18, but why not just make a paperback version, right? It's the same thing. So create a paperback version and price it lower, like $9 or something like that. And you also want to improve the book cover and get some reviews. In terms of getting reviews, again, get books reviewed. Probably those are the easiest ones. And if you need an affordable designer specializes in low content books, then something like Emmy Main is a good one. So I'll leave a link below this video as well. But you can get a high quality, low content book cover for $15. And if you order in bulk, it is even cheaper. But that'll be the main thing again. Improve the cover, get reviews. All right, next book is Eyelash Extensions 101 by Patricia Gomez. And this is an interesting one. So what I've done is I looked up eyelash extensions, and I have not found a single book that is selling well. This book is 500,000 in the BSR. This one is 500,000. This one is 2 million. And I can't see a single book that is making any money in the eyelash extension niche. So it's just not a profitable topic. I don't know how many people are looking for a book on eyelash extensions. So that was the first mistake, is you didn't do keyword research. You didn't validate the idea. And it's as simple as, are there other books on this topic selling? And selling means they have a low BSR. So you want to get a tool like BookBeam or KDP Spy, or even free ones like DS Amazon Quick View that shows the BSR. So when you search that on Amazon, you can see the BSR of the book and kind of estimate if the book is doing well or not. So besides that, I would recommend the same tips, such as getting reviews, adding your paperback and hardcover version, because those are super easy to make. Do it once and you're done, and it's just extra sales that you're gonna make. All right, so the next book we have is Piano Scales Chords by Damien Herman here. So the first thing I noticed here is, I don't know why the Kindle version is more expensive than the paperback version. That is kind of weird. Also, the fact that you're selling the Kindle version at $16 means you have to select the royalty option of 30% instead of the 70% royalties. So it's actually better if you just price your ebook, the Kindle book, at $9.99 and keep it at 70% rather than $16 at 30% royalties. Unless you have a ton of images where the Kindle files are too heavy that you cannot price it at $9.99, which I'd be surprised if that's the case, because I've never heard of anything like that happening where the file is too heavy to even price it at $9.99. But if that's the case, then I guess that's just how it is. But I think the book cover is nice, and I think the A+ content is super good. Like, it's the most detailed A+ content that I've ever seen. So I can assume that the book content is really, really detailed and professional and very high quality as well. So when I looked up Piano Scales Chords, I see these books popping up, and it seems like other books are selling pretty well. So this book is doing $145 a day in royalties. Hopefully it's the same book as yours right here. This is your other book. So it seems like there is demand on the topic, and I think you just have to get more reviews and market it, because your book is just 9 days old. So once you get more reviews, I think you'll get there and start making some money. Now, I would remove the music book beginner to intermediate section in the subtitle, since it's redundant, as well as your subtitle is way too long that it's cutting off here, and you don't want that. It's not the biggest deal, and I've seen books sell well even with this, but it's better if you don't do this. So after getting more reviews, running some ads, maybe social media marketing, and try and sell this book. And if this doesn't sell as much as you want it to, then perhaps you might have niched down too much, right? So Piano Scales Chords, I'm not in the piano niche. I'm not very familiar with this. I don't know how niche down this is, but that might be the issue if it doesn't sell well. So if that's the case, then for the next book, try something a little more broad, like piano for adult beginners or easy piano sheet music for kids. Something like this here. So I just looked at piano for beginners. It is a much bigger, keyword, but there's a lot of books that are doing really well. So $149 a day. This one is close to $1,000 a day. So that's crazy, right? And the thing is, it's a little more of a complicated book to make, but obviously looking at your A+ content, I'm pretty confident that you can make a book on this topic. So, that should not be a problem here. So try and do that, broaden your keyword, not niche down too much, because a lot of these books are doing extremely well. Looking at your author profile, it seems like you actually have a experience, in the piano niche, as well as looking at your A+ content. I know that you can make a really high quality book. So I'm very confident that you can make a lot of money in this niche and become one of the top brands in the piano niche. As a side note, I have a friend that is also in the musical instrument niche, not in piano, but in another one. And he's making $50,000 a month from the niche. So I know it's possible, and I know that piano is just as profitable. So I think you can do this. All right, guys, I'll end the video here for today. But once again, if you guys want me to review your book, then just follow me on Instagram, DM me your book, and send me the link. A lot of people DM me, but they don't send me the Amazon link. So, I can't really review your book if you don't do that. Watch how a few subtle tweaks in the next review completely transforms a book's positioning in the market. So the first book I got is from Shayla Gates, My Poor Husband is a Billionaire Mafia, Volume 1. So this book is $804,000 in the BSR. I have the BookBeam plugin, so I can see how much the BSR is and how much it's making. So it's not making anything at all. The obvious problem here that I see is the reviews. So the review is 3.5 average and you got 57 ratings. So that is quite a bit of reviews, right? So that is definitely taking out a lot of sales away from you. But besides that, I would say that the cover can improve. The cover is something that it looks like these are AI generated faces. I might be wrong here, but it kind of looks like it. And the text is like a Canva text. It's something that you can probably make on Canva. So we want to have a little more of a professional book cover, but I would say just improving the book cover and getting more reviews. I mean, obviously you have to fix the book content first to address, why you're getting negative reviews. You fix that and then you get more reviews. Hopefully it's going to be positive from now on, because you want your average rating to be 4.3 or higher. So it looks like you have a 5-star book, right? Whenever you pass 4.3, then it'll show 5 stars in the total average here. So honestly, before you do anything, you have to improve the book content so that you can start getting positive reviews. It seems like you're suffering from the same issues in your other books. So that is what you need to work on. And also all your book covers look the same because you're using the same images, except for this one, right? So you really need a professional book cover. Use someone like Rebecca Covers. She can create a professional fiction book cover for $10, and it's gonna be a lot better than what you have right now. So, it's really worth the investment. For just $10, you can massively upgrade the book cover design. So if you want to test out Rebecca Covers, I'll leave a link below this video. All right, next book, we got Puppiness and the Farmer, a sing-along adventure on a farm by Viola Baxter. It has no reviews and it's not selling anything at all, despite being on the market for 7 months. So the subtitle, you want to be a little more descriptive. I mean, you got the sing-along adventure, which is a keyword, which is good. I would do this like a sing-along farm adventure for kids, calling out your audience a little more. And the book cover, once again, is where we want to focus on, because, it looks like you made this yourself. Hopefully it's not from somebody else, because it's not a good design, right? The image is kind of all over the place. There is no central focus, and a lot of the designs are, you can tell that these are stock images kind of put together, because this image does not have the same style as the cow, and the cow does not have the same style as a sheep, right? It's like, different images kind of put together into one. The title has to be a lot more legible as well. You can see that the text is blending in and it's very hard to read. You can add like a border behind the text so that it pops better, and focus on the color contrast. Besides that, you don't have any reviews, so you can use sites like Puppy. I'll leave a link to Puppy below this video, but that is an easy way to start collecting some reviews. So as we go and analyze more of these books, you guys will see patterns on why these books are not selling. And it really comes down to just not enough reviews and a poor cover. Once you fix these two issues, you'll start making a lot more sales. Like everything else comes after fixing the review and the book cover problem, okay? So the next one we got is the Ultimate Book of Savings Challenge, 50 unique challenges. $1, $5, $10, $50. So this is the first thing that pops up is you don't have to spam or try to cram keywords. $1, $5, $10. These numbers aren't even keywords, so you don't really have to spam it inside. Okay, so just say like, 0 to 10K challenge or 0 to 10K something, right? Also, you want to capitalize each letter. Makes it look a lot more professional. Why this book is not selling, obviously you got one-star review and that's it. So it's the same thing. If you get more reviews, if you have a high quality book, you try to get more reviews, with Puppy alone, you can get 20, 30, 40, 50 reviews easily, right? Over a month or two, so there really shouldn't be any reason why you can't get reviews. I mean, even if you don't want to use Puppy, there's other ways, like handing out a free copy of your book to different people and ask for a review. And, that alone can get you 10, 20, 30 reviews very quick, right? And that is how you can kickstart the book and go from there. So I think the book cover is okay, but what I would like to see more is that where you show the progress more. So you do have the start and the end, but if you tried a different concept, like I looked up the same thing, Book of Savings Challenge, and a lot of these books that are doing very well, first off, there's other books doing well, so it's a good niche to go into, right? So if you execute the book well, you could make money in this niche. So this one's doing very well, $64 every single day, and you can see that it's more, the start and the end is very clear, right? And the design is basically you're like halfway there, right? It's a little more clear than this one, basically. This kind of looks like a puzzle book based on the design. So I would try and update the cover based on that. But a lot of these books are selling well. So the niche is good, it's just the execution. So improve the book cover, get more reviews, fix why you got the 1-star rating, as well as, kind of clean up the subtitle. Obviously you can't update the title because it's already published, but in future books, keep this in mind. And then from there, you can try and run low bid Amazon ads just to test the water, or you can do TikTok, social media marketing for free. So next one, we have a brand. So Lulu Luxury, and it's a collection of notebooks. So notebooks are extremely saturated. A lot of people are doing it. And it looks like you made these notebooks on Canva, right? You made the covers on Canva and you have almost no reviews, and you're selling it for $15 to $20 with no reviews in a crazy saturated market. So, obviously you can't do that, right? You cannot just create something on Canva, plop it up in a very competitive market with way higher price than all your competitors with absolutely no reviews and no social proof and expect it to make money, right? So, what you have to do here, obviously improve the book cover, make it look more attractive, right? And then you got to price the book low, to start with. Try to get as many sales as possible at a low price to get Amazon to recognize your book that it's selling, right? So that they can rank it more later on. But also selling it will invite more reviews, right? So you can get reviews with Puppy, with, passing out a free copy of your book. But you can also just sell more of your books to get reviews, right? So over time, as you get more reviews, as you become one of the highest reviewed book in your topic or in your keyword, then you can increase the price to perhaps, 15, 19, whatever is like realistic, right? But you cannot just go from the start, no reviews, $20 for a notebook. It's just not how it works. So that is what I recommend. And once again, notebooks are very competitive. You can still make money with notebooks. You just have to do a better job with keyword selection, book covers, and just, finding an angle where you can stand out, right? The only book that you got a sale and a review is the first, you got a medium content book here, which is the first spooky coloring book. So I would recommend you focus on that, but it's still the same thing. You want to get a professional book cover done. It's as simple as $5 to $10 on Fiverr. I'll leave a link to another gig that I recommend more focusing on low content books. So I'll leave a link in the description below. So the next book is the 9-Step Overthinking Detox from Max Mindfield. This is from one of my students in the program, so shout out to you. I'm not going to reveal the real author name, but thanks for submitting this book. So the first thing I noticed is it's a book on overthinking. And as you can see from this book and all the other overthinking books, overthinking is a huge profitable niche, right? So, it's a very profitable niche. It's a little competitive, but, you can still make money. This book alone is making $1,000 to $2,000 every single day just from paperback. So it's making like multiple $1,000s from all formats, right? Just from one book, which is crazy. So overthinking is profitable. The first thing I notice here is the subtitle, Declutter Your Mind for Peak Clarity, Enhanced Cognitive Function, and Unbreakable Focus. So those are the three benefits, right? Peak clarity, enhanced cognitive function, and unbreakable focus. So it kind of seems like it is a productivity book, because of the benefit statements that you have. From my understanding of when people buy a book on overthinking, they typically buy because their pain points are that, they're suffering from like this book right here. They're thinking so much that they're going through negative spirals, right? They're just worrying. They have so much anxiety, they got so much stress, right? And I don't think they are looking at overthinking from a peak performance point of view. I feel like these are everyday people who just struggle with negative thinking and anxiety and stress. I don't think they're looking to improve productivity and focus, right? So, your book kind of like your positioning of the book seems like it's for professionals, entrepreneurs who want hyper focus and be as productive as possible, because you're saying peak clarity, cognitive function, and unbreakable focus. But I feel like 99% of the people who buy overthinking books are not that audience, right? It's just everyday people. So I might be wrong, but I feel like there's a little misalignment happening here, okay? So the next thing is the book cover. When I saw this book earlier, I took some notes on it because the book cover was a different book cover, and it did seem like the book cover matched the subtitle, where it looked like it was more focused on entrepreneur and like success and that kind of design. Now you change it to more calmness, serenity, and something that in an image that represents the main audience that I think are buying the book, which is people who just want less stress, less anxiety, those kind of things. So that is good, that you improved it. I think the cover can improve a little more. I generally do not like an image of a real life image, like whether that's a person in real life, whether that's an image of this rock, stacked together of real life. I prefer vector images significantly more. I think it looks much better. So that's my personal opinion though. So, I can't really say if this will work or not. So far you're at 109,000 BSR, so it's selling decently, and perhaps it's something that you can optimize and improve from here. What you're doing really good is, you got close to 100 reviews, which is excellent, right? That's what we teach in the program, and great job for doing that. I think it's just a positioning issue in the title as well as for the book cover. I think it can improve a little more. I would definitely love to see a new book cover that portrays kind of like mental health or brain improving in some way, to represent that, you're kind of curing the whole overthinking thing that's happening. And then also have some kind of 9 steps element to it. So like you got 9 steps on the book cover and it's improving with each step, if that makes sense. Or another option is you can go with a text-based cover. So especially with these nonfiction self-help covers, text-based cover works really well. So as an example, this one, right? It's just text, there's not much designs happening. And I can see that it'll work really well with your niche too. So perhaps you can try it out. So that's my suggestion, but what I would recommend before you go and update the cover and everything is check your conversion rates on your Amazon ads side. And if it's good, then you don't have to change anything. You just want to scale that. But if the conversion rate is bad, then you want to perhaps update the cover, see if it compares with this current design, right? But you have coaching sessions because you're in the programs. So make sure you work with our coach and figure out what is the best course of action to move forward and go from there. And on a final note, I just want to say that the A+ content looks great. So great job on that, as well as getting a ton of reviews. Awesome job. You're taking action, just a little tweak, and I'm sure you will be very successful. All right, next book is Amazing Mazes for Kids Age 4 to 6. Maze activity book for kids. So the subtitle kind of repeats the title. You don't want to do that. You want to, add different benefits, why people should buy this book, who it's for, those kind of things. Just don't repeat it because it's valuable word count or space that you can use to sell your books more, right? So over 100 mazes is great. So add a little more of those features on it. You got 9 reviews and you're selling at 146 BSR. So it's selling decently, like here and there. So it's a good sign. I think the cover is good. I think it can improve, but it's not, it's not bad, right? It's good. I would say the cover is like 4 stars out of 5. So you could choose to improve this, or you could choose to just try and get more reviews, because 9 is something that, if you're selling at 9 reviews at 150 BSR, then it's just a matter of perhaps like getting more reviews and marketing it more, right? Because it's already converting at low reviews. Why don't you just get more reviews and market it more? Maybe it'll convert better, right? So I think this book is pretty decent, and book description looks good, nicely formatted, right? So just next time, try and optimize it a little more. And also you will want A+ content, because I see that you don't have any A+ content. So try and improve that, right? A+ content, get more reviews. That's going to optimize your listing, improve your conversion rate. And after that, it might just be marketing it more, whether that's Amazon ads or social media marketing. So good job on that. All right, so the next book is Video Game Agents Book 1, Kids in Suits. I would want the subtitle to be a little longer here, not just kids in suits, just think about like the keywords, categories that you can add here, such as, I don't know, like young adult science fiction, adventure book for kids or something. Maybe it's not young adults, like sci-fi adventure book for kids, right? Some kind of keyword inside there. So this book has amazing rating though. 4.9 average rating out of 453 reviews is freaking amazing. So great job on that. So you definitely do not want to change the content. You definitely don't have to change the book cover, because I think it looks pretty good. I think it fits this topic or this niche, right? But the major issue is your book is not selling. It's at million BSR. But that is for the paperback, and this is a fiction book. So let's go and check the ebook version, because fiction book sells the best as an ebook. And so it's making a few sales every here and there. I think it's just a matter of marketing, to be honest. I think what you can do is do social media marketing. I think it'll work really well because your audience is kids, right? And TikTok, Instagram Reels, I think TikTok would work really well for this because TikTok audience is younger, right? So what you can do is perhaps make videos like, one of those videos where half of the screen is like Minecraft or, Subway Surfers, or those videos like video game playing, and then the other half is the actual video content, right? And you could perhaps do something like that where combining your book promotion video with Minecraft video. I have no idea, it's just an idea. Or you can just run Amazon ads and see how it goes. But I think you just gotta kickstart it because it's showing a lot of potential, right? Amazing reviews, good cover, selling here and there. So you wanna boost that with marketing. All right, guys, I'll end the video here. And if you want me to review your books in future videos like this, once again, follow me on Instagram at SeanDolwith13 and DM me your book. So today I'll be analyzing and critiquing your books that you guys submitted to me. So if you guys want me to do the same for your book as well, then make sure to follow me on Instagram, DM me your Amazon link, and I will feature your book in future videos. All right, let's get started. So the first book is Adorable Creepy Monsters Coloring Book, Cute Creatures for Adults and Teen, Stress Relief or Relaxation by Life Publisher. So we have 0 reviews and 0 sales for a month. And here's the thing, when you look inside here, right, this is a AI generated coloring book. So AI generated coloring book is cool, right? It's definitely something that is gonna keep getting better and better and better. And the images here is actually a pretty decent coloring page, right, for the most part. But the thing is, everybody is publishing AI coloring books, right? So you cannot have a generic AI coloring book image, right, with a generic AI coloring book cover, right? Generic book cover that you created with AI. You have no reviews, no marketing, and expect it to make sales. I mean, that's what 99% of the population, the publishers, are doing, right? So you cannot do the same thing everybody else is doing, putting the bare minimum and expect to make sales, right? You have to have some kind of competitive advantage. So either your book cover has to be a lot better, right? Either your content has to be a lot better, although that's something that determines reviews, not really sales. You have to get more reviews, right? So everybody else is getting 0 to couple reviews. If you can get 10, 20, 30, just like that, you have an advantage, right? So you got to get more reviews. The easiest way to get reviews is using sites like Puppy, right? This is how you can start getting multiple reviews a week. But this is just one strategy out of the many that I covered in my previous videos. You can also try and get A+ content here. That will improve the conversions as well. But the biggest understanding is this, right? Amazon only pushes your books and promotes it and sells it for you only if you do the work first. And doing the work first is getting reviews and getting initial sales. Because if you just upload a book and you don't get any reviews, you don't get any sales, basically what Amazon sees is, all right, this book, nobody likes it because nobody's reviewing it, nobody's buying it. That means the book sucks or it's not, something that we want to promote. Let's just drop it down the ranking, right? And to never be seen again. But if you just take a month promoting the book initially once you publish it by getting some reviews, right? Getting some sales. You can do social media marketing for free. You can just tell everybody that to get, buy your book, right? So that you get some so that Amazon sees that, all right, this book is getting positive reviews, people liking it, it's getting sales, that means there's demand, right? Let's try and see if more people buy it if we push it up towards page 1 in the ranking, right? So more people see it. So that's kind of the way algorithm works. So you have to do that. You cannot just upload, forget, hope to make money. Unless you go into a keyword or a topic that's brand new, that's low competition, and there's plenty out there, but adorable, creepy, monster calling book is not, right? It's a very competitive topic, especially because everybody's creating AI calling books now. All right, next book is Crossword Puzzles for Kids, engaging crossword book for kids aged 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. You don't have to keyword stuff like that. You don't have to do 8, 9, 10, 11. You can just say 8 to 12. Fun challenges and clever clues for curious kids. Perfect gift for kids. So there's a lot of optimization that we can do, like the subtitle can be cleaner, right? You can just say engaging crossword book for kids age 8 to 12 with fun challenges, clever clues, and a perfect gift for kids, right? You want to capitalize, some of these letters here to make it look more professional. And you can also get reviews. The book cover is, I would say, like a 4-star book cover, but to get it to 5 stars, you want to improve a few things as well. Like, filling up more of these crossword words, not just one, or not just fun and wow, which is 2, right? There's a lot of blank crosswords that you want to probably fill it up. And you can also improve the description formatting. It's weird that the bullet points, except for this last one, is huge in H2 heading, I believe, with bold font, right? So it looks kind of weird. And so there's a lot of things you can do. But the biggest reason why this book is not selling is because you published a book in one of the most generic, broad, competitive keywords, right? It's crossword puzzles for kids. You didn't niche down into animal crossword puzzles for kids, or adding some kind of theme to it, right? So there's less competitors, right? But you just put crossword puzzles for kids. When I look up crossword puzzles for kids, there's literally 50,000 results. So that's like as high as it can get. So if you're trying to compete with 50,000 other books, which is possible. Like I've actually ranked page 1 in multiple 50,000 results keywords, but not just by uploading a generic book, doing nothing and hoping that it'll rank on page 1, right? You have to do marketing. You got to get reviews. You got to have a nice cover. And if you do all that, it's possible to make money in these competitive keywords, but you cannot just have 0 review book, upload it, do nothing, and then, hope to get some sales. The cool thing is you got some sales, right? The fact that the BSR is showing means that it sold a few copies, which really shows how crazy big Amazon is. The fact that you can just upload it in one of the most competitive keyword, right? And then you can get sales is crazy. There's so many people buying on Amazon. But if you want to make real money, then you have to optimize these things. Our next book is My First Tracing Workbook, a book for kids to practice pencil control, letter and number tracing, coloring worksheets, and many more, by MindGrow Publication. It has 1 review at 4-star rating, and it has no BSR, so it's not selling at all. So one thing I would say is the My First Tracing Workbook, good title. And the subtitle is good too, a book for kids to practice pencil control, letter and number tracing. So, these are kind of keyword stuffing. However, it's clean and it sounds and flows good. So, I have no complaints. I would say the main issue here is the low amount of reviews as well as the book cover. It looks like you made this on Canva. It's okay, but it's not great, and you can make this a lot better, right? Especially with these kind of books, you want to showcase the interior on the book cover. So let me give you some examples. So this is a Fiverr gig where you can use to get high quality book covers, as well as if you pay a little more, you can get the book interior made as well. So literally an upload ready book just by using this. So if you guys want to check out this gig, I'll leave a link below this video. But you can see this sample that they got. My First Learn to Write workbook is in the exact same topic that you have, right? But better, design wise. And it is, showcasing, and this is kind of what you want to do in terms of like the book design, something like this where it has some samples of, the follow along aspect, or even this one on the left where they actually showcase the interior. So you want to do something like that for a lot of low content book topics like this. I will say that the book description is well done, right? I'm not sure if emoji is allowed, but besides that, I like that you bolded some parts, right, to stand out. and it definitely pops a lot more, and it looks like the copy is pretty good too. So I would add a plus content. You can make the A plus content yourself if you got the design skills, or if you just want to outsource it, you can use this gig. I've worked with him many times. He's really good, but he's not the cheapest. So that's why, if you can make it yourself to save some money, you can definitely do that. But if you just want someone that's really good and you just want to outsource it, I'll leave a link to this gig below this video for A plus content. But yeah, I would try and improve the conversion rate mainly by getting more reviews using sites like Puppy, improve your book cover, and adding some A plus content. These 3 things will improve your conversion rate a lot more, so that once you start marketing it, you can do social media marketing, Amazon ads. It should convert a lot more, and you can start Amazon ads at a lower bid. You don't have to go super aggressive, right? You can just start low, and once you start making sales, you can increase the bid slowly. So I think this book has potential because it's in a profitable topic, right? And it's titled well, so that you just have to change the packaging of the book, how attractive it is, by getting more reviews, cover, and A plus content. All right, so the next book is Climbing the Glass Mountain, A Father's Amazing Journey into Spirituality. It has 4 5-star reviews, and this book is at 3 million BSR, so it's not selling much. Now, this is a autobiography, or it's a story about the father who worked at NASA and eventually found spirituality. Now, I will say that I think that's an amazing story. Very cool. Book cover looks really cool too, really intriguing, and the title looks nice too, right? So I think the thing is, the only issue with these autobiography or like your personal story type of book is that it's not SEO optimized. It's not ranking for anything, right? If there is a popular niche of people finding spirituality, perhaps it can rank there. So that's the big thing, is we don't even know if there are any demand for this. Are there other books on people finding spirituality later in life, or just in life in general, doing well? If so, then maybe there's potential, right? Or maybe there's YouTube videos with millions of views of people finding spirituality later on. So if that's the case, then perhaps there is a potential to market this and blow it up. But a lot of times, when you create autobiography type of books, just because you want to share your own stories, that's cool, but oftentimes it becomes a passion project that does not make money, and that's fine. But if you want to make money, you have to first identify what the market is looking for, what people want, and then make a book on that, right, according to what people are buying. So in this case, you didn't do research on what people are buying because you wanted to write about your story. It's an amazing story. It's just a little tough to sell, right? So the only way to make this work really is hopefully that people discover your book, they find the story intriguing, amazing, and they want to go and promote it, perhaps on their existing blog, perhaps on podcasts, right? Once again, they might invite you to talk on podcasts, which is amazing. And from there, you can promote your book. So you could reach out to different podcasts as well in your niche, and then see if you can speak and then promote your book in exchange, right? In terms of Amazon ads, you could run Amazon ads and see if you can rank in different spirituality related keywords and people buy it. But that's the thing, it's a tough sell because it's a story about you, and you first need to get people interested in you and hearing your story, when most of the time people are buying books because they want to learn something, or they got some pain points. Like if this book was about how to meditate better without overthinking, or some kind of like more so how-to specific topic within the spirituality niche, then it's a lot easier because we already know that there's a demand for this topic and we can run ads towards those keywords, right? But there's really no keywords associated with this because once again, it's autobiography. So it's a tough sell, but I would say get more reviews, try and reach out to podcasts. Hopefully they pick you up, and then talk about the book. And I really think it's an amazing story, so hopefully you do well. All right, next book, Cheeseburger Coloring Book. 50 high detailed images for adult coloring books for relaxation and mindfulness with quips and quotes. So I actually like these kind of gag gif type of books. It looks like this is AI generated images of just straight up just cheeseburgers that people can color in. A lot of these are not suited for coloring pages, like you cannot even color it in. But it doesn't matter when it comes to gag gifs, right? So the cool thing about gag gifs is the quality of the product stops mattering as long as it's funny, right? So that's like one of the best things about that. However, I would fix a few things. One is cheeseburger coloring book. I would just straight up call this cheeseburger coloring book for adults, and SEO optimize it a little bit, or even just calling it funny adult coloring books, right? So it's more SEO optimized because people look up funny adult coloring books. No one's gonna look up cheeseburger coloring book, right? In terms of marketing this, one thing I want to say is I like the book cover. I actually think the book cover is good. I think the title is good, you know, besides the SEO thing. You got good ratings so far at 5 stars. So I would recommend you get more reviews, right? Try to get to 10, 20, 30. Once again, Puppy or any other, you know, way is okay. But from here, in terms of marketing it, I would simply try and run a product targeting campaign to all the other seasonal gag gifts, funny books people, you know, gift to family members, and those kind of like, you've seen those books. Obviously you're making this because you've probably seen those too, but those gag gift kind of books, I would run a product targeting campaign to have your book show up. So hopefully you can kind of like piggyback off their traffic, right, and get people to buy your book as well. So that's probably the most direct way to market it. And once you start getting more reviews, once you start getting more sales, you can even price your book a little higher than $8.98. Okay, so that's what I recommend. Our next book is Dogs in Art, a dog coloring book for dog and art lovers. Dog coloring book for adults and kids inspired in famous art paintings. So it's basically a coloring book where the image is a dog in famous arts, right? So I think it's a cool concept, but I think the reason why it's not selling is the book cover is a little weak, right? I don't like these darker, you know, grayish colors, and the color contrast is not strong as well with the text. So I've seen your A+ content here, right? So just as an idea, right? But I think if you use this image as a book cover, I think it'll work really well, right? This design stands out, and make sure you color this in and use colors that really pops, right? Bright colors, or something that, or even just put a text that pops, right, with big text. But I think this design as a front cover would be better than this one. At least it really depends on execution, but just an idea. This is an example of something where, you know, the title text is popping really well, the image, right, the color contrast is really good, you know, bright yellow or gold, and it works really well, right? So you want to do something like that in your book cover. If you need help with getting someone to color in your coloring pages, I actually found a Fiverr gig that'll do that. So this gig will color in your page. So that's exactly what you're looking for, right? And then from here, you can convert it into a book cover, but it's just $15 per page to do so. So I'll leave a link to this gig below this video. So I think once you optimize the book cover, get more reviews, from here, I think the potential is there. So then you can start marketing it and hopefully you can start making more sales. So that is what I would recommend. All right, guys, I'll end the video here. Once again, thanks for watching. Hope you enjoy these book review series because it's easy for me to make and I want to keep doing it as long as you like it and, you know, it gets views and stuff. So if you enjoy it, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't yet. And before you go, you know, if you guys are serious about building a profitable Amazon KDP business in 2024, I do have a complete publishing program. It's suited for absolute beginners, even for advanced publishers who need some extra advanced strategies to market your book. The course is designed to focus on actually creating books that people are looking for, as well as how to market it to get more sales, right? A lot of people can tell you how to upload a book on Amazon KDP, but not a lot of people can tell you how to actually make money with it. Well, I've made money, you know, with Amazon KDP. We got a lot of students doing 4, 5, 6 figures a month, and a lot of people are crushing it. So we definitely know the marketing side, and that's what the course focuses on, is, you know, the marketing of the book. So if you guys want to check it out along with the free training, the link is below this video, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend in your publishing business. So in this video, I'm going to personally review and critique your book that you submitted to me and tell you exactly what to improve so you can get more sales on Amazon KDP. So real quick, if you want me to do the same thing for your book in future videos like this, then make sure to follow me on Instagram at SeanDowit13, DM me your Amazon link, and I will feature your book in future videos. All right, guys, let's get started with the first book you guys submitted to me, Born to be a Man, A Journey of Personal Transformation, Fatherhood, and Leadership by Oscar Wallstrom. So this seems like one of those, you know, self-help for men type of book, like The Way of the Superior Man. And this whole manosphere kind of book, right, personal development for men specifically, is a growing audience. There is demand for it. Same thing as, you know, personal growth and self-help books for women specifically. So there's an audience for this. However, what I would recommend is, unless you already have an existing following, I would not recommend this kind of autobiography style title, right? So instead of Born to be a Man, I would recommend more SEO focused, keyword focused titles such as How to Become a Man, or, how to improve your leadership or something like that. But I do like the book cover. I think it's simple, it's clean. I like the book title in a way as well, although it's, once again, it's autobiography style. But if this is the angle you want to go, where you're selling books on Amazon, but you're also selling back-end, life coaching or dating coaching for men, right? Then the best way to grow this is just doing more podcast appearance, right? Normally, I would not recommend this for people. Like, I would recommend Amazon ads, getting more reviews. And you should definitely get more reviews because you only have 2 ratings at a 4-star average. So you should get a lot more reviews. And it's as easy as using sites like puppy.co to start racking up more reviews on your book. But going back to marketing, once again, you can run Amazon ads. Once in a while, I see these books blowing up, like No More Mr. Nice Guy, once again, Way of the Superior Man. And those books, does really well, but typically they blow up because they already had an existing audience, or they got featured in different, articles, podcasts, and then it starts blowing up. And then once it starts selling on Amazon, Amazon starts promoting it more, and it just takes off, right? So you could do that route, if you're trying to actually be a coach in the back end in real life as well. Then you can start reaching out to all the podcasts and see if you can get on and see if you can promote your book that way. But if you want to go with the traditional Amazon KDP marketing that we always talk about, then I would not change your book cover. I think your book title is okay. Over time, you train Amazon's algorithm to rank your book in proper keywords, even though you don't have it in your title. So I would just get more reviews, try and get to 20, 30, 40 reviews, and then start running Amazon ads to show your book up to your competitor books, such as Way of the Superior Man, No More Mr. Nice Guy, The Laws of Power, The 48 Laws of Power, those kind of like similar books in your niche. Start running ads to them so your book shows up, and hopefully those people who are searching for your competitors' books will see your book and say, hey, this is interesting too, let me go and purchase it. And from there you can kind of steal some of the sales and some of the traffic that they got. All right, next book, Herbs for Healing, Mother Nature's Herbal Remedies, the comprehensive guide to harnessing the power of herbs for better health and well-being, by D.G. Smith. This book has 222 rating, which is amazing, at 4.7 average rating, right? And the description looks good. The title is pretty clean. And the only thing I see is the cover is a little messy, right? And typically, I've seen plenty of these grass, flowers, vegetables around the book cover, right? And then inside is the text. And so it works. However, it can be cleaner. Like, there's a lot of empty spaces between the vegetables here that you can probably pull the vegetables back, so it's not occupying or even covering up the text in the middle here. So pull it back a little bit and make the text inside bigger. I think that'll make the cover cleaner. A good example is this book right here, right? So it's a very similar style. So, the vegetables and plants and all those are around the cover, and there's a text in the middle, but it's just cleaner here. It's not as crowded as yours, right? And so the elements are, even the color contrast too, it's complementing each other really well. So I think the concept works, same as this one. It's just the execution that could improve on the book cover. Book cover is something you can improve and update anytime. So I think you should do that. So your book is selling here and there at 618,000, but nothing crazy. And the reason why is just, simply because of the book cover issue, as well as your keyword is extremely competitive. I mean, herbal remedies is probably the keyword that you're trying to rank for mainly, and it has 40,000 results. Okay, so that's like crazy competitive. So, you're competing with all these books that has thousands of reviews, right? So if you get your book cover up to this level, which you can for $100, $200, probably with 99 Designs or a book cover designer on Upwork, a good one, can do that. But you just need to get it there and then start running ads. I think you've tried ads and then you gave up on it after a while because of the conversions were low, but that's exactly why we're gonna improve the conversions with your book cover improving, as well as you probably wanna get some A+ content inside. Try and get your conversion rate as high as possible, and then try Amazon ads again. And hopefully this time you can compete with all these books, because once again, it's very profitable. It's just very competitive too. By the way, just as a side note, I just found a book randomly that's selling really well at $500 a day, 2,500 BSR with just 5-star really crappy reviews. I don't know what they're doing, but it's 101 herbal remedies you should know before 2025. So for those who are watching this, that could be a keyword. All right, next book is Caldwell Crowe and the Shimmering Nest, a story of unlikely friendship and creativity, by Bronwyn Kether. Okay, so this book has 10 reviews. it is at 4 million BSR, so it's not selling at all. So the biggest thing I would say once again is the book cover, right? It looks like you got some basic illustrations in the background, and then you got, text over it on Canva. Maybe you made this, maybe you got a graphic designer, I'm not sure, but it looks a little cheap, right? So what you have to do is make the text a lot bigger, make it pop a lot more, make it look a little more professional. So you can try this Fiverr gig. They specializes in creating children's book cover. It's for $25. You can get a cover design done. And this is just one of many cover designers you can try on Fiverr. However, I will leave a link to this gig below this video if you want to try this one. Another thing I see is the book price is extremely high. I know that hardcover might be high, especially if you're doing coloring pages, right? Because of the printing cost. But the paperback shouldn't be as high as the hardcover. If the paperback is 25 bucks, that is super, super high, especially for a book that only has 10 reviews. If you got hundreds or thousands of reviews, yeah, you can price higher, right? Because you already got a premium product. But if you're just getting started with a little bit of reviews, you cannot start off pricing this high. Sometimes you even have to accept a much lower, profit per sale, just so that you can get those sales going, get your book ranked, and then once your sales momentum goes up, then you can price your book higher and higher slowly, especially after you get reviews. Now, for future books, if you're trying to create a children's storybooks, just keep in mind that you don't have to make it colored pages. You don't have to have it hardcover, right? That is the traditional, children's books are always hardcover and it's in colored pages. But there's a lot of storybooks for kids on Amazon right now selling extremely well, making thousands of dollars a month that are paperback and black and white. So, just keep that in mind that you don't have to do something just because everybody else traditionally did that. So try and find those examples of people doing paperback, black and white, and perhaps for future books, you can do that if you want more profit margin, of course. An example of a book like that is this one, right? So this has an extremely low price cut. So you can't price your book at $345. It's listed at $11.90. So this is just Amazon doing its price cut. You cannot control that, but it's listed at basically 12 bucks. It's black and white papers, right? So that's why the profit margin is a lot higher than if you do hardcover, and it's a storybook for kids. All right, next book is Spark Your Serenity, Journaling for Radiant Health, Empowered Wellness, and Freedom from Stress and Burnout. Prompt journal and workbook for stress, burnout, and overwhelm by same person, Bronwyn Catdale. Just focus on one pain point, one problem per book. And then if you want to solve other problems for the same customer, you can try and make another book, right? But in this case, you got, this is a journal book for radiant health, empowered wellness, and freedom from stress and burnout. So there are 4 things that you're trying to solve. And the first 2, the radiant health and empowered wellness, makes no sense. Like, it doesn't really explain anything. What does radiant health mean? Like, specifically, what benefit is that, right? Empowered wellness, same thing. Specifically, what does that mean? What is that going to get the customer, right? So freedom from stress and burnout is a little more clear because you're not going to be feeling stress, you're not going to be feeling burnout. But radiant health and empowered wellness is a little too vague, okay? And then you got prompt journal and workbook for stress, burnout, and overwhelm. So you don't have to do keyword stuffing like this. You can just clean up your title, short and sweet, while still explaining, what the book is about very clearly and who it's for, is the best balance. You don't want to be too short to the point where the title is vague, right? You still want to be clear, but you don't want to be long-winded like this. So you got one review and it is not selling at all, once again at 5 million BSR. By the way, I have this tool called Bookbeam. That's why it shows me, the BSR and everything right here. If you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video. With 1 rating, right? It's a 6x9 journal and you're selling it at $23.75. So just like the last book, the same issue is that your book price is way too high. It's just way too high. You know what I mean? So once again, you want to start with pricing your book low and start getting sales. That'll show Amazon that, hey, this book is in demand. Let's try and promote it more, right? So Amazon starts promoting it. Then once you got the momentum going, then you price your book higher and higher and higher, right? So you don't start off with this super high price, okay? And typically, you never really end up with $23 for a journal. The next thing I see is the book cover, right? Book cover, once again, looks like it's created by you on Canva, and it's just not good enough to compete with all the other books out there. So if you want to try and get a new book cover, I recommend using this gig, Emmy Main. Once again, there's so many other gigs, but I worked with all these ones that I'm recommending, and it's good. So Emmy Main kind of focuses on low content books like journals. She does a really good job. It's 15 bucks for one cover. So if you want to try it out, then the link is below this video. But this is a major issue that I see with most beginners, is that they have a book cover that they created themselves on Canva, which is not good enough to compete with other professionally made covers. They barely get any reviews, if not a couple reviews, and they don't market their books. They just publish it and do nothing, and then they price it super high to where it's like way more expensive than everybody else, and expect for their books to sell, right? And it doesn't make sense, And unfortunately, that's not how it works. You gotta have some sort of a competitive advantage. If your cover is worse than everybody else, if you have less reviews, your book price is higher, and you're not even marketing it, then you have zero competitive advantage, right? There's nothing about your book that stands out or is better for the customer than all the other books on the market. And the thing is, it's not that hard to get that competitive advantage, to have your book stand out. It's as simple as having a nicer cover, or maybe having a unique angle that nobody else is, hitting. Perhaps solving a problem that nobody else is solving it, right? Or maybe it's just cheaper than everybody else. Whatever it is, or maybe you just got more reviews. Whatever it is, you just need that one thing to have your book stand out. And it's pretty easy if you actually put in the work and try and do things, and if you know what you're doing, but people just have to understand that. All right, next book, How to Make Money Shooting Stock Footage, a quick guide to enhancing your income with creativity, 2024 edition, Earn Passive Income with Stock Video Production, by James Orlowski. All right, so this book is 18 ratings, 4.1 average rating, and it's not selling at all, but it has only been on the market for 14 days, so perhaps it'll sell in the future. So the big issue I see here is when I looked up how to make money shooting stock footage, which is your main keyword, right? Your book obviously shows up as #1, and it looks like the Kindle book is selling a little bit here, but there's not a single other book actually selling on this topic. So we got stock videography, so this is the same topic, but it's not selling at all, right? This book is not selling, and there's obviously your book, and there's no other books on the topic. So there's literally no proof of concept. Like, you don't know if people are actually looking for this topic, right? Because there's no other books selling. So that's the mistake #1, is you published in a topic that probably has no demand. But what you can do is to position your book as side hustle ideas or passive income ideas, right? Instead of how to make money shooting stock footage, right? The shooting stock footage is just one idea of the side hustle ideas or passive income ideas, book. So when I actually look up side hustle ideas, it has 2,000 results, which is good. And then there are some books that are selling better, right? So this one is at 251,000. So it's nothing crazy, but this one's doing good. So Side Hustle Bible, 9,000 in the audiobooks. So $72 a day. So it's a pretty good topic. And this one's selling really well too, right? $51 a day. So if you position your book as a side hustle idea book, right? And then put the shooting stock footage as one of the idea, or perhaps it's a side hustle idea focusing on shooting stock footage. Anyways, when you title the book that way, when you position it that way, then now you're appealing to a whole new audience that may be interested in learning about how to shoot stock footage, or just purchasing the book in general. So not checking demand as well as positioning is the biggest issue here. I think the book cover is okay. And the other thing is, obviously you got to get more reviews, because your average ratio is 4.1 and you want to be at least 4.3. So it's 5 stars. So that's why I get more reviews. Use sites like Puppy, or use other methods to get reviews, but you need more there. All right, guys, I'll end the video here. Before you go, if you want me to review your books in the future, once again, follow me on Instagram, DM me your book. Make sure you send me your Amazon link so that I can review it. As well as, if you guys are serious about building a profitable Amazon KDP business, then you guys can check out my complete publishing program. The link is below this video, along with the free training. But we got students doing 4 figures a month, 5 figures a month, even 6 figures a month. And it's truly a publishing program that focuses on marketing and actually creating books that people want and how to sell that book, right? So many other people can tell you, how to create a book, right? Or how to upload a book on KDP. That's easy. But what truly matters is obviously getting sales and making money from it, because that's why we're doing all this, right? So it's a program that focuses on that. If you want cutting edge marketing strategies, advanced strategies, then we cover that. So if you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend in your publishing business. So if you're looking to get more sales for your book, then make sure you watch this video, because these are the biggest beginner mistakes people make, and I'll show you how to fix that. What's up, guys? Welcome back to another video. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean. I built and sold a 7-figure Amazon KDP business, And now I'm building my new KDP account. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who's actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. All right, so in this video, I'm going to critique your books that you guys submitted to me and tell you exactly what to do to get more book sales. This is a book review series that I do often. If you guys want me to review your book in the future, then simply follow me on Instagram at SeanDoa13, DM me your Amazon link, and I will do so in the future. All right, so let's get started with book number 1, The Complete Cookbook for Little Chefs, 20 plus recipes for sweetie, savory, and crunchy that you will love to cook and eat and share your love. So first off, I'm assuming you copied or you tried to model from this book, The Complete Cookbook for Young Chefs, 100 plus recipes that you'll love to cook and eat. And this one is doing really, really well. So this has a 236 BSR. I got this plugin called Bookbeam. So it tells me not only the BSR, but how much it's making. So if you guys want to check out Bookbeam, it's a really good tool. It's in the description, but it's making $432 to $793 a day in actual royalties. So this is a very profitable book. So if you guys are looking for a profitable topic, cookbook for kids is actually a good one, right? But this one, it's good to model your book from a successful book. So there's nothing wrong with that. However, this book cover starting off, it does not have any kids element to it, right? It doesn't feel like a kids cookbook. It just looks like a normal cookbook, right? So you want to kind of showcase that it's more for kids, perhaps by adding some kind of design to it, perhaps using a kid-friendly font, but try and get the design catered towards kids more. So if you look at this book that's actually selling, it's not really using any kids, specific designs, right? However, just from the fonts, this specific font that they're using, it has more of a kid-friendly vibe to it. And same as this book right here, right? It's not really using any, images, except for these little images right here that are more kids-friendly. It's just the text font that's making it seem more like a kid's cookbook. Now, there is another example that you can try, design-wise, that is actually using designs that are more catered towards kids. So you can go 2 different ways, but it's basically just executing that better on your book cover. The next thing I would say is the subtitle. First off, the title doesn't have to be in all caps like this. Don't do that. It looks unprofessional. So just capitalize the letter, the first letter of the word, and that'll be the best. But that kind of brings me to the subtitle, because you're not doing that, right? You're not capitalizing the first letter of the words in the subtitle. It's kind of all over the place. This is uncapitalized, this is capitalized, so it looks very unprofessional. Another thing is the subtitle does not make sense. 20 plus recipes for sweetie, savory, and crunchy. What does that mean, right? So like grammatically, you want to improve your English as well. So another thing I want to say is you're trying to compete with this book right here that has 100 plus recipes, as well as 22,000 reviews, right? So, if you're trying to compete with other books in the market, you need some kind of a unique selling proposition. Maybe your cover is just really, really good. Maybe you have more reviews, or maybe you just offer more value. So, if you have less reviews than your competitor, you could have a really nice cover, right? And if you offer more value than your competitor, so your competitor is doing 100 plus recipes, so you could have came up with 120 plus recipes, then that alone, even though you have less reviews, people will see that your content has better value, and that'll get you a little advantage in getting more sales, right? But you have way less reviews than your competitors, and that's typically not what you want to do, right? You have less value, no reviews, less reviews, and then worse cover. So it's going to be a lot harder for you to stand out. So you definitely want to get more reviews, obviously. So use sites like Puppy. I'll leave a link in the description below, or any other review gathering methods. And for your book cover, once again, try and make it a little more kid friendly. Just go to Fiverr and look up book cover designs, and there's a bunch of different gigs that you can choose from, but I'll leave a few of the ones that I recommend in the description below. All right, next book is You Can Do It, How to Manifest Your Dreams by Rodney Nguyen. The first thing, obviously, is there is intentional misspelling in the title. And I honestly think this is one of the worst things you can do for SEO purpose. I always say this, but when it comes to nonfiction book titles, you don't want to be cute. You don't want to be fancy. You want to be crystal clear on what the book is about, what are the benefits, as well as the reason why you need correct spelling is because, there's SEO in the Amazon search algorithm, right? So when people type in "you can do it," hopefully your book shows up, right? If your book is titled "you can do it," and when people type in "you can do it" to search for a book, your book has a higher chance of showing up to that. But if you intentionally have the wrong spelling, then you will have a much lower chance of showing up organically, which means you're sacrificing organic free traffic, which is the #1 source of passive income. That is why understanding SEO is extremely important. Another thing is "you can do it" itself is not a good title, right? "You can do it" does not mean anything. Once again, you don't want to be fancy. Like, you can do what, right? So a better title would be "How to Manifest Your Dream." That'll be a SEO optimized, clear, benefit-driven title, "How to Manifest Your Dream," and your subtitle could be something like "A Step-by-Step Law of Attraction Guide Using the Dreams Framework" or something. Okay, so just as a suggestion, but that is what I recommend. The good thing is you got decent amount of reviews, right? 18 ratings at 4.9, which is really good. Shows that your book is high quality and it's making some sales here and there. So, with optimizing the book cover, I think with the title, unfortunately, you cannot change the title for this one because it's already published, but you want to keep this in mind in future books. Okay, so 18 is good. Try and get more. And especially with nonfiction, you want to get 30, 40, 50 reviews. It's very easy with Puppy. So keep doing that. And the next thing is the book cover. I would not use your brand or your specific brand here. Like, this is you and you're using your avatar on your book cover. Now, this would work if you have a huge audience already outside of Amazon. Now, I'm not sure if you do so. If you do so, you can definitely use your brand. But if you don't, then you want to cater towards your audience, right, as much as possible. So your potential audience is people who are into law of attraction, manifestation, those kind of things. So when I look up manifestation, these are the covers that are appearing on page 1, right? A lot of kind of universe, spiritual, like energy kind of, covers, right? So your design is not really something that's going to cater towards these audience, right? So you do want to update your cover to match that. So for a book cover designer for these kind of niches, Rebecca Cover is amazing. I've actually created similar books like this, right, in the past, and Rebecca Cover always has done a great job. So it's just $10 to get a ebook front cover. It's a little more. I usually order from the $30 one because I want to make sure that the quality is the highest. However, it's really amazing in terms of quality for this price that you're paying. So I'll leave a link to this gig below this video. All right, next book is Get the Cheese, Let the Other Mouse Go First. The motivational road to health, wealth, and real happiness. Now, this is kind of a playoff of the very popular self-help book called Who Moved My Cheese? And I think it's okay. I don't think it's gonna go against any copyright or trademark of that book, just because the title is not the same. The concept is similar. I feel like the art style is similar, but hopefully it's okay. I'm not sure, to be honest. But what I like about this is that, you're kind of going against the grain, right? You're not just publishing another, motivational book or self-help book talking about the same thing. You're saying the exact opposite. So you're going against the traditional advice. That's why you call it demotivational book, which I really like. It definitely makes it stand out. So you got 4.8 average rating at 51 reviews, which is amazing, right? So the quality is there. You're making some sales here and there at 525,000 BSR. Now, I'm looking at the A+ content here, and I like that you have the full A+ content block, which is really good. Now, I can see that you're a funny guy. You got the humor going on because you got Spider-Man reading this, and you have, I don't know who this is, but you're mixing humor into it, which I really, really like. However, I would definitely avoid using Spider-Man. It's copyrighted, so you definitely don't want to do that. So replace this. I'm not sure if this is some kind of character, but perhaps keep that in mind too, right? So besides that though, I like what you're doing with the A+ content. I do like that you're a funny guy and you're doing demotivational self-help, and funny self-help works really well, right? Funny self-help has a space in the self-help niche. So I think you have potential here. The only thing is there's no SEO, optimization happening in the title. It's not something that people are gonna find organically by typing in some kind of keyword. So the only way for your book to be discovered is you either got to get on podcasts or get featured on blogs, right? Which is something that it looks like you're trying to do because you are an actual coach or trainer in the real life as well. So it could be good, right? You can start appearing in different podcasts, reaching out to podcasts, see if you can show up and then talk about your book. And once you start selling your books that way, the more books you sell, the more Amazon will recognize your book and start pushing it. And you might start getting organic sales as well. You could also start running Amazon ads to popular self-help keywords or topics and your competitor books as well and see if it picks up. But I would not really change the cover because it looks nice, it's clean, I like the title. You got enough reviews, so just change the A+ content a little bit and then just try and market it that way and see if it picks up from there. All right, next book is Improving Your Memory, Simple Techniques That Can Improve Your Quality of Life. So it's 4.2 average rating with 3 reviews, and it's in the 3 million BSR, so it's not selling at all. The biggest reason why it's not selling is because it's a generic book in a super big, broad, competitive niche, right? And because you're in a huge niche, obviously if the niche is bigger, then it's more competitive, and you just got a generic title that just does not stand out. The cover is simple as well. So Improving Your Memory is just not a strong enough title. Your subtitle, Simple Techniques That Can Improve Your Quality of Life, is straying away from the benefit of improving your memory. You're talking about improving the quality of life, and yes, improving the memory does help with that, but you want to dig deeper and focus more on specific benefits that comes from improving your memory, right? Like never forgetting things, hyper focus, or increased retention when you learn something, right? These are the benefits that people want and people are looking for when they buy a memory improvement book. So a better title would be something like this: How to Improve Your Memory by 10x, or How to Improve Your Memory in 7 days or less, right? Use some numbers. Hidden strategies to learn faster, comprehend better, and never forget anything again. So this subtitle is really hitting the pain points and the benefits that people want, and copywriting wise, it's better. Once again, book cover is very generic, so try and use, the cover design gigs that I recommended in the gigs. So I'll leave a link below. And so you got 2 or 3 reviews and you have your book priced at $17.99. This is a very high price for a book that only has 3 reviews and only 4.2 average. You can ask $18 for a nonfiction, how-to book. That's fine. However, you need a lot more reviews to sell the book at that price. If you don't have that many reviews, you start off with pricing it lower, get more reviews, get more sales, and then you eventually work your way up towards having a premium price. The next book is Brilliant Ideas from Joe Biden, The Hilarious Gag Gift of Governance. So this author also messaged me saying he made $1,000 in profit after publishing this book, especially during Q4. These kind of books do well. And this is from watching my other video on how to capitalize in Q4. So great job on actually taking action and publishing a book instead of watching the video and saying, oh, everybody else is going to publish on this now, and not even giving it a try. So good job on that. So for these kind of books, there's not much optimization you can do. It's really just a positioning, right? Which is, in this case, it's just a funny, gag gift book for Joe Biden, right? And interior is just a blank journal. And that's the point of this book, is that it's funny because it says Brilliant Ideas from Joe Biden. You open it, it's blank page, and that's what's funny, right? So besides having a good cover, which I think this cover is pretty good, having a good title, there's not much you can do besides getting more reviews and running some ads in terms of optimization. For this book, you got 4 reviews. Out of that, the average is 2.8, just because it's kind of a polarizing topic, right? So some people will love it, some people hate it. So you could try and keep getting more reviews and hopefully get that average up. But perhaps you can just move on to the next one, find the next idea, because you did good with this book, right? So just come up with something else. Doesn't have to be in like the funny political, gag gift niche. It can be something else. So honestly, I think you just got to get more reviews, hopefully revive this book, or just move on to the next one. But either way, once again, I just want to say that great job on taking action. So the next book is Anti-Anxiety Notebook, You Are Stronger Than You Think, by Moussa Abdul Rahim. So before you do anything, you have to improve the book cover. This just isn't going to cut it. I mean, it's literally just an orange background and some text in the middle, and this is just, it looks super cheap, and unfortunately it's not going to be good enough to sell, right? So you want to improve the book cover. Either you can outsource it for $5-10 on Fiverr, right? And I showed you some example gigs that you can try, but if you don't want to spend that money, I highly recommend it. It's gonna save you so much time. But if you don't want to spend that money, then you have to learn design skills on Canva. It's possible to create a much better design on Canva, but you just gotta keep practicing and improving your skills. So once again, if you want to try the Fiverr gig option, Rebecca Covers will do a really good job, especially for these nonfiction how-to kind of books. So I'll leave a link below this video. But that is pretty much it. Before you do anything, you got to improve the cover. After that, you got to get reviews. These are the basic stuff that you have to do before you talk about everything else. Like in terms of marketing strategies or anything, right? You got to get reviews, you got to have a nice cover, and you got to make sure that the book is actually something that people are looking for. Those are the three basic things. And then we can talk about marketing and other strategies. Which, if you guys want to learn how to actually sell more books, advanced marketing strategies, then check out my complete publishing program. You know, a lot of people can talk about how to upload a book, how to make a book, but not a lot of people can talk about how to actually make a book that people want and how to sell those books, right? So, you know, when it comes to succeeding with Amazon KDP, yes, the quality of book is important. You know, we obviously want to publish good books, but we want the book to be seen and actually start selling. And there's different things that you can do, both free and paid ways to market. And in my course, I really try to focus on strategies to make money, not just to publish a book, because the goal is to start making money with this, right? While providing a good quality product to the customer so that you guys can, you know, have more freedom, right? Of money, time, location, whatever this business can provide. So if you guys want to check out the program, the link is below this video. The insights in the next book review could be exactly what you need to break through your sales plateau. So enjoy. This is going to be another book review video where I analyze and review your book that you submitted through me on Instagram and show you exactly where you can improve and get more sales. So if you want me to do this for your book in the future, make sure to follow me on Instagram at SeanDolwet13 and DM me your Amazon link for your book. All right, let's get started with book number 1. So Managing Type 2 Diabetes, a cookbook for the newly diagnosed, guiding newly diagnosed type 2 diabetes patients towards wellness through flavorful, nourishing meals and lifestyle choices. So this book has 21 reviews and at 537,000 BSR. So it's selling something here and there, but it's, you know, nothing crazy, right? So the first thing I noticed is the title is a little messy, right? Managing Type 2 Diabetes, a cookbook for the newly diagnosed. I think you can shorten this to this: Type 2 Diabetes Cookbook for the Newly Diagnosed. And for the subtitle, Guiding Newly Diagnosed Type 2 Diabetes Patients Towards Wellness Through Flavorful, Nourishing Meals and Lifestyle Choices, is, once again, it's a little too long, right? I think you can do something like 1,500 flavorful, nourishing meals, 28-day meal plan, and a complete lifestyle guide. So that's something that I came up with, a lot more shorter, a lot more, you know, like punchier. It's just a suggestion, but perhaps you can work on copywriting in future books. But I do want to say that your book cover looks amazing for cookbooks. You know, these are the kind of book covers you want. So it's very professional. Great job. Your description looks really good. I like the emojis, although I'm not sure if it's allowed, right? And for the A+ content, you know, it looks amazing as well. With cookbooks, you want to showcase the images of, you know, the recipes as much as possible. And you got some benefit statements down here too, so it's perfect. So I really think it's just a matter of getting more reviews and marketing it better. So I'm not sure if you're running Amazon ads, but that'd be the main thing, is, you know, promoting it a little more and getting more reviews. I think eventually, as you get more reviews, you want to price your book higher than $10.99. So I would recommend you go higher and higher and higher as you increase your profit margin and how much you make per sale. Then you can spend more of that into going more aggressive with Amazon ads. All right, so the next book is a series, Mr. Z, a new rising superhero, the journey to find the superpower liquid. Okay, so this is a fiction book, and we got 3 books here. So the thing about this book is I don't understand what the book is about. It's some kind of superhero book, but I don't really like the art style. Although I'm mainly a nonfiction guy, I still don't like the cover that you have here. I don't like the face, and it's just, you know, using the same face in 3 different covers. I personally do not like it. This is the kind of design that I would expect if it's like a superhero, you know, book cover. So something like this, right? A Vega sci-fi superhero thriller. Right, so it has the superhero concept of a design here, which is typically what all the top authors I see are following when they got a superhero, niche book, right? And in the subtitle, they got something that explains what the book is about further. So a sci-fi superhero thriller, right? So you want to do the same thing, explain what the book is in the subtitle, but you don't have that. So you basically have end and beginning, Mr. Z, a new rising superhero book. So it's not explaining what it is. I mean, it could be as simple as sci-fi superhero thriller. Once again, sci-fi superhero adventure, right? Just kind of explain what your genre is and also your audience. Like if it's for kids, you want to say sci-fi superhero adventure for kids, right? Or for teens or for adults, So that's what I would recommend. Obviously, you want to get more reviews. And if you scroll down your series page, you can see that customers who bought from the series also bought these other series. And all the other books that your customers are buying, which are the other superhero books, right? They're all following the same kind of design style. We got this one, same thing. It's very similar to what I just showed you, right? Or actually it's from the same author, so obviously. But this one from somebody else, right? Same thing. We got the superhero in the middle, cool sci-fi scene. This one over here, the superhero is in the middle, very clear. And they're all following a set, design theme for a reason because it works, right? So that's exactly what you probably want to do too. So I recommend, just hiring a professional designer like Rebecca Covers over here. I work with her so long, so many years, and it's really good, right? So, this is kind of the superhero theme that you probably want to go with. It's $10 to get an ebook cover, right? And just tell her what kind of design you want, and you can kind of work with her and go from there. But I would recommend you go and change your cover design as well as just get more reviews. All right, so the next book here is Gut Health and Fasting for Beginners by Tina Shelton. And Tina also sent me a message with this book saying that she cannot run Amazon ads because of the claim that she has in the subtitle where she claims to heal chronic gastrointestinal some kind of issue, right? So that's one thing is if you guys are publishing medical books or some kind of health and fitness related niche, then you don't want to make any claims. Even mental health, same thing. You don't want to claim to heal or cure any kind of illness, because it's not allowed and you won't be able to run Amazon ads. So your book cover's actually really good. For your book title, I think it's good, right? It's a little long because it's cutting off, so you don't want to do that. But still, I think it's a good title, good cover. You got good reviews, right? And it's not selling just because you cannot market it. Now, Amazon ads is only one way of doing so. There's always social media marketing, like TikTok is really, becoming more and more like it's getting bigger to promote books on TikTok. So you can try it out, but I think the easiest way is still going to be just running Amazon ads. It's the most direct and fastest way to get more sales. Okay, so you have two options here. Option one is go and try different marketing, right, outside of Amazon ads. But I think although you have 50 reviews, which kind of sucks that you might lose this, there is a way to not lose it while republishing it. But I think it's still worth it to unpublish the book, update the title so that you don't have the claim, republish it. Hopefully you can transfer over the reviews. Kindlepreneur has an article on how to do this while keeping the reviews over. So I will go and look up that article. And try and do that so that you can run Amazon ads because that'll be the fastest way. Besides that, in terms of product listing, I think you're doing a great job. And just by marketing it a little more, I think you can start making money with this. So the next book is Bodybuilding Logbook. So Bodybuilder Workout Log and Body Measures Tracker. So this is a simple logbook. And when I looked this up, at least in the UK market, because it's, you sent me the UK link, it's actually the #1 best-selling bodybuilder logbook, right? So bodybuilding logbook. So it's at 406,000 BSR. So, if this is the best-selling logbook, then it's just that the demand is not there. What I saw though was that, if you kind of pivot a little bit into fitness tracking logbook or fitness tracker logbooks, there's a lot more books selling. So perhaps you want to shift towards that. In terms of bodybuilding though, like I do bodybuilding myself. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I would not want to carry around a logbook with a huge muscular dude on the cover. Personal opinion maybe, but I would like something a little more subtle with some cool quotes, or not even a quote maybe. It's just a bodybuilding logbook and it's a nice, clean, professional, minimalistic design. That's just my personal opinion, but I feel like a lot of people would agree with me on that, because I'm basically your audience, right? So that's my opinion. Obviously, you don't have enough reviews, so you want to use sites like Puppy to get more reviews. If you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video. But I think the main thing is there's not enough audience for this. I think you should pivot into fitness tracker or other niche where you actually see other books selling really well, and then try and model that. All right, next book. The first high quality, cool premium coloring book. Robots Fighting Dinosaurs. Great for older child, kids, or teen, age 5 to 12 or 5 to 15. From Gary. So first thing, you want to keep the title simple. Okay, so just call it Robots Fighting Dinosaurs Coloring Book. You don't have to do this whole first high quality, cool premium coloring book. Okay. And for the subtitle, I would recommend just calling it an epic sci-fi coloring book for kids. Something like that. Okay. Next, you have this sentence right here. Stop buying boring coloring books in your book cover. I like that you're trying out different things. I like that you're trying, like to stand out, which is good, but you want to move this from the book cover into the book description. Your book description is very, very sad here because it's just like 5 sentences, right? So you want to expand this a lot more. Look at your competitors, see how they're structuring the book description. But the first line of the book description is the headline. Basically, it's to catch attention, right? So this is a good headline. Stop buying boring coloring books. That should be like sentence number 1 here. And then you can go and kind of, talk about your book and pitch that more. Like describing the features, how many page, what kind of images there are, as well as for the A+ content, right? You don't have A+ content. For low, medium content books, it's super important to show the interior of the book in the A+ content. So try and make that. Once again, look at your competitors, see what they're doing. Besides that, you don't have reviews. So that's obvious fix. Number 1 is to get more reviews. All right, so the next one, meditation made simple, 30 days to inner peace, the simple guide to mindfulness and improved mental health. So I actually like the design. I like the color of the book cover. The one thing I would want is for the book title here to be a lot bigger because the text is a little too small. You could have made this way bigger, and I think it will fill the space a lot better. And the subtitle should explain the benefits a little more. So this is something that I came up with. Is a simple guide to discover inner peace, develop mindfulness, and improve mental health in 30 days or less. Hopefully, improve mental health is not saying cure mental health, so it should pass the Amazon ads, like guidelines, and you should be able to market it. Okay. So it's better than saying just a simple guide to mindfulness and improved mental health. And as always, with almost every single book, you want to get more than 3 reviews. I mean, this is pretty much why most of you guys are not making sales, is because you have barely no reviews, right? So it's as simple as getting more reviews. And next thing you can do is to improve the book description. Once again, the book description has 5 different parts. You have the hook or the headline. You have the lead section or credibility section, right? Talking about who you are. You have the bullet points section, talking about what's inside the book, features, benefits, right? And then you have the overcome objection section, and then you have the call to action. So look at the top selling books and their description and see how they are formatting that, okay? Another thing you can do with the book description is to add, bold fonts on the main thing, italicize like the key features, right? And try and make the description visually pop more. Once again, using bullet points and stuff like that helps as well. The next thing is you got A+ content, but it's like half baked, right? You want to add at least 3 different modules. You have 1 module, and by adding 3 to 5, it's going to look a lot better than this. And it should help with conversions and help make you more sales. So it's already making some sales, right? Not a lot, but some. So that's why optimizing these little things should help with getting you more sales. So the next book is Magic Halloween Coloring Book for Kids aged 3 to 8 by Flo Finesse. Okay, so the author or the publisher sent me a message saying that they made 25 sales from this, and I believe it was AI generated. I think I might be wrong on that, but so that's good news, right? Like you can create a book with no reviews, AI generated, just upload it and make 25 sales, right? So that's pretty good if you can do more, if you can improve the quality and get more than 25 sales. However, if you can fix these few things like getting more reviews because you have no reviews, that should make it a lot better. However, it is a Halloween book. Halloween has passed. So personally, instead of optimizing this book, I would just work on creating a new book and perhaps next year or this year later, right? Once Halloween comes closer, then you can try and revive this book by running Amazon ads. But for now, I would probably just move on to the next one. what you can improve here is the title, can improve like a little bit by making it bigger, fill out this space a little more. I don't really like this vertical thing. I'll fill out the size a little more here. And obviously get more reviews and add a little more in the A+ content section. But honestly, that's about it, right? If you're making sales without doing any marketing, without any reviews, then that is a good sign that you got a quality book, right? So it's really just a marketing issue if you want to scale that. All right, so the last one we got is Behind the Lens, the art and inspiration of a photographer. And based on reading the book description, it looks like the author is deaf, right? And he's pursuing photography, and it's a book about that. So first off, I just want to say that hats off to you for hustling, working hard, publishing a book despite the setbacks, right? I respect anyone that's hustling. With that being said, this seems more of a autobiography of your story rather than tips on photography. And unfortunately, unless you are already famous, no one really cares about your story. And it's not just you, right? No one really cares about other people's stories, as harsh as that may sound. So you have to keep in mind that people really only care about what's in it for them. So everything you do, the products, the books you write should be, how can I help people solve their problems? What's in it for them, right? So if you have a book on photography tips for beginners, as an example, it'll appeal to the audience who's into photography and who's trying to improve that, because that book is going to help them. So that's what's in it for them, right? So you always want to keep this in mind when you are creating a product or service or a book in this example. And I'm not saying that everyone's selfish, right? But let's be real here. You only clicked on this video and you're only watching this because you want to see how this video will help you, right? You're not watching this because you want to support me, right? Despite you care nothing about KDP. You're not watching this because you're interested in my story. You're watching this to see how you can make more sales, right? So it's just how it is. And it's, nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that that is how human nature works. So I would recommend you keep this in mind as you publish future books. But with that being said, if you want to improve this current book, the biggest tip I can give you is to improve the book cover. Because if people have to stop and read the title, read the book cover, and take a couple seconds just to understand what the book is about, then that is a failed book cover, right? You want people to know instantly, without even thinking, without even observing carefully what the book is about in a split second. So if you cannot do that with your book cover and your book title, then you have to change it, especially for nonfiction books, okay? So that would be my tip here. And just by looking at the book cover, I'm just not sure what it is about, right? Once again, I wasn't sure if it was a autobiography or if it was a tip on photography until I read the description a little more. All right, guys, that is it for the video, but I have a lot more books to review. I probably will have to keep making these videos for a while just to catch up. But if you do want me to review your book in the future, once again, follow me on Instagram, DM me your book, and I will feature it in future videos. I do enjoy making these videos, so yeah, we'll do more. But if you do want help with your publishing business, then there's two options. You guys can check out the free training, 80-minute masterclass, completely free. You can take the tip, leave it, apply it, or you can watch the training and choose to join our complete publishing program if you want more help. Okay, so you do have to obviously pay for the program and join, but we got a lot of students succeeding. Some are doing 4, 5, 6 figures a month, and we got one-on-one coaching sessions and a lot of hand-holding inside. So if you want additional help, you guys can check that out as well. I'll leave a link to both of those in the description below, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend for your publishing business. So in this video, I'm going to analyze and critique your books that you guys submitted to me. If you guys want me to do the same for your book in future videos, make sure to follow me on Instagram at SeanDowit13 and DM me your book. Make sure you send me your Amazon link for the book and I will feature it in future videos. All right, let's get started. So the first book or the first series is this one, Mystical Creatures Universe. And we got basically a bunch of books on mystical creatures. And I actually think the book cover is good. I actually think it's a very well-made book cover. It has like a unique style to it that I don't see in other monster coloring books, as well as the fonts are popping. The title is very clear to read. The design looks nice and color contrast is good. So I think it's a very nice cover. The big reason why I think it's not selling is because I don't think there's a lot of demand for Mystical Creatures coloring book, right? So when I look up Mystical Creatures coloring book, it has 2,000 results, and all these books that are ranking for it aren't selling that well. I mean, this one is a mystical animal coloring book, 500,000 BSR, so it's, you know, nothing crazy. This actually is doing good. Little creatures coloring book, 96,000 BSR, so, you know, it's nothing crazy, but it is selling here and there. And then there's your books right here, which the cover once again stands out. I actually like it. It's a different style though. But, you know, besides that, there's no other books that are doing well. And so maybe there is just not much demand, unless, you know, something similar to this, like monster coloring books. If that's doing well, then perhaps you should title the book Monster Coloring Book next time, especially if you want that organic free traffic by doing proper SEO. The next obvious reason is you have no reviews, right? You have one review on this book. Besides that, you got 0 reviews. So basically, you're trying to sell a book with 0 reviews in a niche or a topic that has not a lot of demand, just by uploading, just by not doing any marketing, nothing. And that's not gonna work. So you can use sites like Puppy. I talk about this literally in every video, but, you know, it's an easy way to get reviews. But there's other ways to get reviews. Check out my previous videos. Look up Sean Dowett reviews, and, you know, there's video tutorials on how to get reviews, different ways as well. But basically what you wanna do is, I think you got a good book. The quality of the book is good, right? So in order for these books to sell, first, you got to get minimum amounts of reviews, like 10 reviews, right? Which is easy with Puppy. And then from here, you can run Amazon ads to a more popular keyword that is actually being searched. So something like coloring book for kids, maybe monster coloring book for kids, right? If that actually has demand, which you got to check. You know, try and find different keywords that are kind of relevant to your topic, that actually has, you know, books that are selling, and then run ads to it and have your book show up there. And hopefully it makes sales. If you want to get organic sales without running ads, then you will have to make a new book with a better title and better topic, such as, once again, monster coloring book for kids, if there's demand for it, coloring book for kids, animal coloring book for kids, whatever, right? So whatever has demand, you can upload and hopefully get organic sales, although, you know, you still gotta market to rank that initially. But I think the fact that you made these high quality book covers shows your design skills, and I think if you can just pivot a little bit and actually do better, you know, keyword research, I think you will do really well. So keep it up and keep going. All right, so the next one is The Art of Lovemaking, Applying the Kama Sutra Principles by McDavid W. All right, so the first thing I noticed is, why is the book cover so zoomed out? You know, you don't want to do this, right? So it's not gonna stand out at all if the cover is so small, you know, because Amazon already shows your book cover in a very small thumbnail style. So you want the book cover to fill out all the space that you got. So that's the first thing that you want to fix. Also, the design is very, very simple. I think you can do a lot better than this, okay? I've seen other Kama Sutra books, and I know that it can be a lot better, right? So try and use this gig called German Creative. I recommend it many times in the past. It's just 10 bucks to get a cover, and you can get a very high quality fiction and nonfiction books design. And so get a better cover. Make sure that it's 2D, not 3D, and it's zoomed in, right? It's filling out all the space. That's number one. The next thing is the subtitle should be a lot more clear on what's the benefits, right? What are the benefits that you get by reading this book? So the title is Art of Lovemaking. The subtitle is just Applying the Kama Sutra Principles. But the thing is, what do you get by applying the Kama Sutra Principles? Who is it for? What is, you know, what kind of problem is it gonna solve, right? You know, does it make you last longer? Are you gonna have better sex, right? I'm trying to limit the benefits that I can say here on video because I don't want to get demonetized, but, you know, you get the point that you got to be like descriptive in the subtitle, right? And call out so that the potential customer know exactly what they're getting into. And obviously you want to get more reviews because you have 0 reviews. It's crazy to me that every single book that is submitted when I do this, you know, book review series, people have 0, 1, you know, barely no reviews, right? And they're always saying, hey, why is my book not selling? Well, reviews are like the obvious reason why it's not selling. All right, so the next book is 2024 Monthly Calendar, Weekly Planner, and Daily Gratitude Journal. Size 8.5 by 11. Reflect, realize, document, and grow into the person you need to be. All right, so it has 2 reviews, and it's 1,766 BSR, so it's not selling at all. I would highly recommend, I like the idea, you know, you try to be different, right? By putting monthly calendar, weekly planner, and daily gratitude journal into one. However, I don't think it's gonna work, to be honest. I think the fact that the book is 446 pages long, I don't think a lot of people would want to carry around a super thick 446 page 8.5 by 11 book everywhere they go, especially for the use of calendar, weekly planner, journal. Like when people buy journals, typically it's like a 6x9 nice, size to carry around in your bag or anywhere, right? It's not going to be an 8.5 by 11 450 page book, right? So I like that you try to be different, stand out, but I don't know if this idea is it, right? So that's number one. The second thing is the book cover it does not look like a monthly calendar type of book cover. It's just not something that I think is good enough to stand out in this topic. With these low content books, really the only optimization you can do to stand out from the crowd is either having a better cover than everybody else, or getting more reviews, because besides that, it's all kind of the same thing, right? So you really have to nail the book cover, and this book cover is just not good enough. So once again, I recommend the gig that I recommended, like German Creative, or I'll also leave a link to another one called Emmy Main that focuses on low content books. She does a really good job. It's 15 bucks. I'll leave a link to her below this video as well. But having a higher quality book cover is important. Besides that, once again, going back to it, I would recommend you separate the monthly calendar, weekly planner, and daily gratitude journal into 3 different books. It's better to do one thing extremely well than a bunch of things at a mediocre level. So just keep that in mind for future books. All right, so the next one is Mindfulness Symphony, relaxing music coloring book with exclusive easy coloring for adults and teens, premium immersive soundtrack and inspirational phrases by Warm Oak Studios. It has 0 reviews. It's not selling the past month. And looking at the A+ content, it looks very, very interesting. So you got the coloring page on the right, and on the left, you have a QR code that you can scan where it literally gives you a ambient soundtrack recorded in world-class sound stage. So while you're listening, you can relax, chill, color the page. I've never seen a book with this concept before, of kind of like an interactive, immersive experience where you can, work with the book while having a QR code where it takes you to a different video or audio, which I think is super cool. So I like this concept. Maybe in the future there are going to be more books, like this popping up, but I think it's really cool. So I think the main reason why this book is not selling is because of the positioning issue. When I read the title Mindfulness Symphony, I just don't get what it is, right? A relaxing music coloring book makes more sense, but it's still kind of like, how does music and coloring book go together? So I will probably change the title to Mindfulness Coloring Book for Adults, 100 premium immersive soundtrack and inspirational phrases included, or something like that in the subtitle. Obviously, you cannot change the title once it's published, but you could always unpublish it, update it, and republish it, especially if the book is not making any sales. There's really no loss in doing so. The next thing is obviously get more reviews. You can't cut it with just having 0 reviews. You got to get at least 10, 20 reviews, and it's not hard, guys. Like, every single book I review has 0 reviews, and people are wondering why it's not selling. Getting 10, 20, 30 reviews is not hard if you actually do the work, okay? I'm sharing how you guys can do it. Once again, check out Sean DeWitt review or something like that on YouTube and it'll show up. But there's so many ways to do so just do that. And once you have some decent amount of reviews, then you can try and run ads and try and get some feelers out there, right? So run Amazon ads to different coloring book related topics or keywords, and then see if you can start making sales. But that's the best way to move forward here. And yeah, the main thing is you can create a high quality book, right? That's the main thing. So if you fix the positioning, if you do better keyword research, if you do better title creation, the positioning once again, and if you actually do the marketing by being able to get reviews and knowing how to market your book, I think you'll do well. Because if you can create high quality books, eventually you will succeed in this business. I've seen it time and time again. The biggest struggle is when people cannot create high quality books and they're trying to sell books that really, is not that good. That's a lot harder. But with you do have the skill sets, so I think you will do well. Our next book is Gem and Mineral Logbook, a journal to identify, document, organize, value, appraise your crystal collection. Okay, so this book, I think it's pretty cool. I think it has potential. It has 8 reviews and it is at 400,000 BSR, which means it's selling here and there, right? Which is a good sign. And that's why I say it has potential, because if you're selling here and there with low amount of reviews, right? I think if you improve a few things, you can sell a lot more. So one thing I would do is I would just straight up remove this black border in the corner and just zoom in the elements in the middle, right? So, you see how you have these two white lines? Just move that to the corner, right? Stretch it out so that it's more zoomed in. I think this black space is just a complete waste of space. The next thing is the subtitle is a little long, so I would just cut that out. Technically, your title is the one that's super long. So I would actually change the title to Gem and Mineral Logbook, and then from here it's the subtitle, a journal to identify, document, organize, value, appraiser, crystal collection. And I think you can just cut this part off because keyword stuffing isn't really effective anymore. The next thing I would do is try and expand your A+ content a little more. You have 2 modules, which is good, but try and aim to get around 3 to 5 modules. That'll look a lot more professional. You're showcasing the interior here, which is good. That's very, very good. So what you want to do, probably zoom in so you can actually see the interior, because right now you do show the interior, but it's too far away, so you can't really see it. So you want it closer if possible. And then, perhaps a little more images of the gem and like just copywriting and, why people should buy this book in the bottom. You can do this yourself, obviously, but if you want a high quality A+ content designer, that if you just want to pay somebody to do it for you, then this gig is really good. It's super high quality. It's just, not the cheapest thing, right? So I'll leave a link below this video if you guys want to check out a A+ content designer, but it's optional once again. So yeah, besides that, make sure you get more reviews. And I think this book can do better because I see other Gem and Mineral Logbook selling pretty well. So, there's definitely potential here. Our next book is Once Upon a Farting Pigeon, A Whiff of Poetic Adventures by Shayla McPhee. So this is a gag gift book. I think it's a funny poem book with animal or pigeon related theme to it. And, honestly, I like gag gift type of book. But I can't really comment on the content because you have no reviews. However, the big thing that stands out here is your book cover is strong in a bad way. Like, it's strong, it pops, it has strong colors and stuff, but it's not really, kind of portraying the book topic, because your book title is, Farting Pigeon, right? And it's a poem book. But it's hard to kind of tell that this is actually a pigeon until I look closely into the design. And the concept of, the pigeon farting is not quite there. You have this fart here, but it's like, it's not from her butt, right? So you want that showing a little more. So you want to make this a little simpler, a little cleaner, use easier colors, I think. So the best example I could find was this one, right? The Farting Animals coloring book. And you've probably seen this as well. But you can see that, the text is easy to read. And it's very clear that it's, a very funny animal coloring book with a fart theme, right? So, you want something like that, I would say, for your book cover. This is just my suggestions though, because everybody has different, preferences and tastes when it comes to designs, right? So that's just, maybe you like this cover, maybe it will work. We never really know until we start getting reviews and, marketing it. So you could test it out, but you could also try something else if it's not working. So if you do want to try a different cover, you could use this gig. She creates low content books, low content cover designs, so you can try it out. It is $15 per cover, and I'll leave a link below this video. All right, so in terms of sales rank, you are 408,000 in the bookstore without having any reviews. So that is actually a good sign, right? If you start selling without having any reviews, then that means that, like your book is good as well as there's demand for this topic. So obviously you want to keep improving this, and that is by improving your conversion rate. So it comes down to having a nicer book cover, right? Or if you want to test this book cover a little more, you could just simply get more reviews because you have 0 reviews. So make sure you use sites like Puppy. And it also comes down to getting A+ content to showcase the interior a little better. So once again, use the A+ content gig that I linked below this video if you just want to outsource it, or you can create an A+ content yourself. But A+ content, reviews, book covers are 3 things that's going to improve your conversion rate. And yeah, so hopefully now you're at 400,000 BSR. By improving the conversion rate, hopefully that is lower. From there, once you make sure that it's converting well to the people that you're showing it to, you show it to more people by running Amazon ads, right? So that is how Amazon ads only show your books to more people. So if you already have a book that's converting, then you just supercharge that with Amazon ads. So that'll be the next step. So overall, I think this book has a lot of potential. Great job, and keep us posted on how it goes. All right, guys, so I'll end the video here, but if you guys want me to review your books in the future, then once again, follow me on Instagram at SeanDewitt13, DM me your Amazon link, and I will make a video like this in the future. All right, so I asked you guys if you want me to go and review your book and see how you can make more sales on Amazon KDP, then you can just DM me on Instagram, and a lot of you guys did that. So I got a lot of books that I will go and review in this video and show you exactly how you can get more sales. Let's start with the first one. So first one is from this person, Elena Gainatdinova. Okay, so I can see that these books that you have is design-wise pretty good. So you got great designs, but when I look at your sales here with KD Spy, right, you're not making a ton of sales. So the big reason I think is you're one of those people that is really great at making the book, designing the book, but not so great at marketing, right? So a lot of times, you know, there are people out there that if they just market the book better, they're gonna do really, really well. And I think you're one of those people, okay? So what you wanna do is slow down on making more books. You already got plenty, right? So then now you want to go and focus on getting more reviews, right? You only got 12, 16, 6, 13 reviews. Like, you don't have nearly enough reviews to know if your book actually is bad, right? Or if it's just that you didn't promote it enough, okay? So don't give up on your book until you get 30 to 50 reviews. That's like the minimum, okay? And if it's not selling after you get 30 to 50 reviews, you're promoting it, no one's buying it after that, then you're like, okay, maybe it's the book, right? And then go and make another one. But, you know, for now, you have so much potential left here. Like, if maybe some of these books will pop off, okay? So once again, get reviews. If you want to know how to get reviews, like BookBite is a good service. But anyways, you know, check out the video I will link below here, where the best, like the easiest way to get reviews. Okay, so I'll leave a link to that video. And then, so once you get that, then consider running Amazon ads. If you don't have money for Amazon ads, you can do social media marketing like TikTok. So you can also just look up like Sean Dewitt Amazon ads. I'll leave a link below this video on the Amazon ad tutorial video that I've done. But the point is, your books are good. Okay, you're getting positive reviews, you know, so you just need to show it to more people. Remember this, Amazon is not going to promote your book if you don't do it first. Okay, you cannot just upload and forget about it. Okay, you upload, promote it, do your part first, and then let Amazon promote it. Then you can forget about it and go and, you know, make your next book. Okay, so that's my feedback. All right, next book is Breaking Free from the Rental Cycle, a strategic approach to first-time home buying. So it is essentially a book on how to buy a home, right? Real estate investing. The first thing, this cover does not look like a book, right? It looks like, I don't know what this is, like a website, a pamphlet, I don't know, but it does not look like a book. Okay, so you definitely want to fix that. That's like the #1 thing that pops up. And then you only have 3 reviews. But anyways, your book cover should look something like this in the real estate space, right? So this looks like a book, is professional. This does not. So you definitely want to go and remake it. This is a recommendation on a gig. I'll leave a link to this gig below this video. But she specializes in business nonfiction self-help. So she does really, really good design for 30 bucks, right? And you can obviously pay more if you want like other formats and stuff like that. So that is #1. And then obviously you want to get more than 3 reviews. Like I said earlier, aim for 30 to 50 reviews. Then you can determine that, you know, is it the topic that's not profitable, or maybe you just didn't do your part getting enough reviews. Okay, so go and watch the video. If you fix those 2 things, you should be good to go. I mean, obviously there's other things you can do, like get A+ content, you know, title, you cannot change it, but I would optimize the title to remove the fancy part. Like, you know, the thing is, once you publish a book, you can't update the title, right? Which, you know, that's why like whatever I recommend is for future books, and or maybe you can publish this and then republish it, then you can update the title. But I wouldn't do anything fancy like this, like breaking free from the rental cycle. You want to be super clear. So like how to buy your first home, right? That is the key word, and that's your title too. Okay, and your price is way too low, $7, unless your book is super short, which I don't see it here. Paperback should be like $9.99 minimum, if not over $10. Okay, all right, next one, Unicorn Coloring Book for Girls 4 to 8 from Nelson Rillegano. Okay, so the thing is, here's the thing, guys, you can't just publish a book in a keyword literally everyone else is publishing, having the same cover everyone else have, right? Having the same title everyone else has, with 0 reviews, no marketing, just uploading, forgetting about it, and expect to make money. Like, you cannot do what 99% of other people are doing and try to make money, right? I mean, you might make some sales here and there, right? Actually, so I have this BookBeam plugin, right? That shows me the BSR here, which means you made a sale. Because if you didn't make a sale, you wouldn't have this number here. So the crazy thing about Amazon is there are so many customers, millions of customers, shopping every single day, that you still can make sales just by uploading, which is insane, right? You don't have that anywhere else. However, if you want to make real money, you got to do something that's different. There's nothing in this book that stands out, right? The keyword everybody knows, the cover, is it's the same, right? There's no unique proposition. So once again, you want to get reviews first, right? Trying to get, once again, 30 reviews. Pretty much the same advice here. Like, there's nothing you can do besides getting reviews and running ads. So if you want to learn proper keyword research, and you can check out my other videos, look up Sean Doe with keyword research. And if you want more hands-on help, you can check out my course too. The link is in the description below. All right, next one is crafting your identity. How to develop your dream life by changing self-perception, a positive transformation workbook and guide. So honestly, I would put positive transformation workbook as a title rather than crafting your identity, because that's more keyword focused title so people can discover it, right? You don't need it, but if you don't want to put keywords in the title, and if you want to be fancy like this, just keep in mind that you're not going to be SEO optimizing your title, right? So that means your book is not going to show up when somebody search for something because you don't have any keywords. So then how do you get people to actually find your book? The only way is through running ads, okay? So if you're okay with paying money to run ads, then you can totally have a fancy title. But a lot of people complain that you got to run ads to, make sales. Well, that's because you don't have any keywords in the title, right? So just understand that. But, that's what I would do. Besides that, the title is pretty clean and, I'm okay with it. The cover, I don't know if this type of purple and orange, personally, I don't like the color theme. I would like something that pops a little more. The design, I guess it's okay, but personally, I don't know. It just feels a little dark and a weird kind of color combination that you're using. Okay, so for description, it looks good. It looks okay enough. So you're making decent sales, right? 300,000 BSR. So that's a couple sales here and there, which is okay. And it shows potential. I really like the A+ content as well. It's very clean. So A+ content, really good. So what you want to do here, obviously the biggest thing is, getting more reviews, because the title you cannot update, right? Because, you already published it. The cover you can, but for the cover, I would only update it once you start running ads, and then you can check your conversion rate. If your conversion rate is low, then you can update it. For now, just keep it and get more reviews. So once again, check out the review video and go from there. All right, next one is Dark Teens, Screenless Time Coloring Book. So kind of similar to the first book example, I don't understand what the book is about. And that is the biggest thing, right? When it comes to selling on Amazon, you have to have a book that people instantly know what the book is about. Like, they look at the cover and they should know in split seconds, not even having to think for a few seconds, right? They should know, okay, this book is about this book is about that, right? If they gotta look at the book cover, they gotta read the title, and then they still don't understand what the book is about, so they go and read the book description. That never happens, right? If they have to go and read the book description to understand the book, they're not doing that. They're gonna just leave and buy something else that's easier to understand. So based on reading your description, I see that the goal of this book is that, people spend less time on the screen because they're busy coloring it, right? But it's kind of a dark theme, don't you think, for just like something harmless, like, having less screen time. First of all, how many people are actually typing in screenless time coloring book, right? Or people are looking for this topic. I doubt there are many. And so, it's so much better if you just reposition this as like a horror coloring book, because there's an audience for that. There's a lot of people looking for horror coloring book. So if you just title it horror coloring book or creepy coloring book, it would have been so much better, because this is exactly what people are looking for. Not a lot of people are looking for screenless time coloring book. And on top of that, not a lot of people who actually are looking for screenless time coloring book wants a very, very kind of, horror type of image, right? So that's just a positioning issue. The next thing, obviously, you want to get reviews. Here's the thing, guys, like 99% of the books being submitted, and I've seen hundreds of books at this point, right? 99% has 0 reviews. And people are asking, saying, why am I not making sales? Of course you're not making sales. You have 0 reviews. Like, if you were a customer, would you buy a product with 0 reviews? Like, a lot of people, I'm sure, a lot of people watching this will go to Amazon and buy something, right? Would you honestly buy something with 0 reviews? Because if you don't, then why do you expect other people to do the same? I'm just giving tough love here because I want to help you guys, right? I'm more harsh. My tone might be a little more rude, but it's because I really want to have you guys understand this so that you can actually go and make money with KDP, okay? All right, so that's the change that I recommend. One thing I would add is that your design is good, right? You actually have good designs here. So if you once again reposition it for a horror coloring book, I think people will enjoy it. All right, so the next one is pretty interesting. So this is a show jumping guide to seeing distances. So basically a book on training horses for shows, right? So this book is at 4.9 average reviews, 54 ratings, and it's actually selling pretty good, 61,000 in the BSR. So it's selling more than a copy a day, right? So it's super, super interesting. I mean, this is a really, really small niche, right? Show jumping, horses. So you have 26 books in the series. This is the one that's selling, right? The other one, not so much. And honestly, I looked up show jumping and you are dominating, like, you're basically dominating page one. And the thing is, other books are not selling that well as well. Like, this book is 377,000, right? And you're the one that's selling the best. So it just looks like the potential of this keyword is small, when it comes to books. However, when I check YouTube show jumping, some of the videos, right, has millions of views. So perhaps, there's a niche segment. I think you can do really well. So I think there's a market for it. I think you can pretty much dominate it because nobody else is publishing books on this topic. Like, at least on this topic, you're the #1 book or #1 brand, right? Your cover is good, title is good, execution is good. It's just the market is very, very small. So I wouldn't recommend running Amazon ads, to be honest. I wouldn't even recommend you get reviews because you don't have any competitors, right? So you don't need reviews. You just need traffic, more people who's in the show jumping space to see your book. So the best way, honestly, is I think TikTok and posting shorts. So what I would recommend is just, in your day-to-day, I'm sure you're doing this, right? Show jumping and training your horses. So just start posting TikTok videos every single day on your topic, just whatever, like talk about it, post it, and start teaching people how this works. Like basically the tips that you have in your book, you're gonna put it as a short, right? And then you link to it to your book from the video. So you basically at the end of the video, you say, hey, if you wanna learn more, I have this book, check it out. And that will help people find you easier on TikTok. And then from there, you can get more sales. And I think that is honestly the best way and the most direct way to make more sales. And once again, like I think you can make a little more money than this. Next one is the Mystical Orangutan Notebook for inspired everyday note-taking and journaling. So no sales. And yeah, guys, going back to the same thing, like there's nothing special about this book. You have a nice cover that's AI generated, which is cool, but it doesn't look like a notebook. It looks like a wall art, right? And the thing is, if you look up Mystical Orangutan or just Orangutan Notebook in general, which is a keyword, there's not a single other book that's selling. So, it goes back to the whole point of not making a book on a topic that nobody else is even looking for, right? So you got to do proper keyword research. Like before you make a book, you got to check if there's books on that topic that you're trying to make actually selling. Because if it's not, then what's the point of making it, right? So there's nothing you can do here, because even if you get reviews, even if you run ads, no one's looking for a book on this topic. So it's not going to sell, right? So I would just recommend you start over with a new book and do proper keyword research there. All right, so the next book is the ChatGPT Alchemist, Turning Ideas into Income with ChatGPT. So this book is doing decent, 397,000, some good reviews. The first thing I noticed is obviously you made this book because you saw this other book called ChatGPT Millionaire, right? And that book is selling really, really well. But your title is a little more vague than that one. So basically you copied them, right? Or basically you modeled them, but you made like a worse version copy-wise, because the ChatGPT Alchemist is a little vague. Like, what is that really about, right? So it would have been better if you just say, ChatGPT Quick Start Guide or ChatGPT Beginner's Guide or something like that, and how to make money with ChatGPT, or be more specific, right? Turning ideas into income, kind of fancy. You want to be more clear, like 21 best ideas on making money with ChatGPT. That would have been way better. Okay. So besides that, the cover I think is okay. And so I wouldn't change the cover. I think you're getting enough reviews. The description looks good. And obviously there's a demand for this topic, right? And once again, there's a book that's selling extremely well. And for that reason, you're making sales. But I think the positioning of the title could have improved a little bit. So it looks like you're going through the launch process, which is interesting because it's already, almost 3 months old. But, once you're done with the launch, you gotta update the price. 99 cents is too low, right? So you gotta update it to $4.99, $5.99, or whatever. I recommend a higher price. And then for paperback, same thing. You wanna go much, much higher than that. Besides, it's time to run ads because you have enough reviews, okay? So the biggest thing is, the copy in the title. It's a little weak. It's a little vague. You want to be very clear on what people will learn in the book. So next time in the next book, keep that in mind. All right, next book is Mindful Flowers, adult coloring book with creative designs for stress relief, relaxation, and affirmation. Okay, so it looks like these are AI generated image, I assume. So, and if it's not, I'm sorry. If it's not AI generated, I'm sorry. But so you got 20 unique designs. So first off, for a coloring page, usually you do 40 pages, so you're only offering half the value of that, right? Plus the cover is nice, but it doesn't look like a coloring page, right? It's not like one of those pages. And on top of that, 18 reviews is a good starting point, and you're making sales, right? This is the thing, like if you do proper keyword optimization, every time I review books, those books that has proper keywords in the title, like adult coloring book, no matter how broad it is, they always have at least some sales. So this is how important having keywords in the title are, right? So anyways, it's just, you're in a very competitive niche. That cover is unique, which I kind of like, and that's kind of why you're making sales. But I think you need a lot more reviews. So going back to the reviews, next book, you probably want to offer more value, not half of what everybody else is doing, okay? And then from there, you just want to run ads. Run ads or do TikTok. Once again, same thing. Like you don't have to spend money on ads if you don't want to, but you better be doing some kind of marketing. So it's either ads or TikTok, which you can do for free, but you got to do either one, right? So A+ content looks really nice, by the way. So, great job on that. It actually looks really, really nice. So I like it. So if you can, and this may not be AI generated image after all. So, if that's the case, I think you have a nice design skill, right? So it's just the marketing side and doing proper keyword research. Like if you're going into a competitive keyword like adult coloring book or flower adult coloring book, then you need a lot more than 18 reviews and you need to market it somehow. Okay, so that's what I recommend. All right, next book is Unraveling the Mystery of Consciousness, Exploring the Depths of Human Awareness. So as I said earlier in this video, going back to it, right? If people look at the book cover and, okay, so you look at the book cover, right? And you don't still get what the book is about. So next you go and read the title, right? And it's still, like, I still don't know what the book is about, right? So then I gotta go and read the book description to really understand. Like it says, delves into the enigmatic realm of the human mind, seeking to decipher the intricacy of consciousness, etc. And so even after reading the description, I still don't get what the book is about, It seems like some kind of philosophy book, but no one, like 99% of the people out there, and I'm serious when I say 99%, will go and look at the cover, read the title, and if they don't understand what it is, if it's not intriguing, they're never gonna read the book description to try and get to know the book more, right? There's so many options for them to buy from. Like this, they're not gonna go this far to do so, okay? Unless it's like a bestseller. So the title is way too fancy. It's super vague. I thought this was a surfing book, but it's not, right? So once again, I still don't know what the book is about. And unfortunately, the only thing you can do here is get way more reviews than 14 to the point where people start realizing, okay, like maybe, I don't know what the book is about, but it has 100, 200 reviews. So maybe it's good. Let me give it a shot, right? You can get there, right? That's how a lot of like New York Times bestsellers are, from authority publishers. But you can get there if you have a crap ton of reviews, right? But people are not even gonna give you that chance if you only have 14 reviews. Yeah, I mean, that's the only way at this point. I really think unless you publish it, republish it with a new title that clearly demonstrates what the book is about, really just getting more reviews so that people give you a chance is the only way to do this. All right, next one, stress relief coloring book for adults, 50 coloring images, animals, flowers, waterfalls, etc. So let's look at this. This looks like a AI generated image once again. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry, but it looks like it. So, how many stress relief coloring books are out there, right? A lot of people have done it. The cover is pretty clean though. I do like the cover, honestly. But you know, it's the same thing, guys. Like you're going into a keyword literally everyone else is going into, and you're trying to compete with one review. Like, you know, the good thing is you're specifically saying you got 50 coloring images, which is a better value than what's normal, right? Because normal is 40 pages. So that's awesome. Your title is clean, your cover is clean, but you still need more than one review to do so, right? And that's why you're not making sales. Because uploading and forgetting about it works if you go in a low competition keyword, but it will not work if you go into a big keyword like this one. So get more reviews and either do Amazon ads or TikTok. If you need TikTok tips, by the way, you know, like exactly how to do it, just look up Sean Doe at TikTok or social media marketing. And there's a lot of videos that I've done on case studies of looking at successful publishers using TikTok to promote their books. So those were my tips. So for the next video, if you want me to review your books, then send me a DM on Instagram. First of all, follow me, send me a DM, send me a Amazon link for your book. I will not reply to your messages because I get so much, but I will see it and then I will mark it down so I can review it in future videos like this. Once again, I'm trying to be as straight to the point, you know, as possible. Hopefully I don't offend anybody, but you know, I'd rather offend someone and help you make money rather than being nice and not help, if that makes sense. If you've been struggling with visibility on Amazon, then the next video contains a principle that you don't want to miss. In this video, I'm going to be critiquing your books that you guys submitted to me and tell you exactly how you can get more sales. Now, I'm going to be honest. I may not be nice in this video, and I'm sorry if I'm not, but you know, the thing is, I'd rather be honest, direct to you and tell you exactly what you got to do to make more sales so that it actually helps you and so you can make more sales rather than sugarcoating things, you know, saying things that it's nice to hear, but it's not going to help you, right? So hope you understand. So let's start with the first one. So this is a German brand. So basically she wants me to review all the books that she has. So, you know, the cover looks okay. It can be better. Honestly, I think you can hire someone. I don't like this square thing. It can blend in way, way better. And you can work on color contrast like this one. Like you can barely read the title, right? So you want to work on the color contrast on your cover, but it's like, okay, it's like 4 stars and you can improve. The German market is less competitive. So, you know, it's not as bad, but obviously the better you can do it is good. But obviously, so here's the thing. You have a lot of books. None of it is selling because you only got a couple reviews for each one. You know, so here's the thing, right? And this is basically a common problem for every single person out there. But you have no reviews. You need to get at least 20 to 50 reviews per book before you make the next one, okay? To know that, is it the book that's bad or is it the topic, right? So like, let's say this book, some kind of China book, right? Maybe it's a travel guide for China. I don't know. But, you know, you might have published this and it's not selling. So you're like, oh, you know, this Chinese travel guide in German is not profitable. So let me go and make this next one, right? So you disregarded this book thinking it's the topic that's not profitable, but maybe it's just the fact that you only got 2 reviews. Maybe it's the book. You know, and maybe if you just have more reviews and you do proper marketing, it could start selling. So until you get 20 to 50 reviews, you don't know if it's the book that's the issue or if it's the market, right? Like the topic. So that is why I say you got to get reviews. So if you want to learn how to get reviews the easiest way, I will leave a link to this video that I filmed on how to do so, okay? And you want to get to, once again, like let's just say 30 reviews, right? And then from there, you can improve on the other things like cover and the title and stuff. Title I cannot read because I don't know German, but you get my point. All right, the next one is God's Grand Quest, a story about creation, the universe, and science to teach kids about nature and caring for our planet by Priscilla Ogboder, okay? So it has 16 ratings. The cover is pretty nice. I like it for a children's book. You know, the back cover looks nice as well. You're not making any sales, but it's only 18 days since you published. Now, the A+ content looks awesome. Like the interior actually looks really, really nice. The first thing is you don't have any keyword in the title, right? You don't have any, you know, it's a Christian storybook. I'm assuming it's a mix of Christianity and science, right? But you don't have that. So like a Christian storybook about science would probably be the closest keyword that if you have it in the title, it would have been way better for people to find it. Like it's so much easier for people to find it because when customers type that in on Amazon, your book has a way higher chance of showing up. But since you don't have that, it's going to be harder. So you will have to market the book better. You will have to run ads. I would recommend you run Amazon ads towards those related keywords like Christian story books for kids, stories for kids, like, Christian stories for kids, those kind of keywords, run ads to it. And then I would also recommend perhaps you get into TikTok if you don't want to do too much ads. That is a free way of marketing it. I think it'll work for this one because TikTok is more visual, right? So like when you flip through the pages and show these interior, I think a lot of people will be interested because it actually looks nice. So you have great design skills, and I think you got potential on, being successful in publishing. You just gotta understand the marketing side. Once again, SEO optimizing your title. So remember the keyword thing next time. Getting more reviews. So 16 is a great start, but get more reviews, right? And then from there, figure out your marketing. Whether you want to do paid ads, whether you want to do social media marketing, either way, you got to go and spread the word. So make sure you do that. But the bottom line, you make great books. I think if you learn the other part of the business, you will do well. Our next one is Sugar Skull Mandala Coloring Book for Adults by Mariana Ramona. So 50 unique designs, which is good, right? 50. So 40 is the average interior pages for coloring books. You got 50, so it's more than, like, value-wise, it's more than the average. But this is one of those AI coloring book, I'm assuming. Is it? Actually, it doesn't look like AI. So the cover looks okay, it's clean, nice. And the title has the keyword, Sugar Skull Mandala Coloring Book for Adults, right? However, you don't have to do stress relief, fun, and creative drawing. Like, it's a little too long, so put that in the subtitle or clean it up a little bit. You also have 2 title parts, which is weird, so you don't have to do that. Basically, your keyword stuffing, you don't have to do that, right? So have your main keyword in the title, and then after that, you just kind of, have a clean subtitle that talks about what the book is about, okay? But it's the same issue, guys. Like, you have a book in a keyword that everybody's going into. Like, if I look up Sugar Skull Mandala Coloring Book, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like 10,000, 50,000 results, right? So you're competing with all these other books with a book that has 0 reviews. It's as simple as that. You don't have enough reviews, okay? So once you get to 20, 30 reviews and it's not selling after you market it, then you can talk to me saying, hey, like, I followed your instructions, what's going on? But I can almost guarantee that you're gonna make sales, okay? So first step is creating good books. Like, your book is pretty good, right? Looking at the interior, looks nice. People who are looking for this topic will be okay with it. So now you just gotta share it to people. So that's what I recommend. Our next one is Travel Activity Book for Kids aged 4 to 8 with Autism. All right, so this is, interesting because it has a little twist, right, to a normal topic of activity book for kids. This is for autism, basically, or autistic kids, okay? So it made some sales, but it's not selling much. And so what I would recommend here is probably better phrased title. Like, I'm sure there are topics or people out there looking for books for their autistic kids, but you've niched down so much because not only are you doing activity books, right? You're doing activity books for kids, and then it's activity books for kids age 4 to 8, but now you're doing travel activity book for kids age 4 to 8 with autism. So you basically niche down 1, 2, 3, 4 times, right? And that's a bit too much. I think the market size is so small. Did you confirm, like, did you actually look up this topic on Amazon, and did you find any other books selling on this exact topic? Because if you didn't, then like, how do we know that people are looking for this topic, right? So that's the biggest thing. But I do believe that there is a market for activity books for autistic kids, okay? Like, I think if you phrase it that way, activity books for autistic kids, right? I think people are out there buying books on it, and I think you can do well. So for this one in particular, it's like same thing, get more reviews because you only have 1 review, and that's it. Maybe you can improve the book cover, but it's like an okay book cover. It's not great, but the biggest thing I think is positioning here. So improve that on the next one. Our next book is Trace Letters, Lily's Magical Alphabet Quest Workbook for Kids. Grab your magic pen and save the magic world. Alphabet Quest for kids age 3 to 5. All right, so this part, Lily's Magical Alphabet Quest and grab your magic pen and save the magic world, is unnecessary in your title. A better title would have been Letter Tracing Workbook for Kids, because that's what people actually search in the search bar when they're looking for something, right? So you want to title your book the same way so it's more discoverable. And then so the title, once again, is Letter Tracing Workbook for Kids. The subtitle could have been Lily's Magical Alphabet Quest, right? Or learn, like writing fast or something like that, in a fun way. Okay, you want to talk about the benefits. Okay, the description is bolded in a weird way, like, you know, you need more spacing, it's bold, and it looks cheap and unprofessional, so just fix up the formatting. The book cover is kind of cool, right? So you basically, here's the thing, I like your idea that you have a magical twist to a popular topic. So you have basically a letter tracing workbook for kids, but you're making it fun. It's not just a normal letter tracing workbook. You have the, you know, the magical quest element to it, but it's just the execution, right? You could have done better with how you title this, and then also the book cover. The letter tracing part is hard to see. You know, you want to make it more clear. It's blending in the background. You could have made it pop a little more. You use the AI image here. I don't think it's an issue. You know, it's pretty obvious that it's AI, but I think it looks nice and it's pretty close to being a good cover, but it's just not there yet because of these small things. Okay, so I like the idea. It's just the execution and also marketing. You have 0 reviews, same thing. Like, you can have a great book, you can fix these things up. If you're gonna keep it at 0 reviews, it's probably not gonna sell still. So obviously you gotta fix that too. By the way, if you want to pay somebody else to just have a book cover done instead of making it yourself, this gig is, you know, good. I used her, I recommend it. And so it's really cheap as well, $15 for a cover, which is amazing, and her designs are really good. So I'll leave a link to this below this video if you guys want to check it out. All right, next one is Fantasy Creatures Kawaii Coloring Book. So hopefully you guys aren't tired of me repeating myself, saying that you just don't have enough reviews, but that's just the case. Like, that's the reality. That's what I mean by when I say 99% of the people submitting books to me has no reviews, right? So like, imagine this, right? Imagine if you just get more reviews. Everyone else has so little reviews that if you just get to 10, 20, 30 reviews, you're gonna sell automatically. So you can have a competitive advantage there, but nobody else does that, right? So we got Fantasy Creatures Coloring Book. The image looks pretty nice, right? I don't know if it's original or if you just use the templates, but the cover is a little weak. The title could pop a lot more, like, you know, the text. And then also your unicorn is black. I don't know why. I think it could be a lot more kid friendly using that kind of colors instead of this dark color. But anyways, you know, it's keyword optimized Fantasy Creatures Coloring Book, Kawaii Coloring Book. So it's a keyword optimized title. The cover can improve, but the main thing is 1 review, right? That's pretty much the issue here. But there's not much else to it. Get more reviews. You know, once you get to 20 to 40 reviews, if you're not making sales, then you can think of something else. But at the moment, getting reviews is your priority. And the next book is also from the same person. So it is the exact same thing. You know, this is like the equivalent of people posting random YouTube videos and saying, why am I not getting views, right? You can't just make a random book like Divine Feelings Coloring Book and with like upload, forget about it, and say like, why am I not making sales? Of course, you have 0 reviews. That's it, you know? So I'm just gonna skip over these kind of books very quickly because I feel like you guys get the point. Don't give up on the book until you get 20 to 50 reviews. And by the way, if you think that's too hard, it's not, right? Check out the video in the description and you will see how easy that is to get those reviews. Our next one is Once Upon a Fantasy Realm Coloring Book for adults with humor and fantasy characters. When fairy tale meets satire, a coloring journey narrated by the book itself. So this seems like a very interesting book. It's not selling because I don't know how many people are actually looking for a satire themed coloring book, but it's a very unique concept. Like, I haven't seen any other book with this concept, right? So you got 50 unique illustrations, okay? The illustration actually looks pretty good as well, very detailed. You know, if you're into fantasy, you will like these kind of images. So I think you have potential here. Like, I think if you just honestly get reviews and market it, people would notice it. You know, because the book cover looks nice. It looks great, right? And the title is attractive enough. The book description is okay. I would say you should get A+ content to showcase the interior better. But from here, if you only just get reviews and then, you know, do marketing, right? So you can run Amazon ads to coloring book as well as like fantasy related keywords. You can definitely do that. Or if you don't have the money, then you can do TikTok where you can showcase your interior, right? And when you showcase your interior, like basically, if you need ideas on how to make TikTok videos, just go to TikTok and search coloring book. There's a lot of coloring book brands that are making videos, so you can get ideas and you can basically, mimic it. But I think this book has potential of blowing up. You just gotta do the marketing and then you should be pretty solid. I would definitely increase the price from $4.99 to perhaps something like $7.99, $8.99, especially after you get more reviews. Our next one is Listing for Success, a CEO's Guide to Successful Stock Exchange Listing. So it's not selling much. And so here's the thing. You are a successful business person, right? Obviously you got a company, you went, public on a stock exchange, which is really, really cool. So this book is not selling because I think the market is just too small. Like how many people are out there actually building businesses, right? And on top of that, how many actually want to go public? Like, I've been in entrepreneurship for 10 years. I have a company of my own and I never thought about going public, right? As well. So I think just the market size is so small. So I don't think you can make a ton of sale from your books. But the thing is, that shouldn't worry you because you can still use your book as a lead generation tool. You can use it as a business card, right? When you go and network with other people with different businesses, you can give them your book, right? And then instantly, just because you're an author, you're so much more credible now that you published a book. So you can still benefit from this book that way, but trying to make money directly from the book, I think it'll be tough because the market size is small, unless there are other books on this topic doing really well. So specifically for this book, I would recommend successful stock exchange listing. So yeah, I guess like there's some keyword here. You could have done like how to list your company on the stock exchange, which is like a boring SEO optimized title. You can spice it up, right? Like, listing your company on the stock exchange and making millions or billions or whatever. Like you can spice up a keyword optimized title. Hopefully you understand what I'm trying to say. But the cover is kind of basic too. The cover, basically for this one, the title text has to take up a good chunk. There's a lot of empty spaces here. You can fill it up. The title text should be way bigger, way bolder. The subtitle, it doesn't matter. Like the subtitle can be small. And then for this one, it's just a generic stock image, right? I would recommend you change this to something else. And obviously 4 reviews isn't going to cut it. You are a CEO, you got connections, you can get way more than 4 reviews. Our next book is Curious Gracie Learns About Giraffes, Where Fairy Tales Unveil Facts, a bedtime story for curious young minds. Okay, so an SEO optimized title would have been Fairy Tale Bedtime Story or Bedtime Fairy Tales for Curious Kids or something like that. And you put that in the title so it's a lot more discoverable. And then in the subtitle you can say Curious Gracie Learns About Giraffes, right? So you can still keep the title you want to put in. You can put that in the cover as well, but you also have the SEO optimized title as well, right? So a lot more people can find it. Anyways, the biggest thing I see is that your book cover does not portray the topic of it's about, Gracie, and it's a bedtime story about giraffes, right? I see Gracie here, but I don't see no element portraying bedtime story. So like she's dreaming or perhaps sleeping. And also the giraffe element, like it's in the background, but it could have been way better if you have some kind of, Gracie sleeping or in bed, and then there's a giraffes, whether like she's dreaming about giraffes or something, right? So I think that would have been better to showcase that it's more of a bedtime story because it doesn't look like it at the moment. And then the title optimization and then getting more reviews, although 18 is a good start. I think this book honestly has potential because I'm looking at the interior. I think it looks pretty nice, right? So, for the next book, you can fix it up. Perhaps you can update the title. But what you can do from here is pretty much just getting more reviews and marketing it. Because the listing optimization side, most of the things are good except the cover and the title. So bottom line, I see potential. I think you can do good. You just gotta tweak a few things. If you need recommendations on a children's book cover designer, then try this one. So this is for a book cover. It's just 25 bucks. If you want like a illustration and stuff, it'll be more. But just one recommendation. The link is below this video, but you can go and look up, children's book cover designer and go with the one you like as well. Next one is Anxiety and Stress Relief Hidden Message Word Search for Adults. All right, so good keyword optimized title, right? Uncovered 1,200 plus words, 60 uplifting hidden quotes in large print. So subtitle is very clear on what the book is about. So great title as well. And then you can see that, the cover is decent. The title text, anxiety and stress relief, could be way bigger. Like you can spread it out wider instead of putting it in the middle like that and bold it up. Like, you have a pink background in a pink title text. That doesn't make sense, right? Like you want some color that contrasts with the background instead of blending in. So, that's something that you could improve next time. But overall, I think the design is good, right? It's good enough. You're getting good reviews for your interior as well. And so you can get more reviews. And it just shows, like every time someone does the keyword optimization properly, then they always have sales. So you're getting like some sales here and there, but you got to understand that, this is a fairly competitive keyword. So you just got to get more reviews and market it more. But I think the potential is there. I think honestly, if you just run ads to it, I don't know if you're doing it already, but you can bring this down to 50K BSR. It has a potential to do 50 to 100K BSR just from this, I think, if you market it better, even with the current amount of reviews. So not even getting more reviews, if you just run Amazon ads, I think you can get it down way more. So great job on it. All right, guys, those were the reviews. If you guys want me to absolutely roast your books in future videos, if you're okay with that, then what you want to do is follow me on Instagram and then DM me your book. Make sure you DM me your Amazon link, okay? I will feature it in future videos like this. In this video, I'll critique and analyze your books and show you exactly how you can get more sales. What is up, guys? So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean and I've made well over 7 figures from my own Amazon KDP business. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who is actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. So this is a book analysis series that I do once in a while where you guys submitted your books that you want me to analyze through Instagram. If you guys want me to do the same, then just DM me on Instagram at SeanDoe13. Send me your book, send me your Amazon link, and I'll do the same. But in this video, I will go and analyze those books and tell you exactly how you can get more sales. So with that being said, let's get right into it. So the first book we have is this one, Inspirational Positive Affirmations Coloring Book for Adults. You have a really nice cover. You got some good reviews, 23 ratings, 4.3 average. And your description looks pretty good. Now it's currently at 2 million BSR at 7 months old. So you are making some sales here and there because you do have a BSR, but it's pretty close to zero. If I come down to the A+ content, I think the content is pretty nice. So in terms of designing the book, you are doing a good job. This is a book that can make you a couple $100s a month, if not more, if the keyword is good. So why is your book not selling? Well, I am assuming that you either just never marketed your book, never ran ads, never did social media, or you tried it a little bit and you gave up, right? So that's what I'm assuming is happening because it's been on for 7 months. The book has been published for 7 months and you have a 2 million BSR. If you just run some ads, this number is going to be significantly lower, at least to a couple 100,000 BSR. And if you do a good job with ads, it can be even lower than 100,000 BSR, making you a couple $100s a month or more just from this book. I can see the potential, but it looks like you are not marketing it. So if you watch my other videos, you know that you can always run ads. That is the most direct and fastest way to get more sales. You do have to pay a little bit of money, but people overestimate how much you have to pay for ads. You only spend more money on ads if you're making a positive return. Like you only start with a couple bucks here and there, like $5 a day budget. And if you're making more, obviously you bring up the budget so you can spend more so that you can make a bigger return. And if you don't have the money to run ads, you can always do social media like TikTok. So this is a channel that I've showcased before. She is extremely successful publishing her coloring books, and you can see that her videos are pretty much just her flipping through her own books and then sometimes coloring in one page or just showcasing it, and she's getting millions of views, right? So you don't always start off getting millions of views, but even just a couple thousand views will result in a few sales most likely, and you can definitely make a lot more money. So whether you want to invest your money or time into marketing your book, you will have to do it. There is no way around marketing your book. Marketing is part of business, okay? It's not just KDP. In literally any business, you will have to market your product. And if you don't like that, then honestly, you should not be building a business. So the good news is you can produce a very good looking book. So you are like halfway done. So if you can learn marketing, then you will do really good in this business. So if you want to learn more about Amazon ads, just look up Sean Doe Amazon ads on YouTube, and there are some video tutorials on that. All right, so the next book is The Last Laugh, Reflection of a Funny Man with Terminal Cancer by Steve Legg. So Steve, first off, huge respect to you because based on reading your description, your story is very inspirational. Now, based on looking at the BSR, you are already making pretty good sales, right? Decent amount of sales. So how can we get more sales from here? I think running ads can get you more sales at a decent amount, but I think more than that, if you just share your story, share exactly what you're sharing in your book, but in video on social media, I think that has a very high chance of going viral. And from there, when you plug your book in your video, I think a lot of people will buy it. Because I often get these random videos of people sharing their story, dealing with cancer, recommended to me. And these videos almost always goes viral. You can see here that people are just sitting down, sharing their story, and, it's getting a lot of views, right? So, you kind of want to use that to your advantage if you're trying to sell more books. Obviously, you have a very inspirational story. You are here to share it and you are sharing it through your books. Why not just do it on social media and through another format as well? So through your videos, right? So just sit down, film a video talking about your story, maybe make, multiple videos on it. And I'm confident that you're going to get a lot of views, and all you want to do is plug your link to the book inside in the video description. And I think that's going to spread to a lot more people. You can do this on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, whatever platform of your choice, or possibly all of them. So that is my recommendation. Once again, huge respect to you, and I wish you the very best. All right, so the next book is Whenever You Feel Overwhelmed, Coloring for You Inner Peace. So right off the bat, there is a grammatical error in the title. Coloring for Your Inner Peace is the correct one. The words are not capitalized, like the first letter of the word should be capitalized. It's more professional. You're not making any sales. And the one big thing that stands out besides the title is that your book cover does not portray that it is a coloring book at all. It looks like a journal, if anything, and it just does not look like a coloring book cover. So if I go over here to see your back cover, you can see that you actually got some pretty nice images for your interior, right? It's kind of like one of those mindfulness coloring pages. So you have to showcase that on your front cover. Like, you're literally destroying sales because of how bad this book cover is, or the front cover is. If you've improved it, if you had some samples, like honestly, if you just used like one of these images and put some title text above it, that would have been 1 billion times better, and you probably would have made more sales. So that's one thing that you want to improve. Obviously, the next thing is to get more reviews, right? Because one is not going to cut it. If you guys want to learn how to get more reviews, just look up Sean DeWitt reviews, or I'll leave a link to both the Amazon ad tutorial video and also how to get reviews in the description below. But those are the biggest issue, is that your book cover is really bad, right? Just being honest here. And then you have one review and you're selling it for above market price, $11.48 for your paperback book, when the average coloring books are like $5.99 to $9.99. So you're selling your book at a premium price when you're not positioning your book as a premium product. So that is the issue. Now, if you're designing your book cover yourself, and if you're not confident that you can create a high quality, nice looking book cover, then you can always pay somebody else to make the book cover for you. I will leave a link to some of the Fiverr gigs that I recommend that is affordable, right? Just $15 or around that range, that can create really nice looking book covers for you. So you can go and try that out. All right, so the next book is The Magical Hijabs, a colorful exploration, an interactive picture book about acceptance, friendship, and beauty and diversity. So this is like a storybook for Muslim kids. And it is a 6 million BSR, which means that it has sold a few copies in the past, but basically it's close to zero. So this is what I recommend. You only have 2 reviews. Your book cover is a little vague on what the book is about, right? So is it a storybook? Is it when you say colorful exploration, what does it mean, right? It's a picture book about acceptance, friendship, and beauty and diversity. So I'm assuming it's a storybook, but it's a little vague on that. You should be a little more clear of that in the subtitle. Now, with that being said, when I looked up a Muslim children's book, and I'm sorry if this is not Muslim related, I'm not really familiar with religion, so I might be wrong here, but I'm assuming it's Muslim, right? So if I look up Muslim children's book, you can see that there is a niche for this. Like, this book is selling pretty well at 18,000 BSR, 20 bucks a day, so that's like $600 a month. This one as well, a story of hijab and friendship, so kind of related to what you got here, and it's at 62,000 BSR. So there might be some, potential in this niche. You just have to kind of position your book that way. And if you want your book to be discovered a lot easier, then you basically want to put the keyword in your title, and you have no keyword in your title. A keyword is something like this: bedtime stories for Muslim kids. That is a keyword. people type this in on Amazon to search for a book. So if you had this in your title, then you have a way higher chance of being discovered. So in terms of how you can improve this specific book, you might have to publish it, update the title, and then republish it. You will lose the review in the BSR, but your book is not selling anyways. You only have 2 reviews, so I don't think it's going to be that bad if you do choose to go that route. Or maybe for your future book, just keep this in mind. But that is my recommendation: is be more clear in the title, add some keywords, get more reviews, and then from there we can talk about marketing. All right, so the next book is Table Talk at Trump Card Bridge Club, the bridge card game where humor, strategy, and friendship converge. So my question is this: is this a memoir? Is it a how to play bridge, book? Is it a how-to book? Is it more so your story of playing bridge? I'm kind of not clear on that, and that's a big mistake people make, is the title is kind of vague. Here's a quick tip for those who are watching. If people have to read your book title and then they don't immediately understand what the book is about, that is a failed nonfiction book title, okay? If you're doing fiction, it doesn't matter. Like fiction is different, right? But with nonfiction, that is the case. If people don't understand what the book is about immediately by reading the title, and then they have to spend another minute reading the description and learning what the book is about, no one's spending that time. People's attention span is so low nowadays that no one's spending that extra minute going through the description saying like, is this something interesting? No, they're gonna immediately go to another book that's gonna catch your attention right in the title. So you have to be super clear. So I've gone ahead and read the description a little bit more, and it seems like this book revolves around Craig, Emily, Sophie, and James and their journey from novice players of the game to expert members of the prestigious bridge playing card club. So it's kind of like a mix of tips, but also like your story, right? So here's the thing. I don't know how many people are looking for a book on this topic, right? When I looked up the keyword bridge, okay, there are some nonfiction how-to books on bridge for complete beginners, like an actual how-to play bridge, that are selling decent, right? It's 50,000 BSR. This is in the UK market, so in the US, it's probably making a little more money, right? So the keyword how to play bridge or beginner's guide to bridge is selling decent. So if you position this as just a how-to book without interweaving your personal story and making it more of a memoir kind of book, then it probably would have sold better, because unfortunately, not a lot of people care for your story, right? I'm just being real here that nobody really cares for my story if I try to put it into, my book as well. Like, just remember a couple videos ago, before I filmed this, I filmed a video on how KDP took me from 0 to becoming a multi-millionaire within my 20s. And guess how many views that video got? It got like 10 times less views than all my other normal KDP tutorial videos, because nobody cares about my story. All they care about is what's in it for them, what's in it for the viewer, right? So that's why tutorial videos will help them directly. How-to books will help them directly, but story books, it's a little different, okay? So you have to kind of understand why people are buying books. So Craig, this is what I recommend to you. Instead of trying to make people interested in your book, I think you should just write a book that people are already buying, which is how to play bridge, how to get better at bridge, right? Those kind of topic. So I think you should just start working on that one. Now, if you want to make money, that is the route that I would go, right? But if you're like, I'm passionate about sharing my story, then you have to probably figure out how to sell this book. And if that's the case, then I would recommend you get more reviews and obviously share your story on probably social media. Social media is better than Amazon ads, because Amazon ads only works if your book is in a topic that people are interested in and people are looking for, right? With social media, it's a little different. You can share your story on social media and get people interested in you. And then once people are interested in you, once they connect to you, then they will probably buy whatever you are selling, right? It's much easier to do that on social media. But the bottom line is, so many people write a book first without doing any market research. And then after they wrote the book, they're like, okay, how can I get other people interested in this book? Right? That is the wrong approach. You have to research the market first, identify what people are looking for, what books are selling, and then you write a book according to the market. Okay, so that is one of the biggest mistakes people make. You see it way too often, unfortunately. But with that being said, I will end this video here. If you guys want me to review your books in the future, once again, DM me on Instagram at SeanDoe13. Send me your Amazon link, which is this link right here. Please send me this link or I will not be able to review your book. And if you guys want to check out any of my KDP programs or tools and resources that I recommend for your publishing business, then the links to all of those is in the description below. Alright guys, so welcome to another book analysis series. This is a series that nobody watches, even though it's one of the most valuable series out there in my YouTube channel. But this is basically where I review and critique your books that you submitted through me on Instagram. If you want me to do the same for your book, then just DM me on Instagram at SeanDowett13, DM me your Amazon link, and I will feature it in future videos like this. So with that being said, let's get started. So the first book that we have is Fear, Anger, and Boxing, Mastering the Mind and Body. So you have 24 reviews and it is at 847,000 BSR. So it's not great. It's not selling much, but it has sold something. You've made some money. And this is the craziest part about Amazon is that even if you have a not so great book with zero keyword optimization and with a bunch of mistakes, and you can still make sales because Amazon is that big. So if you go and optimize your listing, and tweak things, do better, right? Then you will obviously make a lot more sales, which is the positive side of things. So with your book, obviously with this series, I'm being as straight and direct as possible because I want to help you, right? So I'm not trying to be nice, right? Obviously I'm trying to, tell you exactly what you need to improve. But the issue is this is one of those cases where you wrote a book because you thought this is a cool topic, or maybe this is your personal experience, but you never researched the market on whether a topic like this is something that people are buying, right? So that's the issue. There's a concept called right to market, and I forgot who talked about this, but writing to market is basically you research what's selling first, and then you write a book on it because you know that it's profitable because you did the research. Most people make the mistake of doing the complete opposite, where they're like, I can write about this, and they just write about a random topic with zero research, and they're like, okay, I wrote a book on this. How can I get other people interested in this topic so that I can start selling it and start making money? But the thing is, it does not work like that, right? You cannot just write a book on a random topic expecting people to be interested in it, right? So you have to do the research first. So this book, I am kind of vague on what it is about, right? So I'm assuming it is about improving your mind and body strength, or strengthening your mind and body through boxing. Maybe it's a little bit of your story as well, which is great, which is amazing. However, not a lot of people are looking for this topic. So when I looked up the keyword boxing, there's pretty much just one book that is selling decently, and that is this book from, I'm assuming this is a authority figure, right? Every other book is not selling much. So unfortunately, this book has a decent BSR of 48,000, and it's not really a how-to, like how to improve boxing. But besides that, it's not selling much, unfortunately. So I just don't think boxing as a niche is a profitable topic in general. But on top of that, even if it was, your title has to improve because your title doesn't really explain what the book is about. Like if people have to read the title and guess what the book is about, or they're confused on what the book is about, then that is not a good title. Your title should be very clear on what the book is about and the benefits of it, right? You should be expanding more on this subtitle right here to really kind of explain, what people are getting by reading this book. The description could be a lot more, like expanded, right? And your book cover as well, it seems like you kind of made this on Canva yourself, which is fine if you just want to make a couple bucks here and there on KDP as a side hustle, which you did, right? Looking at your BSR. But if you want to make hundreds of dollars a month or thousands of dollars a month, then you really should be outsourcing your book cover to a professional. If you guys want to check out some Fiverr gigs that I recommend for a book cover that is high quality but also affordable, I'll leave a link in the description below. All right, so the next book or series of books, because he just sent me his author page, so we're looking at all the books, right? This is from Simon Baer, and these are his books. So these are German books, but you can see that, it's a book of wonder, 5 reviews. Philosophy for Beginners, 0 reviews. Welcome to Habbitville, 1 review. So here's the issue. Your title is too fancy, right? So Welcome to Habbitville is not the best title because it's still kind of vague. Although you do explain what the book is about in the subtitle. You say how our habits work and how we master them. So that's a little better than, other books that we see here. Same as this one, Philosophy for Beginners, Far Eastern Wisdom for Everyday Life. So it is a little more clear than other books that we see. Same as this one, The Book of Wonder. The title is vague. It doesn't mean anything, but a subtitle, a short read about regaining a lost ability and finding joy and awakening your lost potential. So it's still vague. You should be a lot more clear on what the benefits of the books are and what is it about. However, you're kind of on the right track there. Another big issue that I see is just simply not having enough reviews. 5 reviews with a 4-star average. 0 reviews and just 1 review is not going to cut it. I think your book cover is decent on this one and also this one, because this is a Eastern philosophy book that I think the book cover is okay. But maybe for this one, you could have represented kind of a habit forming, like your brain developing a habit kind of thing, better in the book cover. But overall, my feedback is you simply don't have enough reviews. You're expecting your book to sell by just uploading, getting very minimal reviews and 0 marketing. And you think Amazon is just going to sell your book for you, right? And the thing is, Amazon is so huge that yes, you'll make some sales, which is amazing, because I see that, the fact that you have a BSR, which means you made some sales. So you can make some sales just uploading and forgetting about it. That is the craziest part about Amazon. However, once again, that is just $5 a month, $10 a month. That's the potential if you just upload and forget, right? If you want to make hundreds, if not thousands a month, then you will have to get reviews. You will have to market it. So if you want to learn how to get reviews, I'll leave a link to this video that I filmed in the description below. All right, so the next book is Ideas to Grow Your Mind. No subtitle, just a title, Ideas to Grow Your Mind. You got 27 reviews, which is good. Your description is very short and you have no sales at all. So here's the thing. Ideas to grow your mind. What does that mean, right? We talked about earlier how your book title should be very, very, very clear on what the book is about. So it's not explaining anything. If I was a customer browsing through Amazon, I'll be like, what is this book about and what am I getting? And if you can't explain that to me in literal seconds, right, in the title, then I'm just scrolling past your book and going to another book that'll do a better job explaining that to me, telling me why I should buy their books. So I don't think your book cover is necessarily bad. I like the color, it definitely pops, but the main thing is we don't know what the book is about. That is the biggest issue. And also, Ideas to Grow Your Mind is extremely vague, like super, super vague. Imagine if I made a video titled How to Get Rich, right? No one's gonna watch it, because it is extremely vague once again. And that is why I title my YouTube videos like, 10 best strategies to make, X amount of money with Amazon KDP, right? You want to niche down more. So you want to do the same thing with your books. All right, next book is The Daily Journal of Life's Little Wins. Just 5 minutes a day to build gratitude, increase your happiness, and count your blessings. Seek the silver lining in every moment. So if I can remember correctly, this is from someone who has 110,000 followers on Instagram. So they're kind of an influencer in that space. And I believe he is a medical chef. So if I'm correct there, my question is, why aren't you promoting this to your audience? If so, I'm assuming you can get a lot more sales than, at 244,000 BSR. Another question is, if you have an audience of 110,000 people and you are a medical chef, why aren't you making a book more related to your niche, which is kind of like recipes for longevity and those kind of things, because that's your niche, right? I guess gratitude is, similar in that sense, but I just feel like you can get a lot closer to your audience here. But in terms of why this book is not selling, I think Daily Journal of Life's Little Wins is okay. It's basically a gratitude journal. It would have been better if you just put gratitude journal in the title for SEO and then explain, like, in the subtitle, it is a daily journal for life's little wins for just 5 minutes a day, right? And I actually like your book cover. It's nice and clean. The title is clear. The image is good. So it's a nice, simple, clean book cover. The biggest issue, obviously, is you got 2 reviews. The fact that you are selling at 244,000 BSR at 2 reviews is actually a great sign that if you just get more reviews and you do a little bit more marketing, that you can probably get that BSR number a lot lower. So that is like the no-brainer next step. Once again, check out my video on how to get more reviews. All right, next book is Cooking for Canines, 75 nutrient-rich, healthy, homemade dog food recipes. So this is actually a good title. Cooking for Canines, I'm assuming, is a keyword that's something people search for on Amazon, or canine recipe or something like that. This is also a keyword, right? Healthy homemade dog food recipes. People actually search this on the search bar here to find a book on this topic. In fact, I can show you here that if I search for healthy homemade dog food recipes, there are some books that are actually doing pretty good money, right? So we got homemade healthy dog food recipe, dog food cookbook, 24,000 BSR, $71 a day with just 26 reviews. So I just reviewed a pretty good keyword for you guys. That is a pretty good keyword if you're doing, 20K BSR for just 26 reviews, right? This one's also below 20K, doing $83 a day. So this is what I mean by adding actual keywords that people are searching for on Amazon and making a book on this topic. Okay, so you have that in the subtitle. It would have been better if you put it in the title and expand the subtitle a little more, focusing on like exactly the value that you're getting. Basically 75 recipes on something else, like transforming your dog's health for balanced nutrition, or whatever the benefit of the book is. Now your book cover can improve. It's okay, but it kind of looks cheap a little bit. And then regarding your book cover, you kind of want to look at your competitor and kind of ask yourself, like, is my book cover better than the best-selling ones here, right? And I would argue that it's not as good because of the color contrast and whatnot that's happening. The stock images are kind of out of place, right? You could have kind of, worked with a cover designer to make that better. The good news is, though, once again, that you're in a profitable topic. You just have to tweak these things, and I think you can make a lot more money. So improve the book cover, get more than 7 reviews. Although this book right here is proving to you that you don't need a ton of reviews to sell. 26 reviews, 24K BSR, doing over $2,000 a month, right? This one book. So the potential is there. So your current BSR is 4 million, almost 5 million. So it's not selling at all. When I use BookBeam and see the historical sales, it shows that at its peak, you were at 127,000 BSR. So what happened? Why is it dropping so much? I'm assuming that you ran some ads and you weren't making a profit from the ads. So you just turned off the ads and you just gave up. And that's why the BSR went down. That's what I'm assuming. So what this tells me is that, once again, the potential of this niche is good because your BSR went as low as 110,000. So you just have to tweak your ads, make it profitable. It's not about the exact setup that you do with ads. Ads only reflect your book quality, right? So if you improve the book cover, if you do some listing optimization to make your book cover more attractive, get more reviews, and perhaps improve your A+ content, although I see that it's like okay, this isn't the best image right here, but you get what I'm trying to say, right? Make your book as attractive as possible, and then you run some ads to show your books to more people. Then you will have a much higher conversion, and perhaps you will be profitable with ads, and then you can go from there, because once again, you see that the potential is good. So if you want some cover designer recommendations, then I'll leave a link to some of the gigs that I worked with in the past. This one, as an example, I recommend you order from the $30 package, so it's the best quality possible. But I've made something like this with her $30 package before, so I know that it's possible. You can also try out other ones as well. But that will be the number one thing, is improve the book cover, get more reviews, and then you can go from there. All right, next book is Minimalist Boho Coloring Book for Teens and Adults and Women. Interesting coloring book design for stress relief and relaxation. So you're targeting too many different demographics here: teens and adults and women. What about men? You left out men. We feel very left out here. But so basically just focus on one demographic. And then if you want to target, let's say like just adults or just women, you can do another one later on, right? So that is one thing. Obviously you have only 2 reviews, so that's another thing. This is like 90% of the issue is most of you guys just don't have enough reviews. That is it. And you guys give up way too soon without getting more reviews. Yes, you can make sales with 0 to couple reviews. Other YouTubers might have told you that. However, it is a billion times easier if you have some reviews, 10 reviews, 20 reviews, and then you actually run some ads. It'll convert significantly better. So why not just make it easier for yourself? That's what I'm saying here. Okay. So your book is, once again, it's sold something, which is because Amazon is so big that it's just crazy. You're making organic sales. But if you want to make more sales, then you should get more reviews. And since this is a minimalist boho style coloring book, I think the cover is, in that style. I don't think it's the best looking cover, but it's kind of a minimalist boho style. So, I guess it kind of aligns there. Actually, now that I said that, if you really want to compare if your book cover is as good as your competitor, all you have to do is scroll down a little bit and see products related to this item, or, where customers bought this item also bought, right? And then see what other book covers you see here. And so I'm looking at this one. I'm looking at boho coloring book here, minimalist boho coloring book. And honestly, these book covers looks a lot better than what you got. Especially this one right here. This looks really good. I actually don't like these designs because it's not showcasing the actual coloring pages. So if you want to model your competitor design, I would go after this one. One last thing I want to say to this is this does not look like a coloring page at all, unfortunately. This is like, where do you even color this in? I wouldn't be happy if I was a customer, honestly. So it looks like it is AI generated, and using AI is okay. Even with AI, you can choose better images than this one, but that is just my personal opinion. All right, so the next one is Chair Yoga for Seniors Over 60, a fully illustrated step-by-step guide to 60+ seated poses for improved posture, enhanced mobility, and heart health. So your title is good. It has a keyword, Chair Yoga for Seniors, which is a pretty profitable niche, okay? And your subtitle clearly explains what the book is about. A fully illustrated step-by-step guide, right? So we know that you got a lot of illustrations, 60+ seated poses. You got the numbers in there. You're actually telling people what they're getting. These are really, really good, right? So once again, your subtitle should explain what the book is about, which you just did here. Fully illustrated step-by-step guide to 60+ seated poses. And then it should talk about the benefits. What does that mean to your life? What are you getting in terms of value? And so that's where you talked about how improved posture, enhanced mobility, and heart health, right? So this is a good title, okay? This is exactly what you should be doing. The reason why your book is not selling, it's at over a million BSR, is simply because your book cover is not good. So you did a really good job with the title. However, your book cover looks like you kind of whipped it up on Canva or maybe a $5 Fiverr gig. Okay, so unfortunately, it has to be better than that, especially because once again, if you scroll down here, these are your competitors, like products related to this item. I mean, look at this one. This one looks freaking amazing. Chair Yoga for Seniors Over 60. You got the award-winning banner, huge title that stands out, great image. We got this badge thing. We even got the check marks with, the benefits. I mean, this is what you're competing with, right? So compare your book cover here with this one. It's completely different. And this is one of our students actually, in the program. So this is kind of the level of quality that we are going for. And this is what you're competing with. So if you want to compete with our program members, then you kind of have to go with that level. But even with the other ones, right? It can be a lot better, like this one. So that is my feedback is, your A+ content, I actually like it. I think it looks nice with the real life images. It's just the book cover, and I think you can get a little more reviews than 22 reviews. We generally teach our students to get 100 reviews in their first month. It's possible. A lot of people do it. And then from there, it's a lot easier to market it because you have an amazing title, you have an amazing book cover, and you got a lot of reviews, right? So Amazon ads just converts really well because of that. So that is my feedback. The niche is profitable. You just have to have better product packaging. So if you need a Fiverr cover designer recommendation, then I'll leave a link to this gig right here. She specializes in business, nonfiction, and self-help book cover. She does a pretty good job, as you can see. So you can go and try her out. You don't have to try her. You can do other book cover designer as well. But if you want to try her, I'll leave a link below this video. All right, guys, so I'll end the video here. But if you want me to review your book in future videos like this, then all you have to do is follow me on Instagram at SeanDewitt13, DM me your Amazon link, and I will review it in future videos. If you want to check out any of my KDP programs or tools and resources that I recommend, they're all in the description below. Pay close attention to the feedback in our next review because it applies to almost every single book on Amazon KDP. So if you want your books to be featured in future videos like this, then all you have to do is follow me on Instagram at SeanDewitt13 and DM me your Amazon link, and I'll potentially review it in future videos like this. All right, guys, so let's get started. So Spring's Flair, Fairies, Fashion, Culling, Adventure, Interactive Painting for Girls A+ and Up. So this book has 0 reviews. The book cover looks like you kind of added a stock image in the background, AI generated, and you put some Canva text above, below, and that is your book cover. Now the interior actually looks a little better than the book cover, right? So I actually think these are decent images, a little grayscaled, but the interior is much better than the book cover. So the description, I like that you have different formatting so that the text pops a little bit more. And it looks like you made some sales, but overall you've made very, very little money from this. So the biggest thing that's killing your sales right now is obviously the book cover is just not attractive. It kind of looks unprofessional with text, font style and everything like that. If you want to learn more about what kind of cover is, on the market, you just want to look at your competitor and ask yourself honestly, is my book cover better than what's out on the market? So if you scroll down here a little bit, these are the products related to your product. So this is what you are competing with. Obviously, you're not competing with other ones that has 0 reviews or really, really bad reviews, but something like this, right? So Fairies, reverse coloring book. This one actually has some unique cover style as well. There's also this one right here, which is not a fairy book or fairy coloring book, but it has a lot of reviews. And this looks like it's an AI generated image, and it's still getting a lot of reviews. So perhaps, you can model it from there. The biggest thing I would say is that your text, it kind of looks very, very unprofessional. So you want to make the text a lot more bold, no special fancy effects like this one. Just make it bigger, bolder, so that it pops better. And the Springs Flare, this word, is you don't want to separate it like this. Once again, keep it in one space, bigger, bolder. Just remember the text has to be big and bold. Okay, that's like the main thing on the book cover. The next thing is for your title right here. Springs Flare does not mean anything, so it's just fluff word. It's taking up spaces, but it's not really helping you sell the book. So you can just remove that next time. Just go from Fairies Fashion Coloring Adventure. That is a title. The subtitle is Interactive Painting for Girls A+ and Up. I would try and spice this up a little bit more with power words, and also talking about the benefits of the book. Like, what kind of benefits do you get from interactive painting, right? So you kind of explain that in the description here, like express yourself, discover the universe of, I don't know, magic wings or something. But you kind of want to talk about that in the subtitle. Also use numbers. That's always helpful when it comes to the subtitle. So instead of saying interactive painting for girls A+ and up, you can say 37 beautiful interactive painting coloring pages for girls A+ and up. That sounds a lot better just like that, right? So that's what I mean is using numbers, using power words, explaining the benefits, and then you can go from there. So the interior, I think you don't have to change anything because I think it looks decent, although it's not the best coloring page, right? Probably AI generated, I'm not sure. But the main thing is the book cover and the title, and obviously you have no reviews. You gotta get some reviews, and you have to do some marketing. It's just part of the business. There is not a single business out there that you can make money without talking about your product or service, okay? It's just how it is. So if you wanna start making money online, if you wanna start a business, you have to do marketing. There is no way around that, okay? So first you gotta get reviews, and then you can potentially run some ads. If you need help with that, then I'll leave a link to some of the videos that I've done in the past on Amazon ads, as well as getting reviews in the description below. All right, so the next one is Pocket Room Interior Design Coloring Book. This is basically a ripoff of Coco Real. Basically, everything about this is a ripoff of Coco Real, just to be frank here. Because if I scroll down here, these are what Coco Real, this is actually from Coco Real, right? So the customers who bought your item also viewed this Coco Real's book, which looks extremely similar. I think there was another version of this Pocket Room that looks exactly like your cover. So one thing I recommend is you can get away in the beginning doing this, and you can make some sales, but confusing the customers thinking that your book is actually from another person's book because you made the cover design so similar and the title so similar, basically pretending like you're this author when you're not, that's gonna get your account banned over time. So you should probably stop doing that, and instead you should model what is working. So Coco Real is extremely successful, like analyze this brand in the past. So you can see what they're doing, like a simple cover design, showcasing the room in the middle, right? But you obviously want to have your own version of the room, and you also want to have different text style, different colors. This looks to me a little bit too similar. Maybe you try to do that in your mind, which I respect. Okay, just do a little bit more, because I think this is still kind of, even the font is the same, right? Or it looks similar. So I think this is kind of still sketchy if you're doing this. So besides this, you have made some sales, but not a lot, right? I think the biggest reason why is because you only have 3 reviews. So if you look at Coco Real, the brand that you are modeling this from, their strategies, they publish a book, they get very few reviews, so often 0 to couple reviews, but they market it very, very heavily. They have a huge social media audience. They have 103,000 followers on TikTok. They have a lot on Instagram. They even have a lot on YouTube. So this is the marketing that they are doing, and this is what you are competing with because you made a very, very similar book on it, right? So when you make a book cover and a book title that's basically a very similar to a huge brand, what people are going to do is they're going to compare apples to apples. They're like, okay, this two looks similar, which is better? And obviously they're going to go with the one that has more reviews and better branding, which is Coco Real, right? But if you make something that's unique, if your book cover design looks a little different and has your own taste to it, then people are not going to compare it apples to apples. People are going to be like, this looks cool, but this also looks cool and it's different. So, right now they're gonna go either or. They're not gonna buy both because it looks almost identical. But if you have your own style to it, they're gonna possibly buy both. They're like, this looks cool, let's get both, right? Especially in a niche like coloring book. And that is why you never want to rip off somebody else. But in terms of marketing, besides getting reviews, if you don't have money to run Amazon ads, you can also do social media marketing like Coco Rio. Just look them up on TikTok. I also made some videos about it in the past if you guys want to check it out. All right, so the next one is solo saison or something like that. I don't know how to pronounce this, but it's a new keyword. I've never heard of this before. 50 traditional recipes for single moms. Spice up your kitchen with Argentina's tasty cuisine. So it is at 5 million BSR. So, you made some sales with very, very, very little. And I think the reason is because if I look up solo saison or saison or something here, your book shows up as number 1 and there's literally one result. So this is a perfect example of you published a book without doing any market research. Are there other people looking for a book on this topic, solo saison? I don't know if this is something that you came up with or this is actually the name of the cuisine, but let's look up recipes for single moms. Maybe that's a better keyword, right? So let's look up recipes for single moms here. And once again, there are no book that is selling well on this. In fact, no one's looking for it because not a lot of books are ranking on this topic. So maybe Argentina recipe cookbook or Argentinian recipes. That might be a better keyword. And now we have something that's a little better results. We have 126 results, so very, very little competition. And the first book right here is basically Argentinian recipes, 134,000 BSR. So it's a pretty decent BSR. Same as this one, amazing Argentinian cookbook, but it's not selling at all. So I think based on looking at this, we can come to the conclusion that solo saison, recipes for single moms, and Argentinian recipe, all 3 aspects that you are ranking for is just not profitable. No one's looking for this topic. And so you can have an amazing book cover. Your book cover is actually pretty decent, right? And your interior, or I'm sorry, your A+ content is showing your interior. You got colored pages, you got nice images. Your book is actually, it looks good. It looks pretty good. And yet, why are you not making sales? Is because you made a book on a topic that basically has 0 searches and 0 demand. So unfortunately, the way you win in the Amazon KDP business is not making a book in a random topic and then try to get people interested in, right? That's not how it works. You have to find a topic that people are already interested in, and then you make a good book in that topic. So if you don't like that, unfortunately, that is business. It's the same in business. You can't force people to like something. The way you make money in business is not often by coming up with a brand new idea. It's basically just coming up with a better product in a proven idea. Okay, so in this case, in a proven topic that is profitable, you come up with a better product out there that competes or beats out all your competition. Unfortunately, you made a good book here, but I don't think there is any way that we can save this. I think you just have to keep in mind next time that you do better market research, make sure that other books are being bought in the topic before you go and write the book. But one thing I would say is that if you can make that little tweak, right, which is not that hard, you can make a good product here. I see that you made a really nice recipe book. So you just apply that to a profitable topic, and I think you can succeed in this business. I think you got the talent for it. So, it's a good thing. So just keep this in mind next time. All right, next book is Teen Logic Mastermind, the big book of puzzles, 300 mind-bending logic puzzles workbook for gritty, curious, and adventurous teens. Word search, number sequence to train brain and have fun. So obviously you are keyword stuffing, which you don't want to do. Your title is too long and it's getting cut off. So definitely don't do that. Now, here's the thing. You made some sales once again, but very, very little. And number 1, there are so many mistakes that I see that you're doing. Number 1, Teen Logic Mastermind. It does not mean anything. And this is what I always go back to. Your title should not be fancy. People are so used to hearing all these fancy titles from authority figures like, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, or like a lot of things, Obstacles is the Way. These are the titles that I come up with. And these things, it's fancy. It doesn't have any keyword. It's not clear, right? And so you hear these titles and then, people come into self-publishing and try to do the same thing. But one thing you have to understand is that these people have millions of followers already when they published a book compared to you having zero. So if you have a huge audience, it doesn't matter what your title is. It doesn't matter if it's SEO optimized. You just announce your book is live to your audience and you get millions of purchases, right? But for you, you can't do that. So what do you have to do? Well, you have to play the SEO game. SEO means putting keywords in the title, making it very clear what your book is about. So when people search for, like when people want to search for like puzzle books for teens, when they search puzzle books for teens, your book shows up because you put puzzle books for teens in the title. Okay, so that's the game you have to play if you want to win in KDP. But people don't do that, right? So that is mistake number one. Subtitle, once again, should be very clear on what the book is about. In your case, it is probably too much information. You put too many things like mind-bending logic puzzles, workbook for gritty, curious, and adventurous teens. Just put one, like for gritty teens, curious teens, adventurous teens. Word search, number sequence, train, so that it's just too many things and it's getting cut off. So just simplify it. Focus on, once again, the benefits and the features, but not too much. Your cover is something that you made on Canva. It just does not look good. You can make covers on Canva. I'm not against that if you are a good designer, but if you're not, then you should probably outsource it. If you need some book cover designer recommendations, someone who can create book cover designs for a very affordable price, but still high quality, especially for low and medium content book niches, I'll leave a link to this gig right here below in this video so you can check it out. This is a good one. So the next thing is, you don't have any reviews, so obviously check out my review video. So you have to go and fix all those issues. I would recommend you just make a new book. Next time, title it better, right? Use some keywords and then make a better cover, and then you get some reviews. You should be making a lot more sales if you do that. And then from there, you can start marketing it, running some ads. And the puzzle book for teens niche is a good niche, right? So that's not the issue here. You just have to make a better product and do a better marketing. And I think you can bring that book to making a couple $100. And if you do a good job, it can do even $1,000 a month from this niche. So that's what I recommend. All right, so the next book we have is Wings of Redemption, a romantic fantasy novel. So this is a fiction book. It has 18 reviews with 4.1 average, so not the best. Despite that, it is a 19,000 or so, almost 20,000 BSR, which is a decent place to be at for a fiction book. Now, one thing I would say is the description is formatted incorrectly, so it's all bolded, which you obviously want to fix. Should be an easy fix in your KDP dashboard. I think your book cover is pretty good. It's a romance fantasy novel, but there's no like characters that's on the cover like I usually see. It's just a sword. However, it still kind of pops in terms of the design, so it still caught my eye. One thing I would probably fix is your text should be a little, like I would use a different text like font style. It looks a little cheap in my opinion. But in terms of the book cover, it seems like this is something that the same customer that, who reads your book is also enjoying. And they also don't really have the characters on the book cover. It's just kind of these fantasy designs in the background. So I guess that's what's working in this space. I would still definitely recommend updating the font for your book cover because I like these kind of fonts. And yours looks a little cheaper in my opinion. Just a slight change probably will improve the feel of the cover a little bit. But besides that, I'll be completely honest, I don't publish fiction. I just see what, other people are doing. So I can't really speak from an expert point of view. I specialize in nonfiction, low content, medium content books. But yeah, so it looks okay. And you are making some sales, doing $30 to $40 a day, which is a great sign. But since you do fiction, obviously you understand that with fiction, the key is to build a series for as long as you can. So that people buy one of your book and then they buy the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and then your lifetime value or how much you make from the customer goes higher and higher and higher and higher. Typically, you run ads heavily on fiction books, although you can do social media nowadays as well. So I don't know what kind of marketing you're doing, but whatever you're doing is working. You are making front end sales, right? So if you're profiting right now from this book, that's amazing. Like you're doing a great job. But if you're not profiting, or let's say you are breaking even or losing money, then the way you start profiting is you need to have a book number 2, book number 3, book number 4, right? So you can lose money on book number one, marketing it, but once people come in, they enjoy the story and then they get hooked on your brand and who you are, and they want to read other books from you. Then you have book number 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all organic sales that you didn't have to spend money for, right? So that is how you can start increasing your profit margins. And I think that is the next step. Besides the little tweaks you can do, like the book cover and stuff that I mentioned, the description, fixing the bolding, unless that is how you do it in fiction, which I don't think so. It's just a matter of building out the series, because you are making front-end sales. So the fixes that you have to do is a lot easier than other books that we see here. So great job on that. All right, so the next book is Colors in Circles, a playful exploration for little minds, discovering round shapes with 10 vibrant colors and everyday objects for kids age 1 to 5. So the subtitle does explain what the book is about, so that is not the issue here. You got 29 reviews, so that is good as well. You're not making sales though. I think for me, what pops up immediately is the book cover. The book cover it doesn't look like a activity book. The title does not explain that it is an activity book as well. Colors in Circles, a playful exploration for little minds. Makes me think, is it a storybook, right? Is it something else like an activity book? I'm not sure. And then I read the subtitle and I'm like, okay, so discovering round shapes with 10 vibrant colors and everyday objects. A little vague. I still don't really understand what is it about. So it's better if you can showcase the interior a little more. And obviously you do that in the A+ content. So now I see that it looks like it is a children's storybook. Okay, so it is about circles and different circles that are out there. I don't know how many people are looking for a book on this topic, to be honest. So I really don't know the keyword for this. So I just typed in children's book about circles, and let's see what kind of results that we can get. So we have 1,000 results, and this book is doing really good actually. So the circles all around us. So it is a children's book talking about circles. This one right here is not so great, but it is selling something here and there, right? So besides that first book, there's not much demand here. So let me think of other keywords that potentially is using this color in circles. All right, so your book pops up as number 1. And besides that, I don't see anything. So I think this kind of comes down to a matter of how many people is actually searching Amazon, looking for a book, looking for a children's book on teaching kids about shapes and different colors in everyday objects, right? So I'm curious how you came up with this idea, of the book. Did you just came up thinking that it's cool? It's just a random idea that you put it into a book, or did you do any market research? Like, did you actually find other books on the same topic selling well, and then that gave you the confirmation that that it's profitable, so then you went on and make it? Because I'm trying to find other books on this topic and I'm not really seeing anything here. So I think the biggest issue right there before the book cover, before the title, is that I'm not sure if the market is just there for this topic. So next time when you make a book, just keep these things in mind. And if you want to learn how to do proper market research so that you don't go and waste a ton of money and time making the book just to end up not making any sales, then you can check out my complete Amazon KDP course. It comes with complete, like literally everything you need to know, A to Z course, plus a support group so you can ask any questions you want. The link is in the description below, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend for your publishing business. So this is a book critique series that I do where I analyze your books that you submitted to me and tell you exactly what to fix so you can make more sales. If you guys want me to analyze your books in future videos like this, then just follow me on Instagram at SeanDowit13 and DM me your Amazon link. All right, so with that being said, let's get right into it. So the first book that we have is Sugar Skull's Woman Adult Coloring Book, 30 Day of the Dead Female Skull Illustrations with lovely flowers and Mexican-inspired styles. So what I like about this is, number one, you took a popular keyword, Sugar Skull's Adult Coloring Book, and you niche down into woman. And just because of this, you have much less competition, and I see that you are making some sales here and there. 700,000 BSR means you are making sales here and there, but it's probably just very little sales once in a while. So you're not making significant amount of income, but just from using a nice keyword in the title and niching down, you are making a little more than if you would not do that. So that is a good start. Now your book cover is pretty good. I think it's good, not great, but it's okay. if you scroll down here and see other books that people are buying on the same topic, these are what you are competing with, right? So I think it's pretty comparable. I would say this is the best cover out there, so it's a little different style that you might have. Maybe next time you want to try something like this. And your A+ content is decent as well, so it kind of makes me feel like this is a AI generated image because of all the black areas and shading areas that you might have, which makes it a little not suitable for coloring page. But you have 6 reviews, it's all positive, so maybe people are okay with it. So the biggest issue here is it's pretty simple, guys. You just don't have enough reviews and you're probably not marketing this book. So before you go and complain that, oh, you got to get reviews, you have to market your book to make sales, I want you to understand that that is literally part of every single business out there. There is not a single business where you can expect to make money without telling people about your business, right? In this case, telling people about your book. So it's just crazy to me how people think that is a bad thing, that you have to market your book to make sales. Amazon is huge, and because there are so many customers going to Amazon, just by uploading and forgetting about it, you will make some sales, like you can see here. But you're not gonna make thousands of dollars doing that. You're probably gonna make 10 bucks a month, 20 bucks a month. If you're lucky, maybe $100 a month just by uploading and forgetting about it. But if you really want to get to the thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a month, then you have to learn marketing. So in this case, with this book, I don't see much issues with the product side. I see issues with the marketing side. You only got 6 reviews. You probably didn't run a ton of ads. Maybe you did, but you weren't profitable, so you gave up. I don't know. But the ads would have converted better if you had more than 6 reviews. So you have to do both. You have to make a great product, but you also have to market it. If you need help with marketing, you can always check out my KDP course, link in the description, or you can just YouTube Sean Doe with Amazon ads or Sean Doe with TikTok, and I have some videos on that topic. All right, the next book is National Park Journal, subtitle Park. So I'm just gonna go really quick with these kind of books because, obviously you guys get the point. Like some books, it's almost like you're not even trying, right? Like, why is it just park in the subtitle? It makes no sense. And I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I'm just being real, because the point of this video here is not to be nice, not to say like, oh, you can do it, right? The point of this video is to try and help you fix the mistakes that you're making so that you can get more sales. So I'd rather be direct. I'd rather come across as rude and harsh so that you can fix the mistake and make you more money. Okay, so this one just doesn't make any sense to me. National Park Journal is okay. It is a keyword-based title, so it makes sense. But why is your subtitle just park? Where is this coming from, right? The description is very, very short. The book cover is just a stock image with a text. And obviously, yeah, like there's no way, and you have 1 reviews. So expecting this to sell with a sea of journals out there, flooding Amazon, right, is just crazy to me. And the craziest thing on top of that is that you still made some sales on Amazon, because Amazon, once again, is so big that even a book of this quality you can upload and make some sales, which is just amazing. But once again, that is like if you want to make $5, $10, but if you want to make thousands, then you have to do a better job. Specifically, your subtitle has to clearly explain what the book is about. Your journal should reflect the interior a little more. Once again, if you scroll down a little bit, I guess you don't have a lot of product data to really show what other books people are buying, because you don't have that. But my point is, you need more reviews, a clear title, and also update the description to kind of expand on the features and benefits a little bit more, and your book cover as well. And you're also pricing your book way too high at $14.99 with just 1 review, not even explaining what the benefit of the book is. All right, so the next book is Explorer's Expedition, road trip activity book for kids aged 8 to 12. Now, this book is a little better than the other book that we saw. The cover is better, right? The title has a keyword, a road trip activity book for kids aged 8 to 12. It's nice and niche down, right? The only thing is the Explorer's Expedition is kind of a useless space because it doesn't explain what the book is about. It's very vague. Like when people hear Explorer's Expedition, they're like, I don't get it. Like, what is this book about, right? So that you can just cut that out and just start off with road trip activity book for kids 8 to 12. And then for the subtitle, you have kids road trip activities. Once again, too vague. You got to be more clear. What is this book? Like, how many activity pages? What is exactly the puzzles or activities? Like here, you explain that in the description, like word search, crosswords, and then you also have the benefits. This should be in the subtitle. Obviously not the whole thing, but you're going to summarize it and then put it so, because very few people actually read the description, right? So you have to sell them in the subtitle or the title in general. And then once you hook them enough, they go to the description. But you can't expect them to go to the description if you have a very vague title. Okay, so you did a better job than other people, but just gotta improve that. Your book cover, you know, it's better as well. It pops, but so it has a lot of images, but it's not really showcasing the interior. Like, yes, it's an activity book, but it's not really showing the activity aspect. It's just a bunch of images put together. So perhaps you can improve that as well. Now you got 52 reviews, which is great. So great job on that. And because of that, your BSR is lower than others that we are reviewing here. So it's at 388,000 BSR, which means you're making sales here and there. It's probably doing around $50 to $100 a month or so. I don't know how much you're spending in marketing in terms of time and money, but what I would recommend you improve next time is, once again, the title. Be a little more clear on the features and benefits right in the title, not just in the description. And for your book cover, this is something you can, change right now, is that you want to showcase your interior a little more, like the activity aspect of it. So if you look at your competitors here, people are buying these books. I guess they aren't showing the interior as well. So maybe you just kind of modeled from this book. But this book right here is doing exactly that, right? It's telling people a little road trip aspect of the image, but also the activities inside, which I think is the best approach to this. All right, so the next book is the Dachshund Immortal. Yeah, so there's this dog. All right, so this is just absolutely horrible, right? And I'm gonna just go over real quick because you guys submitted this book to me. So I'm gonna review it, but I'm just gonna tell you that it's really, really bad. I mean, it's not doing anything that I just talked about earlier in the video, where the title gotta, be super clear. Like, this is an extremely vague title. Why would people who's scrolling through Amazon stop and buy this book? You're not even explaining why they should buy the book, right? What is it about? And your cover is just a dachshund, right? And there's no reason for people to buy this with really bad reviews, 3.8 average. So that's pretty much it, right? So I'm just gonna skip over this one. So going back to the last book, basically the point is, don't try to be fancy with your title. Be clear. Clear beats fancy all day long. Okay, so the next one is Guided Prayer Journal, reflecting on the Word of God. Okay, so we have Guided Prayer Journal, which is a keyword, which is good. You should probably niche down a little bit, because Guided Prayer Journal is a pretty competitive, pretty broad keyword. You can niche down to, like, 1 year guided prayer journal, a 1 year guided prayer journal for women, or teens, or whatever. There are many different sub niches on this. Reflecting on the Word of God, once again, is the subtitle. Once again, should be clear on the benefits that the reader will receive, as well as the features, like how many pages or how many, like exactly what you get. Reflecting on the Word of God is vague. People always go for the vague subtitle, but that's something that people have to understand to fix. Your description is formatted improperly because everything is bolded, and it's very, very, very hard to read. So you want to fix that as soon as possible. And this book is not selling at all. I think the main issue is because you're in a very competitive niche or keyword. You can niche down a little more. I think your book cover is good in terms of design and the color. I like the design and the color. The only thing I would recommend you do is to make the text a little bigger, the title text, so it fills up this space around it a little better. Okay, you see there's a lot of white spaces around the text. You want to fill it up. Really, the title should be much, much bigger. Okay, and you have 0 reviews, so that's kind of why you're not making sales, is because you're in a very competitive keyword, which you can still make money. You can still make money in a competitive keyword if you have a great product and then you push that with marketing. But you basically didn't do any marketing. You just uploaded, forgot about it, 0 reviews, and of course, that's why you're not making sales. All right, next book is Money Mastery for Millennials, Financial Guide Made Easy. Yeah, so this is another thing. It's the same issue over and over and over, right? So Money Mastery for Millennials, what does that mean? Like, if I was a customer, I'll be confused on exactly what am I going to learn. Is it going to be budgeting? Am I going to learn about budgeting, accounting? Am I going to learn about, ways to make money online, ways to save money? Like, money mastery, what does that mean, right? So that's what I say, is you have to be extremely clear on the benefits of the book and the features. Okay, so that's what you have to put in the title. Your book cover can improve as well. It's just $ and a black background. I think it can be a lot better. If you look at your other competitors here, none of these are, especially good, I would say. So none of these books are actually really good covers. I don't like any of these, to be honest. Maybe this one right here is a little better. Not the best though, but Another thing is you have no reviews, right? So you are making some sales, which is just amazing. Maybe you told some people about it, maybe you ran some ads. But the biggest thing that you can improve right now, since you can't update the title, or you actually can update the title if you publish the book and republish it, which I think is something that you can consider doing because you don't have reviews. So it doesn't really affect you if you lose a review by republishing it. Right? So you can probably update the title to be more clear on the benefits of the book. Then you can get some reviews and update the cover. Okay. Once you have more reviews, I would highly recommend you price your book higher than $7.50 because that is very low, especially for a book that is 104 pages. You want to be between $12.99, if not higher. Okay. So that is my recommendation. If you need tips on how to get reviews, I will leave a link to the easiest way to get reviews video that I filmed in the description below. All right, next book, Space Facts and Rhymes for Kids, Curious Minds. Educational space book for children, amazing facts about the galaxies, solar system, planets, and more. So as you guys see from these videos that I do when I analyze subscribers' books, this is your competition, right? So for those who are watching this and who really understands finding good keywords, making good titles, good covers, and actually getting reviews and marketing it, like if you can do that, you shouldn't really be worrying about competition because this is your competition, right? I'm not here to once again really talk crap about, like this person in general or anything, but you got to understand that it's not the best, right? You have 0 reviews. The cover is basically, it's like a meme cover, right? I don't understand the sunglasses. It's just emojis, stock images. It's just all over the place. And then you have space facts and rhymes for kids, curious minds, like grammatically incorrect. The letter is not even capitalized. It's just very unprofessional. So this is basically what you're competing with most of the time. And that's why I say, if you actually understand, how to produce a high quality book, you shouldn't really worry about competition much. It's pretty easy to stand out. So for this book specifically, it goes back to the same thing that we talked about in the rest of the video, right? No reviews, the title. You want to be clear. Once again, fix the grammatical issues, right? Fix the capitalization issue as well. And you have to improve your cover. Like, yes, you can make covers on Canva, and that's a great free way of starting, but you can't be complaining if you're not making sales if you're making poor covers that are very unprofessional like this. So if you need some recommendations on someone who can create book covers for you for an affordable price, but it's very, very high quality, I'll leave a link to some of the Fiverr gigs that I recommend in the description below. All right, so the next book is Birdwatching Logbook. This one, I think the book cover is okay. Like, I actually like that you're showcasing the interior. It's simple, but people in this audience might like it. Obvious reason, you have 0 reviews. That's pretty much it for a journal. So there's not much you can do with journals and logbooks in terms of improving your listing besides the book cover and getting reviews and obviously the title. If you scroll down here a little bit, this is your competition. Like, people are buying this book. It's a bestseller, and this actually looks really nice. So perhaps you can go with this kind of book cover, although this one is doing well as well, which is similar to yours. It's just that logbooks and journals is a tough market. You did make some sales, which is just, once again, Amazon is just crazy that you can make sales by uploading. But if you want to make big amount of money, I would recommend you stay away from logbooks and journals. It's just a really tough market because the customers aren't paying more than $9.99, $10.99, right? You can only price your book as $6.99. But the thing is, if you sell it at $6.99, you're making like $1, per sale. And with $1 per sale in profit, it's very hard to run ads and market it. And there's also not much audience for a very generic journal like this on social media. So you basically just cannot market it, and you just can't do anything. You just make it, upload it, you hope you make some sales, and that is pretty much it. So next time, maybe improve the cover, but that is the only thing I can recommend besides not doing low content books and more focusing on medium and high content books. If you guys need help on producing super high quality books and marketing your books, especially for medium and high content, then I do have my KDP programs. You guys can check it out in the description below, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend for your publishing business. So if you want me to critique your books like this in the future, then once again, follow me on Instagram at SeanDoe13, DM me your book, and I will feature it in future videos like this. So if you want to make more sales for your Amazon KDP business, then watch this video because I'm going to show you exactly how. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean and I've made over $1.6 million from my own Amazon KDP business. If you don't believe what I say, then just look up Sean Doe KDP income reports and you will see a whole playlist of me documenting my entire journey that you can go and check out. So this is going to be a book review video where I critique the books that you submitted to me on Instagram. If you want me to review your books in future videos like this, then all you have to do is follow me on Instagram at SeanDoa13, DM me your Amazon link, and I'll review it in upcoming videos. So let's get started. So this is the first book, Ayo the Hip Hop Dancing Dog, a children's inspirational animal story book adventure. So it has 10 ratings and it is at 1.3 million BSR, which means you're basically making zero money. You made some sales and that's why you have the BSR, but you're not making much. Number one, your book cover is just not good enough. So I do have some videos on how to create book covers on Canva, which looks like that is probably what you did. And that is an okay way of getting started if you really truly do not have the money. But I highly recommend you spend $5, $10, 20 bucks, even, up to 30, 40, 50 bucks, whatever you can afford to have a higher quality book cover, because yes, you can make a book cover for free, but you probably will not be making something as quality as a professional designer. And if you want to make real money, if you're happy with just making few sales here and there like you did here, then that is fine. You can create a cover on Canva yourself. But if you're really serious about this, then you should probably outsource the book cover designs. So since you have a children's book, all you have to do is go to Fiverr and look up children's book cover. But I'll leave a link to this gig that I worked with in the past, specializing in children's book cover. So you can go and check it out and potentially work with them. But that is number one, is obviously to improve the book cover. Number two is, what is this book about, right? So a children's book typically teaches a lesson. Usually it's about confidence, courage, determination, whatever. So you have a children's inspirational animal story book adventure, and it feels kind of all over the place. Where's the hip hop element? What is adventurous about this? What is inspirational about this? It's inspirational and adventure at the same time, which seems like a different direction. So just obviously focus on one theme, right? And then just, be more clear on what exactly is the reader getting? Because if I was a customer, I would look at your book cover, I would look at your title, and I'm like, I don't get it. Like, it's some kind of hip hop dancing dog. I don't know what I'm going to learn. I don't know what my kids are going to learn. And I'm not going to spend the next minute reading your book description or even giving this book a shot when there are a billion other books out there that I can buy that are way more clear on what value they're going to give me. So book cover title, definitely improve. And then once you improve that, then potentially you can go and get more reviews and, talk about marketing. All right, the next book is The Ultimate Advantage, Your Guide to Winning in Commercial Insurance. So this book is about basically winning in commercial insurance, obviously. So the subtitle does explain what this book is about, winning in commercial insurance. It would have been a lot better if you could have been more specific, because winning in commercial insurance is very vague. It's like saying, winning in baseball. Okay, so that's cool, but am I actually going to improve my swing? Am I actually going to learn how to pitch better? Like, be a little more clear, right? Improving your closing rates if you're doing, like, if this is like a sales book. So using those specific languages would be better than just say winning in commercial real estate or commercial insurance. So besides that fact, the book cover also is not the best. I don't, looking at this, I don't immediately feel like this is about commercial insurance because it's a very generic stock image, right? So it doesn't really portray the commercial insurance. Another thing that I'm curious about is commercial insurance even a topic that people are buying books on, right? Because I looked up commercial insurance, a pretty generic keyword, and there's only 2,000 results, and your book at 11 ratings and 1.5 million BSR is literally the #1 book out there. And your keyword is in the subtitle. It's not even in the title. So that means it is a extremely low competition keyword, and also probably the demand is not there. So let's go and take a look. So we have commercial general liability policy. So I don't know if this is related to commercial insurance. 53,000 in audiobooks. It's probably doing like 50 bucks a month. Maybe $100 a month if you're lucky. So that seems like the potential here. All other books are close to the million BSR range. So basically, even if you go and optimize your book, there's nothing you can do because just the market is just not there. Nobody is interested in buying a book on commercial insurance, at least from looking at this, right? There's no proof of concept. So I would recommend you just move on and just find a niche that is profitable. I get that maybe this is your profession, so you can't really pivot because you're selling commercial insurance. Well, if that's the case, I don't think publishing and trying to make money from the book directly is the way to go. I think what you should do is use this book kind of as a business card. So when you're talking to your clients, you can tell them that, hey, I literally wrote a book on commercial insurance. You can trust me more than all the other commercial insurance salesmen because they didn't write a book. I did, right? So they will probably trust you more and, want to do business with you. But trying to make money directly from this book through the Amazon KDP business model is probably not viable because, once again, there's no demand. All right, next book we have is Anger Management for Parents. Learn how to understand your triggers, stop losing your temper, and create a joyful relationship with your child. So this book has 4.8 average rating at 195 rating, which is absolutely amazing. You're crushing it with the reviews. And despite that, for some reason, it is at 2,714,000 BSR, which makes no sense. If you have 200 reviews, unless these are fake reviews, your BSR should be a lot lower than 2.7 million. Like there's no, it doesn't make sense. Even if you're not marketing the book at all, even if you're literally just uploading and forgetting, the fact that you got 200 reviews, which means you either got a crap ton of ARC reviewers, which shows that people are interested in this topic. And I know that people are interested in this topic, right? Or you got a bunch of organic reviews, which means people are buying. So it makes no sense actually that your BSR is so low. So let me go and check this with Bookbeam here. So the BSR went from 12 million to 1 million and then dropped to, at the lowest, 200,000. So looking at the review history here, I might be wrong that these reviews are fake just because of how it's trickling in instead of like all of a sudden you're getting a ton. This is kind of iffy that you got 17 reviews overnight. But it's possible. It's not, if you have an ARC team, it's possible. So I might be wrong, but you have A+ content here. You have these things. It just does not make sense based on these reviews. You have a lot of unverified reviews though, so it does look a little suspicious, especially you have 0, 1, 2, 3 star. So I don't know. I'm kind of not sure if these are fake reviews or real reviews. I'm not gonna, assume, but basically Anger Management for Parents is a profitable niche based on how other books on this topic is selling well, right? This one is doing $50 a day in royalties, and there are other books like this one, Anger Management Parents, doing well, $86, right? This one as well, doing hundreds of dollars. So it is a profitable topic, only 2,000 results, so it's not like it's competitive or anything. So I really do not understand why you're not making more than 2.7 million BSR. The only thing I would recommend to optimize is the title looks a little cheap because this one's not capitalized, this letter right here. You have a period in your subtitle, which you don't need, right? So this is a little unprofessional. Another thing is your book cover is not the best. It does not really portray anger management. So I would improve the book cover. Maybe you took an idea from here, but anger is usually associated with the color red. So I would recommend you use something like red. A lot of these example covers are doing that. The color red pops as well. So, it's a good color to use in covers anyways. And you can also work on the designs, but either way, improve the book cover. That's the number one thing I see. And also try and market it a little more, run some ads because people are happy with the content, right? Your listing is good. You got amazing reviews. So just small tweaks and a little bit of marketing, I think it can do well. So don't give up on this book and try and keep it going. Okay, next book is Solana, The Sun's Chosen. If you've been watching my book review videos in the past, you would know what I'm gonna say. What am I gonna say? I don't understand what this book is about, right? Like Solana, The Sun's Chosen. What is it? I don't know. It has 0 reviews. Okay, it's vague. I'm not gonna spend my time reading the book description to learn more about it, especially if it has 0 reviews. If you got hundreds of reviews, let's say you got 100 reviews, and I don't understand what the book is about, but the cover is nice. Let's say the cover is nice, it catches my eyes. I don't understand the title, I don't know what the book is about, but it has 100 reviews. That'll tell me that, okay, people are liking it. Maybe I should spend the next minute reading the description and checking out the book a little more. Maybe I should give this book a shot. If you have some reviews, people will think that way. But since you got 0 reviews, a vague title, people will not even give you a chance. And that is why you have absolutely 0 sales in 5 months, okay? So that's what I recommend is work on your titles, be more clear next time, and also get some reviews. Reviews are huge. If you need help getting reviews, then just look up on YouTube, Sean Dowett book reviews, and there are a lot of videos that I made in the past, but I will also leave a link to one of the video in the description below. Next book is The Birth Within, Top 10 Easy Ways for Expectant Mothers to Craft a Path to Making a Good Human Through Motherhood. Okay, so it's like a parenting book. right? So it has 29 reviews, 2.3 million BSR. So once again, it's not selling. I think it's still vague. I mean, it's better than other books that we saw today because it kind of explains what the book is about, which is top 10 easy ways to make a good, so basically raise a kid, right? But you said how to raise a good kid in the most complicated way possible by saying easy ways for expectant mothers to craft a path to making a good human through motherhood. Basically just say how to raise a kid, right? That's, so like I always go back to this, but this is why it's so important. If you guys are watching this and you're like, oh, Sean just repeats the same thing over and over and over. Well, yeah, like no shit, because no one's doing it, right? So it's so important to be clear on the title, okay? What is this book about? Well, it's a parenting book, but you're making it very, very confusing by wording it this way. You don't want to be fancy with your book title, right? You have to be very clear, especially if you're doing nonfiction. Fiction's different, okay? If you're doing fiction, that's different. But if you're doing nonfiction, you have to be extremely clear on what the book is about. So another thing is when you say top 10, it just seems like a BuzzFeed video where it's like top 10 this, top 10 that. It does not feel like it is a full book. It feels like a pamphlet when you say top 10, so never do top 10, okay? Another thing, once again, be more clear. So, best strategies to raise a good human. I don't know. I can't really come up with on the spot, but I would make this subtitle a lot less confusing, okay? Look at your competitors, see what other titles we have. Actually, we can look at it right here. So like this one right here, right? Gentle, effective parenting to raise thriving children. How to be the connected parent with effective discipline and emotional regulation skills. Extremely clear on what the book is about, right? And when people see this, they're like, I want to learn this. This is exactly what I'm looking for because I'm expecting, so let me buy it. This is exactly what you want to do in your title too. So that is fix number one. Fix number two, the book cover can improve design-wise, but I don't think it's as important as the title mistake that you've made. And after that, you can work on getting more reviews. But cover and title, the most important thing. Next book, Quoted, the 400 greatest quotes of all time. 2,500 years of wisdom, happiness, love, motivation, and success. So this is one of the easiest books to ever make because you're just compiling quotes, right? Nothing wrong with it. And it's selling a lot better than all the other books that we saw today, right? It's at 107,000 BSR, making $5 to $10 a day. So this book alone is doing $150 to $300 a month. A compilation of quotes. It's amazing, what you can do with Amazon KDP. It's just amazing to me that you can literally just compile a quote out there online and make hundreds of dollars a month. So I just think this business is so crazy if you know what you're doing, okay? So the reason why this book is working is because I'm not bashing this author. There's nothing wrong with publishing a quote book, okay? If you do it right, obviously you want to cite sources. You want to give, the original author of the quote credit. But if you do it right, you can do it. And the reason why this book is selling well is because obviously there is demand for this topic. He got 86 reviews. He got a pretty good cover that stands out, especially with this, I don't know if this is Marcus Aurelius, but Stoicism theme is good because when you think about quotes, a lot of Stoics usually come into these things. Yeah, I think the book listing is pretty good. I have no issues with the title as well. It's very clear on what the book is about. Very clear, right? 400 greatest quotes of all time, 2,500,000 of wisdom on these topics. The A+ content looks cool as well. So honestly, I have no suggestion in terms of improving your book. Listing wise, now you can work on marketing it through Amazon ads, potentially doing social media marketing. But looking at the listing, no issues. So great job on it. Actually, I do notice one thing. You don't have an audiobook of this. I mean, you're making a couple $100 just from paperback, and I'm sure you're making more from ebook and hardcover, which the ebook at 99 cents does not make sense. Unless you went through the launch, which you're way past the launch because this book has been out for 1 year and 4 months. So you're way past the launch. Why is your ebook at 99 cents? Do it at $6.99, $7.99. You should be making another $100 a month just from ebook and a couple hundred from paperback. And why don't you have an audiobook, right? If you have an audiobook version up, you'll be probably making a couple $100 more. And this book alone will be making you $500 to $1,000 a month. Literally just a compilation of quotes. So that's what I would definitely recommend. You're definitely missing out on some money here. All right, next book, kind of a funny coincidence. We have another quote book, 52 positive quotes for 52 successful weeks. So now this book in comparison is at 3 million BSR. Why is that? Well, there's a glaring difference between the last quote book and this book. Number one is only 2 reviews. Number 2 is that the book cover looks a lot cheaper. It's just a lot worse than the last one. The last one was a lot more impactful. This one is a little too vague. It's a little too woo-woo self-helpy. That will not work. But the biggest one is reviews. Next is the book cover, obviously. 52 positive quotes for 52 successful weeks is a very weak, vague title as well. You have a lot more word count, especially in the subtitle. You have no subtitle here, right? You have a lot more word count in the subtitle to really sell the book, but you just skipped it. You just cut the entire thing, which you don't want to do. 52 quotes is a very short book as well. 52 quotes. I don't know how you got 125 pages, but the last one was 400 quotes, 400 of the best quotes, right? That was the title. 400 best quotes, 2,500 years of wisdom. That was the selling point. You have 52 positive quotes for 52 successful weeks. It's just a weak value proposition. You have to sell your book a lot more. So that's what I recommend, is to have better title, position it better, learn copywriting, get more reviews, improve your book cover. As an example, one of them that I recommend is this one, Olina Art. She creates really good nonfiction, business, and self-help covers, as you can see here. Especially for you here, this is a self-help book, so this could be a great option. I'll leave a link to this gig below this video. And if you guys want to learn my step-by-step process on doing keyword research, creating an epic 5-star quality book, and how to launch your book and get a ton of reviews and sales and build your Amazon KDP business the right way. A lot of our students are doing 4, 5, and some even 6 figures a month. So we're getting a lot of great results for our students in our KDP program. If you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend for your publishing business. So if you enjoyed this video, leave a like. Once again, if you want me to review your books in the future, then DM me on Instagram, send me your Amazon link. You have to send me this Amazon link right here in the URL, or I will not respond and I will not review it. Okay. So hopefully you enjoyed the video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one. So this is a book review video where I critique your books that you submitted to me, and I will show you exactly what to fix so you can get more sales. So let's get right into it. So the first one is rejection to redirection, overcoming negative thoughts, beat fear, experience love, and take control of your life. So the first thing I realized here is that your subtitle is kind of talking about multiple things in one book. Overcoming negative thoughts, beat fear it's kind of similar, so it's okay, but experience love is like a whole different thing. And I feel like the same customer, the same audience rarely wants to learn both in the same book. Yes, these are things that people experience as a problem in life, but usually people seek for solutions in different situations or different times in life. So my point is, having these two together is kind of weird. You're solving 2 different problems when you should be just solving the main thing, which it seems like you are overcoming the fear of rejection, right? I think that's the book topic. Unless this is a relationship book. I could not tell that this was a relationship book, if it is, based on the book cover. So let me actually read the description here. So life is a journey filled with unexpected twists. Yet what if we told you that rejection is not the end of the road? So after reading the description, it confirmed that I was right. This book is about basically overcoming rejection and overcoming the fear of rejection. So experiencing love is kind of out of pocket. I can see that you're trying to tie it into like dating, and you are overcoming the rejection when it comes to dating too. But I feel like you could have added different value proposition or benefit statement here that's more closer to the first 2 things that you listed here. So that's one thing that I want you to keep in mind next time, is to really focus on solving one problem per book. Don't be all over the place, right? Don't have a book that says, I can do this, I can do that, I can do that. Nobody wants a generalist, okay? People want to learn from an expert who's really, really good at one topic. Another obvious thing is you only have 8 reviews. So that's obviously something that you have to get more if you want your book to be selling. If you need help in getting reviews, just look up Sean Dawood Reviews. I'll leave a link to one of the videos that I've done in the description below. It is one of the easiest ways to get reviews. So your book cover is an interesting one. So in the inside here, this torn part it kind of looks like one of those professional book covers. But the fonts and the color and everything outside in the orange section looks like you made it on Canva. So it's a very interesting combination that you have. I would work on the fonts. I don't have any issues with these text-based designs, which is just basically text on the book cover with very little design. It works well in self-help. Something similar to this, right? This is a perfect example. This is one of the best-selling books in the self-help niche, and it's basically just text with a little image. So it works, but you have to do a better execution because the cover is not bad. I like the color, it's popping, but the fonts looks a little cheap. It can be thicker, right? The title text can be thicker, those kind of little things. You can work on it, but you can also outsource to a professional if you just want to pay somebody to do it. There are a lot of gigs on Fiverr that can create book cover designs for you. This one specializes in business, nonfiction, and self-help, so it's pretty much what you're trying to do here. So I'll leave a link to this gig in the description below, but you can see that the design is pretty damn good. So those 3 points that I mentioned, the cover, review, and the title, the value proposition is the biggest thing. Another thing that I noticed is you do have an A+ content, but it kind of is just your book cover in a really, really big image. So you want to focus more on, once again, what is the benefit? Like, what are readers getting from this, right? So you want to work on that, add more of that as a image form. So it seems like you made the book cover yourself. You can totally do that to get started, but you can outsource this to someone if you want a professional one done. If you would outsource it, this is one of the best A+ content gig on Fiverr. Obviously, you can see because I use them as well. It is not the cheapest though, and I want you guys to understand that I'm not here to just promote Fiverr or promote, whatever. Like, you don't have to use Fiverr. I'm just saying if you would outsource it, these are some options, right? So I'll leave a link below this video, but you can do it yourself if you want to, and if you have the design skills to it. But what you want to fix is, once again, focus on the value, what people are getting, not just some random design or random, image of a book cover. Because if I look at this here, it's not doing anything, because the purpose of the A+ content is to sell the reader even more, because they're on the fence right now, right? When they scroll down here, they're on the fence. They're like, should I buy this? Should I not? I hope that, the rest of the product page sells me on it so that I can confidently click purchase. So you should be selling them more, and you're just not doing that here. So that's what I'm saying here. Next book right here. This is All Me, a children's book celebrating their feelings and emotions. So one thing I would say is that the title is clear, and I like that. A children's book celebrating their feelings and emotions. It makes sense. Like, I know exactly what the book is about. One thing I would say that you have to fix immediately is the book cover image is extremely small, right? So the bigger the better. And this really is based on the file dimensions. So if you made this on Canva, you probably exported the file in a different dimension than you should have. So just fix that immediately, because you don't want this image to be showing up this small. I mean, it's a lot less impact. Even if you do make it bigger, obviously I would recommend to improve the cover. Actually, you know what? I think for a children's book cover, it's okay. And we're talking about feelings and emotions, so I like the colorfulness and images that you have. But that, the biggest thing right now is the size of the book cover. That's the first fix. The second fix is you only got 6 ratings. So I will definitely get more reviews from there. And I hope that you are marketing the book. If not, then start running some ads into, targeting your competitors. Like this one right here, you can literally get their book title. You can get their ASIN, right? And you can put it into a product targeting campaign and have your book show up next to theirs, right? In theory, the way this works is if you have a book that has a better cover or better, more reviews or something that makes your book better than your competitors, you do a product targeting campaign, have your book show up next to your competitors, and people will see both books and they're like, oh, I initially clicked on this book, but this other book that's showing up it looks more interesting, it looks better, and that's why I'm gonna buy this one instead. That's the idea. So that is why it's very important to have a book that's good in the first place. But that is what I recommend as an example marketing method. Next book, we got Fairy Musings, Grayscale Coloring Journal. All right, so it's at 7 million BSR, meaning it sold a few, but like very, very, very little. What is interesting is this is a coloring journal, okay? So it is combining the coloring book and a journal. It's good that you are upfront about being a grayscale, because obviously this is a AI generated image. The cover looks super AI, and based on the back cover, it looks nice, you know, like fantasy kind of image, but super grayscale. It's not even a coloring book, right? It is a grayscale image here. Like if we look at it here, let's see some images. So yeah, I don't know where exactly you would color in, because it's not even grayscale. It's just a AI image that's black and white. However, I will say though that the image looks okay. Like there's no crazy AI mistakes happening here. You know, it is a nice image, no messed up hands or anything. So that definitely is good. And even though it's AI, I think I will agree with this customer in terms of these little things. It looks nice actually. So I'm okay with the actual content. I think your book cover can improve. Another thing is, I'm not sure how many people look for a coloring journal. So let me look that up right now. So I looked up coloring journal, and actually there are a lot of books that are selling on this. Like this one right here, a journal and coloring book to distract your anxious mind. So it's a 2-in-1, doing $111 a day. By the way, I have this tool called Bookbeam that tells me how much the book is making. If you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video. Besides that, actually, maybe it's just that book, because this one is doing well, but this one is 100,000 BSR, so not that great, right? This one is a million, so it's not selling at all. This is a journal coloring book, 245,000. And this is a coloring activity book, and it's doing extremely well. So I do think there's a niche for it. However, if you look at the ones that are doing well, they all have this kind of cover, right? These ones, it's more targeting kids. You are targeting a really niche audience of like teens, you know, or adults who likes these realistic images, because it's definitely not a kid's image, right? It's not an image for kids. So you're like going teens, adults, who likes fairies, right? So that's a niche in a niche that also likes coloring journal. So I think you niche down too much without realizing, to the point where there is no audience. Okay, so the coloring journal itself is a good topic, but you have to kind of play to the audience, people who are looking for these kind of books. So that's the biggest thing. You can obviously get more reviews, run some ads, but I think the core issue is that. So I don't think getting more reviews will fix it, honestly. I think you can make good interiors. So just, you want to fix the positioning of the book, researching, those kind of things. Next book, Cool Cats and Manga Animals Coloring Book Adventure, a whimsical coloring journey designed for kids, teens, and adults. First mistake, kids, teens, and adults. Honestly, like if you're gonna target everyone, you don't even have to put it in here in the subtitle, because it's basically just for everyone. So you could have ended here, a whimsical coloring journey. If you're targeting a specific audience, then you can call it out in the subtitle, like for kids or for teens or for adults, but you're basically targeting everyone. So it's not necessary there, right? The cover is actually really cool. I think the cover looks really nice, right? This image, I really like it. Based on looking at the back cover, I'm not sure if it's AI or not, but either way, it is a coloring page that looks cool, so I like it. It has 18 reviews, so it is a good starting point for a coloring book, and it is at 2,500,000 BSR, so it's not selling at all. So my guess on why this book is not selling is, I'm not sure how many people are looking for cats and manga animals coloring books. So let's go and take a look. So I looked up cats and manga animals coloring book. I think I should separate this. That is a hilarious cover, this one right here. So I think what I should do is, let me do manga coloring book or manga animals coloring book. Okay, so we have cute chibi girls anime characters selling okay. We have anime animal coloring book. It's not selling much. So I don't think there is much audience for a anime coloring book or anime animal coloring book, because you niche down 3 times. You niche down to a manga coloring book, then you niche down to manga animals coloring book, and then you niche down to manga animals and cats specific coloring book. So like manga coloring book alone is a smaller niche, then you niche down twice to the point where, once again, I don't think there is a audience for this or people specifically looking for this. So just to confirm that theory, let's just remove animals and look up manga coloring book. So we have this one, Best of Pop Manga Coloring Book, 45,000, so it's selling decent. We have another one selling decent, looks like from the same person. We have Anime Coloring Book, 24,000 BSR, selling good. Okay, so now I see that there is an audience. So this is where you should have stopped. You should have stopped at manga comic book. Honestly, you should have made a book on that, you know, and you can make good book covers and interiors. So I'm pretty confident that you just make the next book on this topic and you'll do well. But yeah, the problem is you just niche down twice more to the point where the audience is too small, right? So I think that is the issue. And this is a problem that a lot of people struggle with. You know, when they start Amazon KDP, they're like, oh my God, I have so many ideas. I could publish a book on this topic, without even doing market research, without even checking if those books are even profitable. And then they go spend so much time and money making those books just to publish and realize that no one is looking for a book on the topic. That is why before you go and make a book, it's so important to go and research. I do teach this as the #1 most important factor in my Amazon KDP program. If you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video. All right, next book, Would You Rather for Kids. Explore over 200 entertaining dilemmas, plus a bonus section for endless fun and creative thinking. Would You Rather series, The Choice Chronicles. #1, the book title is good. Like I don't see any issues here. It's very clear. It's Would You Rather for Kids, right? It has the keyword. Also, it's very clear on what the book is about. And now the subtitle, which is the benefit statement, is also very clear. You have 200 entertaining dilemmas. I like the word dilemmas, by the way. It definitely piques curiosity. Plus a bonus section. I don't know if you can say bonus in the subtitle. I think it's kind of against the guideline, but it passed, right? And it went through. So the title, good. Also the description formatting is okay and not the most important, but you know, it's good. The cover is good as well, right? So I honestly like this cover. It's very unique compared to your the other Would You Rather books like these ones. It's different, but it's also nice, well designed. So I think you have really good potential here. And yet it's been out for 4 months and you're at 3 million BSR, not making any sales. Why is that? Well, it's because you have 0 reviews. So that is the thing, guys. There are 3 main parts that you have to master when it comes to Amazon KDP. If you're gonna succeed in this business, you have to master 3 skills. The researching of the topic, right? Finding profitable topics, which we talked about in the last 2 books that was making a mistake. This book didn't. This book found a profitable topic. Would You Rather for Kids? A lot of books on this topic is selling. So you pass the first one, right? The second one, you have to create a high quality book. So that's the production skill. You created a book that is, I'm assuming, good interior because the back cover looks amazing. The front cover looks amazing. The title is good. So the production, you did correctly as well, right? But there is the third skill that you have to master, and that is marketing, okay? And you cannot miss either one. You can't have an amazing book, you know, market it, but didn't do the research, so no one's looking for a book on the topic. That was the case with the last 2, right? You can't, you know, do proper research and market, but have a really crappy book because that's not gonna work too. And you can't do the first 2 and skip the marketing. You gotta do all 3, okay? And if you learn how to do it, it's not a lot of work, don't worry, but that is a mistake. You have 0 reviews. Why did you just upload and forget when you have this amazing book that if you get a little bit of reviews and if you market a little bit on social media or run some ads, I am pretty confident that you can make hundreds of dollars if this book pops, maybe even thousands of dollars, because there are Would You Rather book out there. Like I'm pretty sure this book right here, I'm just gonna open some random Would You Rather books, right? And see how much they are selling, okay? So this book right here, 170 BSR, making 300 bucks a day, okay? 300 bucks a day. That is $9,000 a month, right? The same Would You Rather book. This book right here, you probably have a better book cover. This is doing $1,000 a day, $30,000 a month. And this book is also doing $100 a day, $3,000 a month. What is the difference between their books and yours? Literally just reviews and marketing. You're sitting on a gold mine here by just neglecting that aspect. So Madison, if you're watching this, if you're not watching this, whoever knows Madison, please forward her this video, okay? Because this is super important. She is sitting on a gold mine. She got to get reviews. I know if you need help in getting reviews, once again, I think I will leave a link to the how to get reviews video, okay? And please learn how to market and you're gonna make some money, okay? So I think I'll end the video here, but if you guys want me to review your books in the future, then what you have to do is follow me on Instagram at SeanDolwood13. and DM me your Amazon link and I'll feature it in future videos like this. The links to all the tools and resources mentioned, as well as my Amazon KDP program, is all in the description below. The next book review demonstrates why the smallest detail can make the biggest difference in your publishing business. This is a book review series that I do where I critique your books that you submitted to me and tell you exactly where you're making the mistakes, why your books are not selling, and how to fix it. So the first book we have is this one, Disaster Scenarios Unveiled. Expert advice for self-reliant prepping, sustainable living, and off-grid community building in times of collapse. So the book cover, I actually like this. It definitely catches my attention. I really like the description as well. You change the font size for the header and you format it really well in a way that it piques curiosity. I don't know why this is all bolded though. So besides that, it's good. So the book is at 500,000 BSR. This is for the ebook. Paperback is about 1 million. So it's not selling much, even though the title is good, the book cover is good, right? And the topic, doomsday prepping, is actually a profitable topic. There are other books on this topic that sells well. So these are all fiction books, but like this one, The Prepper's Medical Handbook, this is basically in your niche because it's doomsday prepping. And I actually like your A+ content, even though it's extremely simple. Like literally just please consider, like it's almost like you really is caring for the reader and you're like, dude, I don't care if you buy this book or not, just understand you got to get the best water filtration, this and that. Like that section alone makes me feel like you really care and you're legit. So I don't know if you intentionally did that, but I like the A+ content. So why is this book not selling? Well, it's as simple as you got 2 reviews and you're probably not running ads or marketing it. So just uploading and forgetting about it, unfortunately, it's not the way you succeed in 2024. It wasn't even the way you succeeded in 2016 when I started. Even back in 2016, you had to get reviews and you had to market your book. So it's not like a recent thing. Like it's not like, this is only because there's competition on Amazon. It's literally been like that for 10 years, right? So what I don't understand is people spend all the time and energy making a book, sometimes even a good book like this one, and zero effort on marketing it. I don't understand. Some people are like, oh, I don't like sales, but it's not even sales. It's just if you have a good product, if you truly know that your product is good, you would be telling people about it because you're so excited about it, right? So I don't know what's going on here, but you just have to get reviews and marketing it through Amazon ads. I do have tutorials on both, so I'll leave a link to those videos in the description below. All right, next book is from this person right here, Angelo Steinchik. He just sent me his whole author profile, so I guess we're looking at all his books. The number one thing that I notice is your book cover. Even though this is a romance fiction novel, it does not look like a romance fiction cover. It's like, you just have a stock image and then you just put some text over it. So that's one. The book cover is not following the traditional romance fiction style that people use. Number 2 is you don't have reviews. You are good at writing. This is a typical case that we see all the time. People love writing, right? But they hate marketing. If you want to make money in publishing, you got to master both. You have to master the research, you have to master the book production, writing, and then you also have to master the marketing. If you don't like it, you can outsource every single step. You can outsource the book production, you can outsource the research, you can also outsource the marketing. Like I pay somebody to run ads for me, so I don't touch it at all. If you guys want to check out the service that I use called Azdroid, the link is in the description below. But the point is, you can outsource it if you don't want to do it, but you still have to do it. Whether you do it or you outsource, right? You can't just skip it all together and expect to make money. So you have to get reviews, you have to market it, which is the main reason why you're not making sales. But on top of that, your book cover just does not look like the kind of book cover that people would expect for a romance fiction. It honestly kind of looks like a memoir or some kind of autobiography, to be honest. So, so that's one thing that you want to fix. Book cover, get reviews, run some ads. Next book, Mia's Friendship Challenge, a story of self-growth for kids. 2 reviews, 3,600,000 BSR. It's pretty much the same thing, guys. It's two reviews, which is the issue. You're probably not running ads, and you have a poorly made book cover. Like it's okay, but it's not the best book cover. Another thing is Mia's Friendship Challenge. What is it? What do you mean a friendship challenge? What are you gonna learn, right? A story of self-growth for kids. So you do explain that it's about a self-growth. That's the lesson that we're learning in this book. But it just looks very self-made. These are the books that you're competing with. And you have to truly ask yourself, is your book better than any of these? I don't think your book cover is better than any of these. I don't think your title is better than any of these. The title is a lot more clear, like this one, a growth mindset book for kids to boost confidence, because children's books are always teaching something, to the kids, right? So some kind of moral lessons is there. So this one is a heartwarming story about friendship and embracing differences and it gets cut off, but you get the point. The subtitle is a lot more clear than yours. Yours is just a story of self-growth for kids. Others is a lot more descriptive, like a rhyming tale of belonging and friendship, a heartwarming child and whatnot. So you have to be a lot more clear on that. And for the book cover, same thing. You can get a book cover that's a lot better than this. If you need recommendations on a professional book cover designer specializes in children's book, I'll leave a link to this gig in the description below, but she will go and create a high quality children's book cover like this. After you update the cover, you will obviously have to get reviews. Once again, check out my video on how to get reviews in the description. But those are the points. After that, you can go and market it. But right now, it does not look like a professional book. And obviously, even with this current state, if you market it, you can get it down to probably 500,000 BSR around there, which is making around $50 a month or so. But if you want to have this book to do hundreds of dollars, even $1,000, then you will have to fix these glaring mistakes. Next book, Thriving Habits, Building Good Habits One Day at a Time. So you guys will probably know what the issue is at this point. Cheap book cover, right? Title, very vague. Thriving Habits. What do you mean? Like, you have to be super clear. Building good habits one day at a time. Too vague, okay, like there's so many habits book. What makes this book better than other habits book out there? The description is not even formatted. You only have 5 reviews, and yet your book is above average in price, $16.99, and that is why you have absolutely 0 sales. Okay, so I'm just gonna skip over this because we already kind of covered it. Update your cover, get more reviews, be a lot more clear on your title, explaining what the benefits are, and you should probably niche down too. Thriving Habits is just way too broad. I mean, you're competing with books like Atomic Habits, right? With 5 reviews, cheap book cover, it's a really, really tough place to be in. So you want to niche down, like habits for relationship, habits for business, habits for something, but you will have a lot less competition there. Next book, Psychology of Overthinking, Why We Do It and How to Stop. So the Psychology of Overthinking itself is a good title. The subtitle, once again, you have more word count, more space to talk about it. Use power words, use numbers, like 21 essential reasons why we overthink and how to stop it for good. Use some extra words, descriptive words to sell the book better. Like it's too simple here. The book cover does catch attention, although it does look a little cheap. I like the brain image, but these lines around it, I'm assuming it's the thoughts that are flowing, but it's just not working. Also, the font is too cheap. The color is too cheap. There's a Canva color. So you definitely have to update the book cover. Once again, check out the gig that I link in the description that specializes in nonfiction book covers. I'll leave a link to that as well. And obvious issue, you have 0 reviews. So you're in a very competitive self-help niche with a vague title, poorly made book cover with 0 reviews and probably no marketing and expecting to make money. And, Amazon KDP is one of the easiest business out there, but it's not this easy. Like, you can't just whip up a book in a random topic with no research, not spending much time on production, 0 marketing, and expect to make money. But if you do good research, good production, and good marketing, it is one of the easiest business out there. I promise you that, okay? I'm not saying the business is easy, but comparing to other businesses, it's significantly easier. If you think Amazon KDP is hard, then try other businesses. I'm begging you. If you try other businesses, you're gonna come back to KDP like, oh my God, KDP is like 1,000,000 times better because there are so many less moving parts, okay? So I'm just saying that if you think what I'm saying is too much, too hard, trust me, other businesses are a lot worse. All right, so the next book is Running Away from Cancer, the inspirational journey of a non-runner who turned to ultra-marathon running after being diagnosed with malignant brain cancer. So it has 21 reviews and you have 1.6 million BSR. So one thing I would say is you have an amazing story. First off, I respect you a lot, for dealing with this in a positive way, because obviously nobody wants to have cancer, right? It's one of my biggest fear as well as getting cancer. but you are doing something very inspiring, going into ultra marathon. And the good thing is your title is very clear. You literally explain what the book is about right here, the inspirational journey of a non-runner who turned to ultra marathon running, and whatnot. So the title is good, although I recommend you capitalize each letter. It's a little more professional. Your book cover is you in Arizona, in the Grand Canyon, looking up when this book is about cancer and running. So it's two topics, cancer and running. You can have a book cover that represents cancer and probably represent running. I think you should focus on the running, concept more, like the marathon concept. So it just does not make sense to have a picture of you in Grand Canyon just chilling. You should have a picture of you running, and that should be the base of your book cover. So maybe something like this, right? This is a concept of running, but you get the point, right? Like you want to showcase that, focus on that better. So update the book cover for sure. You have 21 reviews, so it's pretty decent. So once you update the book cover, then you are ready to market it, because there is a market for this. There's an audience for this book, right? So I'm pretty confident you can make sales if you actually start telling people about it after you update the book cover though. Because you already have good reviews, right? This is enough reviews to market it. So what I recommend you do, you can obviously run Amazon ads. The easiest ads to run is automatic campaigns, because Amazon will go and show your books based on the data that they have. So you don't even have to go and find keywords and products. You just set up an automatic campaign and let Amazon do the rest. Very, very easy. That's something you can set up right now. If you need tutorials on that, once again, the link is in the description below. But on top of running Amazon ads, I highly recommend you do social media marketing. Or, when I say social media marketing, it's just sharing your story on social media, making content. Whether that's TikTok, whether that's Instagram Reels, just showing up and talking about your journey, making a short reel of you running, just filming that, posting it with a caption that says, "I'm fighting cancer," or something like that. There is actually a guy on Instagram that has millions of followers, and he has terminal brain cancer, and he runs across the world, right? Like I think he's doing like multiple marathons, and he is blowing up. He has so many audience because of that story, and he is doing fundraisers for it. And he's raising a lot of money, and you can essentially do the same thing. All you have to do is just show up and share your story. You can do this as once again, Instagram Reels, TikTok Shorts, also YouTube Shorts. I recommend that is the easiest way for you to start sharing footages of you running with some inspirational message or whatever you want to share, and link to this book, in the description. And that is all you have to do. And I think you will start making a lot more sales. So that is my advice, and I wish you the best. Our next book is Surprising History Stories. Weird historical facts and trivia to tickle your brain. Simple title, but I like it. Now, I also like the book cover, and I see that you got 31 reviews, which is pretty decent. So I didn't see your BSR yet, but let's see, because it looks pretty good to me. So I'm curious what the BSR, which is 624,000, which is probably making you about $50 a month or so. So it's doing okay, right? This is for the ebook. Maybe you're making more on paperback. All right, so the paperback is 742,000. So I think, yeah, around $50 a month or so is a realistic estimate of how much you're making from both formats. So I'm not sure if you're running ads for this book, but this is one of those books that will do well if you run ads. You're at a pretty good price point, so I think it'll sell okay. The one thing I don't understand is what happened to your paperback title, Surprising History Stories to Tickle Your Brain. You're missing a subtitle now, because with the ebook version, you have this, Weird Historical Facts and Trivia to Tickle Your Brain, or Tickle Your Brain, which is much better than the shorter version in the paperback. I'm not sure why you have that, or you have the change there. But you are basically competing in this niche, right? History buff trivia, like Bill O'Neill is your competitor. And these are the book covers that you're competing with. Although it's about history, so a little more of like this kind of older, 1980s, or it's not 1980s, but you get my point. Like this kind of style book cover does work. So I think the key for you to make more money is really just running ads and doing better targeting. I don't know if you tried ads and it wasn't profitable, I'm not sure, but the book listing itself is pretty good. The only other thing I recommend is just get more reviews, run ads. That is it. Optimize the ads. I think that's the missing ingredient here. Next book is Low Income Savings Challenge book. Fun and practical money saving challenge book featuring a variety of saving tasks ranging from $50 to $1,200. So there is some repetitiveness happening. Like you don't need to put challenge book twice, one in the subtitle. This book is not selling. I think it just does not look good. The book cover just does not look good, and you have 2 reviews. So it's kind of the same issue as a lot of the other books that we looked at. It's that low income savings challenge book. I don't know how many people actually search for this. Like I can't think of anyone searching for a book using this keyword. So I just looked it up, and it actually looks like a lot of books are selling on this topic, which is surprising to me. But this one's 19,000, this is 100,000, 47,000. So there are some low income savings challenge book that's doing well. I honestly don't think the term low income savings challenge is something people ever search. I feel like the first book on this topic put that as a title, and everybody started copying it thinking that is the title that you need. But I believe the real keyword is something like money savings tracker or something. I think that's what people found the original book and started making, started buying that from. So, but either way, comparing the book you have to the books that are selling, I just don't think it's as good. I mean, you just have, the big thing is the title is hard to read. Your title should be a lot bolder and bigger than this, a lot more clear. Like the best-selling books always have a very clear title font and everything, as you can see. And they have more reviews. I mean, you're competing with these books that has hundreds of reviews, except this one is 21, but it's barely making money. $4.97, like they're barely making any royalties. Even, at 47 BSR, it's only making $4 a day, if not, right? So it's just it's a tough niche, and you're trying to compete with 2 reviews. You're just probably doing uploading and forgetting about it. So that is the issue, is you can't really do that with this niche, right? So I would improve the book cover and get more reviews. And also title is not the best, so maybe work on that next time. If you want to learn how I create my books that consistently becomes a Amazon bestseller, then you can check out my Amazon KDP program in the description below, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend in your publishing business. So this is a book review series where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me and tell you exactly how to improve your sales. The first book is this one, The Heart of Wood from Dooley Carmel. Dooley, I actually remember you in the YouTube comments. You've been watching a lot of my videos, so I appreciate it. So this is my feedback on your book. I think your book cover is really nice. Obviously, this is a fiction book. What I want to see, even in the fiction genre, is your title to be a little more clear on what the book is about, right? So typically with fiction books, your book title is just whatever name you come up with, which is fine. But your subtitle is where you kind of want to explain the genre and your target audience. So it could be like a sci-fi adventure for teens, or steamy billionaire romance, or whatever the genre of your book, you can put it in the subtitle so that it's a little easier for your target audience to understand that it's for them. And also it helps your book rank a little better in the Amazon search results. Okay, so that's my recommendation, at least for the next time, because you cannot change your title for this book. Now, another big thing that I see here is you do not have a ebook version, which doesn't make any sense, because with fiction books, ebooks are where you make most of your money, right? Ebooks and Kemp reads. Kemp reads is when your book is read, every single page, you get paid a little bit, right? So that is how fiction authors make most of their money, not from the paperback. So your paperback price is $15. It is on the high end, and that is why you're not making much sales, because most people don't really buy paperbacks. And on top of that, it is at a pretty decent price, right? It's not the cheapest thing. So, I highly recommend you create an ebook version of this and price it lower. And also you create a series of this. Typically what people in fiction do is they have their first book as a free version or a 99 cents, so as cheap as possible. And they try to get as many people to start reading the series as possible. Once they read book number 1, they get hooked in the series, your writing style, they go and buy book number 2, book number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 at a full price. And so now you have a full catalog of good books that your goal is to bring as many people into book number 1 so you can hook them and have them read through the entire series. So that's when they use Facebook ads, Amazon ads, whatever methods they have. So that is something that you want to build towards, right? And the first step here is obviously, write more books, but also get your ebook version out, right? Get more reviews. Be clear in the subtitle. Those are the number 1 things that I see here that you can optimize very quickly. From here, I can't really comment on the book quality, like the content quality, but you're getting good reviews. So I'm sure your writing is good. Your book cover looks looks pretty good. So if you start building out a series, then I think you can do pretty well in this business. So keep going. Next book is this one, 4x4 Sudoku puzzle book for kids age 4 to 8. Animal themed 4x4 Sudoku for kids 4 to 8. This is a repetitive title that you don't need. Just cut it out. It's better to have a cleaner title. Wholesome fun with cute cartoons, educational puzzles to spark young minds. So right off the bat, your book cover is like, the images are good, but I don't like the background color. I think it's not contrasting very well. If you would have just toned down the background color to something a little weaker, I think it would have made the text, the images stand out, and the text and the images itself is pretty good. So I think it's just the background color, to be honest. Like if you had this kind of background color, right, I can see your text and images standing out a lot better. So that would probably help. If you need some book cover designer recommendations for low content books, this is a great one. I'll leave a link to this one and a couple other ones that I recommend in the description below. But she only charges $15 for one book cover. So maybe you can give it a shot and improve your book cover here. So you got 16 reviews, it's pretty decent. Your book is priced at $8.99, which is still kind of on the higher end. And your book doesn't really have anything special to stand out, right? It's not like you have a lot of reviews, more than your competitors. It's not like your book cover is way better than your competitors. And yet you're pricing it kind of on the higher end, $1 or $2 higher than what your competitors are doing. Kind of claiming to be a premium book, but you're not, right? So I'll probably lower the price, get more, sales going with Amazon ads, get more reviews going. And once your reviews go up, then I will change the price back to something a little higher. But for now, improving your book cover and also getting more reviews would be the biggest change that I want to see. In terms of how to get reviews, I'll leave a link to some of the YouTube videos that I've done on the easiest way to get reviews. All right, so the next one, what season am I in? How to find God in each one. So this book has 19 ratings, 5-star average. So your book quality, the content should be very good, right? The book cover looks pretty good as well. It can improve in, I would say the font style could improve, something a little cleaner, a little maybe thicker, so it occupies a bigger space in this section. Also your author name font seems kind of a very basic font, so I would try and improve that as well. But you got a decent amount of reviews. The review ratio is good. It's been out for 2 years and it's not selling much. So the biggest reason I would say is you're just not marketing this book. I'm assuming you're not running Amazon ads. I'm assuming you're not telling people about this book. And that would be the biggest one. There's not a single business out there where you can expect to make money without telling people about your products. Same as Amazon KDP. Yes, you do get organic sales, and that's why you are making organic sales here, but you have to do more if you want to make more money, right? So another thing is I will put some kind of keyword in the title. You didn't do this. So people can assume what the book is about, but it would have been better if you put some kind of related keywords like Christian devotionals for women, or I don't know what your book is about, so I don't really know what the keyword is, but you get my point. Having something in the title so that it's clearer, so that the people know what the book is about. Plus, it is easier to be found in the Amazon search results. So those would be my recommendations. The easiest way to market your book is Amazon ads, and I do have an Amazon ad tutorial video. If you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video. All right, next book, Lucas and the Dragon, a book for kids 4 to 8, an original fairy tale about a dragon and mysterious magic told through rhymes. Respect and kindness, that's the key. So the title can improve for sure. It's good that you have kind of the core message of the book, what the book is about, which is it's a fairy tale about a dragon that also has rhymes and also tells a lesson about respect, kindness, right? Which is good. But it's kind of all over the place. It would have been better if you've titled the book something like a fairy tale book with dragons about respect and kindness taught through rhymes, or something like that, a little cleaner, right? A little more polished. But at least you do have these components of telling people what the book is about, what they're learning, especially for children, right? That's important, so that's good. You got 17 reviews and 4.4 average, so the quality is pretty good, right? You're getting good reviews. Now, one thing about your book cover is that I can tell that this is a kid, right? This is a child, but I cannot tell that this is a dragon, to be honest. It doesn't look like a dragon. So maybe you can improve on that. Now you have your book at $3.65, right? Interesting pricing here. So since this is a fiction book, what I've said earlier in this video applies as well, right? You want to build out a series. You usually use book number 1 as a hook. to lead people into the other books in the series. You definitely can make money from one book. It's just a lot harder, right? That is why continuously writing out good books one after another in a series is obviously the strategy, both in fiction and nonfiction books as well. You also don't have a paperback version and an audiobook version, which just by adding it, you can make extra sales and start making more money. So those are the obvious ones. What I would do is improve the book cover, get more reviews, add different formats, so paperback, audio, and then you can start running ads. And if you see potential, or if you're writing book number 2, 3, 4 in the series, then you definitely want to continue to do so, right? And once you have more books in the series, it's going to get easier and easier and easier for you to recoup your money from running Amazon ads. Because when you run ads, right, and you only have one book, the potential for you to make money is just one book. That is the max amount of books you can sell. But if you have, let's say, 4 books in a series, the potential for you, the max amount of books you can sell to the same customer becomes 4, right? So it's much easier for you to make more money from one customer and make your money back from, investing into ads. Hope that makes sense. So you kind of want to think of this from a long-term perspective. A lot of people come into this business thinking, I'm just going to publish one book, see how it goes. But just having one book is the hardest time for you to make money, because once again, you can only sell one product to the same customer. If you have a bunch of books, right, in the same brand, then you have all those books that you can potentially sell to the same customer, meaning it's a lot easier for you to make money. So before you give up on publishing, you should probably publish more than just one book, right? That is my recommendation. All right, so for the next one, they just sent me a author profile instead of a specific books. I'm assuming they want me to critique on every single one, which is a lot. I'm not gonna do that, right? But it looks like this person is kind of all over the place. We have books on prostate health, men's health, longevity. These are kind of related. But then we have gut health, some kind of personal development book. We have a, ChatGPT book, a woman in the mirror, woman's self-help guide. So this guy is publishing a woman's self-help guide under a male pen name, and probably a fake profile as well. So it's just all over the place. And we have another AI revolution. We have Quantum Cipher. This is a fiction book. So it's just, once again, way all over the place. Like, you have to pick a niche, right? Pick one niche, whether that's men's health, women's self-help. You should probably create a new pen name for that. Maybe it's AI, I don't know, but just pick one thing and start producing good book after another, okay? And then once again, build a brand. So your men's health niche does seem to do pretty decent, right? The book cover is okay, nothing crazy good, but it's decent, it's clean, it's not horrible, right? You have some decent amount of reviews. So I would just focus on that and keep going. Our next book is Bobby XR and the Metaverse Soccer Cup, the AI Remix. So it has 3 reviews. And it's a 4 million BSR, so it's not selling at all. And it seems like this book is a book about Bobby trying to be a soccer professional, but also he wants to be a crypto gamer, or he wants to make a crypto video game for himself. So it's a book about soccer and crypto, which is an interesting combination. The biggest reason why this book is not selling is because how many people out there really are looking for a book specifically on soccer and crypto, right? I just don't think there's anyone looking for a book on soccer and crypto, to be honest. Like, it's just a whole different topic, right, into one. So, a lot of people make this mistake of coming into KDP thinking that it's better to publish a book that no one else is doing. So they start writing books on a topic, really obscure topic that no one have ever thought about, right? And they think that's good because nobody's ever done it. But it's actually a bad thing, because if no one's ever done it, then that probably means that no one really wants it, right? Like, there's a very rare chance that you are a genius that has this crazy idea that everybody actually wants, but nobody just never thought about it, right? What most likely is happening is nobody's doing it because nobody wants it, okay? So it's much better if you just publish a book on a topic that is proven to sell. You just look at what's selling on Amazon first, right? Before you go and, start creating these books out of your brain, with random ideas, you want to start searching Amazon, analyzing it, see what's selling, and then see how can I make a better version of this topic, right? Or how can I put my own twist to this book that's already selling. Okay, so find the demand first and then add your unique touch to it. That is the formula. And this one, once again, it's just a topic that no one's looking for. Besides that, you only have 3 reviews. Your title doesn't really explain what the book is about. It doesn't really make sense. Like when you say AI remix, what does it mean, right? It should be like a book about soccer and crypto gaming or something. At least it explains the book a little bit more. Your book cover is poorly made as well. You whip this up on Canva. It has some poor AI images that doesn't go together, right? So there's a lot of things that you can improve. So if I would go and improve this specifically, make the title more clear, improve the book cover, get more reviews. But before all that, focus on identifying what the market wants, right? What books are customers buying? And then make a better book in that. Next one, Pixie's Magical Book of Color Activity Book, The Gemstone Adventure. So this is a very easy critique because it has 0 reviews. So obviously, no matter how good your book title, cover, even in a perfect keyword, if you have 0 reviews, it'll sell something, right? If the keyword is really good, but it's not gonna make a crazy amount of money, right? And also your book cover, this is something you made on Canva. It's not good. That's why if you want to make book covers on Canva yourself, feel free to do it, but you have to learn design skills. This business is easy. KDP is one of the best business out there, but it is not this easy to the point where you can whip up a cover on Canva, without learning design skills and then expect to make more than $5 a month, right? If you don't want to learn design skills on Canva, it's much better if you just hire professionals like the one I showed you earlier that will create a much better book cover for literally 10, 15, 20, even if you're paying 50 or $100, right? If you can make $100 a month, it's worth it. So that's kind of how you want to look at this business. If you want some recommendations on calling book cover designers, I'll leave a link to this guy right here in the description. He's a really good cover designer that can create a calling book cover for you. So once you improve your cover, the next thing is to get reviews. But the biggest thing is this. Your book is Pixie's Magical Book of Color Activity Book. There are a bunch of color activity book out there. You have to explain why this book is better. You can do so by having a really, really nice book cover. You can literally have the same book as everyone else, but just because your cover looks amazing, people want to buy it because they just love the design. That is one way to stand out. Or you can have a book that's the same as everybody else, but just more reviews, right? And because of the social proof that you have more reviews, people will buy your book because they'll give it a chance, right? But if you have less reviews than everyone, worse book cover, then you have to show people, tell people in the title why this book is different, why they should give this book a chance. And you saying color activity book, the Gemstone Adventure is not doing anything. It's not telling me why I should buy this book. So you have to work on that as well. You have to work on copywriting. Our next book, a collection of short stories from my soul, 20 stories about life, love, and tragedy. So this is an interesting book. Short story niche is actually a pretty good niche. There's a lot of different sub niches within the short story niche that you can go into. And this is kind of your story, kind of like poems. It's not really poems, but you get the point. Like the vibe is the same, right? Which is interesting to me. And I think there is a place for this. I think the big issue here is the 4.2 star rating reviews, meaning that people didn't really love your book. Like they like it enough to give you some 4, some 5-star reviews, but some people left 2 or 3 stars, right? So you want to improve your writing. That's number one, or get more reviews so that the average rating goes up. Another thing I would recommend is you niche down into like stories about life for one book. Another book can be stories about love. Another book can be stories about tragedy, but niche down into it instead of having all in one. 20 stories is pretty short as well. I would add more stories to increase the value of it, or you can improve on your copywriting of the title. 20 of the best stories about life, love, and tragedy, right? Just you have to basically, show people why this book is different. Once again, why this book is better. The book cover is actually interesting as well. There is a little bit of amateur vibe to it, with especially this section right here, the first, half, the first top half, right? The text could be better, right? This section looks like you made it on Canva or something. So the text definitely can be a lot more professional, but the bottom half, the image, actually is a pretty eye-catching image. And I like that you have your heart kind of clipped out and your name is there. So by reading the description, it looks like you are 18 years old with no writing experience. So number one, I highly respect that you took action, right? You're 18, you're just getting started, but instead of just complaining that you have no skills, this and that. You actually went ahead, took action, and published this book, right? You figured it out. And I highly respect that. And you made some money. I don't know how much money you made, but you made some sales here. So you started making money online, right? You took that big first step. So from here, all you got to do is keep focusing on learning and keep improving your skills. Keep getting better at writing, learn how to get reviews, right? Learn copywriting a little bit, how to position your book better, improve on the design skills. These are things that you improve little by little over time. But I think this is a great start. But if you continue to move forward, focus on improving, I feel like you got a very bright future ahead of you. I started in entrepreneurship when I was 18 as well, and I've failed for 4 years straight until I was 22. I think it was 21, 22 when I discovered Amazon KDP, and then my life completely changed. So, you're starting around the same age as I did, and hopefully you find success very soon. But once again, this is a pretty good start. Like, this book is not bad, right? You just got to improve on a few things. So keep going, and I think you will do very well. So great job. So once again, this video was me critiquing my subscribers' books. They submitted these books to me on Instagram. If you guys want me to review your books, then you can follow me on Instagram at SeanDoe13. DM me your Amazon link and I'll feature it in future videos like this. Now, if you want me and my team to review your book one-on-one privately and critique your book and tell you exactly what to do to build a successful Amazon KDP business, just like how I did in this video, but way more in-depth, way longer one-on-one sessions. Plus, you get video courses, a Facebook community where you can interact with other people, and just a bunch of bonuses. If you want that, then you can check out my complete Amazon KDP program, which is the first link in the description below. You can book a call, see if this is a fit for you. And if it is, then you can move forward. If not, no problem. At least you talk to us. You got some insights. You got some strategies that you can use to build your KDP business even more. So if you guys want to check it out, once again, the link is in the description, as well as all the tools and resources that I mentioned in this video. Watch this video before you publish a book on Amazon KDP, because I'm going to show you the biggest mistakes beginners make that absolutely crushes their sales, so that you can avoid them and make your book a success. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean and I've made well over 7 figures from my own Amazon KDP business. So in this channel, I just share with you what I'm learning from my own business so that you can learn from it as well. So this is a book review series where my subscribers submit their books to me. I analyze it and tell them exactly what to improve to make more sales. And this is something that you want to watch if you're getting started with Amazon KDP as well, because these are the biggest mistakes that you probably will make as well if you don't understand this. So it's one of the most important videos that you should be watching if you're just getting started. All right, so let's start with book number 1. We have Animal Coloring Book for Toddlers, Cute Happy Animals, Fun and Easy Coloring Pages for Preschool and Kindergarten, Kids age 1 to 4, from Happy Hill Publishers. So this book cover is okay, not bad, but not great as well. What would make this better is to showcase the interior. So you have the actual animal images around, but it would be much better if you can showcase the interior, especially in this middle section, which is kind of a wasted space. Like, this middle section isn't doing anything. So you could have the title in a much easier to read bolded text, or showcase the interior either way. So this is how your back cover looks, which is pretty decent. The only thing is that your interior looks like this is straight up from a Canva library. So you just basically pasted the Canva coloring page images and then you put a text above it, and that is your interior. So, very minimal effort, which is fine as a first book that you ever publish, right? If you want to make $5 a month, $10 a month, this is a perfect book to go and publish in, because Animal Coloring Book for Toddlers is one of the most competitive niche out there, just because, once again, these books are so easy to make. Just go to Canva, copy paste all those coloring book images, add a text, do that 40 times, you have a book. Super easy, right? So everyone's doing this. Everyone's targeting Animal Coloring Book for kids, toddlers. Everyone's pricing it at $5.99, and everyone's getting a couple reviews here and there. So if you're doing the exact same thing, what makes your book special? Nothing, right? And that's why you're not gonna make hundreds of dollars a month. You're not gonna make thousands of dollars a month, but it is still enough to make you $5 a month, $10 a month. So you're still gonna pay your Netflix, and to get started, it's still fine, right? From here, you improve and go into better keywords that not everyone's doing. So in terms of how to improve this book, there's honestly nothing except improving your book cover. The review is good. So it basically tells me that people are happy with the interior, right? So that's not an issue. What you have to improve is your book cover. If you scroll down here, these are the books that you're competing with, right? And this one right here specifically has a lot of reviews, and it's doing really well. So it's kind of similar to your book cover style right here, except the middle section right here, the title is way easier to read, right? Way easier to read. And this was my suggestion to you, right? Yours is hard to read because you added this little crayon image. You know, it's better to remove the crayon and just make the text easier to read. This is the number one thing you want to remember, is your book title should be clear, bold, big text, easy to read. That is what you want on your book cover. Your title should be very easy to read. So improve that next time and go into a keyword that maybe not every single other person is going into, and perhaps you can make more money. So the next book is this one. They actually sent me the whole series. So this is a Japanese language manual, volume 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? So these are the book covers, pretty much the same thing. And you can see that only a couple of these books have actual reviews. Some of them has 0 reviews. So before I critique the book cover, before I critique anything else, I just want to say that there's nothing that's going to help you sell your book more than getting reviews. If you have 0 reviews on your book, it means that you basically gave up on the book, right? So the number one thing that you should be focusing on after your book is published is getting reviews. So there are actually easy ways to get reviews. I'll leave a link to my video on the easiest way to get reviews for Amazon KDP in the description below, so you guys can go check it out and see what the options are. But that is the number one thing, is you got to get reviews. The whole strategy of uploading a book and hoping that someone's gonna magically find it and buy it and leave a bunch of reviews and you make thousands of dollars a month, that is not how this business works. That is not how any business works in general, right? So you wanna stop relying on luck and the Amazon algorithm and start relying on yourself, right? Your ability to get reviews. Once again, if you know how to do it, it's not that hard. So try and get more than 2 reviews or 3 reviews, right? Try and aim for 10, 20 reviews right after you launch the book. And then from there, you can improve the other stuff. All right, so the next book is The Cure for a Poisonous Mind, a powerful tool to overcome your emotional battles. So this is a great example on the 3rd common mistakes beginners make. So the first book, we talked about mistake number 1, poor book cover, right? The second book, we talked about mistake number 2, not getting enough reviews. This third book, now we're talking about mistake number 3, not validating your idea before writing a book, right? Or before creating a book. So this book is about basically, I believe, how to overcome negative thinking, right? So in the description, it says, you know, how to overcome excessive thinking, wrong motive, fear of giving up. It's a great book that's going to help a lot of people. However, the way you title the book has to kind of align with what people are looking for. If people are struggling with anxiety, overthinking, negative thinking, when they go to Amazon here, right? What do you think they're gonna type in this search bar to look for a book? They're gonna type in something like a book on overthinking, right? Or they're gonna type in how to stop overthinking right here, right? What they will not type in the search bar here is no one's gonna type in the cure for a poisonous mind, which is your title, because no one knows about your book yet, right? They will only type in your book title if they're searching for your book specifically, which is unlikely because they don't know about your book. So, you know, you want to title your book something that people will search in the search bar here, because that'll give you a much higher chance to show up when people type that in, okay? So this is what I mean. I typed in how to stop overthinking, and now a book titled Stop Overthinking, exactly a phrase match, right, is the first one that shows up here. And it's doing extremely well, $868 every single day in royalties, right? This one right here, The Art of Letting Go of Overthinking in a Relationship. Once again, a book about overthinking. This one, same thing, how to stop overthinking, right? This is another one, how to stop overthinking. Because these books, they titled their title, How to Stop Overthinking. When people search for how to stop overthinking, it shows up. So if your book is about how to stop overthinking or how to stop negative thinking, you should put your title, How to Stop Overthinking or How to Stop Negative Thinking, right? So this is what I mean is you have to learn SEO. You have to learn keyword research to identify what keywords customers are using to search for a book. And you want to put that in your book so that your book shows up, okay? So you can title your book, How to Stop Overthinking, right? It's better if you can spice it up a little bit so it's not the exact same as your competitor, but you get the point. You still want the keyword in there somewhere, okay? So you don't want to be fancy with your book title, The Cure for a Poisonous Mind, right? I get what you're trying to do. I'm sure it's a good book. You know, you seem like you have a very powerful message and a positive intention, but if no one
finds your book, you can't help them through your book anyways, right? So you want to do your best to have your book be as discoverable as possible. And so make sure you put the keywords in the title, get more reviews, make your book cover more attractive, because that's another thing is your book cover can improve as well. I get what you're trying to do. Poisonous mind, there's a snake in your brain, I get it, but it's not the kind of covers that people expect from this, right? Once again, going back to some examples here, how to stop overthinking, right? These are the kind of covers that are selling very well. Now, this is kind of a weird one and it's still selling, which is weird. But, typically with nonfiction, self-help kind of covers, these are the covers that is selling, okay? So you probably want to do something similar but unique, okay? Similar but unique. So try and think of how you can do that. If you need some good book cover designer recommendations, then this is a good one. She specializes in business, nonfiction, and self-help, so it's pretty much perfect for this niche. And just for $30, she can create some pretty good book covers for yourself. So if you guys want to check it out, the link is in the description below. So to recap, keep in mind SEO, right? Understand what keywords customers are typing in, improve your book cover, get more than 0 reviews, and you should make a lot more sales. Next one is large print word search puzzles for better vision. Supersized word search book for adults, seniors with vision problems, 0 reviews. Very, very, very normal book cover with 0 reviews in a keyword a lot of people are going into, right? What is so special about this book? The only special angle you have is for better vision, but that angle is not strong enough. First of all, I don't know how you can claim better vision. Like, you're almost saying that by doing this puzzle, you will have better vision, which is kind of misleading. But on top of that, you have 0 reviews. The cover is just very, very basic, and that's just not enough to stand out. So that is the mistake. Obviously, the same thing as the other books that we talked about. The craziest thing about Amazon is even with that, right? Basic cover, super easy book to make. Everyone's publishing in this niche with 0 reviews, and you still made some sales. You probably made a couple bucks from this book. So imagine if you made a better book and a better keyword and actually get some reviews and market it. How much more can you make, right? That is how you kind of want to look at this. All right, next book is A Killing Suspicion, a suspenseful thriller novel with unexpected twists and turns. I actually really like this title because this is what I recommend with fiction books, right? With fiction, you have your normal title, but within the subtitle, you want to explain more about the book, right? The genre, who is it for, what you can expect, and you did that exactly right here. A suspenseful thriller novel with unexpected twists and turns, right? Super clear. I know exactly what I can expect from this, or I guess unexpected twists and turns, but at least I know it's coming, right? So very good job in the title, right? This is what you want to do in the nonfiction space as well. Be clear on what your book is about. You have 7 reviews, good rating. Your book cover, not the best, but it's all right, right? And you haven't sold much. It's doing a couple sales here and there, but mostly it's 0. I think the reason why is because you probably didn't market this book much. You probably got 7 rating and you stop. And you didn't really run ads or anything, If you got more reviews and then ran some ads, I think that alone will increase your sales a lot. I think your book cover has to improve as well. Typically with thriller books, these are what you're competing with, right? These are some bestsellers, right? And it's, better than what you got here, right? Your book cover does seem a little cheaper, kind of off of what's, standard in this space, at least from my experience, right? So that's what I recommend. But the biggest thing is that you got 7 reviews and you kind of stopped. You want to market your book. There's not a single business in the whole world where you can expect to make money without marketing your book. At least good money, right? You made some money without marketing your book much because Amazon is that big and you made some organic sales. But if you want to make more sales, right? Thousands of dollars a month, tens of thousands of dollars a month, you have to learn marketing, and you're going to get both reviews and sales, which you have to do here. If you guys need step-by-step tutorials on how to do that, then check out my video on the best way to get reviews in the description below, as well as the Amazon ad tutorial video also in the description. Our next book, Finding God's Purpose Within Life's Storms, a guide to discovering your God-given purpose and helping others discover theirs. So on one hand, it does seem like this book explains what the book is about, right? Basically, it's a guide to discovering your God-given purpose and helping others discover theirs. However, it's still not clear, right? You think it's clear, but it's still not clear. As a customer who's browsing through Amazon, I still want to know a little more clearly what this book is about. Is it a Christian devotional book for women, right? So basically what I'm trying to say is, you want to shorten, the sentences on explaining what the book is about, okay? Because it's a little long and it's a little vague. No one's typing in finding God's purpose within life's storms in here in the search bar to find a book. So that kind of goes back to, once again, identifying what keywords, what search phrases people are using to find a book, and you want to title your book similar to that so it's a little easier to discover, okay? So the next thing is your book cover. It does look a little poorly made. You want to improve it once again. This top section, the text looks very cheap. It's like you made it on Canva and then you just pasted this image here, right? And then you have a text outside of that. Like this image should have been expanded all the way to the edges, right? So it doesn't show like this where you have this square image inside another square background, right? So once again, check out the cover designer recommendation in the book description if you guys want to test that out and make a better book cover. But I truly believe it's gonna help. And finally, I believe you're not marketing this book besides posting it on social media once or twice to tell your friends and family about it. And that is probably how you got 14 reviews, which is great, but you didn't go beyond that, right? So what you wanna do is to do a lot more than that, get more reviews, run ads. I keep saying the same thing, but that is pretty much how simple this business is. There aren't a lot of steps, but you have to execute each steps properly. And if you know how to do that, you're gonna do very well, right? In Amazon KDP, there is a lot less moving parts than other businesses. Like this business, the things you have to learn is very simple, very few compared to all the other things you have to learn in other businesses, right? Like all you have to do is create a good title, do keyword research, get a nice cover, get some reviews, and market the book by running ads. That is all you have to do. It's very, very simple, but you have to do each steps properly. And that alone is gonna make you a lot of money. So definitely learn how to do that. And if you're watching this and you're about to publish your first book, these are the biggest mistakes people make. Go and reflect on this to check if you're doing the same thing. If so, then make sure to fix this before you go and publish it, because most likely the results are gonna be similar to these books, probably not going to sell a lot. So if you guys enjoyed this video and if you guys want our team to actually review your brand, review your books, and critique it and help guide you step by step in becoming a successful publisher, then you can check out my complete Amazon KDP program, the first link in the description below. You can click on it, learn more about it. You can talk to our team member, ask any questions, and if you think this is a good fit for you, then you can move forward and join. I'm about to share my approach in this next video that consistently helps books stand out from the competition. All right, so this is going to be a subscriber book review series where I critique and analyze the books that you have submitted to me on Instagram and tell you exactly what to do to get more sales. This is the best way for me to show you live exactly what kind of mistakes you're making, what kind of mistakes most people are making, and exactly how to fix it so that you can stand out from the crowd. Not a lot of people watch these videos, even though this is literally the most helpful thing because I'm showing you live, like exactly what to do. So if you do watch it, if you do implement it, I'm pretty confident that you will start seeing results. So with that being said, let's get right into the first one. So this is a 240-page notebook with both squares and lines in light blue. 2-in-1 notebook, right? So it has 2 reviews. It sold some copies, but very, very little. You probably made a couple bucks from this. And the reason is very simple. You have a very basic book cover, probably made this on Canva yourself. You have 2 reviews and you're publishing in a very saturated notebook niche. Literally nothing special about this besides some squares and lines in light blue. Like how many other people are doing this, right? And on top of that, you're pricing it at $11.99. Like it's pretty expensive. So if you're gonna go into the notebook journals, super low content niche like that, then you gotta expect to publish a ton of books. Each book is not going to make a ton of money. At the same time, you don't want to spam a crap ton of books, so you want to find the middle ground where you have a lot of books, so you're playing the volume game, but also each book is pretty high quality. If I would improve this, I would make the book cover way better because the text is pretty cheap, right? Pretty unprofessional. It should be a lot bigger. It has a lot of blue space that you can fill out around it, so you could have made it bigger. Usually you want the title text to pop instantly, and so you can expand this a lot more. You also want to get way more than 2 reviews. I'm sure you're not running ads, you're not marketing this book, you're just uploading and hoping that it's going to sell, and that is not going to work. So those are the obvious issues here. All right, next one, unveiling soul love and amplifying Emily Morgan's mastery of the 12 love language. So it has 0 reviews, no sale at all, so not even 1 copy. And my biggest question is, what is this book about? I have no idea what this book is about, right? The only thing I know is it's something about love and relationship. Besides that, soul love is a vague word. I don't know what soul love is. Emily Morgan? Who the heck is Emily Morgan? Like, your name is not Emily Morgan, so
who is this, right? And the mastery of the 12 love language. So basically the point is, when you're publishing a book, your book title has to be extremely clear on what the book is about. A lot of people come up with these fancy book titles that doesn't do anything because people think you have to pique curiosity and, you know, not tell people what the book is about so that people buy it so they want to read it. That's not the case. You got to clearly tell people what the book is about before they buy, or they're not even going to spend their money buying the book because they have so many other options where the book clearly tells them why they should buy the book. What's the benefit? What are they going to learn, right? So that's what you want to do. Be way more clear. Obviously, get more reviews. Now, I do have plenty of videos on how to get reviews. I will leave a link to one of the videos if you guys want to check it out on one of the easiest ways to get book reviews. So to recap, your book title is extremely vague. You have to make it very clear what your book is about. We don't know what this book is about, and you didn't get reviews. Now, there are a lot of other issues, like the book is 24 pages long, the pricing is super cheap, and your book cover is very poor. But honestly, the first thing is your title has to be clear. So do that and work on the rest later. Next book, Crypto Activity and Puzzle Brain Teaser for Adults. Book 1, The Crypto Enigma. So you know the last book I said the book title is not clear? Well, this one is fixing that. So this one is clearly explaining to you what is it about. It's a crypto activity and puzzle book for adults. It's even calling out their target audience. It is for adults, right, instead of kids. So that's actually pretty good. And for that reason, this book sold more copies than the other one. Less than 1 million BSR, meaning you sold multiple copies, right? So that is a step in a good direction. Now, what I don't like about this is your subtitle, Book 1, The Crypto Enigma. This does not explain anything. Your main title explains what the book is and who it's for, but your subtitle has to explain more benefits. It has to sell the book. So you can talk about benefits and features, right? Maybe it is to, you know, exercise your brain while learning about crypto at the same time. So that's exactly what you should be saying in the subtitle, because Book 1, The Crypto Enigma, literally means nothing, okay? It's just wasted word space. So that's what I would do for the subtitle. Now for the description, I see that you watched my video and then, you know, probably used ChatGPT or something to get the AIDA format description, which is attention, interest, desire, and action. It's funny though that you put that right in the description. Don't do that, okay? Like, don't put attention, interest, desire. You know, you can use the description format, but just remove these words because it's super unprofessional. And the customers don't have to see this. Now, you did a good job getting reviews. 18 reviews is pretty solid. The rating is pretty solid. Your book cover has to improve though, because this does not look like an activity book at all. There's just too many things going on in this section when you could have simplified it with the actual activity images and just a simple text like this. The text is nice and big and thick, so I like that. It's just the background image is way too much. These are the type of covers that you should be going with, which is super simple. Once again, some activity images and a big clear text, which is a title, right? Same thing, big clear title, clearly explains what the book is about, and a simple image that's clean. Okay, you have way too many things going on. It looks more like a sci-fi fiction book like Ready Player One or something, rather than a activity book. Now, the good news is you can update your book cover anytime, unlike your book title. So I would recommend trying out some Fiverr cover designer gigs. I'll leave a link to this one. This is a pretty good one. It's $15 and it'll create a low content cover for you. And the cover is pretty good for the price. Like, it's actually really good for the price. So I would recommend you do that, update your book cover, and that should help you out. All right, next book is The Zombie Apocalypse. Zombies, Virus Epidemic, The Last Stand. So this is actually a good fiction title because it piques curiosity. Also, it's not vague. The cover's not too bad as well. Like, it's slightly cheap looking, but you know, it's not like horrible or anything. The biggest reason why this book is not selling at this point is because of the bad review. You didn't get any reviews yourself. You literally just have one review, and that is destroying your sales. Like, you could get a lot more sales. I can see the BSR dropping a lot more if you just get more reviews, right? So watch my review video, start getting reviews, try and get to 10, 20, 30 reviews, you know, where this 1-2-star review isn't gonna affect you anymore, and make sure you market it and see how it goes. But that is the obvious thing that's destroying your sales right now. All right, next book is this one, Sealandia Meets Fika, Pearls for Mommy. Easy to read picture, new trend book for infants, babies, newborns, toddlers, children, and kids aged 0 to 6 years. All right, so we got some obvious keyword stuffing happening here. Infants, babies is the same thing. Newborns is the same thing as well. And then we have toddlers, children's, and kids, literally the same thing. You don't have to keyword stuff like this. Amazon is smart enough to show your book to the right person with just a couple keywords, not a bunch of keywords like this. So all you have to do is pick one keyword, like, you know, book for babies and kids or something like that, right? Babies and kids aged 0 to 6 years. Now, I like that you have the description of what the book is about. Easy to read, picture, new trend book. However, my question is, what is a picture new trend book? I've never heard of this. So I looked up picture new trend and there's 45 results. Your book is the first one to show up here. And besides that, there are no other books on like a children's book regarding new trends. It's just like new trends, like, you know, actual trends, right? So honestly, this goes back to the problem of your title being too vague. Like, I don't know what this book is about and I'm not going to spend the next 2 minutes reading your description to learn that. Because as a customer, I'm on Amazon, I'm scrolling and I have so many other options that clearly tells me what their book is about. I'm not going to waste 2 minutes reading yours because of so many options, right? So that's what's happening here. So you have to work on your titles. You did a good job getting reviews. The book cover's not too bad. I like the images. However, I want the text to pop a little more, although this is a children's book, so I get that the style is a little different. With that being said, it can still be like this. The title is a lot more clear, right? The benefit of the book or what the book is about is a lot more clear. Like this one, a rhyming book of creatures big and small, right? Super clear on what the book is about, you know? So your text can pop a lot more, plus your actual title really have to explain what it is. I keep saying the same things, so I'm gonna move on, but hopefully you get the point. All right, so the next book is How to Defeat Tiki-Taka. Tactical Conquest, unveil the tactical secrets, your playbook for outsmarting tiki-taka dominance. So tiki-taka apparently is a strategy within soccer, right? And so a book is about how to defeat that. Now, you didn't make any sales here. You know, I could say that it's because you have no reviews, but I think it's a little deeper than this. I think the issue is that no one's looking for this topic on Amazon. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna first search for tiki-taka, and there are only 49 results, right? And there are some books on tiki-taka, but it's not selling at all. Like, it's over 1 million BSR, 0 sales. This one also not selling. There are not a single book out there on tiki-taka selling. So basically the issue is you didn't validate the topic. Like, before you start writing this book, you didn't check if it's even profitable. So you wasted a lot of time making this book just for it to not sell because no one's looking for it once again. So that's the biggest issue. So there's nothing you can do here because you can get 2,000 reviews. You can have a super amazing book cover, really good title, fix everything. And none of that will help you in getting more sales because there's literally no one looking for this topic. Okay, so that is step number 1 that you neglected. Always validate your ideas before you go and make the book. This is something that I preach in all my other videos. Plus, in my Amazon KDP program, this is step 1, like identifying what is a profitable topic before you even make the book, because you're going to waste so much time and money if you don't do this. All right, next book, An Earnest Adventure. Why is this book not selling? Super obvious. I don't know what this book is about. Like, An Earnest Adventure? Okay, like, you didn't tell me more. You had the whole subtitle to tell me why I should care, you know, about this little pug, right? Cute pug. But like, why I should care? Like, why I gotta stop scrolling and then read the description just to learn what this book is about and give your book a chance when it literally only has 10 reviews and a crappy book title of your picture of the pug photoshopped on this book cover. You know what I mean? So that's why it's not selling, and hope you get the point. I've repeated this so many times in this video, so I'm not gonna do that, but you gotta be more clear in the subtitle, update your book cover, you know, and then maybe it has a shot. You can also unpublish your book and then fix all these mistakes and then republish it, which is actually possible. So you can improve your book that way. All right, next one, we got something a little better, right? Matching games, match facts across lists for brain boosting fun. All right, so super clear title. It's a matching games book, right? And you basically, the benefit is that brain boosting fun. So it's fun, but also it helps with brain improvement, I guess, like you get smarter, right? So the benefit statement's there. So the title, good job. You also got 2 reviews, not a lot, but it's positive, so that's good. Your book cover is not bad as well. It's not like 5-star, you know, but it's not horrible, 1-star as well. It's like a maybe 3-star kind of cover. It's like, okay, it's good. So for that reason, you executed each of the steps better than most books that we reviewed today. And for that reason, you have a better BSR, the best one we've seen tonight, right? It's at 775,000, which means you sold a couple copies. Nothing crazy, but you made some money here. Your book description is also clear, right? Like, you get 50 matching challenges, this and that. So essentially the two things that you can improve here is get more reviews because you only have 2 reviews. So watch my review video, and your book cover can improve. Now you have good elements and placements, okay? I like that your title is big like this, catches attention, but the designing, the actual execution of each design is a little cheap, right? I like that you have images around. I like that you are showcasing the interior, so the elements are there, but the execution, once again, like, the text, these images looking a little cheap. It's like little stock images that you just pasted, right? Maybe you made this yourself, I'm not sure. But if you use the Fiverr gig that I recommended, then you can keep this style while having just better execution. It's gonna just look overall better. So that's what I recommend, is better book cover, more reviews. I think this book has the potential to make more sales. So if you do make the change, let me know how it goes for you. All right, last book we got is the Low Carb Love on the Grill. Diet-friendly delights that don't sacrifice flavor. So the title's okay, but not great. The reason why is because you were kind of being fancy here rather than being clear. Low carb love on the grill. Love is fancy, right? Just say low carb grill cookbook. Way better. That is a keyword people search on Amazon. Your book would have showed up, but you decided to be fancy, and now you broke the keyword, and now your book is way harder to find because of that. Then you go in and say diet-friendly delights that don't sacrifice flavor. That is a good sentence that tells me the benefit, right? It's tasty, but also it's good for your health, or it's good for diet. But you could have been way more clear. Something like 100 healthy low carb grill recipes that doesn't sacrifice flavor. Way more clear. It's still saying the same thing. It's just, the benefit statement's more clear, right? So definitely keep that in mind. Now your book cover is actually pretty good. It looks like a proper, cookbook. So your book cover is good, but you have 0 reviews. So that is seriously hurting you here. The title's okay, cover's good, but you have 0 reviews. And that's pretty much why you have absolutely 0 sales. Because on top of having no reviews, you have your paperback at basically $28. How the heck are you asking $28 for a book with 0 reviews? It's not like the printing cost is super expensive. Like $28 is a premium price, right? If you have 100 reviews, 200 reviews, if you have more reviews than all your competition, and if you have a book that's generally better, then yeah, you can price your book at a premium price because you proved yourself, right? Your book proved that it's good. And so people will still give your book a chance, even though it's more expensive. They're like, oh, this book has more reviews, so yeah, let's give it a shot. But you got 0 reviews and you're asking for way more than your competition. No one's gonna give you a shot. Okay, unless you start getting reviews, and you probably should price your book a little lower. So that is what I recommend here. All right, guys, so those were my honest feedback on your book. If you guys want me to critique your books in future videos like this, then just follow me on Instagram at SeanDoe13. DM me your Amazon link and I'll feature it in future videos. Now, the reason why I make these videos is because I do have a complete Amazon KDP coaching program. I enjoy helping people scale their business through this coaching program. So I make these YouTube videos for free. So hopefully when you're ready to scale, you come back and work with us. Now, if you do want to learn more about the coaching program, then it is the first link in the description. Once you click on it, it's going to take you to this page. You can read more about it. But if you scroll down, you can see a lot of our student testimonials. This is not even everything, right? We have way more than this, but these are some of the testimonials we got. So we got Toby making 30K in a month. We got Martino, going from $200 in a month before he joined the coaching program, and now he's doing over 10K per month consistently. We got Anchor making over $93,000 in a single month. We got Adara making $40 in her very first day from her very first book, and we got people doing thousands of dollars a month. A crap ton, right? A lot of testimonials, and these are the modules that's included, also the bonuses that you get. So it's really a complete program. It's not just a course, it's a coaching program. Once again, we will actually review your book one-on-one, so you get free one-on-one sessions, and we will tell you what to do, just like how I did in this video, but way longer, way more in-depth. So in my opinion, it is a pretty good program. So if you guys are serious about this business, if you want to check it out, if you want to work with us, once again, the link is in the description, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend in your publishing business. All right, let's start with the first one. Stroke Recovery Activity Book, Large Print Activities and Puzzles Workbook for Traumatic Brain Injury and Aphasia Rehabilitation. So number one, title on point. Literally everything that I brought up in all my past book review videos, you are doing it correctly. You got the keyword, you got the copywriting, you got amazing reviews, 192 reviews, 4.8 average. You got the bestsellers badge. The cover looks amazing, right? The title is easy to read. It pops. The image is very clear. It's representing the topic very well, and you are making really good money. 12,000 BSR, $57 a day on a conservative side. So this book alone is doing $1,500 a month. Honestly, there's nothing for me to critique here. You did everything perfectly. Like, this is the first time in maybe doing 10 of these videos where someone actually followed every single step and executed properly. Like, if you go and watch all my other videos, these are the things that I mention, every single time to do. And this is someone who've actually done it for the first time, right? So amazing job. Obviously, you're making money to reflect, your really good execution. You got good A+ content, great reviews. You got the comparison page. There is absolutely nothing else that I would do to improve this book besides keep building the series, keep marketing the book, keep collecting reviews. I think everything is very well done. And it just shows what's possible and how much you can make if you actually do things correctly. So great job on that. All right, next one. Alia's Doll Reflects Her, a children's book for Black kids. So the first thing, my first question is, what is this book about, right? Alia's doll reflects her. Okay, what does that mean? Like, what is my kid going to learn by reading this book? Because a children's book usually teaches some kind of moral lessons, right? You didn't explain that. Alia's doll reflects her is not a benefit statement. It's not like, you're telling me what the book is about, what am I gonna learn? A children's book for Black kids, same thing. It's good that you called out the audience, which is Black kids, but you didn't tell them, what is it about, right? You have more space here in the subtitle. So you could have, said something like a children's book for Black kids about learning confidence, determination, whatever, the children's book stuff, some kind of moral lesson. That is number one. Be more clear on the benefits of the book. Number two is the review is probably, hurting your sales because the 4.2 average is now showing you 4 stars instead of 5 stars. This is why you need at least 4.3 average rating, which means people are not liking the book as much. So that's something that you want to read the reviews, take notes on, what people didn't like, and then improve the book or improve the next book, right? So you want to get more reviews to bring this average up. And in terms of the book cover, it's kind of hard to critique it because I don't really know what the book is about. And for that reason, I don't know if the book cover is reflecting, the title well or not. And that's why I think the biggest issue here is that the title is too vague, right? So make sure to be more clear on that. If you need ideas on how you should structure your book title, all you have to do is scroll down here and you will see other books. Like, these are your competitors, or these are the other, best-selling children's books, right? So like this one right here, My Tiny Warrior, a book for families struggling with a diagnosis of childhood cancer. Okay, so it's super, super clear. This is a book for families struggling with cancer, right? So this is like a great title. Now ignore these ones like Fishing with My Papa and The Frog, the Wolf, and The Last Cookie. They are getting away because they are a authority figure, most likely. Most likely, if you look this up, they're not a self-publisher. If a self-publisher try to copy this type of title, you're not going to sell because your book is not going to be discovered unless you heavily push it with marketing. Another good example of a book title is this one. It's not really a children's book. It looks like a children's book, but it seems more like a how-to book because it says The Sleep Switch, how to help kids fall asleep fast. So that's the benefit statement, how to help kids fall asleep fast. But at least as an example, it's super clear, like what the book is about. I know exactly what I'm gonna get from this book. If I want this benefit, if I wanna teach my kids to fall asleep fast, I will buy this. All right, next book is Save the Tooth Fairy. So it's kind of the same thing as what we just talked about. You have the entire subtitle to call out your audience and tell them what the book is about, but you didn't. You completely skipped over, right? Save the Tooth Fairy. I can assume the story is about the Tooth Fairy, but what are the things that my kid is going to learn from this? What are the lessons that they're gonna get and stuff like that? You could have made it a lot more clear. Now, the book cover actually looks pretty good. It's pretty well made. And you have 5 reviews, all positive, so that is good. It's not selling at all though. It's probably because you uploaded, you forgot about it, you didn't market it, and you will probably have to push this with marketing because you don't have any keywords in the title except for maybe Tooth Fairy. So if people want to look up like Tooth Fairy stories or children's book about Tooth Fairy, then your book will show up. The thing is, there are a lot of books on tooth fairies, so it's probably competitive, and that's why you have to market on social media or run ads, do something to get sales. But I would say the cover is good. It's just you could have expanded the subtitle more, and you can also get more reviews. Next one, Sweet Treats Coloring Book. Bold and easy dessert themed coloring book or coloring pages featuring 50 delicious designs. So this is one of those sweet treats, bold and easy coloring book where a lot of people are doing this. You got good reviews, but your book is not selling. By the way, I have this tool called BookBeam that tells me exactly, you know, these royalties and how well the book is selling right on this page. If you guys want to check it out, the link is below this video. I think the book cover is the number one thing that's hurting you. It doesn't look like a coloring book, plus the design is a little all over the place. There's a lot of elements, there's no central focus, and it's just a lot of images once again all over the place. Your interior looks solid, you know, it's one of those bold and easy designs. The book cover just has to have the same vibe. As an example, this is the best-selling book on the same, not the same topic, because yours is sweet treats. These are food, drink, and sweets, so not the same. But you can see that it's reflecting the bold and easy, you know, vibe that they have in the interior also on the book cover, right? So you want to do that as well. One of the best things you can do is not to rip off your competitors, but learn from what they're doing and try and incorporate what they're doing successfully into your book, right? So they have an amazing book cover style, very simple but effective. It's obviously working well because Coco Real is one of the best selling, you know, brand, probably the #1 self-publisher at this point. So you can try and incorporate that. I'm not saying to rip it off like this person or this person, everybody's just kind of copying it. But like this book cover right here looks exactly like Coco Real, although it's not. So somebody borderline ripped off Coco Real, but it's a #1 new release because even though they ripped them off, you know, they did it very good. Like the execution is really good. The cover looks amazing, right? So maybe not as close to this, but just get inspiration, get ideas, and try and incorporate it. Main thing is your book cover. Once again, it doesn't really have the bold and easy vibe to it, so I would try and change that. If you need some good book cover designer recommendations, this is a good one. I'll leave a link in the description if you want to check it out. Our next book is Still Life Flowers, creative coloring book for teens and adults. You have 1 2-star review that's just crushing your sales. In terms of the actual interior, it's hard to tell. Now, the one negative review you have is Japanese. Good news is that I can read Japanese because I'm from Japan. And basically this customer is saying that there's a lot of grayscale and there's no clear outline for it to be a coloring book. So I'm assuming you used AI for this and you didn't edit it. So you just generated a bunch of random AI images. Like this one, yeah, this has grayscale, right? So that's why it's not really a proper coloring page. So there's really nothing we can do here, you know, besides just making a better book. Because even if you try and get more reviews, you're just gonna get negative reviews because you don't have a good book here. So my recommendation is just move on and focus on creating a better book next time. When you do generate images from AI, that's fine as a starting point, but make sure you edit it. Try and remove the grayscale as much as possible, or just spend more time prompting it, you know, and really regenerating until you're really happy with the images. Next book, Mediterranean Made Simple, Complete Beginner's Guide to the Mediterranean Diet with 50+ simple recipes. It's not selling at all, and it's so clear. You have no reviews. Like it's as simple as that. If you had some reviews, you're gonna be making sales, right? So if you guys need help on how to get reviews, I do have a video on the easiest way to get reviews. And if you follow the strategies in the video, you will be easily getting 20, 30, 50 reviews. And I do recommend you at least get 20 reviews for every book. Because if a book fails, like this book, right, it's not selling at all. So you might be thinking, oh my God, Mediterranean diet is not a profitable topic. But is it really the topic that's not profitable? Or is this simply that you didn't get enough reviews? Is this simply that, you know, your execution's poor because you didn't get any reviews, you didn't market the book, maybe your book cover is bad, but are those the true reason why your book didn't sell, or is it the topic? A lot of people think just because a book failed, it's the topic that's bad. But in reality, 99% of the time, it's what you did. It's your execution. It's the steps that you took or didn't take, in this case, not getting reviews. Okay, so if you want to watch the video on how to get reviews, the link is in the description. All right, next book, Goodnight Moonbeam. Gentle nighttime stories for kids, peaceful sleep stories for babies, calming bedtime rituals for children. So there are 3 different keywords that's not related to each other because you're targeting kids, babies, children. I guess it's the same thing, but it's not as smooth as you could make this smoother. Magical night sky, cutting off. So your subtitle is too long, so it's cut off. Try and not do that. Try and, you know, kind of fit it in so it's not cut off here. So what you did well here is that you are clear on your audience and also what your book is about. Gentle nighttime stories for kids, right? Peaceful sleep stories for babies. You could have, once again, condensed this so it's shorter and just said peaceful nighttime sleep stories for kids, babies, and children or toddlers or something like that. For them to fall asleep fast. So that's like a condensed, smoother version of a subtitle. But it's not bad. You did make some sales here, but not a ton. I think your book cover is nice too. I do like the image. You got 26 reviews. It's pretty solid. So the last piece of the puzzle is really marketing. I don't think you are marketing, or you either ran some ads and you gave up after spending a couple bucks because you're losing money. I'm not sure, but typically that is the case. People run ads or don't run ads at all, hoping that Amazon would just sell the books for them. But you know, Amazon KDP is an amazing business model. It's easier than other business for sure, but it's not that easy to the point where you can make a crap ton of sales without telling anybody about it. Like, you did make some sales here, which shows how amazing Amazon is, because it's so big that even a book with no marketing, you know, will get some sales. But if you want to make hundreds of dollars a month, thousands of dollars a month, then obviously you have to tell people about it. Like, if I told you that I'm going to open up a lemonade stand, but then I'm not going to put up any signs that there's a lemonade stand, you know, here, not going to tell anybody about it. I'm not going to post on social media, nothing. I'm just there waiting for people to come. Like, you would tell me that you should probably tell people about it. It's the same thing as publishing books. You have to promote your books, okay? You have to promote your products. It's just part of business. But the good news is you got a pretty good product here. You know, it's attractive. Your book cover is nice, which is the main thing. So I think if you promote it, whether by social media or running ads, I think you'll start making sales. All right, next book is Barry and Bella, Best Friends Forever. Kind of reminds me of a Finding Nemo style book cover. I don't know if you made this or if you illustrated yourself, but it looks pretty nice. So great job on this. Now, you can kind of guess what I'm about to say. No reviews. That's killing your sales. Also, your subtitle is not clear on your book. Best Friends Forever, but like what, you know? What is the benefit? Like, am I gonna learn about friendship? Obviously, kind of can assume, but you could be a lot more clear. A children's, you know, picture book about friendship, about two, you know, best friend dolphins or whales finding each other. I don't know what it is, but just be a little more descriptive in your subtitle. That definitely will help. Next book, A Day in the Life of a Bunny, children's adult coloring book for mind clarity, relax, and unwind. Same thing, guys, no reviews. That's why. That's all I'm gonna say, because it's as simple as that. All right, now we got a book that's a little better, and you will see that because they did the things that I talk about in this video better, their sales are reflecting that. Okay, so this one is a awesome word search for kids age 6 to 8. Very clear title, right? It has a keyword word search for kids. It's calling out the audience age 6 to 8, right? And it's very descriptive in the subtitle. 100 fun and educational word search puzzles to help kids learn. I know exactly what this book is about. It has 12 rating, which is solid, right? 4.8 average, which is great. The description explains what the book is about. It highlights the important features and benefits. The book cover has a clear title that pops. It's showing the interior images, which is nice. I think these little elements is a little out of place that makes it a little more cheap looking, but it's not bad. Like, the book cover is decent. You also have a good A+ content that showcases the interior. When you're doing activity books, you pretty much just want to showcase your interior a lot, right? And you also have the comparison A+ content banner to promote your other books as well. But overall, you did a pretty good job. But for that reason, your BSR is 700,000, unlike the multiple million BSRs that other books were getting. So you are making some sales. Not a lot. You're not making life-changing money, but you're making more than a couple sales. You're at least making more sales than the other books that we talked about, except for the first one, because the first one's doing really well. So this is a good start. Now, I think what's happening here, you probably tried to promote your book, but you were spending more on ads than making your money back. The reason why is because in terms of the execution of each step, you did a pretty good job. I think you can improve the book cover just a little bit more, but you know, this is pretty good. I think the bigger issue here is that you're just in a pretty competitive keyword. Word search for kids age 6 to 8 is a pretty broad keyword. You know, you could niche down even more, like animal word search for kids, space word search for kids, you know what I mean? Like putting something before this keyword to go into a genre, which would have cut your competition way lower. But that is the only issue that I see, is that you're in a pretty competitive keyword and you're trying to compete with just 12 reviews and probably, you know, bare minimum marketing. Like maybe you're running ads, but not so much, right? So it's a pretty tough place to be at. Also, $7.99 does not allow you to run your ads with much profit margin. And that's why you probably paused your ads, because you were, you know, losing money. But that's the issue with pricing your book low. If you make a good product, if you make something very attractive, then you can price your word search books at $9.99, even at $12.99. I got students pricing their word search books at $16.99 because they have an amazing premium book that people are still willing to pay for because the book cover is so good, the title is so attractive, they have a crap ton of reviews, right? So now they're making so much more money per sale that they can afford to spend in ads, because every sale they make a good chunk of money back, that, you know, they can outspend their competitors when it comes to Amazon ads. So they have a huge advantage, and this is in the word search niche. So it's possible to do that in the word search niche too, right? You just have to create a premium product. I mean, if you want to, you can raise your price right now, because I think you got a decent product here, and see if that increased profit margin will help you with running ads. You also want to run ads, you want to get reviews. But for the next book, keep in mind maybe niching down into a smaller keyword a little more so that you have less competition. But overall, this is a good start, so great job. All right, guys, so hope you enjoyed this video. If you guys want me to review your books in the future, then you want to follow me on Instagram at SeanDowett13. DM me your Amazon link and I will feature it in future videos like this. Now, if you want us to review your book quicker and also work with us one-on-one so that we can help you take your business to the next level, then I do have a complete Amazon KDP program. You can check it out in the first link in the description. It comes with a full step-by-step program, one-on-one coaching, so we can actually review your books just like this, but way more in-depth and way longer. And we can tell you exactly what to do to make more sales. We can come up with a game plan for you to follow and, you know, build this business. So if you go to the link in the description, it'll take you to this page. If you're interested, you can watch the video, you can scroll down, see the testimonials, see what's included. And if you want to apply, then this is the form that you apply from. You can then get on a free 30-minute call with us. You can ask us any question. We'll ask you questions as well. And if you both feel like this is a good fit, then we can move forward and go from there. So this is going to be another book review series where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me on Instagram. We've been doing this for quite a while now, and people who actually watch these videos say that it's the most valuable series that I have on this channel. And people who do not watch it don't watch it because, you know, they want clickbait stuff. But if you do watch it, I promise you it's going to be one of the most helpful videos that you'll see. All right, so with that being said, let's get started. So we got the first book. Once again, these are books that you guys submitted to me on Instagram, right? You can DM me your Amazon link and I'll review it in these videos. But this book at a quick glance seems like one of the few that's actually really good, right? So we usually see a lot of bad books, but this one is really good because we got Off-Grid Kid. It's a niche that I haven't really paid attention to much. So Off-Grid niche is very profitable, and now we're niching down into just for kids, right? So Off-Grid Kid, very clear on what the book is about. Survival Skills for Life, an interactive outdoor survival guide for kids on making fire, building shelters, foraging wild food, and improving mindset. Literally the best, like a really good title, because the title is very clear, clean. And then the subtitle is clear in terms of what you're going to learn, what's the benefit, who it's for, those kind of things, which is exactly what you want to do with nonfiction, okay? The description's formatted really well as well, with different sizing, bolding, italicizing, you know, underlying the important parts, right? This is exactly what you want. The review is absolutely amazing, 4.8 average, 110 reviews. The book cover, super good as well, right? Title's super clear, the contrast is there. You know, it's like a really fitting image for the niche. Basically, what I'm trying to say is that you're doing everything correct, okay? And because of that, you have a 29,000, so 30,000 BSR at, you know, $29 a day. So that's like $1,000 a month. And this is for the paperback. You're making a little more. I'm curious why you do not have the audiobook version, because that's just free money. You know, with nonfiction high content books, you should be making an audiobook for pretty much everything. Although if this is a interactive book, you know, for kids, maybe you have a lot of images, maybe you didn't think it was suitable as an audiobook. Sometimes it's not, but sometimes, like, I got guided journals
that are audiobooks. So actually you can create audiobooks for a lot of books. You can actually just email ACX and ask them if you can do this. So I would try and get an audiobook because it's going to be like another extra 100, 200 bucks for you. Like, you know, on average, maybe it'll do really well and do a lot more than that, right? So that's just extra money. The big question I have is why the price point is a little on the lower side. Like you have 110 reviews at 4.8 average. So unless you've already tried higher price points and it wasn't converting, I would try higher than $2.99 for ebook. I would actually try and go closer to $9.99. So the max that you can go with ebooks. And for the paperback, I would go close to like 18 bucks, closer to $20, and hardcover way more than that, because hardcover has to be more than the paperback. The reason why is because you got amazing reviews. It's already selling, right? And another thing is you probably got a lot of images. It's a super high quality book, right? If that's the case, then your printing costs must be a little higher as well. So you kind of want to price it higher as well. And you know, the thing is, people rather pay more money to buy a premium product rather than the cheapest option that's a little crappier in terms of quality, right? So I have to look at your competition and, you know, kind of assess the accurate price point. But if you think you got a better book, your book cover's better, your title's better, you got better reviews, right? It doesn't have to be more reviews, just better review ratio, right? You got 4.8 average, which is like as close to maxing out as you can. If you think you're winning there, why don't you just try a higher price point? You're gonna be making more money per sale. Conversion's not gonna drop that much, right? If you do it right. And now you can afford to spend more money to acquire that sale on ads. And that is how you beat out your competition, because your competition is only making, let's say, $4 per sale, right? But if you increase your price and now you're making $6, $8 per sale, that means you can afford to spend double the amount of money than your competition to break even, right? That's gonna give you a huge advantage in terms of bidding higher on ads, you know, being more aggressive with it, and basically just killing your competition. So that's how the big players compete and make money. So that is what I recommend in terms of the next step. If you think increasing your price is not possible because everyone else is around the same price, you don't think you have a competitive advantage, then you should be building book number 2, book number 3, because now you can still make more money from the same customer, you know, by building out a series without raising the price, right? So that's what you can do here. By the way, I forgot to mention this in the beginning of the video, but if you guys want to go through my brand new 7-day challenge where I walk you through step-by-step how to brainstorm, create, and publish your first book in just 7 days, it's completely free now, but I will be charging this in the future. I promise you that I will charge you. I'm not just saying this for scarcity. And a lot of people love this challenge so far. You know, everybody's saying it's an amazing challenge. So if you guys want to grab it while it's free, then check out the link in the description. And if you want to work with us to scale your Amazon KDP business, I do have a coaching program where we basically show you exactly what to do to make more money. Kind of like this book review series, but way more one-on-ones, way more hands-on, those kind of things, right? Then you can check out the other link in the description to apply and work with us. Anyways, let's go back to the second book that we have, which is titled Just Italy, Travel Puzzle Book for Kids, 6 to 10, Italian themed activities, Sudoku mazes, word search, calling pages, a lot of keyword stuffing happening here. Travel activity book with games and puzzles for kids. Yeah, so basically the title is way all over the place. What you did here is you sacrificed how nice the title sounds just so you can spam as many keywords as possible. And you do not want to do that. Just identify what are your best keywords, like maybe 1 to 3 main keywords that best represent your book. And from there, you want to put that in your title, but also in your subtitle. And besides that, focus on showcasing the value of the book. What is it? What are the features? What are the benefits? Like, what will the reader get by reading your book, right? Instead of just a bunch of keywords like this, because you know, I know what the book is about because of the keywords, but it just doesn't sound nice. And also it's very unprofessional as well. The first letter is not capitalized for each word, you know, those kind of little things as well. The title is just Italy. It doesn't make sense. You should be putting Italy Travel Puzzle Book for Kids 6 to 10. The book cover is very amateurish as well. We have Italy Kids Travel Puzzle Book. I wish I can see more of the puzzle images, right? Like, your back cover here actually looks nice. You see, like these kind of things. I wish you showcased that in the, like this section. There's a lot of empty spaces here, don't you think? Like maybe you can squeeze in some, puzzle images here. The good thing is you got some reviews, and also the cool thing is you're still making some sales. Not great, but some. But before you go and run ads, or get more reviews, honestly, you got to fix your book cover. That's the first thing. Once you fix your book cover, then you can go and run some ads and see if you can convert. So there are a lot of great book cover designers on Fiverr. This is one of them. It's for just $10, you can get a simple paperback book cover design. They have different packages. But this one right here, right? Unique cities and towns in Europe. Don't you think it looks better than what you've made here on Canva, I think, right? So for just $10, you can increase your conversion rate. And imagine, this gets you an extra 5 sales, right? You'll probably break even on the $10 that you spent. And over the lifetime of the book, you're gonna make a lot more than 5 sales, hopefully, by having a great book cover, right? So that is what I mean is don't be afraid to invest in your book, especially the book cover, because it's literally the most important aspect of your book. So if you guys want to check out this gig, I'll leave a link in the description below. All right, next book, Nailing Life, a nail designing book with a journey through 50 milestones on the path to adolescence and 50 nail templates featuring 12 different nail shapes. Interesting, because I've never ever looked at nail design niche, right? So let's actually go and take a look. So I looked up nail art design, and it looks like there are some books that are selling decently. So we got this book right here is doing 68,000 BSR, $20 a day, so $600 a month. It seems a little tough though, because it has 900 reviews and it's only doing $600 a month. This one right here has 1,200 reviews, right? And it's only doing, once again, $600 a month. So if I look at other books on this topic, it's not selling very well. So there are 2 books, authority figures, that are making decent money. Actually, we got nail art sticker book. So we have a book, nail art stickers, 0 reviews, and it's already doing $600 a month, which is pretty good. So maybe nail art stickers is a niche, right? If you can create a book like this, of course. But in terms of nail designing book, which is a kind of a slightly different topic, I do not see any signs that this is a profitable topic. So, you published this 2 months ago, you didn't make any sales. There are a lot of other reasons why, like no reviews, book cover is not the best, right? As well. But the biggest reason why is because people aren't looking for a nail art book on Amazon. There's no proof, right? So that's the biggest thing. You can try and get more reviews. You can improve your book cover, but honestly, I would just move on to something else. I will make sure to check the profitability first, see if there are other books on this topic that are selling well with, a lot less reviews, not 1,000 reviews, and then make a book on it. Make a better book on the topic. So that's what I would do. Our next book is Mindful Mandalas Adult Coloring Book. So Mandala Adult Coloring Book is one of the most saturated keyword ever, right? And you're trying to compete in that super saturated keyword with 1 review with a super mediocre book cover, right? You probably just got this background on, I don't know if this is AI. I don't think it's AI, but it's not the best image. Plus you just put some text over on Canva or something. So not the best book cover, 1 review, and you're pricing it way above average market price, which is, like usually people sell these for like $5.99, $6.99, and you're selling for $12, and you're wondering why it's not selling, right? Well, that's kind of why. You don't have any competitive advantage to it. Your competitive advantage could be to have a better product, right? And you can price it higher, or have the same product, price it cheaper than your competition. A lot of people play the game. It's not the best way to play the game, where you just offer the same thing but cheaper, because then everyone's just going to price cut each other to where no one wins, no one makes money. But in the short term, you can make some money doing that, right? You can have more reviews than your competition, or just a better book cover, or something unique, like maybe not just mandalas. I guess mindful mandalas is your little unique angle, but it's not good enough. You need something more. Mandala is a little tough to niche down though. So anyways, so the biggest thing here is that you picked a keyword that's very saturated, very competitive. It's possible to make money, but you need something unique. You need your book to stand out. You cannot just publish a average book in a competitive keyword and expect to make money, okay? You did make some sales though, which is the craziest part of Amazon, is that, you still make sales just because Amazon is so big. But if you want to make real money, it has to be better than this. All right, so the next book is from Prince Ogoekwem, okay? So he is from Nigeria. He sent me 2 books. We have The Darkest Hour, How I Overcame Suicidal Thoughts in 2018. This book is not selling, not even a copy, right? And then this other book is Divided Heart, also I think about his story. Now this is a tough one because you live in Nigeria, you probably don't have a ton of money to invest in this business, but the fact that you're still taking action, I highly respect, right? And there are a couple ways to do this for free to improve your sales, okay? Number one, I understand, based on reading the bio, based on reading the book description, you're trying to share your story to empower people, and which is amazing. I think that is a really great cause. But you have to align your book with what people are searching for to make it more discoverable, because no one actually searches the Amazon store typing in darkest hour, right? So, if people want to buy a book on, let's say, like, stop thinking negatively, right? Overcoming suicidal thoughts. What would people type here when they look for a book on the topic? Most likely what they're going to do is they will come to Amazon and they'll type something like overcome suicidal thoughts, or maybe just suicidal thoughts. So they will put that in, and these are the books that they will find. Why are these books showing up on page 1 when people search for this? That is because they put exactly the keyword, the search phrase people type in here, in their title, right? This book right here, 30 Days to Overcome Suicidal Thoughts, a mindfulness meditation program, right? This one also, Suicidal Thoughts Workbook. And you can see that it's selling decently, $27 a day, so about $600 a month, right? It's not the most profitable niche, right? But you can make some sales here. You can also kind of pivot into making a book on overcoming unwanted intrusive thoughts, right? Which is a little more profitable, or a lot more profitable. So what I recommend is, if this is a niche that you want to go into, which I really respect, I think it's really positive what you're trying to do here. But you also have to make money, or you cannot keep going, right? For you to keep spreading your message, you got to be making money, because, you can't keep doing this for free, obviously. I love helping people, but if I'm not making money from my YouTube videos, I'm not going to keep making it, right? Because you can only invest so much time, before you have to go and make money somehow, right? To survive and live and stuff like that. So essentially what I'm trying to say is, number one, you have to work on your book title. So if people are typing in overcome suicidal thoughts or suicidal thoughts, that's your keyword. You got to put it in your title. So when people search that, your book will show up on page 1. This is how people can start finding your book so that they can start buying it potentially, right? So once you fix the issue of people not finding your book, right? Now people are starting to find your book because your title is better, okay? Then the next thing, people see your book, but you have to convince them to buy your book. How do you do that? Well, the first thing they're going to look at is the book cover. So they're going to look at the book cover and they're like, that looks interesting, right? This one is like a image of a chess board, which I don't know how it connects to suicidal thoughts. So I'm not sure, but you have to improve your book cover. Now, if you don't have the money, I'm not going to tell you to go and, invest on a book cover, but you can learn how to design on Canva. Canva is a free tool. Anyone can use it and anyone can get better at designing, and you can make a much better book cover than this, okay, on Canva. You just got to practice and spend that time. So you can definitely improve it, because I don't understand how a golden egg, this is a picture of a golden egg, ties into overcoming suicidal thoughts. Your images are not really relevant. The texts are, cheap looking. You got to improve design, okay? And then from there, you can get reviews and you can work on, pricing your book higher and stuff like that. Those will come in the future, but for now, your title and the cover has to improve. And this is something that you can do it completely free, right? You just got to understand how the business works. Bottom line is, I respect you taking action, right? And if you keep going, you will be successful. It's possible. Anyone can do it. Anyone in the whole world can do it. And you can do this business for free, okay? So definitely keep going, and I'm excited to see your future books selling better. But for now, I will end this video here. If you guys want me to review your books in the future, once again, you want to follow me on Instagram at SeanDowett13 and send me the link to your book in the DM. The strategy revealed in the next book review is something I personally use to scale multiple successful titles. This is going to be another book review series where I analyze and critique the books that you have sent to me on Instagram. If you want me to review your books in future videos like this, you can follow me on Instagram at SeanDowett13 and DM me your book.
But for now, let's go to the first book and let me show you what beginners are doing that absolutely crushes their sales and what a successful publisher would do instead. So this is the first book, Chasing Shadows, A Love Lost in Darkness. Super easy one. This is a fiction book, I believe, and a fiction book makes money on the ebook version. But the ebook version is free for whatever reason. It's like 3 months in and it's still free, so you're not making money there, right? And the paperback version is $15, so you're trying to make money from the paperback, but the fiction books, you know, most people buy ebooks once again. So the paperback price is really, really high as well. So that's mistake number one. Mistake number two, you have 0 reviews. This is the biggest mistake out of all. You have no reviews. One thing I want you guys to understand is no matter what other YouTube gurus will tell you, other KDP gurus will tell you, you do need reviews, okay? Yes, it is possible to sell your books without reviews, but it is a billion times easier to sell your book with reviews. So why are you trying to take the hard way when you can just get a couple reviews fairly easily and make it so much easier for you to sell the book? So I really don't understand why all these other channels tell you, oh, you don't need reviews, this and that, when they're just making it so much harder for the people, right? Just get some reviews, super easy, you know? If you need help on how to get reviews, then just look up Sean DeWitt reviews on YouTube, and there's a bunch of videos that I made on tutorials on how to do that. So the next thing is your book cover makes no sense. I don't know what this is, okay? And it's just a text on a black background. It's just not good enough. I'm assuming you made this cover yourself, and you can actually make a better book cover. Have someone make a better book cover for you for literally $5. As an example, this is a book cover designer on Fiverr for just $10. She specializes in more like fiction book cover design, so like it's perfect for your niche, but she makes really, really good covers, like for $10, right? It's much better than, you know, what you have over here. So that is the biggest difference between a successful publisher and an unsuccessful publisher, right? Successful publishers aren't afraid to invest in their business, especially on their book cover, because the book cover determines 90% of the success of the book. And as you can see, you don't have to spend a ton of money on a book cover. It's just $10, at least in your case. All right, this is the second book, which is The Secrets of Breathwork, Unlock the Power of the Mind. Couple things here. Number one, why are some of your words capitalized and some aren't? It's kind of unprofessional because it's like off and on. This has to be capitalized, right? Makes it look a lot more professional. You have 47 positive reviews, which is good. However, it makes no sense why you have 47 reviews and yet 0 sales. Unless these are all unverified reviews or fake reviews, or I don't know what it is, it doesn't make sense that you have 0 sales here. But ignoring that fact, this is another huge mistake people make that successful publishers do not. And that is the successful publishers check if the topic is profitable before writing. So this book is about breath work, right? So if I take breath work as a keyword and I type it in the search bar, and I literally never did this before filming, so I haven't checked if the topic is even profitable or not. Actually, I stand corrected because I thought breath work was not profitable, but it looks like there are some books on the topic that are selling extremely well, right? So this book, Breathe, is doing $1,000 a day, 30K a month. I have this tool called Bookbeam that tells me how well the book is selling. So if you guys want to check it out, the link is in the description. But essentially, there are a couple books out there that is selling decent on breath work, such as this one, right? And I believe a couple other ones as well. It's not the most profitable topic, and these books that are selling are all authority figures, so it's kind of tough for you to come in and compete, but it's not completely hopeless. The reason why I think this book is not selling is because your subtitle doesn't really explain what the book is about, right? So The Secrets of Breathwork, but Unlock the Power of the Mind is extremely vague. Like, what exactly am I gonna learn? What exactly are the benefits am I gonna get? Is it reducing stress? Is it better mental performance? Is it productivity? What is it, right? Unlocking the power of the mind, once again, it doesn't mean anything unless you explain to people what unlocking the power of the mind will do for me in terms of like practical sense. So the subtitle is where you sell the book. Subtitle is where you lay out the benefits, the value, and once again, this is too vague of the subtitle, especially for a nonfiction book like this. All right, so the next book is A Day in the Life of a Bunny, Children and Adult Coloring Book for Mind Clarity. Relax and unwind with Bunny's charming daily adventures. So this is an interesting one.
It looks like a not quite AI, I guess. So I wouldn't title this A Day in the Life of a Bunny. I would just title this Bunny Coloring Book for Adults, because that's probably what people are searching for, right? Instead of A Day in the Life of a Bunny. When you try to be fancy with your titles, it often breaks the search phrases that people are typing in on Amazon, which means it's a lot harder for your book to show up when people search for that phrase. Like when people search for bunny coloring book, if your title was bunny coloring book for adults, your book would have showed up. But because you broke that, right? Now it's a lot harder for your book to show up, okay? Now it's possible to still show up on bunny coloring book if you run ads targeting bunny coloring book, and if you start making some sales, Amazon will make a connection. They're gonna be like, oh, okay, so this book is about bunny coloring book because people who search for bunny coloring book is buying this book, so it must be connected, right? So you can train the Amazon algorithm by running ads, but a lot of people complain that they gotta run ads and they don't like running ads. Well, you know, if you just title your book better, then you don't have to do that, right? So you have to understand SEO, but you also don't have reviews. That's probably what's killing your sales more than anything here. So you definitely want to get reviews. Once again, check out my video on how to get reviews. I'll actually link it in the description if you guys want to check it out. I think your interior is pretty good, so I will honestly just work on the reviews and the title. All right, so the next book is Let's Eat in Japan, 68 illustrations of food eating moments in Japan. So I'm not sure if this is AI generated. I'm assuming that's the case because the letters aren't Japanese. I'm actually from Japan, so I can read Japanese, and this is not Japanese. It just kind of looks like it. So this is definitely AI. But before we even talk about how this is a lower quality, you know, AI generated coloring page, we have to discuss the fact that once again, it doesn't have reviews, right? So that's like number one. But number two, you know, you don't have any keywords. You don't have any Japanese food coloring book, right, inside the title, which makes it a lot easier for Amazon to recommend your book to, you know, relevant keywords. Now, I preach keywords a lot. I just want to say that it's not the end all be all. Like, it's not like your book will fail if you don't have keywords. In the beginning, it's a lot easier for your book to rank if you have some keywords in the title. You don't need keywords in the title if you don't want to, right? And if you're willing to market your book, if you're willing to run ads, if you're willing to do social media marketing, whatever, and just get a lot of sales, then over time, as you get sales, once again, Amazon will make the connection between the customer behavior, right? When the customers search for Japan coloring book and they buy your book, Amazon will start ranking your book in Japan coloring book. So you're gonna start ranking in all these different keywords. But a lot of people don't want to run ads. A lot of people come into this business thinking that they can just upload a book and not do anything and expect to make sales. If that's what you want to do, the best thing you can do is put keywords in your title. Once again, because you're telling Amazon what your book is about. You're making it as easy as possible for Amazon to rank and basically for customers to discover your book. If you're not going to do that, you have to market your book, right? Preferably you do both if you want to make 10K a month or more. All right, next book is Ethereal Tattoos Coloring Book for Adults. We're getting a lot of coloring books and we're getting a lot of the same problems. So I'm just gonna skip ahead, or I'm just gonna say real quick. Same thing, did you check Ethereal Tattoos coloring book as a topic? Like, are people looking for it? You know, is it profitable? Did you do that? You didn't get any reviews. You know, that's the issue. The book cover is like, okay, but not the greats. So that is a problem here. All right, so the next book is Lara the Capybara and the Shooting Star, a tale of courage, friendship, and the journey to making dreams come true with values, plus fun facts about animals, books for kids aged 2 to 6. I actually like this title. With a children's book, it's really hard to just call it like Capybara children's book because it's, you know, it's super boring. So I get that the title, you have something unique like this, but in the subtitle, you did add some keywords here. Animal books for kids, or facts about animals, books for kids age 2 to 6. So it makes it a little easier for Amazon to rank your book, which is great, while keeping, you know, how nice the title sounds. So you're getting best of both worlds, right? And this is what you can do. Now your book cover is really nice as well. I don't do much children's books, but this is the kind of quality that I see in, you know, top children's book covers. So I think it's great. You have decent reviews as well. 7 is a good starting point, but you want to definitely get more. Now looking at your A+ content, your interior looks really, really good.
as well, like really good. Okay, so obviously it's not AI, it's definitely hand-drawn or, you know, custom illustrations. Super good, super high quality. So a really great job on making this book in terms of quality. Now this book is not selling great, and that's probably because the marketing, right? So a lot of people are really good at producing the book, but not so great at marketing. Now, marketing is a skill. You know, you have to learn marketing. You got to learn how Amazon works. And basically the way Amazon works is when you first publish the book, the first month or so, you get this thing called the honeymoon period, where Amazon shows your books to more people. And if you get a lot of sales, then Amazon will determine that your book is something like it is worth it for them to push it higher in page 1 to show it to more people, because it's already converting. Like you already showed Amazon that it's converting, it's getting reviews, people are liking it, right? So Amazon will show it to more people. If you just upload your book and do nothing, then Amazon will just say that, oh, no one wants this book. Why should we show it to more people? Why should we rank it on page 1 when you've already proven to us that nobody wants this? So we're just going to drop it to page 100 so that no one buys it, right? So that's essentially what's happening to 99% of the books that people publish, is that they literally do no launch, no nothing, okay? I do cover launch strategies and stuff in my course in like way more details, but a quick gist of it is that the first month you want to tell as many people as you can, whatever social media following, you know, whatever, like whoever you know, and also run some ads as well, right? And just get as many sales as you can, even if you're just breaking even. So even if you're making back, you know, the same amount of money that you're putting in terms of ads, that is actually good. And I think it's worth it. By training the Amazon algorithm on what your book is about, they're gonna start showing your books on more keywords by getting sales, right? So you essentially do that for your launch, and hopefully more reviews comes in because you have a good book. And from there, you can kind of start optimizing for profitability and then go from there. So anyways, to recap, what I would do here is your title's good, your cover is great, your interior is amazing. So I would heavily focus on marketing, because that's the one thing that you're missing. And I think if you start marketing it, people will realize how great of a book this is, and you will start getting a lot more word of mouth sales as well, but a lot more people just, you know, buying it and sharing it, and, you know, more. It's just gonna snowball from there. So get more reviews, start marketing it. If you're not running ads, try and run some ads. It doesn't have to be expensive. $3 a day is a okay place to start. And then also social media marketing, you know, do shorts, TikTok, Reels. Those are free ways to market your book as well. All right, so the next book is What an Elephant Can Do. Cute coloring book gift for boys, girls, and toddlers age 4 to 8. So at least you have the keyword in the subtitle, but besides that, it's not great, right? It's 0 reviews, AI generated cover, it's not the best. And yeah, it's just that's pretty much it, guys. Like, you know, there's not much more for me to say besides it's the same mistakes that we've seen multiple times in this video, is that you don't have the reviews, you just upload a mediocre book and you just forgot about it. Didn't do any launch, didn't do anything, right? So there's not much else we can do besides improving the book quality and then, you know, coming back and launching it better. I'm not trying to be harsh over here. I'm just trying to be, you know, honest. This is a book roast kind of video, right? So hopefully you're getting value from it instead of just saying, you know, thinking, oh, Sean's such an asshole, right? All right, so the next book is Lisa of the Alpha Line. So this is a fiction book. It could be a, reading the description, it looks like this is a fantasy book. I don't know if it's fantasy romance or just normal fantasy, but shapeshifter fantasy book, okay? So you should be putting that here in the subtitle, because shapeshifter fantasy is a genre, it's a category. And by putting it in the subtitle, it makes it so much easier for people to understand what your book is about. You know how I had to take 10 seconds reading your description just now to even understand what your book is about? Well, your customers are going to do the same thing. They're scrolling, and, you know, hopefully your book cover catches the attention. If not, they're just going to keep scrolling. But even after the book cover catch their attention, now they're going to read the title. And a lot of times people are lazy, right? So most times people aren't going to take another, you know, 10-20 seconds reading the description just to figure out what the book is about. So even in fiction, you kind of have to be clear. At least in the subtitle, put your genre, right? Fantasy, romance books for teens, or, you know, whatever it is, right? Call out your audience.
Now, not all fiction publishers do this. Obviously, once they get big enough and their email list is huge, they don't have to do this. But, I'm mostly talking to beginners who has not a ton of audience or fan base built up, right? Then you have to play the SEO game because you're trying to tap into new customers instead of selling it to your existing customers. So it's super important to capitalize on every single aspect that you can to make more sales. Now, another thing with fiction is that you make most of your money from Kemp reads. Kemp reads is, when you're in KDP Select, every page people read, you make a little bit of money that way, right? So you want to make as many Kindle sales as possible, even at a low price like 99 cents, because the more pages people read, the more money you make. Now, that is not the only way to make money with fiction. Once again, I'm not a fiction expert. I do nonfiction, so just a disclaimer there. But typically, that's what people do. So it's not the only way, but typically they try to make money from Kemp. And fiction publishers create a big series, meaning they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 book series, sometimes 10 book series. There are authors out there with a 60 book series, so that once you get people hooked in your story, they keep reading, right? Maybe it's not a sequel, maybe it's a standalone, but still they like your writing style, so that they keep buying your books. So you essentially make money from all the read-throughs that happens from the people reading all your books. So if you also want to go into the fiction game, then you gotta go in with an understanding that you have to create a series. Okay, that is one of the best ways to make more money. It's very hard to make money from just one book, especially with fiction. So in terms of the price, $8.99 is okay, but I would reduce it. But once you have book number 2, book number 3, try and reduce the book number 1 price a little bit so it's easier to make the sale, get people into the series, and then have the book number 2 and 3 priced higher so you make your money back there. You also have to kind of spend more money on ads. Like fiction people go heavy on Facebook ads. Facebook ads is, once again, not the only way to do it. You can do Amazon ads. It really depends on your genre and how you do it. But most of the time, Facebook ads is where it's at. So perhaps you can look into that as well. Besides that, I think the book cover can improve. I mean, if this is a shapeshifter kind of thing, maybe focus on the wolf a little more, like the wolf can be closer. But once again, I'm not a fiction expert, but this is just me commenting based on my experience being in the publishing space for over 8 years. I've analyzed a lot of books. I've seen a lot of fiction books succeed, right? And I've seen a lot of fiction books fail. And these are the things that I know. Now, if you guys are publishing low content, medium content, or high content nonfiction, and that's the business that you want to build, that is the business that you want to scale, then I do have a coaching program. I forgot if I mentioned this earlier in the video, but if you guys want to check it out, just click on the first link in the description. These aren't all the testimonials. We have a lot more, but you can see that a lot of people are making money with publishing. So if you guys want to check it out and potentially join my program, then the link is once again in the description, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend for your publishing business. This is a book review series where I critique and analyze the books that you submitted to me on Instagram. If you want me to review your books in future videos like this, then follow me on Instagram at SeanDewitt13 and DM me your Amazon link. All right, so let's get started with book number 1. So we have I Captain, A Journey into a Boy's Imagination, Grayson the Great, okay? So this is one of those AI generated storybook. It has nothing special about this. And by the way, if you're new to this book review series, I'm usually super honest. I'm not trying to be critical or anything. I'm just being honest, okay? So the reason why is because once the AI appeared in the scene, it became super easy to create these books. So everyone is doing it. And I'm not saying just because everyone's doing it, it's not profitable. You can go into a saturated niche and make a crap ton of money if you have a better book than everyone else, okay? So that is the main thing, is to have a book that's better, okay? Something that stands out. And this book right here, there's nothing that stands out. There are AI, generated book covers like this. There are millions of those on Amazon. You only have 4 reviews, so it's not like you have more reviews than your competition. In fact, you're selling your book at a higher price than average, even though there's nothing special about this, right? And your title does not even have the keyword. It doesn't even tell me what this book is about. Like, is it a storybook to learn about imagination, adventure? I don't know. Like, usually children's books, storybooks have a moral lesson to it, and the title clearly explains that in the title, but you do not have that. So if you scroll down here, we have some products related to this item, which means these are the books that you might be competing with, right?
So we have this one, mystery short stories for kids. So you have to kind of ask yourself, is your book cover better than, these ones? Although it's not really related to your topic, right? I'm just showing you here as an example, but we have this one right here. It's not an AI generated image, right? It's professionally made. Same as this one, it's probably professionally made. Same as this one. This, I don't think it's AI, right? So I think it looks pretty good. Same as this one. So, people do judge a book by its cover, and your book cover is just not good enough at the moment. So if I would improve this, number one, book cover. Number two, get more reviews. If you need help on getting reviews, check out my video on the best way to get reviews. I'll leave a link to the video in the description. And if you follow that, you can get a lot more reviews. And unfortunately, you cannot update your title, so there's nothing you can do here. But for future books, keep in mind that your title has to explain what the book is about. A lot more clear, okay? I Captain does not explain what this book is about, okay? So the best example is this one, mystery short stories for kids. So it's super clear, mystery short stories for kids. Like, I instantly understand what the book is about. And then we have time travel, spy adventures, mysterious inventions. It's telling us, what are some of the stories. So that is kind of the structure that you want to take with children's storybooks. All right, next book right here is Axolot Fact Book for Kids, a fully illustrated journey. Uncover 150 incredible facts about this cute amphibian and enjoy interactive games. Super good book cover here, amazing book cover. I haven't looked at the BSR, I haven't looked at the royalties, but usually it's so easy to tell what books are, actually successful and what books aren't, right? Like the last one, it was easy to tell it probably wasn't selling. This one, let's see if it's selling. All right, so yeah, it is selling, right? So BSR 29,000, which means this book making $61 a day. What is that? That's $1,800 a month, okay? So this one book is doing almost $2,000. Now, my question to you is, I don't know why you don't have an ebook version. Even though it's an illustrated book, I feel like you can still sell it as an ebook. It's not like it's low content or anything, right? Unless the formatting is super tough and maybe you couldn't do that. But either way, if you can make an ebook, if you can make an audiobook, then I would highly recommend it because it's just extra money. But once again, if the formatting is tough or if the audiobook narration is tough, maybe not. But anyways, it looks super legit. Like the book cover looks like one of those National Geographic for kids book covers. Super well done, like super well done, right? You only have 29 reviews, amazing review ratio, but only 29 reviews, and you're at 30K BSR. So I feel like you are going to make a lot more money, like thousands of dollars from this as you gather more reviews. I feel like now you want to get even more reviews because you already have proof of concept. You already know this book is converting really well. So you want to get way more reviews. Once again, check out the review video and try and get to 100 reviews, 200 reviews. Try and become the most reviewed Axolot book on the market. And I think you're just going to crush it from there. No one's going to be able to compete with you because I don't know how you can make a better book cover than this. Okay. Your title's perfect, very clear. I understand instantly. Okay. It's a fully illustrated journey, like fully illustrated book on 150 incredible facts and also games of Axolot. There's a lot of value that I get from here. Description formatting is really nice as well. Although I don't know if emojis are allowed, but people are doing it. And the biggest test in terms of if your book is better than your competition, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna scroll down. So remember this book cover right here, right? And then scroll down and these are the other books that you're competing with. Like your book cover is 1 billion times better than all these other ones. Okay, and these are #1 new release and stuff like that. So it seems like Axolot Fact Book for Kids is a good niche for those who are watching. I never tried it, but it looks pretty good. But yeah, I mean, you're doing everything correctly. I would just get more reviews, honestly, and then just market. And I think you can dominate this. I don't know how other books are gonna compete with this. So super great job. All right, next book is Western Cowgirl Cute Activity Book. So now we went from the first book that was very clearly AI generated storybook, right? The second book was absolutely amazing, okay? And then now the third book, we kind of went back to the first one, the first issue, which is super clearly AI generated, very low effort, like the font book cover is bad. And also 0 reviews, $6.99, you just basically upload and forget and nothing, right? So yeah, I mean, that's kind of why your book cover is really bad. In the subtitle, I can see that, there are coloring pages, word searches, mazes, tic-tac-toe, ... but I do not see anything about that on the front cover. Like it does not look like an activity book at all. you know? And the thing is, there's so many options on Amazon that when people are scrolling through, no one's ever going to stop and read the book title to learn about the book. No one ever reads the book description, by the way. So that's why like your book cover has to be the thing that stops people from scrolling and also tell them what the book is about. Once you catch them there, then they will take another maybe 1 to 2 seconds scanning the title, and if the title, you know, intrigues them even more, then they will spend maybe 10 seconds reading the description. But you're missing out on step 1 because the book cover is not going to stop people from scrolling here. So what I recommend is you showcase the interior better. Let's see if I can scroll down and see some books. The thing is, your book didn't sell much, so there are not a lot of data in terms of like what are the relevant books that you're competing with. But what I mean by showcasing your interior a little better, hopefully I can find some examples here. I guess something like this, right? So you can see that we have the interior showing while having the Halloween theme design to it. So, you know, not the best example, but still like it's pretty clean, pretty solid, right? And you can do the same thing. So you can still keep the Western cowgirl theme, but showcase the interior, look a little more professional. So that's what I recommend. If you need a book cover designer recommendation, this one you can try it out. It's $30, and you can see that he kind of focuses more on low content, medium content book, which is the niche that you are in right now. So if you want to check out that gig, I'll leave a link in the description. Our next book is the one and only Russian workbook. Learn and perfect the Russian alphabet from scratch. 100 flashcards as a bonus for the most important Russian vocabulary. This is an interesting one, and I'm gonna explain to you why this is interesting. And it looks like it's not selling at all, right? And I'm gonna explain to you why most likely it's not selling. Okay, so number one, I would say the title is good. It's clear. It's not fancy, right? It's like, you know, I know exactly what this is. Russian workbook. I'm gonna learn some Russian. 100 flashcards as a bonus, like very clear. Okay. Now the book cover is also pretty decent. I mean, it's kind of like one of those handwriting or letter tracing workbook cover. It's clean. I like that it's straightforward, and I think for this niche it works. You got some reviews as well, 22 ratings or 22 reviews, 4.8 rating, which is good, right? Now, the reason why most likely this is not selling, I might be wrong here because I've actually never looked into this niche, but I'm gonna do just Russian workbook because this is a keyword. And I searched that on Amazon here, right? There are 3,000 results, and these are the books that are ranking. So we have Learn Russian for Beginners. You know what? Maybe this is a pretty good niche. Maybe it's good because this book, 58,000, $72 a day. Jesus. So this book is making $2,000 a month. The reason why is because the paperback is super high in, like, it's very expensive, but it's still selling well, right? Even at 35 bucks, it's selling 4 sales a day. So I mean, that's like, I don't know what the royalties are. It's probably like 15 bucks a sale or something like that, or maybe even more, right? Which is kind of crazy, but maybe there's just so little competition that they can sell it at this price, which is insane, okay? So Russian grammar made easy, 59 reviews, $25 a day. By the way, I see this, how much, you know, the book is making with this tool called Bookbeam. Bookbeam is a paid tool, but it's pretty cool. If you guys want to check it out, the link is in the description. We have complete Russian beginner to intermediate course, $100 a day. So, okay, never mind. So initially I thought learning Russian was not a profitable topic. I don't know why I assumed that, but it looks like it's a very profitable topic, right? Russian language books. However, you got to keep in mind that the positioning of these books and the positioning of this book is different. And I think that is why it's not selling. Your positioning is this is like a letter tracing book for Russian, right? So basically practicing your handwriting. It's not about learning grammar or learning the language to speak, it's to write. And I think that's the biggest differentiation in terms of why your book is not selling compared to why these books are selling. Because this one, once again, is just a basic how to speak Russian, how to learn Russian, right? This one as well, Russian grammar. It's not about handwriting. And yours is basically positioned as letter tracing. And so I think that is the biggest reason why. Another reason could be that you're niching down to Cyrillic. Okay, Cyrillic, I don't know, but I think that's like a dialect, or yeah, it's like, you know, I'm assuming Russians have many different versions of it, and you're just, basically teaching Cyrillic, which may be a too small of a niche so that it's not selling, right? Maybe people just want general mainstream Russian language or something like that. That's what I'm assuming here. That's what I'm seeing. So since you can make these kind of books, what I would do is just make a new book that's more aligned with what's selling. And if you do a good job, I feel like you can come in and get a lot of sales away from these guys, because I mean, this only has 59 reviews. I feel like there's a lot of space to come in and compete. Now, if you want to learn exactly how to do market research, create a book that's significantly better than your competition, amazing book covers, get more reviews, and go and launch your book so that you can stand out, well, I do have a coaching program. It comes with a complete step-by-step Amazon KDP course, right? Taking you from beginner to an advanced publisher. Plus, you get one-on-one coaching sessions, a community that's super active. You get to talk to me, our coaches, and basically get coaching from there. So if you want to learn more about the program, then you can check out the first link in the description. You get to see all the testimonials, right? We got a lot of students doing really well, and you can apply and talk to us, do a free discovery call, and see if this program is a good fit for you. All right, back to another book review. So we have this book right here, Epics of Hope, an Indian's reminiscence of Barcelona. So it sounds like this is a fiction or kind of like a poem book. I'm not sure. It's interesting though. So the book cover is interesting. Very interesting book cover. I think it's really well made. And, there's no keywords in the title. So I don't know what the book is about really, but for this niche, it's not really nonfiction. So you have to exactly put keywords in the title. You don't have to. I think the biggest thing for this, because you're already making some sales, 500,000 BSR. So it's not like you're crushing it. It's not like you're making a lot of money, but you have some proof of concept that people are interested, right? You're piquing curiosity with the book cover and the title enough that people are giving it a shot, which is a good sign. So I would just get more reviews so that people can trust your book a little more, right? Because they're like, the book cover is interesting, the title's interesting, I want to give it a shot, but it only has 11 reviews. I need more social proof for me to commit to buying this book. That's where people are at right now. So if you get more reviews, I think people will start taking more of the next step, which is buying the book, and you can start making a little more money. I think you can start running advertisement on this as well. But that's what I would recommend, honestly, is I think that's the biggest thing here, is just getting more reviews. Our next book is this one, How to Be Good at Anything. This is an interesting book, honestly. So the title is interesting to me. This is one of those self-help nonfiction niche. And for me, this title catches attention, How to Be Good at Anything. I don't know why you don't have the subtitle though. You're losing so much sales just by not having the subtitle, because subtitle is where you kind of expand and tell people what they're going to learn, right? What the benefits are, of reading the book. Perhaps, accelerated learning, remembering things better, better retention, better memory retention, whatever the benefit is, right? I don't know. But you should have added a subtitle here. A huge mistake that you made here. Now, the book cover is actually pretty decent. It's intriguing to me. I actually like it. I think it's professionally made, obviously. So it's a little different than the traditional self-help covers that you see. Usually those covers are more text-based. So the text occupies most of the book cover. For you, what I don't like is your title is kind of hard to read because it's facing up instead of facing front. It's not facing me, right? I feel like you could have just made the title face me, face forward, while still having the same element of people climbing the ladder on the side, doing chess on the text, those kind of things, but just made the text a lot easier to read, because there's a lot of weird spacing issue. This empty space here, empty space in the bottom, you could have filled that with the text facing me while still keeping all the elements of this book design. So I think that is an improvement you can make. Your review is good though, so that is a good sign, but in terms of your book price, it's a little low as well. I don't know why it's $8.99. You have great reviews. So if you get more reviews, once you get close to 100 and then you still have this amazing review ratio, then you should be pricing your book a lot higher, like $14.99, even $18.99, because your book is 142 pages. So $8.99 is a little too low in my opinion. So now you're gonna be making more sales. Maybe people think that your book is not that thick, not that valuable because your price is so low. So a lot of people price your book cheap thinking they're gonna make more sales, but it might actually be killing your sales because people think it's not as valuable. Okay, so that's something you gotta consider. But those are the things that I see here that really stands out. Overall, I think it looks like a great book. I would just tweak a couple things. The biggest issue is not having the subtitle. Really should have done that. But besides that, getting more reviews, book cover, increasing your price, those are something you still can do right now. So still can improve from here. All right, so I'll end the video here. Hopefully you guys learned something. Once again, this is kind of a small preview of how it looks like if you join my Road to Hero program, because we got a lot more one-on-one coaching, and you just get more coaching like this, but a lot more in-depth and longer and stuff like that. These are the worst Amazon KDP mistakes that beginners make that absolutely crushes their sales. In this video, I'm going to show you exactly what these mistakes are and how to fix it so you can make a lot more money. So if you're new to the channel, my name is Sean. I've made well over 7 figures from my own Amazon KDP business. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who is actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. So this is going to be another subscriber book review series. These are the books that you guys have submitted to me on Instagram, and I'm going to roast these books, show you exactly what mistakes you're making and how you can fix it. So let's start with the first one. So we got Tales of Wonder, 10 Adventures to Enchant Young Minds. So there are a couple things that stands out. I would say there are 3 things that is killing your sales here. Number 1, your book cover looks very AI. It's not good at all. There are a lot of books that looks just like this that are AI generated. So you don't have any differentiation with your competitors because they all kind of look the same. Number 2, your texts are very poor, right? So your text is hard to read. Like I can't read it unless I really pay attention to the text. It can be bigger. You can consider color contrast with the background a little better because it's kind of blending in. You can probably use a different font that is a little more clear as well. So that is mistake number 1, your book cover is not good. What you've probably done is generate this image on Midjourney or something, and you just went to Canva and added this text, which is honestly not enough if you want to make a lot of money. If you want to make a couple sales here and there, maybe, but if you want to make $1,000 a month, 10K a month, it's definitely not gonna cut it. If you want a good, affordable book cover designer that I recommend, that is cheap, but also high quality, I'll leave a link to this gig right here. For $15, she will design a book cover that I think is pretty good. So besides the book cover, the second thing, you only have 2 reviews, although these 2 reviews are good. You usually wanna get to like 10 reviews, 20 reviews for people to start taking your book seriously. So that is number 2. But the biggest thing here is your title. So this is the biggest issue. Is that Tales of Wonder, 10 Adventures to Enchant Young Minds is a little confusing in terms of what your book is about. So I've been in the publishing space long enough to know that this is like a storybook, right? But a customer probably do not know that. So Tales of Wonder doesn't really mean anything. It's just a fancy name, right? There's no keyword here. People will never type in the search bar Tales of Wonder to find a book, so your book is not going to show up. And your subtitle, 10 Adventures to Enchant Young Minds, also do not really explain your book, right? It would have been way better if you just made it simpler, like 10 adventurous stories for young kids to improve their imagination or something like that. That's way better. When it comes to title creation, you don't want to be cute. You don't want to be fancy. Just be clear on what your book is about, okay? Enchant isn't really a word. So your title should have been like, adventure stories for kids 4 to 8, because it's a lot more clear on what your book is about. It's a storybook for kids. It also has the keywords. People type that in the search bar. Your book has a higher chance of showing up because of the SEO aspect. And then the subtitle also explains what the book is about better, right? So that is the biggest thing here. So don't be fancy with your titles. Look at your competition, see what they're doing, try and improve upon it. Don't just rip them off, learn from it, take the good parts, take the structure, but have your unique twist to it. By the way, I forgot to mention this, but if you guys want a free 7-day challenge where I walk you through step by step from brainstorming to writing to publishing your book just in 7 days, then check out the link in the description below. It is free at the time of filming because I will charge for this in the near future. I promise you that. I'm not just saying this for scarcity. So it is free now. You can go through it. It is an amazing challenge. A lot of people are loving it. We're getting great feedback for this. Okay, so this will give you the fundamentals, especially if you're just getting started with KDP. So check it out in the description if you're interested. So next book is Halloween Adventures Coloring Book for Kids. Spooky Halloween coloring book for kids aged 4 to 12. You do not have to repeat the words here. You already say Halloween Adventure Coloring Book for Kids, so you don't have to say Halloween Coloring Book for Kids in the subtitle. Try and touch on other benefits, right? Other features and benefits that you can touch in the subtitle, because you're kind of wasting word space here. Next thing, you want to capitalize each letter. Makes the book look more professional. What I mean is capitalize the first letter of each word. So the big thing I see is this is kind of similar to the last book. It is a very bare bone kind of book. Like, you know, the book cover, it's similar to the last one, just most likely a mid-journey generated image, and you just put a text over it. And the text is not popping because it's blending with the background, so it has to be better. You got 5 good reviews, which is good, but you want to get more than 5 reviews. Title can improve as well. So like, you know, so you got 101 page right here. So probably like 50 coloring pages. So you can say something like 50 of the spookiest coloring pages for kids age 4 to 12, and then add a little more like benefits to it. So that's something you can do as well. All right, so next book right here. This is an interesting one. So we have the Beginner's Children Bible Story Book. Easy 4-minute reads with scriptures, lessons to learn, and captivating images for kids. Good title, right? Very, very clear. Like Beginner's Children Bible Story Book. That's the keyword, and that is explaining what the book is about. Very clear. And the subtitle, the benefit statement, is very clear as well. Easy 4-minute reads, right? With scriptures, lessons to learn, and also images. So that's a lot of benefits. The book cover, I think, is pretty good as well. Like, I like this image, okay? The text, I don't like the red background, yellow text because it's kind of blending in. But besides that, I think the elements are well placed. Like, it looks really good. I also like this icon too. So the book cover, I think, is very well made. The reason why your book is not selling, at least this is a hardcover version. So let me check the other formats. So the paperback is not selling, and the Kindle version is not selling as well. So this is why. You got a good book. You know, you have a good title, good cover, like you did everything correct in terms of the packaging, and then you did all the work. Like 80% of the work in terms of this KDP business is creating a good book, which you did, right? And once you create a good book, marketing is so much easier because marketing is all about just, you know, bringing more eyeballs to your book. If you have a crappy book and you get more eyeballs to your book by running ads or doing social media, nobody wants to buy it, right? Nobody will buy it. But if you have a good book like this, you get more eyeballs to it, people will buy. However, you got only 1 review and you probably never ran ads or do anything. You're expecting Amazon to just sell the book for you, which is very unrealistic. I mean, they did sell the book for you. You see how you got a couple sales here? Like, that's good. That shows how, you know, amazing Amazon is, how big Amazon is, because you can just upload and, you know, get a couple sales. But if you want to make real money, you got to do some marketing. Like, there's not a single business out there where you can make money without telling people about your product. Like, that doesn't make any sense, don't you think? Imagine opening a hot dog stand and you just go to like the most quiet street corner, right? No one's walking by, and you put 0 signs around that says you are a hot dog stand selling hot dog for $1 or something. 0 signs, nothing. And you're just standing there hoping somebody will come up to you and buy your product, buy your hot dog. Like, that makes no sense. So why are you expecting the same thing with your books? So Roy, if you're watching this, I would highly recommend you come back, get some reviews, and start marketing this, right? I got a lot of videos on marketing. You can just look up Sean DeWitt Amazon ads, Sean DeWitt social media marketing, whatever, and go from there. I actually got a friend. I did an interview with him. You can see it on the channel. But his story is that he published his first book and he didn't get any reviews, nothing. He just uploaded and hoped it would sell, right? And for the whole year, it didn't make any money at all. And then he came back and got reviews for that book, right? And all of a sudden, that book went from 0 to making $5,000 in a month just by getting reviews. So who knows, like maybe you have the potential to do that with this book. You never know until you get reviews. Like, you think this book flopped because it's a bad topic or the cover's bad, something like that, right? But honestly, it could be good. Maybe you just didn't get enough reviews. A lot of people blame the topic. A lot of people blame the keywords for the reason for the book failed when they just didn't do enough marketing. They just didn't gather enough reviews. Okay, so I'm gonna stop hammering on that, but hopefully you guys get the point. Our next book is actually from my student in my Road to Hero program. This is from Brian. So Brian, if you're watching this, how's it going? So the book is How to Make Money Online with ChatGPT, the ultimate guide to creating multiple streams of passive income and increasing productivity. I like the title, very clear, How to Make Money Online with ChatGPT. People are looking for this. People know what the book is about, super clear, right? And the subtitle is also clear as well. You got 304 reviews, which is super amazing. Really, really great job. You've been obviously, taking action. Now this book, the Kindle version is selling okay, like 138,000, nothing crazy, right? BookBeam is telling us it's not making much as well. One thing I will say, I just don't like this book cover, to be honest. And this is good news because book cover is something you can change anytime, and all the other stuff like reviews, title, description, you're doing a great job, right? It's just the book cover, in my opinion, I just don't like these like futuristic looks. I really like the text. It's big. It takes up a big chunk of the book cover, which is kind of what you want with nonfiction. I think the image is still too big. Image could be smaller, simpler. As an example, right? So these are the other books on the topic, and these, like this one and this one, this is the best-selling one, I think, is the kind of books that are doing well. Even this one, you see how this is like a text-based cover with a little bit of image. These are the kind of stuff that works really well with nonfiction books nowadays. And so I would try and go for more simple designs like that. This is another example of a book cover that's similar to you, like this futuristic, realistic image. And it never really looks good, in my opinion. So I usually avoid these images. Same as this one, same as this one, same as this one. I just avoid realistic images, okay? So that is the only thing. I would probably improve the book cover, and I think you can make more sales that way. The good news is you do have an audiobook version that is selling pretty well, right? So it's making 25 to 40 bucks a day. So this one book, if this is accurate, you're doing like $1,000 a month just from this book, just from audiobooks. And for those who are watching, right, this is exactly why high content books, in my opinion, is better, because like with low content, medium content, you only have the paperback version. You don't have the audiobook version, right? But with high content book, if the ebook flops, you have a chance to sell well with paperback. If the paperback flops, you have a chance to do well with audiobook. You just never know. And the more formats you have, the more chances you have as well to do well, right? So overall, Brian, great job on taking action. I would just update the cover. All right, next book is The Duke's Forbidden Passion, a historical Victorian romance novel by Abigail Adams. So the book cover, I'm not sure if this is AI. I don't think so, actually. It could be better. Like the text, you just have a stock image in the back and a text. Although I don't do a lot of fiction, I still think it looks a little cheap, right? You can probably work on the text, see what your competitors are doing. Like this one right here, you see the text kind of is a lot more professional, different colors, more kind of feminine font, I guess, with a little cursive. So yeah, perhaps you can improve on that. Number two, your reviews are bad. 4.2 average, you want to be minimum 4.3, right? So you definitely have to improve the content. So you can either improve this book's content and try and get more reviews, or just learn from this and then make a better book in the future. Now, you don't have a paperback version. This goes back to like, why are we not making the paperback? Why are we not making the audiobook when you have another chance of making money that way, right? Even though with fiction books, most of your sales comes from an ebook, why don't you just diversify, And then you never know, like there are fiction books out there that kills it with paperback or audiobooks. So why just, not give it a shot? Your ebook is 99 cents. It's the lowest price possible. And with fiction, it actually makes sense for your book number 1 to be 99 cents so that you can, get people into your series. And book number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is $2.99 or, higher price so that you get people to, pay you more money and you make back your money from advertising and stuff. But you don't have book number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You only have one book, which means the max amount of money you can make from this customer, from one customer, is 30 cents per sale, which is not a lot of money. That's like very little, okay? You are making sales though, which is good. So I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if you're advertising or I don't know if this is organic, but this BSR shows me that you're making some sales here and there. But there are some things that you can improve, okay? Number 1, reviews. Number 2, book cover. Building out a series. You need a series in fiction to make money, honestly. It's very hard to make money with one book, with fiction. You usually, once again, want to build out a series like this. And you take a loss with advertising with book number 1, but you make back your money from book number 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 because people keep reading it, right? So you have to keep writing more books. Typically, that is the approach that people take. All right, next book. This kind of looks interesting. So Mer, the Kitty Knight Adventures in the Fairy Tale Animal World. Illustrated children book for aged 5 to 12 about friendship and kindness. Interesting book cover. That's what caught my attention. I honestly don't think the book cover design is suited for kids 5 to 12 though. I mean, you let me know if I'm wrong here, but I feel like this book cover appeals to adults, maybe to you, more than kids 5 to 12. Let me know in the comments if you guys agree to this. But the big thing, text blending in, once again, the AI image is real nice. Like, I really like this image. It looks real nice. But the big problem is Mer, the kitty night adventures in the fairy tale animal world, doesn't really explain anything. Illustrated children book for age 5 to 12 is the description about friendship and kindness. But yeah, it's not really, the book cover is not really portraying anything about friendship and kindness. And once again, the image really isn't for kids, don't you think? It's more for adults. You are making some sales though. So we have 500 BSR, which means a couple sales here and there. So this is how the interior looks like. Obviously it's AI, but you know what? I mean, people are leaving positive reviews. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe, you know, these images are suited for kids. But in terms of how you would improve this book, honestly, I would just clean up the subtitle a little bit, like illustrated children book for aged 5 to 12. Grammatically, it's a little off, right? About friendship and kindness. You could have used ChatGPT to improve the grammar here, you know, so next time check that before you upload it. As an example, you don't need a period at the end. You could capitalize each letter. You have enough reviews, so you don't have to get more reviews. It is time for you to test this book, right? So you got enough reviews. Now you want to show this to as many people as possible to see if people are receptive, meaning running Amazon ads, doing social media marketing, right? Whatever it is to bring more eyeballs to this. And if you're making a profit from your ads, then you spend more and you keep rolling it back into the business and you keep growing how much you spend, which means you make a lot more back as well, right? So that is how you go from here. And if this book works, if it starts making money, then you create a book number 2 in the series, Mer the Kitty Night Adventures number 2, right? Maybe different setting or something like that. And then especially for kids, you know, kids, once they like a character, they become raving fans, right? Just like Disney, Pokemon, they go crazy with the series and, you know, they keep going because kids keep watching it, right? So you want to do the same thing. Hopefully you build it out to a series and create a full-blown brand around Mer. All right, guys, I'll end the video here. If you guys want me to review your books in the future, then just follow me on Instagram at SeanDowit13. DM me your Amazon link, which means this link right here. I need this link or I cannot review it, okay? And this is a subscriber book review series that I often do where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me on Instagram and show you exactly how you can improve it to get more sales. If you guys want me to review your books in the future, just follow me on Instagram at SeanDowit13 and DM me the Amazon link to your book. So with that being said, let's get started. So this is book number 1, Cute Food and Snacks Coloring Book, Simple and Easy Drawing for Adults and Kids. All right, so there's 2 things that stands out here, right? Number 1, you went into the food and snacks coloring book niche that literally everyone is doing, right? So if you're gonna do something that everyone is doing, you need to have a better product, right? There's nothing wrong with doing something everyone else is doing, right? You just have to do it better, okay? Something better or unique. And in this case, you do not have that. So unfortunately, the thing is, you went into a niche that everyone else is doing and you just have a subpar product, pretty much average or if not below average in terms of quality. By the way, if you're new to my channel, right, this is a book roast series. You know, I'm not trying to be nice here. I'd rather be honest to try and help you improve and so that you can start making more money, right? So the goal is, I might come across as harsh, but my goal is for you to make money, okay? And you have to make these changes to make money. The biggest one here is your book cover is not good enough. Number 1, never add your logo like this because as a customer, they don't care about a logo, right? Unless you are super established. Even the biggest brands don't put their logo on the book cover. I mean, some do, but it's often very small in the corner or something. You have it pretty big in the middle. And once again, you're not established. No one cares about you. They only care about how can this book help me, right? So your whole book cover should be showing people why your book is awesome, okay? And you're not doing that here. You just said snack time coloring book with some cheese, cherries, watermelon. And like, what is it doing, right? So you're not showcasing the interior. You're not showing, you know, people why your book is great. And for that reason, your book is not selling. You have 19 reviews and it's positive, which is great. So you actually took action on reviews. So good job. So now you just got to update your book cover and then start marketing it a little more and hopefully your conversion rate increases. So I looked up food and snacks coloring book and these are the top selling book there, right? So you honestly have to be very honest with yourself and say, is my book cover
better than what's already on the market, right? If it's not better, then why would people ever buy your book compared to these books, you know? So honestly, your book cover is nowhere near as nice as these ones, okay? So you have to improve it. The great news though is that this food and snack coloring book, although everyone else is going into it, there is still a lot of space to come in. Like, you know, this book right here, 138 reviews. The cover is not the best, and still it's selling 26,000 BSR, making $28 a day. So that is a really great sign that whenever you see a book that's like pretty subpar, that's still coming in and making money with low reviews, then that's a great sign. Same as this book, right? Not the best cover, but it's doing 25 bucks a day. But here's what I recommend. Everyone is just copying the style. Big title in the middle with some images inside, right? And that's exactly what you've done, but in a much poorer execution. What I would do is I would not try and make just another version of this cover, although it's kind of working. Like this book, one review doing 30 bucks a day. So honestly, like the food and snack coloring book niche is good, but I would try and create something that's a unique book cover. Like that is all you need here. If you're watching this and if you guys are going into the food and snack coloring book keyword, because obviously it's very profitable, I would try and create something that still takes the element of the top covers, like the simple images, simple text, you know, because bold and easy is a theme. However, I will not straight up copy these ones. I'll try and come up with my own book cover design that's unique, because I will be the only one with that design when literally everyone else has the same design, right? My book is going to stand out and it's going to do really well. If you need ideas on how to create a unique book cover design, what you want to do is look at other niches or other keywords and look at what their top selling book is and take that design, right? And bring it into this keyword. That is honestly like the easiest way to come up with something fresh. And in terms of how to create a book cover like this, if you don't have the design skill, you should really outsource your designs, and it's not that expensive, right? There are some great Fiverr designers that can create these covers for you for a very affordable price. Like this one is 15 bucks and she'll create a book cover for you, and she specializes in low content books, medium content books like this. You can see that for 15 bucks. This is amazing, right? So go ahead and take a look at the samples. Like this one's super good, this one's super good, you know, so try and create something unique once again design wise, then update your book cover, and I think it'll start selling a lot better. If you guys want to check out this Fiverr designer, I'll leave a link in the description below. All right, so the next book is Greek Gods for Kids age 9 to 12. Amazing trivia, random facts, and comparisons to today's world. So this is a interesting book. I honestly never heard of a keyword, Greek Gods for Kids, right? So let's go and actually check that, because yes, you don't have the best reviews and maybe that's why your book is not selling. But I feel like a deeper reason is that no one's looking for this book. But let's see. So your book cover is pretty good, honestly. I think it fits the kids theme. So let's see if it's really the review or the keyword. So I looked up Greek Gods for Kids right here. There's 2,000 results, which is a good sign. That's pretty low. And we just want to find other Greek Gods book for kids specifically that's doing well, right? So this is not really for kids. There's nothing in the title that says for kids. The cover doesn't look like it's for kids. So you're going to ignore this, This kind of looks like it's for kids. Greeking out epic retellings of classic Greek myths. Yeah, it kind of looks like kids, maybe teens, right? So that could be potentially good, and it's doing really well. So I want to see something that's really for kids. I mean, we're talking age 9 to 12, right? Actually, there's the book from National Geographic. So this is about mythology. So it says it's for kids, right? And it's selling pretty good, 37 bucks a day. Obviously, it's National Geographic. However, it's still proving to us that, hey, some kids are interested in this, right? Same as this one, Tales of Brave and Brilliant Girls from the Greek Myths. So it's like a Greek story for like same thing, kids, teens, doing really well. This is an interesting keyword, by the way, guys. Like this is 30 reviews, 90 bucks a day. I mean, if you guys are doing children's stories like illustrated picture books, that's a pretty good keyword. Same as this one. A lot of illustrated stories are doing good. And finally, we have this one book, Greek Mythology for Kids, doing not great. It's 5 bucks a day though. So that's about 150 bucks a month, which is pretty solid, right? At 18 reviews. So the keyword is a little different. Greek mythology for kids. You have Greek gods for kids. So I think there's two issues here. You probably should have titled it
Greek mythology for kids, because that seems like there are actual proof of concept, like people are, buying books on it more than Greek gods keyword. Number 2 is you got to follow up with actually getting good reviews. So you were pretty close because your cover is good, title's decent, except for the keyword that you're trying to rank for. You just have to get more reviews to follow it up. And then I think you can start getting more sales for this book or the future book that you publish. You just have to keep this in mind, like which keywords you're going into, how you can validate the topic before you publish it, those kind of things. But overall, how do you get reviews? There's actually a very easy way to get reviews. So I'll leave a link to the easiest way to get reviews video in the description below. So make sure you watch that, follow it, and then start getting more reviews. And I think you can start selling much more. Our next book is Catan Strategy, a complete guide to winning the popular board game. I never played Catan, but it's super, super popular. So yeah, that's one of those board games. You got 97 reviews, so that is great. You have 58,000 in the BSR, making $14 a day, which is pretty solid. So you're doing about $400 a month, right? So that's great. And that's just from the paperback. You have the audio, Kindle, so you're probably maybe doing like $500 a month, which is awesome. But in terms of how to improve this listing, I would say it's pretty solid. Like the book cover is pretty solid. It looks a bit simple, but I feel like for Catan, like the board game, it kind of matches the theme. Also, you're ranking in the correct keyword, Catan Strategy. Another keyword potential could be like Catan for beginners, right? And your subtitle clearly explains what your book is about. So you're doing everything correct. If you want to increase your profit, if you want to play around with it, you can potentially raise the book price so that you can make more money per sale. Because when I look up Catan Strategy, right, you got 24 results. So your competition is extremely low and you're number 1 in the search results, which means that you probably don't have any competition. Like look at this, compared to your book right here, all your competition here, Catan, a guide to strategy, 0 reviews, right? Bad cover. This one, another Catan guide, 0 reviews, horrible cover, like absolutely horrible, right? This one, horrible cover, very little reviews, same thing, bad cover, bad reviews, and pretty much the entire page 1. Okay, so you have 0 competition. Your book is by far the number 1 Catan book on this keyword. So what's stopping you from raising the price? Like, have you ever tested it, right? Because you got the premium book, you're dominating it. So even if you price your book higher, I'm pretty confident that people are still going to pay it, because no one's going to say, oh my God, your book is $13 right now, so I'm going to buy a book that's cheaper like this one at $5. No one's going to do that. People are going to pay $13 because you have good reviews compared to this book at 20 horrible reviews, right? So, you can do that, okay? So that's the number 1 thing I recommend, is just increase your price and test it out. But I would say you are doing pretty good, so great job. All right, so the next book is My Alphabet Workbook by Anna Ray. How's it going, Anna Ray? So Anna Ray, obviously you submitted this book because you're curious why your book is not selling. Well, the answer is very, very simple. You don't have any reviews, right? That's pretty much it. So nothing you do matters if you don't have any reviews, okay? You have to get reviews. So that's like step number 1. If you, once again, want to check out the review video, like how to get reviews, check out the link in the description. I can critique on all the other things, but honestly, none of those things matter unless you get reviews, okay? So check out the video and improve this book. Our next book is Large Print Fruit of the Spirit Inspirational Coloring Book. Bold, easy to color, design from God's words for all ages and skill levels. So we got 4 reviews, not selling that much. My question is, what is a fruit of the spirit? So I've never heard of this keyword, but I looked up Fruit of the Spirit coloring book. There's actually 444 results, and surprisingly there are other books on this topic like this one. However, it's not selling at all, right? We have, same as this one. This is surprisingly selling decent, 328,000. So maybe you want to go in this style, right? Like kind of really targeting the kids. I'm not sure if you're targeting kids. It doesn't seem like you're targeting kids. This is like an adult coloring book, right? So you gotta check if there are adult coloring books in the Fruit of Spirit theme that is doing well. This is okay, but not great, 408,000. And I don't see any. So there are a lot of things we can try to improve, like the book cover here is not the best. However, even if you have an amazing book cover, honestly, this book is not gonna sell. Even if you get 1,000 reviews, you're not gonna sell, because the topic itself
Fruit of the Spirit Inspirational Calling book, unfortunately, it's not validated. None of the books on this topic is selling well. So you could either have a super untapped keyword, or no one's interested in this topic. No one's even looking it up on Amazon, right? That could be an issue. Like no customer looks up Fruit of the Spirit Culling book to look for a book. And if that's the case, no matter what you do, you're not gonna make sales. So next time before you create a book, check if there are other books on the topic selling well, okay? That is how you validate a topic. So the next one is Axolot Fact Book for Kids. I'm pretty confident that I reviewed this in the past, but this was like one of the best books that I reviewed because it's doing extremely well, like $100 plus a day. So this one book is doing $3,000 plus a month. So whoever made this, you know, obviously you're one of my subscribers because you sent this book to me. Amazing job, like you're doing really good, right? And so you have 31 ratings, 4.9 reviews. You got like a National Geographic style book cover, which is amazing. Super good book cover. And the title is very clear. You got the keyword inside, Axolot Fact Book for Kids. You got the subtitle, very, very good copy. You're pricing the book at a good price, which is what you want. You don't want to sell it at $8.99, $5.99. That's horrible. Price it high, make more money, advertise it, right? You're doing everything correct here, and you got a bestseller badge and everything. So yeah, I mean, amazing job. I wouldn't change anything, honestly, besides maybe getting a little bit more reviews, which I'm sure it's going to come over time. So, you know, just keep selling more books and you will get more reviews. But yeah, overall, super good job. And this is the kind of quality that you want if you guys want to make 10K a month, right? So you're not going to make 10K a month publishing, you know, the other types of books that we've seen in this video, unfortunately. You know, you can work your way towards a quality like this. But if you want to make a six-figure income, most of my students are publishing this type of quality. And this is the type of book that is expected if you want to make real good money, okay? Speaking of my students, if you guys are interested in joining my private community, my publishing program, then check out the first link in the description. It'll take you to this page. You guys can apply to talk to us, right? It's a free discovery call to see if you're a good fit for the program. And then if it's a good fit, you can join. If not, no problem. But that is how it works. We got a lot of testimonials, as well as if you scroll down a little bit more, you will see what's included in the program. A lot of people are loving it. We're getting great reviews, so we are going to continue and improve it. But if you guys want to check it out, then click the first link in the description. With that being said, I'll end this video here. But once again, if you guys want me to review your books in the future, then all you have to do is follow me on Instagram at SeanDoe13, DM me the Amazon link to your book, and I'll analyze it in future videos like this. Even experienced publishers might be surprised with what we uncover in the next book review. So if you want no BS publishing advice from someone who's actually doing it, then make sure to subscribe. So this is going to be a book review series where I critique and analyze the books that were submitted to me on Instagram. And while I review these books, I'm gonna show you what are really a waste of time and what you should be focusing on instead. All right, let's start with the first book. So Big Sisters Coloring Our New Baby. Sibling coloring book with mazes, matching games, tracing and dot to dot for girls aged 2 to 3, 35 pages. So I don't think you need the 35 pages here, but besides that, I think the title is good. It's very clear, sibling coloring book with mazes, matching games, tracing, dot to dot. So I know exactly what I can expect by buying the book, which is exactly what you want to do in your book title. Now it's interesting you put glossy cover in the description. I wonder why. I wonder if you got reviews of people asking whether it's matte or glossy. Typically I go with matte cover, but I guess that depends on personal preference. I think your book cover is really nice. You know, the design fits the theme. It's very cute, as well as the text is popping. It's really easy to read. It's nice and big. The biggest mistake people make is the text is really hard to read, very small. So you're not doing that, which is a good job. You also have 22 reviews at 4.9 average, which is really good. And you're selling decently. So you are 98,000 in the bestsellers rank. So you're doing $1 to $3 a day. The reason why the royalties are so low is because your price point is so low. You know, you have great reviews, you have a great cover, you got a great title, and you have a great rating as well. So I would honestly increase your price by $1 to $2 here. So try $7.99. If you're not decreasing in royalties that you're making, you might make less sales, but you're making more per sale now. So if your overall income is steady or, you know, not going down, then keep it at $7.99, right? And also try $8.99 next time. You know,
And if $8.99 does well, maybe even $9.99, right? And keep increasing it until you start seeing a negative return. But for now, it's really tough for you to make money because you cannot really spend a ton of money on Amazon ads because how much you make per sale is very, very low because of the price point. That is why you want to increase the price point, have the premium price so you can afford more money to get a sale when it comes to running ads. That is how you can scale this book, I would say. Just as an example, I searched for sibling coloring book, and there's this book right here, Big Sister Coloring Book, right? So it's essentially the same book as yours. And this one is doing a little better, $8 a day. So that is about $270 a month. So now you're kind of starting to make some serious money here. And the biggest difference is that they're priced at $9. So they have a higher royalty, right? And your book cover is like significantly better than this one. So I'm pretty confident that you can increase your price and make more money. Obviously, you want to catch up to their review count by getting more reviews yourself as well. But that will be the biggest thing that I recommend. So the next book we have is Stroke Recovery Activity Book for Seniors and Adults, Motor Skills and Speech Improvement Puzzles for Aphasia, including tracing activities, connect the dots, true or false, and more. Large print. So I would say the title is like a little bit wordy, but overall it's good. It's pretty clear. Stroke Recovery Activity Book for Seniors. You got pretty good rating, or really good rating, 4.8 rating at 46 reviews, and you are selling not great but not bad too, right? So 100k BSR, $3 to $6 a day, so that's like $100 a month. So the biggest issue is that your book cover is not good. It's not fitting the genre at all. Stroke Recovery Activity Book for Seniors. You're targeting seniors, right? So your book cover has to have a design that appeals to seniors. Seniors typically want something simple, easy to read, clean, I prefer that. So perhaps I have an old soul as well, but I don't like this colorful brain exploding with paint kind of design. I don't prefer that, right? You want something that's much cleaner. So the best way for you to identify what book cover you should be creating or what kind of designs you should be going after for is to simply look at your best-selling competition. So if I scroll down here, these are the books that you're competing with, right? So these are the best. This is the best-selling one, by the way. So this one, Stroke Activity Recovery Book, and it shows the brain, but it's a lot simpler, right? And this is what you want. Or something like this, these work as well. Something clean, simple, but also showcases the benefits, which are brain improving, because that's the whole point of the book, right? Stroke activity or stroke recovery activity book. So something that showcases either the brain improving or the activity inside the book. So exactly like this, brain improving, right? It's showing you language, cognitive function, coordination, all those, it's implying that it's improving, or the actual exercises inside. So you can do either or both, but the point is your image of a brain exploding isn't doing that. So, the good news is your title is good, review is good, right? So all you got to do is swap out the book cover, and I think it's going to start performing a lot better. All right, next book is an interesting one. I feel like I know what you're trying to do, but maybe I'm wrong. We'll see. So we have 75 travel hacks, gadgets for kids, smart travel goods collection, QR code included. So essentially, it seems like it is a book about 75 travel gadgets, items that you should be buying, and you have a QR code for each one. Perhaps these are your affiliate links. This is something new. We don't really talk about this, but you can actually add affiliate links inside your book, right? As long as it's not an Amazon Associates link. So there are people out there who create books like these where it's straight up just a kind of like a blog post, right? And you just like link to different, resources online and you get an affiliate commission. You can actually make money with that, right? So it's fine. But in terms of making money from the book itself, you're not selling much, because I don't know how many people out there are interested in buying a book on travel gadgets. It's something that you just, read a quick blog post or, watch a YouTube video. I don't think people actually want to buy a book just to learn what they can buy. Yeah, so after reading this description, it does seem like you do link it actually to Amazon. So I don't know your book interior, like I haven't seen it. But if you are linking this with your Amazon Associates link, that is against the guideline, and you could get banned, so do not do that, okay? If it's just a simple link to Amazon.com, that's fine, but just keep this in mind. But anyways, the bottom line, why this book is not selling is that it's just a topic that is not in demand. Before you start writing the book, you have to check if people are actually buying books on this topic before you make it, because you're gonna waste a lot of time like this case. Next book is Galactic Adventures, kawaii coloring book for kids and adults, bold and easy illustrations. So one thing that you did good is kind of targeting the bold and easy niche, because that's popping right now. It's like blowing up. The thing is, your illustrations don't really look bold and easy. It kind of looks cheap, to be honest. So it's like not a good execution of the bold and easy. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like a bold and easy vibe, to be honest. Like it's a little more complex. I don't do much coloring books, but I thought bold and easy had to be like thicker lines, more simple, super chill, relaxing, and not really quite like this. Let me know if I'm wrong here. But the book cover is the biggest thing. Your text has to be a lot thicker, bigger, pop, a lot more. It doesn't have the bold and easy feel to it. So once again, if you scroll down here, right, these are the bold and easy styles that are doing really well. I mean, the biggest example you can always learn from is Coco Real. They do it super good. They call it cute and comfy, but it's essentially the same thing. You want to portray this relaxing, cute, simple, just overall a very calming vibe from your book cover, and we don't have that here. Okay, so you want to improve on that. If you need a good Fiverr book cover designer recommendation, this is a good one. For just $15, she will go and create a good book cover for you that I think is one of the better options out here. So if you guys want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description below. But that's basically what you have to improve, is better book covers and get more reviews. 10 reviews is good, but obviously the more the better. I would not get more than 30, but between 20 to 30 is a good place to be at, to see if you're gonna start getting more sales. And once you do confirm that more reviews means more sales for you, then you want to obviously get more. All right, next book we have Manifest Your Dream Life. Harness the power of manifestation, goal setting, and positive thinking to achieve personal development and success. So essentially this is a manifestation journal, right? But you didn't call it manifestation journal. It's not in the title, and unfortunately you're gonna have a lot harder time to be discovered because you didn't add the keyword. This is one of the biggest mistakes people make, is not adding whatever search phrase keywords in the title, so their books are a lot easier to be discovered. Because if you title your book whatever you want to, Amazon's not gonna know what your book is about, right? If you don't add any keyword, which means you're not gonna get any organic traffic because you're not going to rank on any keywords, which means the only way for your book to be discovered is when you run ads or do social media marketing, or basically you have to market your book, right? And all these people telling me that, oh, you have to run ads and pay money for ads to get sales. All these people complaining, well, that's because they didn't do any SEO, right? And they're completely missing out on it. I mean, yes, you still want to run ads, right? You still should do that. But what I mean is that these people complaining, they could have made a lot more sales if they just titled their book better. Okay, so just a little rant for those who are watching this. Sometimes I get these comments. It gets a little annoying if I get it every single day, right? But the point is, you should be adding your main keyword in your title. In your case, that is probably manifestation journal. And look at this. I typed in manifestation journal. There are so many books that are just crushing it, hundreds of dollars a day. I have this tool called Bookbeam that tells me how much the book is making. If you guys want to check it out, the link is in the description. But this book is doing $1,500 a month, thousands of dollars a month. I think this book is doing like 10K a month, right? It's an authority figure, but still, you get the point. Like, if you title your book better, then you could have shown up in, this keyword right here and make a lot more money. Right? That is the number one mistake that I see here. Your book cover is pretty good. Your interior looks pretty decent as well. And you're getting good reviews. So, I'm assuming people are liking the content. So that's the main thing, is just understand SEO next time. Before I move on to the next book, I just want to ask you guys, do you guys like these book review videos? It never really gets a lot of views, right? And some people love it, so I keep doing it. But, based on the views, if it's not getting a lot of views, maybe I'll stop. So just let me know if you do like it. Let me know in the comments. Any comment, any like, those things that helps the algorithm, pushes the video out more. And I basically just go off of that. So if you want to see more videos, just like those videos, comment on it.
it'll get more views, then that'll tell me to make those videos more, right? So if you like the book review videos, then let me know in the comments, because some people also tell me that, oh, I'm just talking about the same thing, you know, oh, these videos are so boring, this and that. Sometimes it does get to me. So, you know, if you do like it, I'll appreciate it if you can let me know. All right, anyways, let's go to the next one. So we got T-Rex dinosaur coloring book for adults, designs emphasized with dramatic shading. So the biggest reason why your book is not selling is because you have 0 reviews and you're pricing it at 10 bucks. I mean, 0 reviews and you're pricing it almost double of, you know, the average on the market, which is definitely not gonna sell. But so the obvious first step is for you to get more reviews. If you need a step-by-step tutorial on how to get reviews, I do have some videos, so you can look up Sean DeWitt reviews and you can find a lot of those tutorials. The next thing is your interior looks super AI. And I can see that, you know, you put designs emphasized with dramatic shading, but I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really look like these are coloring pages, even if you say that it has a lot of shadings. The last thing I want to check is, are people even looking for T-Rex coloring book for adults? Well, all you have to do is go to Amazon and check this, right? So I'm just going to put T-Rex coloring book. I'm not even going to put adults. Okay. I'm just going to put T-Rex coloring book. So this book is 700,000 BSR. So let's try and find some books that are below 300,000. And I do not see a single. This is a dinosaur coloring book, not T-Rex specific, so it doesn't count, right? We're looking for T-Rex coloring books. This is not a coloring book, so it doesn't count. So yeah, just like that, you know, we know that there are not a single book that is a T-Rex coloring book specifically that's making money. So you should have checked that first before you made that book, because now you made a book on a topic that no one's buying. Maybe you would have been the first in the niche. That does happen, right? Like sometimes it is a profitable niche. No one has done it though, so you can be the first and you make a crap ton of money. But most of the time, no one has done it, or no books are selling on it because it's not profitable. No one's looking for it, right? So you kind of have to assess which is which, but this is probably the biggest mistake people make that absolutely wastes their time, because I don't know how long it took, but you know, you created a whole book interior, book cover, uploaded on Amazon, spent all the time just to have the book not sell. And we do not want that, right? All you had to do was quickly check, are there books on this topic selling well? So definitely keep this in mind next time. Now, if you guys enjoy these book critique videos and you want our coaches to actually work with you one-on-one and critique your books, give you the game plan on making, you know, a lot of money with KDP and scaling your business, well, I do have a KDP coaching program. We have over 1,400 students in the program so far, so you get access to the community, you can network, but also, you know, we have actually really great results. You get a step-by-step course, video course, but also a one-on-one aspect of it, also the coaching aspect, the community aspect. It is really a complete course. You can check out the first link in the description to see exactly what's included. All the testimonials of people making 10K, 20K, 30K, even close to 100K in a month, and also all the bonuses and all the modules inside the program. Obviously, you don't have to get it if you don't want to, but if you're serious about KDP, I highly recommend getting a course. It could be mine, if you trust me, if you like me. It could be somebody else's. Either way, you should probably follow a course if you're just getting started. This is a subscriber book review series that I do where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me. If you want me to review your book in the future, all you have to do is follow me on Instagram at SeanDeWitt13, DM me your Amazon link, and I'll feature it in videos like this. With that being said, let's get started. So the first book is Barking Up the Right Tree, Unleashing Fascinating Dog Facts. Interesting facts about dogs for all ages. We have 4.4 average rating at 8 reviews. You're not selling much, you sold a few, but not a lot. So I looked up dog facts, and there are some books on dog facts that are doing well. Like this book is 15,000 BSR. This book is 56,000 BSR, 21 bucks a day. I don't know why this shows 0. I think BookBeam is glitching. But those two books were from National Geographic, obviously an authority figure. But other books like this one, Puppies and Dog Facts for Kids, 30 reviews, not that great of a review. And it's at 61,000 BSR, 22 bucks a day. So I see that there are some demands, not great, but there are a little bit of demand, enough to know that you can go lower than this BSR because other books are doing it, right? So I think the biggest thing here is your book cover, honestly, because I think your title is fine. Fascinating dog facts. I know what the book is about. It's very clear. It's just your book cover doesn't feel like a trivia book or a dog fact book, right? So try and improve that. I'm not quite sure how and which style you should improve. But what you can do is look up similar topics like random facts here, right? And these are the top books on random facts, like this one here or this one here. So why don't you just take something like this, but change this to a dog, you know, so that you're kind of modeling the style, but creating something unique out of it. That's like a little hack you can do is look at a adjacent niche and see what's working there. And then you try to bring it into your keyword, right? Or this one right here, change this to like a dog focused, you know, cover. So if you need help with designing your book cover, maybe you design this yourself. If you need help, you can always outsource to a professional cover designer. You can use someone like Olina. Olina is really, really good. For 30 bucks, she will design a book cover for you. Like I really like this one, you know, Skills for Life. So basically a life skills book for teens. So if you guys want to test out this gig, I'll leave a link in the description below. But honestly, I would just update the cover and get more reviews. If you need help with getting reviews, I do have a video on how to get more reviews. So I'll also leave a link to that in the description. But I think you can make that update and then run some Amazon ads and you can get the BSR lower. But overall though, there's not a lot of demand for this topic. So I think you can get to like $100 a month, maybe $200 a month from this book. But overall, it's not going to make you a ton of money. But a steady $100 or $200 a month, I think is still pretty good. So the next book is In the Footsteps of Guru Nanak, a young Sikh's fun 12-week tracker. So this is actually a kind of a illustrated journal, I guess, or illustrated tracker. It's actually doing decent, 768,000 BSR. So you are selling here and there. This is the interior, how it looks. I actually think it's pretty well made and you're getting really good reviews, although it's just 3 reviews, right? And I think that's the main issue here, is that it seems like you got a great product, although the book cover kind of looks like it's a children's book. So that might be the one thing that I recommend you change, or perhaps test out a different style cover. But besides that, you know, you got a good book here. So I would just get more reviews. An easy way to think about it is you're at 750,000 BSR with 3 reviews. If you get to 30 reviews, you're probably going to be a lot lower in terms of BSR. You could potentially get to 400, 500, maybe even 200,000 BSR, right? You just never know until you get more reviews. A lot of people move on too soon without actually realizing the full potential of the book because they don't get enough reviews, okay? So I'll stop hammering it in, but simply get more reviews and then report back to me later. All right, so the next book is Dr. Howell's Arcane Bazaar of Illusions. All right, so this is a great example of how, like, you know, you create a book because you have this idea of a story. It's your passion project maybe. So you write a book, you're excited about it, but now you're wondering, how can I make people want this book? Right? How can I sell this book? And unfortunately, if you're creating a book that's your passion project and you didn't validate the topic, right? You didn't check if people actually wanted, you know, your book. There's nothing you can really do to get it to sell. And I might be wrong here, right? Maybe some people are interested in learning about, you know, this book, Howell's Arcane Bazaar of Illusions. Who knows, right? So it's a fiction book. What I would do here is I would definitely improve the book cover because it kind of looks like a non-AI background with a AI image in the front. The title doesn't explain anything. Usually in the subtitle, even in fiction, you kind of want to explain, you know, what your book is about. Fiction, thriller for kids, for teens. Who is it, right? What is it, you know? Because very, very, very few people will give your book few seconds or even a minute to go and read the book description, because your book cover doesn't tell me what the book is about. Your book title doesn't tell me what the book is about. You really have to catch people's attention on the cover and the title for them to go and expand the book description and read it. I don't think this book is doing that. So most people will not read the description to even learn what the book is about, let alone buy the book, right? So that's the issue that's happening right now. So if I would improve this, I would improve the book cover. Once again, be more clear in the title, get more than 1 review. And from there, you can start thinking about how can I market it, running Amazon ads and stuff like that. But first, you got to improve the listing here. All right, so the next book is actually pretty hilarious. The History of the Espresso Machine, the definitive account. So I got the Amazon Australia link, so I'm not sure what the BSR is in the US, but we have a BSR of
$81,000 in the bookstore, which is pretty decent if it's in the US. I don't know how it is in the Australian market, but you're making some sales, right? And your book is $41 and you're still making sales. Some people, I guess, is interested in the history of the espresso machine, which is super interesting, and good for you for finding out. Maybe you're like a die-hard coffee fan or espresso fan, right? Which I respect. So that is very cool. But honestly, in your niche, I think the book cover is perfectly fine. Honestly, I don't have a lot of sample size, but I think that's a pretty good book cover for this niche. The title is very simple but clear, and I think it fits this audience, right? You don't have to really do crazy copywriting when people are just interested in the history of the espresso machine, right? I mean, it's pretty much it. So one thing I would do, maybe capitalize the letters. You can't really change it, so just keep in mind, usually you want to capitalize the first letter of each word, okay? So honestly, I think it's the same advice as others, but you just want to get more reviews than 4. And I think that's going to increase. I mean, I'm pretty confident that you're the only book in this keyword. So maybe you didn't validate the topic in a traditional way, but you kind of did because I'm assuming you're your own audience. Like you're very into coffees, or maybe you're very passionate about the history of the espresso machine to the point where you're writing a book. Anyways, the good news is there are some people like you know, in the world that will buy this book based on the bestsellers rank. So that's good. You just want a little more social proof by getting more reviews. And this just goes to show that there are so many different keywords that you can go into, so many different niches. Like who knew you can create a book in the history of the espresso machine and make sales, right? And make some money. So all these people complaining about saturation and all the keywords are discovered and everybody's going into it, they really don't understand how big Amazon is and how many different topics that you can go into. Our next book is Flowers and Mandalas, Bold and Simple Coloring Book for Adults and Teens. This one is a very simple critique. You went into a keyword everyone else is doing, right? Everyone else is doing flowers, mandalas, bold and simple. You only have 2 reviews with a mediocre cover. So I don't have much critique to do because you got to improve your book cover. You got to get more reviews. If you're going to do the same thing as everyone else, you have to have a above average product. You cannot go into a competitive market and have an average product. You're just going to get buried very quick, which is what's happening, right? So just improve your craft and go from there. Our next book is Find the Ladder, a concise compilation of career guidance and practical techniques. All right, cool. So it is a career guidance type of a book, and we have a very nice book cover. It's very well made, right? It fits the niche as well. My big question is, what is this book about? You say, first of all, Find the Ladder does not mean anything. It's like a catchy, fancy title, but when you say Find the Ladder, people are not gonna go, oh yeah, I get it, I get what the book is. Compared to if your title is like, How to Be More Disciplined. If you say that in an instant, people are gonna know what the book is about, right? But when you say Find the Ladder, people are not going to understand, which means if you want to use this title, you have to make the subtitle very, very clear on what the book is about because you didn't explain it in the title, okay? But your subtitle is a concise compilation of career guidance and practical techniques, okay? So the only information I got from here is that it's something to do with career, right? Advancing in your career. Okay, but like, what else am I gonna learn? Is it about like, you know, getting a better job, getting a job quicker, advancing in my job, you know, I guess working up the corporate ladder? Now I see the ladder connection, but like, what is it, right? You gotta explain that a little better in the subtitle because most people will not give you a chance to the point where most people will not read the description, okay? It's just how it is. You have to sell them in the subtitle because you cannot sell people in the description. No one reads description nowadays. So looking at the A+ content, you do explain what this book is about a little bit more. It seems like you got a award for writing this book, which is awesome, right? I can tell that it's a good book. You know, your cover is amazing, great reviews. The book itself is good. It's just that the title, I wish you replaced practical techniques and expanded a little more, right? Or perhaps, you know, instead of ending in just practical techniques, you could have said practical techniques to whatever the main benefit of the book is, right? Practical techniques to advance in your careers and maybe get a better position. Like, I still don't know what this book is about because even in this expanded subtitle, it's still really vague. It says aimed at assisting junior to mid-career level professionals in discovering the pathway that leads to their desired career goals. Still doesn't mean anything, you know, unfortunately. Like, what does desired career goals mean exactly, right? Am I going to make more money? Am I going to get a better position? What is it, right? So I think that's the biggest thing. I think that's lowering your sales a little bit because you did everything else correctly. You know, the cover is good, good reviews, good niche too, right? And good pricing. So that was the only thing. Our next book is Black Sails and Shadowy Spirits, a haunting anthology of pirates, ghosts, and horrors. Okay, one review, and basically it is a anthology, meaning it's like a collection of poems or something about pirates, ghosts, and horrors. Interesting. It's not selling at all, and I'm not sure if there's a market for poems or anthologies related to this niche. But if there is a market, if you've done the research, then the biggest thing you got to do is get more reviews, right? Because in your niche, because it's like a kind of a horror anthology thing, I think this book cover is a good fit, right? You're not appealing to like kids, you know, you're doing maybe for like teens who's into this, maybe adults, right? So the cover looks okay. Title is pretty clear. You just gotta get more than one review. Next book, The Pearl on the String, with 48 beautiful black and white illustrations. All right, what is a pearl on the string? Because the subtitle is not explaining everything. It's just saying 48 beautiful black and white illustrations. So yeah, what is pearl on the string? So it looks like it is a journey of cosmic memory and karmic evolution, some kind of fiction book. You should have put this in the subtitle. You should have put a journey of cosmic memory and karmic evolution with 48 beautiful black and white illustration, right? That would have explained the book a little bit more. It's the same issues happening over and over and over. As you guys can see, these are the mistakes people make. If you understand it, it's a very easy fix, right? As you can see, I'm doing this live and I can identify immediately what's going on. You know, I might be wrong here. Like, I'm not perfect. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty confident I'm right in that these are the factors that's affecting these books to not sell. Okay, because as a customer, right, imagine putting yourself in the customer's shoes. You're scrolling on Amazon, there's so many options, and you stumble across this book. You know, it has 7 reviews. The title doesn't explain what it is about. How realistically, how many of you will actually give this a shot? How many of you will stop, read the description, and actually go and buy this book? I think not a lot of people will, unfortunately, because it only has 7 reviews. The title is vague, right? So you got to improve on those things. I think the cover is very interesting. I'm not your audience. I really don't know I don't even know what this book cover is. But, you know, honestly, yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. So basically this whole video was summarized by getting more reviews and also making your title more clear. Okay, so that people understand what the book is about instantly, because it's very, very important. So once again, I'll leave a link to the best way to get reviews video in the description. Please go and watch that and actually take action. You can't just get a couple reviews, 7 reviews, and expect to make money, especially if you're not marketing it and you're hoping Amazon's gonna push your book. Of course, Amazon's not gonna push your book because you only have a couple reviews, right? Even Amazon, you know, doesn't know if your book is something they should show to more customers, because Amazon only want to push good books, and with 7 reviews, Amazon don't know if it's a good book, right? And that's exactly why your book just drops in page 5, 10, 20, right? You got to do the work to get sales and reviews to prove to Amazon that they should push it to more people. You do that first, then Amazon push it to more people. That's when the organic passive income happens and life becomes amazing, right? So that is my suggestion. Please go watch the video. Please take action on it. And with that being said, if you enjoy these book review videos, let me know that in the comments by commenting book review, because then I'll know that people like it and I will go and make more of this. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't yet. If you want to check out my Amazon KDP program, the link is in the description below. I'll show you how to do each of these steps in way more details. Plus you get a complete A to Z publishing course. It's a video course you can follow along step by step, but it's not just a video course. You get the coaching side of the bonuses too, right? You get the one-on-one coaching, weekly group calls, also the private community, which is popping. A lot of people are, you know, in there. They're super helpful and a lot of people are loving it. I'm also inside there too. So if you guys want to check it out, then click on the first link in the description. I also have all the tools and resources that I recommend in your publishing business right there.
In this video, I'm going to show you simple tricks to double your Amazon KDP sales. So if you're struggling to sell your books right now, then make sure to watch this video until the end. If you're new to the channel, my name is Sean. I've helped over 1,500 people make money with Amazon KDP. And this is a book review series that I do where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me on Instagram and show you exactly what to improve to get more sales. I've done a ton of videos like this in the past. If you guys want to watch all the other ones, then I have a playlist for this called Book Roast. So make sure to check it out. And if you guys want me to analyze your books in the future, then make sure to follow me on Instagram at SeanDowit13. DM me your Amazon link and I will feature it in future videos like this. All right, let's get started. So book number 1 is The Adventures of Fred Hopper. So a couple things here. Right now, this book is not selling at all. Like, it hasn't sold a single copy. Well, I guess that's for the ebook version. So let me switch over to the paperback. Okay, so the paperback version is a lot better. The book cover is more zoomed in and it sold a few copies here. So that is good to see. So the biggest issue here with this book listing is that it's very, very, very minimal effort, right? You know, I'm pretty sure that you put in a lot of work. So I'm not trying to discredit you there. It's just that as a customer, if you're scrolling through the Amazon page, this looks minimal effort. And here's why. Your book cover is good. I wouldn't change this at all. Your book cover is actually pretty good, I think. The problem is the title. It's lacking subtitles, and subtitle is where you clearly explain what your book is about, why people should buy it. So it's basically, you know, explaining the book features, but also selling it. That's what you should be doing in the subtitle. But you don't have a subtitle. You just have the title, The Adventures of Fred Hopper. And in the subtitle, you should have been like a book about friendships, adventure, Fred, you know, traveling the world, journeying, learning new places, and persevering or whatever, right? Just, you know, talk about your book and sell it. That's what you have to do in the subtitle section, and it would have been much better, much more convincing. Now, the second thing is the description. 2 sentences description when you should be expanding much more on same thing. The description is to further elaborate and further sell the book. Let me actually create a book description for you. So I actually will copy this description that you have. And I went to ChatGPT and I asked ChatGPT to please expand this product description, which is the one you have here, and create a compelling Amazon product description for my book titled The Adventures of Fred Hopper, following the AIDA format. All right, so let's see what we get here. So we have: embark on an exhilarating journey filled with mystery, friendship, and the power of teamwork in the adventures of Fred Hopper. This is the headline, right? So this is the text that you put at the very, very top. And then you put, when Fred and his lively band of friends decide to explore, this you have to check because, you know, is it true? Like, is this in the story or not? But this section right here, perfect for adventurous young readers, calling out your audience. This captivating tale delivers suspense, excitement, and valuable life lessons about problem solving and teamwork. Is that correct? If so, I think this is a pretty great sentence that explains what the book is about, but also gives the parent who's buying this book a reason to buy. Wants the kids to learn problem solving and teamwork, they're going to be like, oh, that sounds pretty good. With relatable characters and fast-paced plot, The Adventures of Fred Hopper keeps readers turning pages, etc. The action, don't miss out on this unforgettable adventure. Grab your copy today, right? So to me, that sounds way better than the 2 sentences you have, you know? So obviously you want to tweak it from here. This is a quick one that I got from ChatGPT, but it's still better. You know, it's still something that you can use and you guys can do the same thing. So improve the subtitle, improve the description. The final thing is you got to get more reviews than 3, right? So try and aim to get 15, 20, 30 reviews per book. It's not that hard if you know what you're doing. I have a lot of videos on how to get reviews. So you can look up Sean Dowit reviews on YouTube, and you know, there's a couple videos on it. But to summarize the process, out of all the options, the easiest one is to use a service like Book Bounty. You do have to pay a little bit, but it's very cheap, and it's, you know, one of the fastest, easiest ways to get reviews. If you guys want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description. The website kind of explains how it works, but my other videos also explain how it works. So once you get those review counts up, then the next thing finally is to market it, right? So you have to improve the product attractiveness first by, you know, getting a good cover, which you did, improving the title, and, you know, improving the review, getting more social proof, and then getting a good description. And you can also do like A+ content stuff as well. And once the product looks amazing, then it's time to start telling people about it, right? And start, you know, showing it to more people. And that's when Amazon ads, social media marketing comes in. So everything is in steps here. So we're doing the first step. So make sure you go and do that. All right, next book is My Own Recipes, the book to write your favorite recipes, create your ideal cooking binder, your collection of flavors, index 120, etc. The subtitles cutting off your family cooking book. So all of this screams very unprofessional, honestly. Like the subtitle doesn't make sense. It's not even capitalized. Like the first letter of each word should be capitalized, especially the first letter or the first word of the sentence or the subtitle, right? That's not even capitalized. And now the subtitle is cut off, you know, and you have all these things that you're trying to stuff. Like everything is very unprofessional. So you have to fix that. Specifically, how to fix this: capitalize every first letter of the word. Don't cram so many words in your subtitle to the point where it's cutting off. So don't max out your subtitle. The next thing is your book is about a recipe journal or recipe diary or recipe notebook, whatever it is. You know, those are the keywords. You have to put that in the title, or no one's gonna know what your book is about. No one's going to find it. Like you literally say index right here in the subtitle. Well, because you don't have the keyword in your title, Amazon will not index your book on Amazon, right? On their search results. So it's gonna be super hard for people to find your book. That's why your book has been out for close to 8 months and you made 0 sales. You have 0 reviews. Your cover is kind of poor, right? It's not the best. Like it's a recipe journal and you literally just have a bunch of spatulas. You know, I think this is spatulas, right? Like, why would you just have 10 spatulas on a book cover? Why not mix it up with knives, forks, spoons, or at least some meals or vegetables, you know, flying around or something, right? So color is very dull as well. There's just so many things that you have to improve here. So I talked about the title. I talked about getting reviews. So in terms of improving your book cover, you can use services like this one right here. I'll leave a link in the description if you guys want to check it out. But for $10, you can get a significantly better book cover than what you probably have, right? So these are, you know, you still got to talk to the designer, but I mean, this looks pretty damn good, you know? So for $10, right? I actually found something in the cookbook niche, and you can see that it's a lot better. The colors are a lot better. Fonts are a lot better. So yeah, if you know how to design your book cover yourself, you can definitely do it. But if you need help, you don't have the skills, like I don't have the design skills, then you can outsource to someone else. But asking $12.50 for a journal with 0 reviews and a very poorly executed book is just way too much. Our next book is Cottage Kittens, cute coloring book for adults and teens featuring cozy spaces, adorable animals, and fuzzy friends for stress relief and relaxations. I think what you're doing is smart. You obviously have the keywords, fuzzy friends, cozy spaces. These are keywords and phrases that are blowing up in the coloring book space. So obviously trying to rank for that is super smart. I don't know why you didn't add bold and easy, because bold and easy is probably the #1 keyword. And I think your illustration is kind of bold and easy, isn't it? At least I think so. I think you can still put bold and easy. That's fine though. So here are reasons why I think what you're doing is smart. #1, you're trying to piggyback the trend with your subtitle. So subtitle has all the good keywords: cute coloring book for adults and teens, cozy spaces, this and that I just said, right? So you have that, but you also carved out your own kind of niche, or I guess your own theme, which is cottage kittens. No one else that I know of is doing cottage kittens. So you basically didn't just rip off what's working, you model it and you took a good chunk of that from there, but you added your own unique thing, cottage kittens, created your own characters. I really like that. I think you're really smart. And I think if you keep going and keep doing this, building out your cottage kittens, cottage critters series, I think you will do pretty damn well, right, in the coloring book space. So here's what I would improve. You got 28 reviews and you can obviously get more, but I think the big one is the book cover can pop a little more. I'm not quite sure, like this is like a 4.5 out of 5-star design, and I feel like there's something that we can do here that can improve. I believe that will be the title. The title, maybe the silver is not working. Maybe it should be bigger, maybe with a different color, you know, maybe gradients. I'm not sure, but I don't think the bottom side, like, you know, this section is an issue. I think it's the title. Something is just missing here. So yeah, if you look at all the other ones, right, it's just way more vibrant. So as you can see, these are your competitors. This is your other book. But yeah, so these are kind of what we want, right? Like maybe the white text with a border might have worked better. This is your other book, Harvest Hues. This looks pretty good too. So I just think you're almost there. You just have to have a color theme that is not as dark. Like this is kind of dark. This is also dark, right? This is your other one. This doesn't look like a coloring book, but and then, you know, we have this one. This is good, but still, I guess it's since it's like a, you know,
full coloring book, I guess it makes sense to have this color, but everything else though, all the top sellers are super vibrant in the color, light green, blue, you know, and then we have pink, like bright pink that really stands out when you're scrolling through Amazon. And I think that's what you're lacking. Like maybe change the color of the background blue here, the sky, to like way more blue, you know? I think you can go with this blue. You see this blue? And the strawberry could be more red, more pink. The text could be bigger and white or something. I think that would be the last missing piece for this book. And that obviously with more reviews, and obviously you have to run Amazon ads, you know, of course, right? If you're not doing that, you have to. But I feel like that is the last piece here because the interior looks good. You can really see how you can potentially build another brand that is just like, you know, Coco Real or Vivid Tinta and all the ones killing it in coloring books. And I love the fact that you're saying no AI images. Everything is hand drawn by the author. Love that. So yeah, just keep it going. I feel like you're so close. By the way, if you're not doing social media marketing, you should definitely do that as well, because this is exactly the niche that works really well with social media marketing. So as an example, we have Megan Miles art here. And you can see that she makes videos like this where you just order the book and you can color it in if you want to, or you can just, you know, have a video where you're flipping through the pages. Either way, you just need one video to go viral for you to make a crap ton of money. So definitely go and do that. And as you scale your business, maybe one day it'll come to a point where you cannot create the book yourself because you're so busy, because you're scaling so fast and you need to hire other illustrators. One way to do it is to use, you know, Fiverr gigs like this. This is actually right in your niche, same thing. And she creates, you know, something like this for 10 bucks, right? So you can actually, start hiring someone else out to create books for you in the cottage critter niche. This is exactly what Coco Real does. It's not just one person. They have a bunch of, you know, huge team of illustrators creating books. They probably hire from, you know, Fiverr, Upwork, or maybe it's just local, but you know, they have a bunch of people, but they all publish under the Coco Real brand, right? And they just dominate. So you can work towards that. If you want to check out this gig, I'll leave a link in the description below. Our next book is Cute and Spooky Halloween Coloring Book for Kids, 40 Halloween images for kids to enjoy. So this book is not selling at all, and you know, a big reason is because it's not Halloween at the moment, so you missed that season. But even if it was Halloween, right, it's probably not going to sell a ton because you just have a very simple book cover here, and you have 0 reviews, and you're selling at $4.99. So your strategy is not to create a better book and, you know, price higher. You just create a normal book. There are already so many on the market, and you just price it cheaper, and hopefully people choose the cheapest option. But the thing is, customers don't want to buy the cheapest option. Most people would rather pay more money for a better product, and the better product is determined by many things, but usually reviews, social proof. If everyone else thinks it's a good product, then it must be, right? So the reviews are a huge factor in people, you know, choosing what is considered the best product. Book cover is another one. So the book cover has to be very attractive, right? And the title and everything else, but the review and the cover is the number one thing. So if you execute those things, then you can price it higher, make more money while making more sales than the cheapest option. So yeah, this is just something that you have to improve. It kind of goes back to everything we talked about throughout this video, so I'm not going to go too deep on it, but that's what we need to do. Our next book is Love Brewed Just Right. So this is a fiction book, and just by looking at the book cover here, it's a romance novel, right? But unfortunately, because you didn't add that in the subtitle, that it's a romance novel, I didn't know what this book is about, and the customer will go through the same experience. If you're scrolling through Amazon, right, and you're seeing a bunch of books, and this book pops up, you know, and it just says Love Brewed Just Right with 0 reviews, no one's gonna stop and be like, ooh, what is this, right? Because you have 0 reviews, 0 social proof. They don't explain what the book is about. People are just gonna keep scrolling, and that is exactly why you have 0 sales. So it's great that you wrote the book, but you know, you have to now work on the marketing side. A lot of people love creating the book because it's fun, but they hate marketing. Well, if you want to make money, you gotta learn marketing. If you don't care about making money, you can do whatever you want, you know, but most of you guys watching this video, you probably want to make money, right? And you probably want to do 10K a month. Well, you have to understand marketing. There's no way around it, right? So you have to add a subtitle to explain what your book is about. With fiction, usually it's the category. So, you know, it's like billionaire, boss, romance, or you know, whatever the category is, you put that there.
and then you start working on getting more reviews. And from there, you can, obviously start marketing. But marketing doesn't happen unless you get reviews. So the next book is actually from the same person, Sahiba. And it's the same issue, tying the knot, finding Mr. or Mrs. Right. So it's the same thing, right? So now you have the subtitle, but it's still kind of part of the title, and it's not explaining what the book is about. So I guess this is for this one, it's worse because I don't even know if this is a nonfiction book, on how to find Mr. or Mrs. Right, or is it a fiction book, right? So that's tough, So I guess it looks like, okay, so this is a laugh out loud guide on decoding text messages, first date survival tips. So this is actually a nonfiction book, right? And you would never guess from just looking at the cover or the title. So that's why it's tough. This is tough to sell because the customer is going to go through the exact same experience. So your book cover has to improve. You probably should pay someone 10, 20 bucks to improve your book cover. And you should obviously getting reviews, exact same thing. But the biggest thing is your title is just way too vague. It doesn't tell me what is it about. And I'm not going to spend 3 minutes reading the book description. If you're not going to catch my attention with the book cover, and if your title is vague and you have 0 reviews, you're giving the customer 0 reason to spend the next 3 minutes reading the description. Why would someone spend 3 minutes reading your description just to learn if they even want to buy the book or not, when they have a billion other, better options out there on Amazon that has tons of reviews, amazing book covers, super clear value proposition, right? So you might hear that and say, oh my God, KDP is so complicated and confusing. No, guys, KDP is a very, very simple business. I've done a lot of other businesses. Every single business that you build, these are the things that you have to understand, because how you market, like the marketing skills required, whether you're doing e-commerce, whether you're selling services, whether you're selling products like this in KDP, it's the exact same thing. Understanding the audience, positioning your product, copywriting, these are all same skills. So, the best thing about KDP is that a lot of things you normally have to do in other businesses, you don't have to do. So KDP is actually easier, right? But when I say easier, I'm not saying it's easy. It's still going to be hard because it's building a business. Building a business is always hard, but it's a lot better than other businesses. So with that being said, you still have to learn these skills, okay? If you guys need help with that, I do have a complete Amazon KDP program. It's the first link in the description below. Literally take you from complete beginner to knowing everything you need to know to build a 6 or 7 figure business. We have a lot of students crushing it. You can see the testimonials by clicking on the first link in the description. But just recently, we had a student did $4,000 in a single day net profit. Another student did $1,000 in a single day net profit. Another one did his first $80, right? And I'm not lying, I'm not making it. So people are still winning right now in KDP if you know what you're doing. And this is a book review series that I do where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me. If you guys want me to review your books in future videos like this, then all you have to do is follow me on Instagram at SeanDolwet13, DM me your Amazon link, and your book might show up in future videos like this. All right, so book number 1, Serenity in Nature, an adult coloring experience. So we have 3 reviews, $7.99, 0 sales, and it's been out for 3 months. So this seems like a case where you basically created this book, probably with AI, and you uploaded. You got 3 reviews, which is better than nothing, right? So great job on that. And you basically prayed for Amazon to make sales for you. It would have been a lot easier for Amazon to make sales if you had any keywords in the title, but Serenity in Nature is not a keyword. An adult coloring experience is not a keyword. Adult coloring book is a keyword that you probably should have put in the subtitle or, in the title. Like Serenity in Nature Adult Coloring Book would have been a great title, right? So the reason why you have to add keywords in your title is because when people type in the keyword, your book has a higher chance of showing up. If you don't do that, Amazon's not gonna know what your book is about, especially in this beginning stage where you have 0 sales. Amazon has very, very little data to know what your book is about, meaning your book is not ranked in a lot of keywords, right? So that's why you have to go through a launch, get a lot of sales, market your book, and as you make more sales, Amazon will start to know more about what your book is about, and they will start ranking you in different keywords. But you didn't do that, and you didn't add any keywords initially, so basically you have very little reach, and you didn't make any sales, right? So that will be the biggest thing, is to understand what keywords are. Keywords are basically what people type in right here in the search bar. If someone, a customer, wants to get a, relaxing nature coloring book, what do you think they'll type in here? They'll type in something like relaxing nature coloring book, right? For adults. They're not gonna come in and type in serenity in nature. That's not a keyword because no one actually searches for that. An adult coloring experience, no one searches for that. It's not a keyword, right? So the key with book title is by adding search phrases like that, relaxing nature coloring book, it makes it a lot easier for your book to be discovered, but you don't want to just do keyword. You want to do keyword plus something else, so the title is a little more attractive. Like a quick example is the most relaxing nature coloring book for adults that you will ever find in your life. That's too long, but you get the point. Basically, I have the keyword and I have a couple words before after so that it's like spiced up. That's the best combination so that you can rank the book, but also it sells, okay? So that'll be my recommendation before anything else. And obviously you should get more than 3 reviews. If you wanna know a way to get reviews, the easiest one is Book Bounty or using sites like these. Book Bounty is what I use nowadays. So if you guys want to check it out, the link is in the description. Or you can look up Sean DeWitt reviews on YouTube and there's a ton of videos on how you can get reviews. Our next book, Fishing Expeditions, a detailed fishing logbook. Track your trips, catches, revenues, and experiences. So yeah, I'm sure there's a demand for fishing logbook, but it's a pretty broad keyword. It's pretty competitive, right? And you're trying to compete in that very broad keyword with 0 reviews and a image that you probably created on Canva. This image and this image is not even matching up. So yeah, that's a tough one. So if you want to improve this, obviously the book cover is number 1 and reviews is number 2. If you start getting more reviews, you'll start making more sales. It's as simple as that. And for book covers, yes, you can create your book cover on Canva if you want to do everything for free, but that means you got to practice Canva design skills, right? It's not like a beginner can just whip up a cover and, start making money. Like KDP is one of the easiest business models out there, but it's not that easy. And if you're trying to find a business that is that easy, it's probably not going to be that easy for a long time, and it doesn't exist anyways. KDP is, once again, one of the easiest business model, but you still have to put in the work. You got to learn the skills, right? So if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to learn Canva design skills, then you can pay somebody else to create something like this. So you can pay someone else that has the design skills and you can hire them very, very cheaply, a lot cheaper than you think, right? So this is a gig on Fiverr for just $15. She will create a low content book cover like yours. Yours is low content, it's a journal. And you can see that the design is amazing. It's way better than what I can create myself on Canva for like over 10 hours, 20 hours. I'm never gonna create a design like this. And I can hire someone like this for $15, which is insane. So I would definitely take them up on that offer. But if you don't have the money, if you live in the first world country, then you have no excuse not to have 15 bucks. But if you don't live in those countries, your currency is weaker or whatever reason, and you wanna do everything for free, then you will just have to spend the time to learn design skills. It's possible, as you can see, this person did it, and you just have to do the same thing. Next book, Peter and the Shoelace Monster. So we have 6 reviews, 3 million BSR, so not selling. And the biggest thing here is I think the book cover is okay, except the fact that I would make the title text a lot bigger. It's a little thin, it's a little skinny, and it's hard to read. So I think it can take up like a good 30% of the top cover, not a small space like this. But besides that, it looks okay design-wise, And the Peter and the Shoelace Monster title is fine, but you have 0 subtitle. You should have added a subtitle to elaborate on what the book is about. What is Peter gonna learn? Is the Shoelace Monster a good character, bad character? Is Peter gonna be friends with the Shoelace Monster? Maybe you could have put in the subtitle a story about unexpected friendship or compassion or whatever the book teaches the kid. You should put that, because you basically wasted the entire subtitle to sell the book. Subtitle is where you sell the book, and you didn't add that at all. Now my next question, why is this book 2 pages long? That must be a mistake, right? If not, then that's weird. Okay, so I just realized that was for the Kindle version. I don't know why the Kindle is 2 pages, but the paperback is 43 pages, so that's better. And it's selling a little better, I think, although it's 1 million. So yeah, that's what I would recommend is next time, since you cannot update your book title once it's published, unless you want to unpublish and republish it. But if you don't want to do that, then just, for the next book that you create, keep this in mind. Subtitle is where you sell the book, right? And also 6 reviews is not going to cut it. you have to get more reviews. Like, you still have to market the book, you know, learn marketing, Amazon ads, social media, whatever. But we haven't even gotten to that point, because before we market the book, we have to fix these issues with the book, right? We have to make sure that the book listing is good before we market it and tell people about it. So definitely fix that first. Our next book is Gaia and the Butterfly, Symbols of Transformation, a Growth Mindset Modern Fairy Tale for Kids to Foster Resilience, Positivity, and Emotional Growth. The subtitle is too long, so it cuts off here, and then creative thinking. So besides the fact that it's too long and it cuts off, so don't do that, but the subtitle is good, right? It is basically a storybook. It's a fairy tale that teaches growth mindset, resilience, positivity, emotional growth, those kind of things. It also says that, you know, the audience is for kids, so it calls out the audience. This is kind of what you want to do, although you want to kind of be a little more compact. You don't want it too wordy like this, but for the most part, you're doing a great job here. I think the book cover is okay. You know, the font is not my favorite. Like, it's hard to read, but the Gaia and the Butterfly, a little easier to read, and it's kind of cool. So the reason why this book is not selling, probably because you just uploaded, you got one review and you didn't do any marketing, right? Maybe you tried to run Amazon ads, but you shouldn't even be running Amazon ads right now because you only have one review. So you probably ran Amazon ads if you did, and you're like, oh, I'm, you know, spending more money than I'm making back, so I give up, right? And you gave up on this book. But of course, that's the case because not a lot of people will give your book a chance if you only have one review. So the steps in terms of marketing is always get reviews first and then market the book, right? Not the opposite way. So you have to get reviews there. So going back to it, check out Book Bounty. The link is in the description, or check out my other videos on getting reviews. You want to get to 10, 20, 30 reviews, then you can start telling people about it, right? Then people will give your book a chance. So that's when you can do Amazon ads, social media, those kind of things. And I think if you do that, which you can right now, right? So this book is something that you can actually fix right now, is by getting reviews, and then you can start marketing it. It's not too late. And I think you can improve the performance a lot more. Our next book is Food Fight Coloring Book, an epic coloring adventure filled with whimsical messes, playful characters, and culinary chaos. I like the title. It's clear. You know, it's tells me what the book is about. It's fun, super clear as well. So that's cool. And there's a theme to this coloring book. It's basically food warriors. So I think that's very cool as well. I wonder if this is AI. I don't think so. It doesn't look like it. So yeah, very cool stuff. Food Fight Coloring Book. So let's check out Food Fight Coloring Book on Amazon and see if there's demand. So I typed in Food Fight Coloring Book. Your book is the #1 book to show up. And there's this one that's not selling. None of these are selling. So essentially, there's no proof that a coloring book about food fight or food warriors sell. So I changed this to Food Warriors Coloring Book just to make sure. And it's the same thing. There's no proof that food warriors is a concept that people are buying because there's no other book in it. So, you know, here's the thing, right? You came in with a brand new idea. It's a cool idea, I'm not gonna lie. And you're like, no one else is doing it, so it must be good. Well, if no one else is doing it, it's either because the market didn't catch up to the idea or it's not profitable. In this case, it could be both. Like, it could be not profitable, which we don't know yet, or maybe you're the first and it might actually be very profitable if you actually market the book. Because I think the other issue is the fact that you got 4 reviews and you're basically hoping Amazon will push it, but you didn't really market it yourself. I think if you go and market this book on, you know, whatever marketing method, which the best way is to post short form content on TikTok, Instagram, you know, doing the social media marketing. If you want to do things free, or if you're willing to pay for it, Amazon ads is the fastest way, targeting coloring book keywords, right? But perhaps it might take off, you know? So you don't know if the book is bad or good until you get reviews and market it. And if it flops after that, then you know that the book is the issue, right? But if you give up before getting reviews, before, you know, trying to sell it, then you're not even giving your book a proper fighting chance. And your food warriors want a fighting chance, right? They're trained for that. So, you know, just give it a shot. Get more reviews first, of course, because you only have 4 reviews, right? And then, you know, try and run some ads. And perhaps this is a new concept that people will love, right? It's a new coloring book angle. And then it might blow up and maybe a lot of people will start ripping you off. So I think that should be your action step. All right, so the next book is Morning Mindset, a daily journal to get you in the best headspace every day. Change your mornings, change your life. And I just realized this is from Alexandra. She's not in my course, but I know her because she's been in the free Facebook group for a long time, and I think she's been watching my videos for a long time. So Alexandra, how's it going? But yeah, this book is a lot better, right? Compared to all the other ones that we've been seeing in this video. The book cover is really nice. Morning mindset is not quite a keyword, but you have the keyword inside here, a daily journal to get you in the best headspace every day. Change your mornings, change your life. So the benefit statement is very clear in the subtitle, and you have 164 reviews, which is great. And for that reason, you're at 244,000 BSR. So it's not like it's selling crazy good, but it's also a lot better than the other ones. So reading the description, it says this is a guided morning journal with easy 2-minute daily habit exercises, right? Or daily exercise. I would have put that in the title, to be honest, because guided morning journal is a good keyword. And it's more niche down than just a daily journal, which is the only keyword you have in your subtitle. Morning mindset is not a keyword, right? So if I'm gonna put a keyword, I will try and niche down a lot more to something less competitive. So I would have put a guided morning journal with easy 2-minute daily habit building exercise in the title. I think that would have been clear benefit statement as well as having the keyword inside. Although you can't change that now, so I'm just saying for your next book, keep that in mind. I think the bottom line here is besides that, you're doing everything correct. Like your book cover is nice, so you have the eye for good designs. Your review is obviously exceptional, so you can get reviews. And and it's selling. So once you tweak that one little thing, which is optimizing your title for the keyword, but also copywriting a little bit, understanding that game a little bit, and then you follow that up with everything else that you're already good at. I'm sure you're doing marketing, whether that's social media or Amazon ads, whatever. I think you will make a lot more sales, and I think you're gonna have a book that'll blow up eventually. Like you're super close. You're really, really close. Just a little bit more tweak, and I think you can get there. So great job and keep it going. All right, so the next book is Large Print Fruit of the Spirit Inspirational Coloring Book. Bold, easy to color designs from God's Word for all ages and skill level. So I'm assuming Fruit of the Spirit is like a Christian thing. And it's an inspirational coloring book. So if this is a Christian thing, I would have liked the book cover to be more Christian theme focused with a little bit of fruit instead of 100% fruit and zero, Christian kind of vibe to it. Right. So yeah, I think the biggest thing that is killing your sales is number one, the book cover is just not attractive, and also 4 reviews. So going back to the same thing that we talked about, the title Large Print Fruit of the Spirit Inspirational Coloring Book is actually a keyword. So that is good. Bold, easy to color designs. The subtitle is also clear. So that's not an issue. The issue is the book cover and the review. So if you want a coloring book cover designer recommendations, there are a couple out there, but this is one of them. So you can work with him. He does more than just coloring books, as you can see, but the book cover design is absolutely incredible. And this is for $45. Like this is crazy, guys. Like how good these book covers are. And the fact that you can have someone create this. He actually creates the book interior and the cover as well. And yeah, this is like significantly better than what I can do. I'd rather just pay someone to create a book for me. It's my idea that I will, give them and I will instruct them what to do, but they're doing the work so that I save time and I get a high quality product, way better than what I can create myself. So anyways, that'll be my number one recommendation, is to improve the book cover, and same exact thing, get more reviews. From there, we can start discussing running Amazon ads and also possibly increase the price. $6.95 is too low. So, once you have a lot more reviews, you can actually charge a higher price because the social proof is there, right? So that's why we want reviews so that we can increase the price, way higher profit margins that way. And then once you have a higher profit margin, that means you can spend more on Amazon ads and still be profitable. So you see how everything is connected, right? So that's what you want to do. All right, guys, so hope you enjoyed this round of book reviews. If you guys want more one-on-one dedicated coaching, just like this, but way longer, way more in-depth, that'll, hold your hand through the entire publishing process, I do have a complete Amazon KDP program. You guys can check it out in the first link in the description. You can book a free strategy call to see if this program is a good fit for you. If it is, if I see you inside the program, great. If not, no problem at all. All right, guys, so this is going to be another book review video where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me, and I'll show you exactly how you can improve it to get more sales. If you want me to review your books in future videos like this, then just follow me on Instagram at SeanDowett13. DM me your Amazon link and it might show up in my future videos. All right, let's get started. So the first one is this one, Hannah's Magic Adventures Around the Globe. So there are many issues here. Number one, you have 0 reviews. Number two, your book cover is not the best, right? I don't know if you made this yourself, but the font is very hard to read. It's very small as well. You want the title text to be popping a lot more. The illustration is not my favorite, and your book title can improve too, right? You literally just put Around the Globe for your subtitle when you should be expanding and explaining more about what the book is about. Maybe you can say something like a adventure book for kids featuring the best destinations for Germany, Bosnia, Japan, and rural Iowa while learning friendship or whatever the lesson is if you have that inside your book. But the point is you need to describe your book a little more. This is a little too short, a little too weak of why people should buy this book. And finally, your book is very expensive considering that it has 0 reviews, 0 social proof. So those are all the points that I would improve. Despite that, your book is selling a few copies here and there, which is just a testament to how crazy Amazon is, how big Amazon is, that you can just upload and get sales like this. But if you want to make a lot more money, then these are the things that I would improve. So let's tackle each one. So starting with your book cover, I would probably hire a professional illustrator or professional book cover designer. Someone like this one might work. So she specializes in children's book cover. If this is not your illustration style, then that is fine. You can use somebody else, but I would still try and improve your book cover, right? You can see that the title text is way more prominent over here than what you got. It's the color contrast is a lot more clear than this. This is really, really hard to read. So these are the things that you want to pay attention to when you're getting your book cover. Like this one, Hannah's Adventure Around the World. This image looks like an adventure book too, right? And these are the covers that you can get for just 25 bucks. In terms of getting reviews, the easiest way is to use a site like Book Bounty. So I have a video on explaining how this works. So if you guys want to check it out, I'll leave a link in the description, as well as all the other resources that I will mention in this video. So improve your cover, get more reviews, improve your book title next time. And then in the meantime, I would reduce the price a little bit. Once you start getting more reviews, once you start getting more sales, then you can experiment with higher prices. But going super high price in the beginning is a little tough. All right, so the next one is DIY strength. Do-it-yourself balanced strength training for everyone. So it has 5 reviews, selling at $18.99, and it's at 2 million BSR. So, it sold a couple copies, but very, very little. I think the biggest issue here is the book cover, and also the title is a little vague. Like, I thought this was a balanced exercise, but it's not balanced exercise. It's a balanced strength training for everyone, right? So I think that value proposition, like what the book is about, is a little vague. And by reading the description, it says that the book gives you 3 easy to follow templates for planning your own highly effective strength training workouts. So basically, it's a book about creating your own workout routine, right? So I'll probably put that in the subtitle instead of saying do-it-yourself balanced strength training. Like when you say do-it-yourself balanced strength training, if you say that sentence to most people, they're not gonna know what that means, especially if they're not a advanced lifter. Since you're targeting everyone, you're talking to a lot of beginners as well. So you have to make your title a lot more beginner friendly. So I would do something like how to create a custom workout plan that applies to your schedule and your fitness level, whether you are a complete beginner or a expert or advanced lifter, right? I just came up with that on the spot, so it's not the best, but I feel like it's a lot more clear with what the book is about, and that's what you want to do in the subtitle, is to explain that. Besides that, same thing, 5 reviews isn't gonna cut it. So you can use Book Bounty or other similar services. And same as your book cover. I feel like you DIY'd your book cover as well, and it's not the best. And your book cover is similar to your book title. It should be very clear what the book is about, like literally in a split second. So when I'm scrolling on Amazon and I look at this, I'm not gonna know that this is a strength training book, right? And even after reading the text DIY strength, I'm still confused on what is it? And that is an issue because most people will not give you a chance by going through and actually reading the book description to learn what the book is about, right? There are so many other options for them to choose from. If you have 1,000 reviews and you have this title and book cover, then people are gonna be like, I don't know what this book is about, but the reviews are amazing, so let me, check it out, right? And then they might buy it. But you got 5 reviews. They're not gonna do that. So you have to improve your book cover. If you want a book cover design or recommendation, especially for, these niches, she does a really good job. It's 30 bucks, and you can see that you can create some amazing book covers for that. And so make sure that the book cover design appeals to your audience. Make sure that it explains what the book is about, right? Like this one, Lose Weight for Busy Professionals. I'm not sure if I like this image. So you still got to instruct the designer on how it should be, but as long as you do that, she will do a great job. All right, so the next book is a little better, right? So we got Quinn Never Quit. I'm not sure if it's Quinn Never Quit or Quinn Never Quits. I feel like you need an S here. But teaching kids valuable lessons to help them be successful and happy in life. So what I would do, capitalize each letter of the word, or each first letter of the word. And so this book is at $7.99, 25 reviews, so much better. Great job on getting reviews, all 5 stars too, so that's amazing. The book cover actually I like. It's a lot more professional than the ones we've seen so far. And since the execution is a little better, the BSR is a little better too. It's 700,000. So it's not like amazing, but it's better than millions, right? So what this book is doing well is the book cover and the review. But where it can improve is the subtitle. So you have a subtitle that's a little better. It's explaining what the book is about, right? Teaching kids valuable lessons to help them be successful and happy in life. So it does technically explain the book, but the thing is, teaching lessons to help them be successful and happy is a little vague, right? When you say be successful and happy, what do you mean? Exactly what kind of lessons are the kids going to learn? Because successful and happy is an extremely broad, extremely vague term. So if I was a customer, I would want something a little more, descriptive. So the subtitle could have been a story about determination, grit, and perseverance through Quinn the monkey's journey to space, or something like that. I feel like it's a little more clear, but hopefully you guys get the point with these 3 books that we've reviewed so far, because it's a common issue, right? So once you improve that, I feel like the cover is good, review is good, review obviously keep getting more and more. I think you'll start making more sales, and perhaps you can improve your book price, like increase it. Now you can't really update your book title, so unfortunately you'll have to republish the book if you want to update the title, or you just keep this in mind for the next book, right, when you're doing this. Our next book is Going Greek on Keto. Learn to cook authentic Greek food recipes whilst on the healthy ketogenic diet. So it has 16 ratings. I like that it has many different formats. That's the cool thing with high content books, is you can do ebook, you can do hardcover, you can do paperback, even audiobook. Believe it or not, even though this is like probably a cookbook, or a diet book, you can do audiobooks. So this book is at 757,000 BSR, so similar to the last book. Before I critique the book itself, I want to check if people are even interested in the topic of cooking Greek food while on a ketogenic diet, right? Is the topic in demand? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to another tab, and I'm just going to put Greek ketogenic diet. I'm not sure if this is the best phrase to look for, but let's see what kind of books are popping up. So your book is the second one right here. There is a ketogenic Mediterranean diet. I think Greek food is pretty Mediterranean, if I understand this correctly. So this could be a similar topic, but it's not selling much, right? It's 1 million BSR. We have ketogenic Mediterranean diet, and this one is doing 100,000 BSR. So this is actually selling well with a lot of reviews, okay? So let's see if there are other ones. We got ketogenic Mediterranean diet, 65,000 BSR, so that's good as well. So we have a couple books that are ketogenic Mediterranean diet that is selling pretty decent. So if I were you, right, what I would have done is I would have titled this ketogenic Mediterranean diet, because that is a proven keyword. There are books that are selling on it, and people are searching for that. If you don't want to change the title, if you want to keep this Going Greek on Keto, kind of fancy title, then you can put that ketogenic Mediterranean diet in the subtitle and it'll still rank. If Greek food is not Mediterranean, then you can check for like ketogenic Greek diet, but I'm not really seeing anything. Like I'm not seeing any proof of concept here that people are interested in learning how to cook Greek food while on a ketogenic. It's like a very, very niche market, right? So basically you don't have any proof that this topic is in demand. So that would be the number one thing, is you created a book without validating the topic. Are people even buying books on this topic? Are people even interested in something like this, right? So I'm not quite sure if there's any interest for this, but besides that, I would improve the book cover. Like if I have to improve something, it'll be the title, as I suggested earlier, and also get more reviews. 16 is still very low. And the book cover. So the book cover, I like the text font and the style, but there are way too much space, empty space around the design in the middle. Like you could have zoomed in, a lot more and fill out the cover than all these empty spaces. So like that'll be a quick fix on that. But I would just simply change the background to something else, because these tiles aren't doing anything. And once again, zoom in so that, it's more filled out. But the actual design in the middle looks pretty decent. So that'll be the main thing. All right, next book, Project Progress Notebook, a template to plan productive project status reporting. This is super niche, super niche. Like I'm not sure how many people are looking for Project Progress Notebook, if that's even a keyword. But besides the fact that that might be the case, your book cover, once again, is super basic, right? 13 reviews. It's the same issue. I think there's no proof. There's no demand for this topic. That'll be the number one thing. And then all the other things that we talked about in this video. So I'm not going to repeat it, but I will do the exact same things in terms of how to improve it. All right. So next one, Spiritual Summer, inspiring quotes. Yeah. So same issue, right? 5 reviews. The book cover isn't really doing anything. But going back to the title, so we're reviewing a lot of books with very similar issues. What is this book about? Like if I was a customer scrolling through Amazon and I see this title, it's not intriguing enough. It's not clear enough for me to stop and consider buying, right? What do you mean by inspiring quotes? Inspiring quotes about what? Spiritual summer, is that even a keyword? Is that even something people are looking for, right? I doubt people go to Amazon and type spiritual summer. So where is this phrase coming from? What is this book even about? There are so many unanswered questions here that you have to answer, right? If you're selling a book on Amazon, whether you're doing fiction, whether you're doing nonfiction, the biggest thing you got to understand is you got to clearly explain what your book is about and why people should buy it. You do that in the title, not in the description. I mean, you do that in the description too, but you also do it in the title. Too many people are trying to be fancy with the book title to the point where it's so fancy, it's so cute that it doesn't mean anything, and it doesn't explain the book at all. And they think that's how you succeed, right? Because they keep seeing all these authority figures, all the books in the bookstore are all fancy titles. But what you don't realize is all the books in the bookstores with all the fancy titles are from authority figures with huge audience and huge podcast following, or whatever way they're pushing their books. So SEO doesn't matter to them. Title doesn't matter to them, right? When Oprah creates a book, publishes a book, it doesn't matter what the title is about. Everyone will buy it because it's Oprah. But unless you have the same amount of following, those rules do not apply to you. It's just completely different. You got to play a completely different game, okay? You don't have an audience to sell to, so you have to sell to the Amazon audience. In order for you to show up in front of the Amazon audience, you have to understand what phrases people are searching for, and then you try to use that in your title, right? If you don't want to do that, that's fine. You can run Amazon ads. You can pay money for your book to show up in front of those people. Then your book title, your book cover doesn't matter. But so many people complain that, oh my God, I have to, pay money just to make sales. Of course, because you're not doing proper research, adding the keywords in the title, doing all the things that we talked about, right? So that is how I would improve this book, just like basically the same way I would improve all the other books in this video. Okay, so hope you enjoyed this book review, book roast video. I'm never nice in these videos, but I try to be honest, right? I try to be honest and tell you what it takes to make money with this business. So if you like the honesty, if you like the no BS approach, then make sure to subscribe, leave a like for these videos so I can make more. If you guys want to work with us so that we can help you scale your KDP business to the next level, I do have a coaching program. It comes with a complete A to Z course. So you're going to have a video course, but also one-on-one coaching. That's also part of the package. and you get to work with a coach one-on-one. The coach is very successful, right? It's not just a coach that is outsourced. They actually make a lot of money with KDP themselves, and you get to sit down one-on-one, ask any questions, ask me any questions, those kind of things. So if you want to check it out, the first link in the description is a link. You can scroll down, check out the testimonials. You can also apply to book a free call and see if this is a good fit for you, right? It's not just like anyone can join. You got to talk to us. If we feel like you're not a good fit, we might not even sell this to you, right? So basically, we really don't know until we talk to you, but that'll be the first link in the description. Also, all the tools and resources that I mentioned for this video is also in the description below. Before watching our next book roast, ask yourself if your book is making the same crucial mistakes.
So this is the first book, What If I Fall? What If You Fly? A children's story book about how we can create magic in someone else's life by showing simple gestures of empathy, support, and persistence. So I like the title. The only thing is you should probably capitalize the first letter of each word. Besides that, you have amazing reviews of 76 reviews, 4.9 review average. One thing that stands out to me is the book cover. The book cover is very, very empty. Like there's a lot of empty spaces here that you could probably fill it up with different text, illustrations, and whatnot. So if you scroll down here, right, these are other books on the topic, and you can see that it fills out the cover a lot better, right? The main character, the background designs, the text, this is kind of the typical children's book style that you want to go with. This person right here, Alicia Ortego, super successful children's book author, right? And this is her design. So you have the main characters, and the image takes up about half of the book cover, and the other half is the title. I always say that the title has to be big and clear. Literally half of the book cover can be your just title text, and that's fine. You can see that it's working here. This is her other book, same thing. Half the cover is title text, and then you have the image of the character, right? So going back to this, what I would do is I'll probably move the burrs lower. So like have the burrs here in the bottom third of the cover, and I will make the title text way bigger and also horizontally. I'm not gonna do this like, twisty thing with the title text because it's hard to read, right? Instead, you would just use the first 50% of the book cover space, which is what if I fall, what if you fly, right? Just big, clear text, super easy to read. I think doing that will improve the cover a lot more. Although I'm not a designer, I've worked with a lot of books, right? Personally for myself, also for our students. Typically, this is the structure that you want to take. Now, it's a little tricky because usually I recommend you to just work with a book cover designer on Fiverr or somewhere else, but you wrote this and illustrated yourself, so you would just have to kind of do this yourself and update the book cover. So once you do that, I think the next thing is just marketing, because you have amazing reviews, right? So once the book cover looks better, your title is pretty good, right? And your reviews are amazing, so it is time to just tell more people about this book. Now, you can run Amazon ads. You do have to pay for it, but it's one of the fastest ways to get more sales. But if you want to do this for free, I do think since you are publishing it under your name, this is your story and also your illustration, the best way is just to share it on TikTok. So this is someone not in the same genre as your book, but this is a example of what you can do to promote your books. Literally just order a copy of your book and just film it and talk about it, and make a bunch of videos. Each video, as you can see, only really get 100, 200 views, right? Very, very, very little. And yet, once in a while, for some reason, it just pops here and there. So this book, 126,000 views. All of a sudden, right? So it's like 100 views, 126,000. And then now we have 30,000 views here. And sometimes it just goes viral, like this one, 10 million views. And imagine how many sales this person got from this, right? This book was the #1 best-selling book in the entire Amazon store during the last Q4. So you can see that this is a free method. It takes some time, but you just show up and talk every single day. So you just have to be consistent. The work you do is not hard. It's just that the consistency, being consistent, is hard, right? Most people cannot stick to things for like more than 3 days. So, if you can be the few that can stick to things for months, then you will be very successful, right? So that is what I recommend. Improve the book cover and start marketing it on social media. Our next book is Skincare Secrets, The Science Behind Flawless Skin, No BS. So this book is bad in many, many ways, right? So first of all, Skincare Secrets, I highly doubt that people are looking for this topic. Also, the title is bad, Skincare Secrets. What will be better is if you have like a how-to title, especially for these nonfiction books. How-to title work really well. So like how to get flawless skin, even if you have acne prone skin all your life or something. So like how to get desired results even if you have common objections, right? That's a really good, easy nonfiction title example. You don't want to be fancy like skincare secrets, right? It's again, try not to do that. The subtitle, The Science Behind Flawless Skin, okay, explains the book a little bit more, but you want to expand this, right? Talk more about exactly what the book is about, who it's for, and what you're going to learn, okay? So since you have the no BS angle, you could be like, the 10 no BS strategies to get flawless skin for teens and adults, even if you have these struggles, like I said, earlier. So that's a pretty good subtitle structure as well. Try and implement that. You can actually just take that template, put it into ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, hey, I'm creating a book on skincare. This is the template that I want to follow. Give me some title ideas, and you can get a really nice title, at least a draft of it from ChatGPT. Now, issue number 2 is you have 0 reviews. So you have to get reviews. There's no going around it. So you can't like upload, do nothing, get no reviews, and you're like, why am I not making sales? That's not good. So you have to get reviews. So if you want to learn the best ways to get reviews, you can look up Sean DeWitt reviews on YouTube, or I'll also leave a link to one of the videos that I've made in the description below. Third issue is the book cover, right? So the book cover is like just stock image and then a text slapped onto it, which is like the bare minimum effort that you put into this, and it's just not good enough. Okay, so I looked up how to get clear skin because I do think that's the best keyword for your topic, and you can see that it has 107 results only, which is very, very few. So that's another issue, is that you didn't validate the topic. Like, are people even looking for a book on this topic? And the answer is no. No other book on getting clear skin is selling. So there's really no point in making a book, right? So no one's interested in this topic. So even if you create a book on it, you're not going to make any sales because there's no customers, there's no demand. But anyways, so I'm looking at the other books on this topic. They're all not selling, right? But there's this one book that is doing okay. I mean, it's not selling, much still. So don't go into this keyword. But if I have to choose a book cover design, it'll be this. Okay, the Clear Skin Protocol. I also found this one, which looks pretty nice as well and professional. Clean skin from within. So you kind of want to go with this angle. In terms of how you can get a book cover like that, what you can do is hire a professional cover designer. There are a bunch of them. I recommend a couple, in different videos. For this one, I'll probably recommend someone like Olina. So she's on Fiverr, and I'll leave a link in the description if you guys want to check it out. But for $35, she will create a nonfiction book cover for you. And it looks pretty good, right? So you want to work with her, obviously give her suggestions, send her these designs and tell her that you like these so that she can create something similar. Not ripping off the best-selling books, right? But get ideas from it and create something on your own. So the next book is Murder on the Way, a Camino de Santiago mystery. So I think this is a murder mystery book. It's a fiction book, right? And it's not selling much. It has 13 reviews, which is not a lot, but the rating is good, which is a good thing. I think the biggest thing is the book cover. Once again, it's not really the typical style that I see for this genre. So the best way to identify what kind of book cover you should have in terms of design, you would basically look at your best-selling competitors, right? And you want to try and find patterns. Like if all your competitors are creating their book cover design in certain ways, it's probably for a reason. So essentially they did the research for you, and you can learn from it and apply it into your book cover as well. So first we have to identify our competitors, right? So I typed in Murder Mystery Mexico. I'm not sure what your book topic is about, so that's why I'm guessing it's like a murder mystery story in Mexico. So that is why this is what I typed in, but these are the top books ranking on it. So this is Murder Mystery Mexico. Maybe this is not the vibe of your book. If that's the case, that's fine. But you want to go with the book that is selling the most. This maybe fits the vibe, right? It's selling decently as well, where it's not the best, but something. All of these other ones are not the best. Okay, so you probably wouldn't want to copy this. This looks interesting too. So this one, murder mystery, Mexico vibes, right? So perhaps you want to, learn from that and then apply it into your book cover. But essentially the steps of identifying what kind of designs you should create is identify your best-selling competitors, right? See if you can find patterns in terms of what kind of covers they have. As an example, what I mean by patterns is that some common thing that you consistently see in multiple book covers, right? Like what I feel with Mexico is the book cover color is always yellow or orange, because even in Breaking Bad, right? Every time they went to Mexico, they added a yellow filter in the scenes of Mexico, right? So I don't know, it has this like yellow orange vibe to it. And you can see the same thing on these books. Like all of these book covers are pretty much yellow or orange, except for this one. This is not even selling much anyways. But you know, you have the yellow orange vibe to it, like this one, right? Orange, orange. You know, this is a real pick, but this is also kind of orange as well. So you probably want to take that into your book cover. But essentially what I mean is try and find commonalities, patterns like that, extract that, apply it to your book. I'm not saying to just rip off a design, right? You take those elements and create something new for yourself. So if you need a cover designer recommendation, she does fiction as well. So you can test her out. You can see that it's pretty decent. Like this is a fiction book, and this is also a fiction book as well. So it's $10 per cover. If you want to check it out, the link is in the description below. So the next book is Be Attitudes. Be kind, practicing nonviolence, teaching moral principles of being kind to all living creatures as taught in yoga yamas and niyamas to build a kinder, more compassionate world. All right, so number one, the subtitle is way too long to where it's cutting off, right? So don't do that. Keep it shorter, keep it more concise. Number two, you can capitalize the first letter of each word. I think it looks better. As you can see, this title looks a lot better than this subtitle because you're not capitalizing it. Also, I don't know what this parentheses is. Also, you don't have to put a period at the end of the subtitle. So, you know, it's just extra space that you use up. The subtitle is also wordy. So you've added way too much words. Be kind, practicing nonviolence. So this is like the first part of the subtitle, and then you also kind of added more, you know, here. You could have combined this and made it a lot shorter. Now, one of the easiest ways is to actually take this, go to ChatGPT and ask, this is my current subtitle. It is too long. Can you make this more concise while keeping the main points I mentioned below and make it more professional? And I just typed in the subtitle. So let's see what we get from here. So we got be kind, embracing nonviolence and compassion through yogas, yamas, and niyamas, right? So that kind of summarizes the subtitle, make it a lot shorter. But what ChatGPT do not know is that this is a book about bees. It's not really about yoga, yamas, and stuff. I guess it's, you know, taking the concept. So what I want to do is tell it that it's actually about bees and then expand the subtitle according to that. So the prompt I asked is, thanks, the book is actually a story about bees' journey through the world while it learns compassion and non-violence through the Yoga Yama and Niyama's teachings. Can you add that aspect in the subtitle? We got it, but it was a little short, so I just said make it a bit longer. And we have a bee's journey through the world, discovering compassion and non-violence through Yoga Yamas and Niyamas. I guess it just copied what I said. The story of a bee's journey to understand compassion and non-violence through the wisdoms of Yogas, Yamas, and Niyamas. So if we take this subtitle, I feel like it'll make it a lot shorter while still explaining what the book is about. So that's number one. Number two is that the illustration simply is not the best, unfortunately. I don't know if you are, okay, so you are illustrating this yourself. I respect that. Yeah, so it's kind of tough to critique, you know, saying, hey, the design is not good because you're making this yourself. But I do think if you want to increase sales, it's less about marketing. And right now it is more about illustrating and kind of improving the illustrations because we need a little bit more emotions from the bees, you know, kind of like it's just one face, one position of the bee for every single page, right? It kind of almost feels like it's a stock image that you're clipping for every page for the bee, but you're illustrating this, right? So I feel like the bee can have a little bit more motion, different poses and stuff like that. And yeah, trying to improve the illustrations, you know, a little bit more, right? From here, once you do so, you can improve the book cover as well because the book cover is not the best. You don't need to have this extra space around, right? Make sure the title is big. As I always teach is you want a big title, bold, super easy to read. These title fonts are very small, very weak. It's too thin. We don't want that, okay? So look at your competitors and see how you can learn from it. You know, look at your competitor children's book covers and once again, like take aspects from it. But right now, I think the main thing is the title is too wordy, you know, it's confusing, but also the illustration itself is not the most attractive thing in the world and it's not getting much sales. So you do want to improve there. All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed the book review. I'll try and do more if people watch it, but these series, typically people don't really watch much, so we'll see. But if you want me to review your books in the future, then you can follow me on Instagram at SeanDeWitt13, DM me your book, and I'll review it in future videos. If you want to learn more about my Amazon KDP coaching program, it's the first link in the description below, as well as all the tools and resources that I mentioned in this video, also in the description. To be completely honest, the wait list is probably like a year long for me to get around to your book at this point, because I got so many people messaging me regarding this. So I don't know when I'll get to it, but if you want to try, you can DM me your book. With that being said, let's get right into the first one. So the first one is Gut Health Guide for IBS, a holistic approach for all ages, tips on gluten, onion, garlic-free diet, mindset, exercises, time, and stress management with natural remedies. So I do like that you expanded the subtitles. So, you've added a lot of words to describe what the book is about, try to squeeze in the benefits like stress management with natural remedies and whatnot. I do think it's a little wordy. You probably could have worded this a lot better, but it's not the worst thing in the world, right? And also the title, Gut Health Guide for IBS, that is probably something that people could search on Amazon. So it has that, SEO element as well. So I do like that. You got 25 reviews with 4.9 average, which is good as well. So why is this book not selling? Well, probably because the cover is really, really bad, right? So the book cover is, it looks very, very AI generated. Like this looks horrible. I don't even know what this is, to be honest. Like the ceiling light looks more like mushrooms going crazy over here. And this image of the table really isn't doing anything. So you basically got a, AI generated image, and you use Canva to add text above and below it. And that is just not good enough. If you just scroll down a little bit here, these are your competition, right? Gut Health for IBS. So, this book is selling 100,000 BSR. So it's, doing okay. And other books in similar topics are doing a lot better, right? But essentially your competition is creating books like these, like book covers like these. So you have to create something, on par with this. And this book cover is significantly worse. So what I do suggest you do is to hire a professional book cover designer. I will suggest you to use this one. She says business, nonfiction, and self-help. It's $35 for a book cover, so it's not too bad. Since you are in the health and wellness niche, I would suggest you contact her first to kind of confirm if she can do it. But, she has the design skills to kind of help you out with a lot of things. These are the samples. Some are mediocre, but some are really good, like this one, right? So you do have to guide the designer still, right? It's not like she will completely handle everything. You still want to guide her on what kind of design you want. And what you should be doing is show the best-selling books of your competitors, right? And tell her, these are the vibes of all my best-selling competitors, right? So I want something like this, not exactly the same. Don't just copy it, but get the vibe, model, the design, and then create something unique for us. So that is what I recommend. If she cannot do a health book, then just find someone else on Fiverr. You should be good to go there. If you want to try her out, I will leave a link in the description below. All right, next book is The Quest for the Stolen Diamond, Leo and Lolo. All right, so, this is a fiction book, right? So I'm reading the description here. It says a interactive action book for clever little snoopers. Clever little snoopers is a phrase that you're being too cute here. It's much better if you just describe, for kids, this age range, whatever, right? Which you say here. So the detective novel is for curious kids aged 6 to 10 years old who love a good mystery with a touch of spookiness and cliffhangers along the way. All right, so number one, I don't think this book cover is really good for kids 6 to 10 years old, right? But before we do that, the way you title the book, you really have to describe what the book is about, okay? And even for fiction books. So this one, you say here in the description, the detective novel book for curious kids age 6 to 10, right? You should put that right here in the subtitle. So the full title will be The Quest for the Stolen Diamond, a detective novel for curious kids aged 6 to 8. That would be a little better. Obviously, you can expand that, to make it even better from there. So that is the number one issue, is the title is way too vague. You have to be way more clear, because if your title doesn't really explain what the book is about or why people should read it, then they're just going to scroll past it. They're not even going to give you, the minute to read the description to learn more about the book, right? Unless your book cover is absolutely amazing, which this is not the case, right? So your book cover, once again, you got a AI generated image slapped onto a background, image that doesn't match with what you got going on here, with a, stock image of the diamond and a text above. So you most likely made this yourself on Canva, and that's cool. But really, once again, if you want to make big money with KDP, you need a professional book cover. And if you can make that on Canva yourself, that's amazing. But 9 times out of 10, people don't have the design skills to do so. And when you can just outsource, your book cover for, let's say, $10, $20, $30 and get something significantly better, then, if you are trying to do this as a business, that is probably a smart investment. So I'll leave a link to another Fiverr gig that can potentially do this. She does more fiction books as well. So this gig starts from $10. These are some of the samples. These are non-fiction books, but it looks pretty good. And here are some fiction books. So this is kind of a gory fiction that we have. And we also have this style as well. So try and communicate with the designer the style that you want. And if you're brand new to this and you don't even know what kind of style you should go for, for your book cover, then the best thing to do, once again, is to look up your topic and learn from the best-selling competitors that you have, right? So in your case, your topic is a detective novel for kids or detective stories for kids. So I literally typed that in the search bar and I get these ones popping up. This is the best-selling one, and it kind of has a Scooby-Doo kind of vibe to it, which probably is what you want to go for. Same as this one right here. I think the cover looks nice, although it's not selling too well, right? This is selling pretty good, and I think this fits the genre really, really well. So these are the covers that you want to go for, and tell that to the designer so she can create that for you. Our next book is the Dark Academia coloring book, Midnight Apothecary. So same thing, Midnight Apothecary doesn't really mean anything. Who is this book for, right? You should have put that, in the subtitle. As an example, Coco Rio, the most successful coloring book brand right now, they always have the same subtitle structure, which is, I think it was something like super cute coloring book for adults and teens, featuring animals hanging out, doing cozy scenes or something like that. So you can see that subtitle is way more descriptive. It tells you exactly what scenes it has, what characters, the adorable animals, and who it's for, which is adults and teens. So that is exactly what you want to do for your coloring book as well. Besides that, the next thing that pops up is your review ratio is bad, which means people aren't really happy with your book. If you go and take a look, these are the interiors. I'm curious if this is AI generated or not. Let's go and take a look why people aren't happy. And it looks like that's exactly the reason why, right? People are saying it's AI generated. There are a lot of AI issues like this. So because you have this issue and you get genuinely bad reviews because of that, I honestly think there's nothing you can do to fix this book, because even if you try to get more reviews, it's just going to be negative anyways. So you have to basically do a complete overhaul of the interior pages, basically recreating this book to where at that point you should just make a whole new book anyways, instead of trying to update and save this book. Now, I'm not against using AI for coloring books. I think AI is absolutely amazing. I use AI all the time, but the problem is you cannot just copy paste from AI because it has all those issues, right? So what you have to do is you have to go to Photoshop after you generate the images, and you have to fix those parts out so that there's no AI, issues, right? So if you cannot do that, yourself, if you don't have the Photoshop skills, then you can hire other people. Once again, we're going back to Fiverr. You don't have to necessarily use Fiverr, by the way. It's not like I'm, a Fiverr ambassador or anything like that, right? It's just Fiverr is easy. If you can find other people to do it for you, other sites, no problem. But if you do want to check this out, this gig will help you fix AI images. As you can see here, there's a lot of like before and after and whatnot. But, you have to do this for every single page. It's probably going to add up. Even though it is $5, per gig, you have to order multiple gigs because you have a lot of pages. So you can do that. Or if you don't want to do that, then you can also just hire a illustrator that can create hand-drawn coloring books for you instead of relying on AI. But either way, this is a quality of the book issue, and there's really nothing you can do. If your book gets genuine bad reviews, you really have to just solve that problem before you do anything else. Our next book is Radiant Affirmations, a coloring book of beautiful positivity. So the reason why this book is struggling to sell, my first thought is because there's no keyword in the title. So affirmations coloring book is actually a keyword. However, you separated that keyword and you put radiant affirmations in the title and you put a coloring book of beautiful positivity, right? What would have been better is if you put an affirmation coloring book for adults and teens to, embrace beautiful positivity, another benefit, stretch out the subtitle a little bit more, and then you have a cool title as well. Or maybe you can just keep Radiant Affirmations, a affirmation coloring book for adults and teens, and then continue, right? So that is how you can optimize the SEO balanced title, right? Which, helps Amazon find your book and rank your book easier, but also it sounds nice. Okay, you want to do both. Now, the next thing, the book cover is pretty good, I would say. I like the color. I like colorful book covers because, Amazon has a white background, so colorful book covers stands out really nicely. I do think the title can be a little bigger, right? So you should have probably moved these surrounding elements more in the back and just had a bigger title that took up more space. I think that is the only change that I would make. Another option you could do is just straight up take your interior, right? Color it in, and then, just change this text right here to the title that you have. That's probably the best bet when it comes to coloring books. That's typically what people do with their book covers is take the best looking interior, color it in, and then they'll just put the title above it. Like these ones, right? So yours, is not really the interior. It's just a bunch of flowers. Well, these are the best-selling books, and you can see that that's exactly what they're doing. This is the interior, right? And also this is one of the interiors, I believe, and it's colored in, right? Partially. And they have the title here. So that's kind of the style that you want to do with coloring books. Now, if you need help with someone coloring in your coloring page, you can actually send this to a illustrator on Fiverr. So you look up coloring book illustrator and you just ask them like, how much would it cost you to fill out a page in color and create a book cover for me? So, that's something that you can negotiate with them, and then you can improve the book cover as well. But I think that would be my suggestion is since you have enough reviews, the review ratio is good, which means people are happy with the book, right? Next time, try and improve on the book title. Make sure that the keyword is there because then you will have more organic sales, but also, improve the book cover a little bit more. And then you can start running ads, do social media marketing, whatever marketing tactic. But first you have to improve the book listing because that'll make your marketing a lot easier. Our next book, Coloring Book Tribal Women's Beauty for Adults and Teens. Color and relax with 50 tribal women's pictures. All right, so is this AI? I'm not sure. I kind of have a feeling that it's AI, but so far your reviews are good. So that's the main thing. So you haven't made any sales, as you can see here, although this is in the Amazon Spanish market. I just switched to the Amazon US market, and I guess it's the same. You didn't make any sales. I do think the reason is because it's similar to the last book. You didn't keyword optimize this. Instead of saying, Coloring Book Tribal Women's Beauty, you should have called it, let's say like, Tribal Woman Coloring Book. I don't know if that's a keyword. You have to check what keywords people are searching for, right? So I typed in the topic, Tribal Woman Coloring Book, and I am looking at what other books is on this topic and are they actually selling? And I don't see a single book that's on the topic of tribal woman coloring book selling, right? Because yours is literally the third book that pops up. And this other one here is also not selling at all. So this is a, very typical pattern of you creating the book, just from, coming up with ideas from your head, but you didn't actually validate if that topic is something people are even looking for. Looking at this, there's no other books, on this topic selling, which means there's not a lot of demand. So there's nothing you can do to, improve sales if no one's really interested in the topic, right? Perhaps it's not discovered. Like, I think the design is cool, and, I'm sure there's a niche market to it. So if you actually market it and show it to your target audience, then I feel like they might buy. But even with that, the niche is very small. So you're not gonna make a lot of money, right? So that's the thing. Make sure you validate the topic before you actually create the book on it. And if you need help on how to do every single step that I mentioned in this video, I do have a Amazon KDP coaching program, which is the first link in the description. You can click on it. It'll take you to a page like this. You can watch the video to learn more about it. And you can click this button to apply to a free call, right? And this free call is not a free coaching call. This is a free call to determine if our coaching program is a good fit for you. If we determine that it is a good fit, if you decide that it sounds good and you want to join, then you can join. And it comes with a complete Amazon KDP program, as well as one-on-one coaching, right? We literally will sit down with you one-on-one and check your keyword, check your title, check your cover. Basically what I've done here, but way more in depth. Okay, to make sure that you're not messing up, because we noticed that if we just provide video courses, like most people will not get it. Even though the video course will kind of explain what to do, most people will still mess up, right? So that's why this extra eye on checking exactly what you're doing And giving you pointers, we found is very, very helpful, and it's helping a lot of students. Students are, doing pretty well, right? So that is one. Also, you get group coaching calls, you get the community, you get a bunch of bonuses and this and that. So if you want to learn more about it, first off, this page, if you scroll down, it does talk about all the bonuses and the actual course content, also all the testimonials. Very, very few actually. It's not all of it, right? So just a portion of testimonials and whatnot. And if you're interested, once again, you can apply from here. But with that being said, hope you enjoyed this video. I will end it here, but we'll do it again. And hopefully we'll get to your book in 1 year from now or something. I don't know.
If you're struggling to get sales for your books on Amazon KDP, then watch this video because I'm going to show you the mistakes that you might be making and how to fix it. This is a subscriber book review series that I do where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me and show you exactly what to do to make more sales on Amazon. If you want me to review your books in the future, then all you have to do is follow me on Instagram and DM me your book. All right, so with that being said, let's get started with the first book, which is this one, Dogman Declassified: Evidence for Present-Day Werewolves' Existence. By the way, guys, real quick, if you want to go through a 7-day challenge where I walk you through the entire step of the publishing process to go from idea to actually publishing a book in 7 days, which as you can see is showing up as a banner ad right here if you have AMZ Suggestion Expander. If you don't have that, I'll leave a link to this challenge in the description below. But people are loving it so far, and it's a great challenge, especially if you are a beginner in this business. But anyways, going back to it, I honestly thought this was a fiction book, but it sounds like this is a kind of a non-fiction book talking about some evidence that werewolves are actually real, right? Like, I think that's what the book is about. I honestly have never heard of this niche. So I looked up Dogman sighting, and there's only 22 results for this, which is super, super small. And none of these books are selling. Like, this one's not selling. This one is 85,000, but it's in the audiobook category, which for audiobooks, anything over 40,000 is too high. Like, it's not selling, right? So this one on Bigfoot, not selling, not selling, not selling. There's not a single book that's selling, specifically on Dogman, like, citing Dogman kind of in the Bigfoot category, like conspiracy theory. So instead I looked up werewolf sighting, and your book shows up as #1, which means the keyword is super, super low competition. And you can see that none of the books on this topic is selling well. So essentially the mistake that you've made is you created a book on a topic that no one's interested in, right? None of the books on this topic is selling well. There's nothing that proved to you that this book is a popular topic. Maybe you're personally interested in this, right? And that's cool. And maybe, if you go into like niche YouTube channels and stuff, there might be people watching those videos. But in terms of people who are actually buying books, there's no one buying books on this topic. So there's honestly nothing you can do to fix this book because there's just no demand. So next time before you actually create the book, make sure you check the demand, because then you wouldn't waste so much time creating a book no one wants, right? So unfortunately, that is a takeaway here. All right, so the next book is Confident Introvert: A Practical Guide to Connecting with Others at Networking Events and Beyond. So it has 61 reviews, but it's over 1 million BSR. So communication skills niche is actually pretty good. Like, it's a good self-help niche. It's evergreen, and a lot of books are selling well in the communication skills niche, right? So that's not the issue. The issue I see here is that you've niched down way too much. So not only did you niche down to communication skills for introverts, right? But you niche down to specifically just networking events, which is like a super tiny niche that you can niche down to. If you just stopped at improving your communication skills as an introvert, I'm sure there was a market for this. So I actually searched up communication skills for introvert, 1,000 results, so not too bad, right? And we have this one book, The Introvert Advantage. It's 85,000 BSR, so it's like not the best, but not the worst as well. It's selling. The Introvert's Way. This one is 60,000 BSR, so a little better, making some money. And this book right here actually proves me wrong. So initially I said, I think niching down to networking events for introverts is way too small, but this book is actually selling at 40,000 BSR. So I'm actually be wrong here, because this book is exactly about the topic, which is introverts' edge to networking, and it's selling. Although since this is an authority figure, they probably have, a large following and stuff like that, driving sales. And based on looking at all the other books, it seems like really the only one that's selling is this one, right? So there's just one authority figure that's selling well with 400 reviews. So it really doesn't tell me that the niche is profitable, to be honest. I think if you want to stay in the communication skills niche, what I would probably do is not niche down specifically to like introverts, or just stop there, communication skills for introverts, and not do the networking angle. Because once again, even though there's one book that is proving to you that it's like okay level success, there are no other books telling us that it can do really well, right, with this niche, to the point where I'm not sure if it's worth going in. But taking a step back, like I said earlier, communication skills niche in general is pretty good, right? So maybe you want to play in a little bit of a bigger field. Next book is Public Image, Private Heart, a slow burn K-drama romance, K-drama love story. So this is actually a good title, right? So I always say you have to explain what the book is about. And also for fiction, you want to kind of mention the category, and that's exactly what you do, right? So you have a cool, catchy title, and then the subtitle is a slow burn K-drama romance. So that's kind of explaining the category, which is perfect. So good job on that. So I don't really know the niche much. I never looked into the K-drama fiction niche, but the cover looks okay. And you have 37 reviews with good ratings, so which is also a great job. So I scroll down here, and I'm looking at these other book covers, which is your competitors, right? And so the customers who bought this book also bought these ones, and the book cover style is a guess little different. So I'm curious if you're going into the K-drama niche, right? K-drama fiction. I wonder if these book cover designs is something you want to go for, or if this can work. I personally think this isn't a bad book cover. I think it's pretty good. So I think your next step here is to simply just market the book. Now with fiction, typically you want to create a series too, by the way. So you only have one book, right? You want to have multiple books so you can make more money from the customer, because customer is gonna buy one book and then they like the story, so they're gonna go and buy the second one, the third one. And usually fiction authors run marketing heavily, right? And they pay a lot of money with Facebook ads, Amazon ads, and they try to get people into the first book. And then from there, they make money from the second and the third and the fourth. They often lose money to get customers for the first book, but they make it up from book number 2, 3, 4, basically their backlog, right? So you want to do the same thing. So basically creating a series of it and do a rapid release. So basically publishing a book once a month, and also just run ads. So if you're not running Amazon ads yet and you're curious how to do it, then I do have a step-by-step tutorial. So you can look it up on YouTube, something like Sean Dolwood Amazon ads, and it should show up. All right, so the next book is Self-Esteem Workbook for Teen Girls, a faith-based guide to build confidence, embrace individuality, overcome insecurities, and step into the unique masterpiece God created you to be. Boldly me. All right, the title is good. Right, it explains what the book is about. The title is a keyword, which is good. Your book cover is attractive. I think the colors pop in. The image kind of represents the teen aspect of it, so I do like it. So your book is at 300,000 BSR, so it's selling here and there, but not a ton, right? And I think the main reason is you only have 27 reviews. Another thing I want to check here is if people are actually interested in self-esteem workbook for teen girls, specifically for Christian teen girls, because you niche down multiple times here. Not only did you do self-esteem workbook, you did for teens and for girls who are Christians, right? Because you put the God created you to be, aspect of it. So that is exactly what I searched here. Self-esteem workbook for Christian teen girls, and your book shows up as number 1 here, right? And then this second one right here is the ultimate self-esteem workbook for teens. But it has nothing about being a Christian or faith-based thing. It's selling really well. This one book is doing $1,000 a month. And you may think that, oh, it's the same topic, right? Self-esteem workbook for teens. But you actually niche down twice from here. This is just for teens. You did teen girls, so you niche down into girls. But on top of that, once again, Christians, right? So your audience size is, a lot smaller. But if we can find other books on the topic that is selling well, then that still tells us that it's profitable, right? So let's try and find that here. So this book is a teen girls Bible study book. So the positioning is a little different. It's not really a self-esteem workbook. This is more so a Bible study book. It's selling really well. So perhaps it's another niche that you can potentially go into. This is a self-love workbook for teen girls, but it does not have the Christian aspect, although it's selling well. So perhaps unless we can find a Christian angle to this, which this book right here, Make Great Decisions, Christian Workbook for Teen Girls. So it's not really self-esteem, it's more so how to make good decisions. It's doing okay, right? So it's not the best or anything, but it's selling here and there, although it's not exactly about self-esteem. So based on this is my takeaway. Self-esteem for teen girls niche, there are a lot of books that are doing really well, like Self-Esteem Workbook for Teens. This book is doing at $900 a month. Self-Love for Teen Girls, doing pretty good, right? And a lot of books that are more so self-esteem, self-love for just teens, doing well. But if you niche down further into teen girls or Christian teen girls or faith-based workbook, you know, basically that aspect, your audience size is a lot lower. And for that reason, you're number one on it, but you're not making a lot of sales. So next time, what I recommend is to not niche down so much. The good news is you already have the skills to create a really good book, right? This book is attractive. It's just that you niche down too much. But what if you just go and create a self-esteem workbook for just teens, right? Or self-confidence workbook for teens? You know, you can create a book that is competitive, comparable to these top books, because I can tell that you have a good cover design skill. You got good understanding of the book title, right? And you can get reviews. So essentially you can just pivot a little bit and make a lot more money. Now, if you specifically want to go into the Christian angle, then that's completely fine too. There are other books, other angles, like this one right here, Teen Girls Bible Study Book, that's doing well. So maybe you want to go into this angle. But the point is, you have to confirm that, you know, people are buying books on your topic. And in this case, you were the first book in it. So, you know, you could have hit a jackpot. Like maybe you were the first and you make a lot of money. But in this case, maybe it was just too much niching down happening. All right, guys, I'll end the video here, but what you're seeing here where I actually sit down, analyze the book, tell you exactly what to do, what to fix to get more sales, that is actually something that you get if you join our complete Amazon KDP coaching program. So this is actually not just a course, right? It's a course plus coaching hybrid, and we offer one-on-one coaching calls if you join. So you actually get to do one-on-one calls with a coach that has done over 10K per month from their own KDP business, and they will review your books just like how I did in this video, and they'll tell you if the book is good, you know, if it's bad, how to fix it before you actually publish it. So this is how we can help you avoid these mistakes, and this is one of the best bonus that we can offer, although we have a lot of other bonuses, because this thing comes with a full course, one-on-one calls, group calls, a private community, low content, medium content masterclass, templates, you know, cheat sheets, 150 profitable topics, just a bunch of bonuses, right? And we're adding a lot more. So if you guys want to learn more about our coaching program, then you can click on the first link in the description. It takes you a page like this. You can fill out the form, apply for a free call, and on the free strategy call, you can learn more about it, ask us any questions you want, make sure whatever you have to make sure before you join. We also have to make sure if you are a good fit for our program, right? Because sometimes we do deny people to join as well. So if you want to learn more, then check out the first link in the description, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend also in the description below. This is a subscriber book review series that I often do. If you want me to review your books in future videos like this, then just follow me on Instagram at SeanDoe13 and DM me your book. All right, so let's get started with the first one. So this is a hiking logbook, travel size hiking journal with space for photos or drawings and prompts to write in and record your trail, adventures, and memory. I think the subtitle is a little wordy, but basically it's a hiking logbook. I think the image is pretty nice, and you have 29 reviews, which is good, but your book is not selling much. It is over 1 million BSR. So the main reason is because hiking logbook is a very, very competitive keyword. And I'm assuming you're not running ads here. Even if you're running ads, it's hard to profit if your book is at $6.95 because your per sale royalty is like $1, right? So it's really, really hard if you're paying 50 cents per click and you're making $1 in royalties, which means every 2 clicks, you have to make a sale just to break even. And 50% conversion rate is super, super hard, like almost impossible. And this is exactly why if you want to make big money, I don't really recommend these generic low content books. It is just really hard to differentiate yourself and stand out. But with that being said, let's go and actually check out the niche or the keyword. So I looked up hiking logbook. There's 30,000 results, which is a lot, right? That really shows the competition. There are books that are selling well. Like this one's 24,000 BSR, $32 a day. This is 25 bucks a day, but it has 2,000 reviews. Surprisingly, there are books with just 21 reviews. That's not even new, right? That's ranked on page 1. But the thing is, it's not selling much, right? 600,000 BSR is not a lot. So basically, no other books are really selling on the topic. Like this one is 247,000, but that's like one copy or one sale every 2 days, which is not a lot, right? It's really not worth going into this niche, especially if you're trying to make life-changing income. Like if you just want 10 bucks a month, 50 bucks a month, yeah, you can do these niches, but it's just way too small. So honestly, my biggest advice is to try and avoid these low content book niches, because doing guided journals are okay, but you have to be able to sell your book for a pretty good amount, not $6.99. That's way too low. And if you're going into a keyword where everyone else is selling their books at $6.99, super low profit margin, essentially no one's winning. They can have a really low BSR and they can still not be profitable because of the profit margin. So I highly recommend you go into niches where you can price your book higher, right? So you have higher profit margin. And typically speaking, these generic journals is not that kind of niche. And that is why all these other YouTube videos talking about how you can publish generic journals and make 10K a month, most of the time, people who say that have no idea what they're talking about. Our next book is Multiple Choice Trivia Questions for Know-It-All Adults, jam-packed with utterly random questions from the bizarre to the funny, designed to be challenging hours of fun. So I actually like the title. I never looked into the multiple choice trivia questions niche, so let's actually check it out. So specifically multiple choice trivia questions, there's not a lot of books on the topic and none of these books are selling well. But if you scroll down from your book, there are a lot of other normal trivia books, not the multiple choice specifically. I mean, trivia is pretty much multiple choice anyways, right? So I don't think you had to mention multiple choice and you could have just said, trivia book, but you can see that these books are selling pretty good, right? I guess this is the UK market, so how much you're making per day is lower, but it's still doing 100, 200 bucks a month, which is decent. And even for your book, right, you have 0 reviews and you're still making sales, which means there is demand if you're making organic sales like that. Now, what I would improve here is your book cover. The text is super hard to read, so just try and fix that. Having a text-based cover is completely fine. Yours is just 100% text, right? There's no design or anything. And that is completely fine. Just make your title a lot more readable. So you can easily update this by using a designer like this one. It's just $15. She can create a new book cover for you. So you can test it out. If you want to try her out, I'll leave a link in the description below. The next thing is you got 0 reviews. So if you're making couple sales here and there with absolutely no reviews, then don't you think if you get more reviews, you're going to just make more sales, right? Because reviews are social proof. It's super, super important. So just look up Sean DeWitt reviews on YouTube, and there's a lot of videos that I've made that'll pop up. But I'll also leave a link to this video that I made on the easiest way to get reviews in the description below. So make sure to check it out, take action on it, and get more reviews. After you update the book cover and get more reviews, pretty confident it's going to start selling a little better. Because the trivia niche is a pretty decently profitable niche. From there, you can run ads, market it, and you can get more sales. But first, before you do the marketing, you have to fix the listing itself, make it look more attractive. So that's why we try to get reviews and update the cover. Our next book is Coding with Scratch Jr., A Magical Journey of Coding. So it's basically a coding book for kids. It has 1 review and it made 0 sales. And the unfortunate reason for this is because your book title is not good. You didn't use the keyword coding for kids, and you didn't explain in the subtitle what this book is about. Magical Journey of Coding does not mean anything. If a customer reads this, Magical Journey of Coding, they're gonna be like, what does that even mean? What am I gonna learn? What am I gonna get inside this book, right? So because you didn't clearly explain that, your book is not selling. Like, I think the book cover is not even that bad. I like the idea of having a character, Scratch Jr., in there as well. But the biggest problem here is your value proposition, how you position the book, right? You didn't tell the readers or the customers that's scrolling through Amazon why they should stop and buy this book, why they should even care. So I'm going to show you some good examples next, but before I do so, why do you only have the Kindle version? Why are you not doing the paperback? Like, everyone should be doing the paperback. You will make more sales from the paperback than the Kindle version. So you're literally missing out on money by not doing the paperback. But anyways, the true topic of your book is coding for kids, right? Or coding book for kids. So that's what I looked up here, coding for kids. It has 3,000 results, and these are the books on the topic, and it sells well. You know, it has 12,000 BSR, $33 a day. So this one book is doing $1,000 a month. Coding and Logic Workbook for kids age 7 to 10. Only 51 reviews, and it's selling $36 a day, right? So once again, $1,000 a month. So there's a lot of coding for kids or coding skills for kids books that are doing decently well. And if you only positioned your book as coding for kids, and obviously in the subtitle, you explain to them why they should care for the book, what's included in the book, like this one, you know, it tells you you learn problem solving and critical thinking, engaging screen-free games and puzzles that your kids will get. And as a parent, right, because parents are the ones that's buying these books, not the kids. So as a parent, when you hear that, you're like, oh, awesome, screen-free games and puzzles to learn problem solving and critical thinking. That sounds awesome, right? My kids need that. So they would go and buy it. Same as this one, 101 challenging fun coding activities and logic puzzles for kids. So these are the benefit statements that you want in the subtitle, not the magical journey of coding. That doesn't mean anything. So since you cannot update your book title, it's kind of hard to fix this book, but the next book you create, make sure to keep this in mind so you can create a better title, and that's going to help you rank your book a lot easier, and from there you can make a lot more sales. Next book is Let's Think About It. Transform your life with an attitude of gratitude. Train your thoughts, emotions, and actions for happiness, mindfulness, and it cuts off here, which means your subtitle is too long, so do not do that. Shorten your subtitle next time. And transform your life. It's all about God. So it's a Christian gratitude book. This book has 0 reviews. It's been out for over 6 months and barely made any sales. So there are a couple mistakes here. It's kind of similar to the last book in that your title is not specific enough. Like, I can tell that it is a gratitude book, but because you didn't use any keywords like, you know, a gratitude book for adults or a Christian gratitude book or some kind of search phrase that people use, because you didn't put that in the title, this book is not going to show up anywhere when customers search. Amazon has millions of shoppers every single day literally searching up, you know, whatever topic here, right, in the search bar to find different books on it, various books on it. And you have millions of people doing that every day that you can tap into and make organic sales. That's like the number one most amazing thing about doing Amazon KDP is the organic sales, because that means you make passive income. But if you don't add any keywords or phrases that allows your book to show up when someone searches for something on Amazon, your book will not show up, which means you miss out on all those traffic. And now you will have to run Amazon ads or some kind of marketing for your book to show up, which means you're paying for the sale, which is still cool. But why miss out on the organic sales, right? This is exactly why people complain that, oh, you know, you have to pay money to make sales with Amazon KDP. You don't get organic sales. Well, that's because they don't do this, okay? They don't understand this. So what I would have done, this is the number one mistake, is you don't want to be too fancy with your title. Like, let's think about it, right? Sounds cool, sounds fancy, but it's not going to rank your book. And it's not going to sell your book as well. It's just a catchphrase, and catchphrases are the worst thing to do, okay? It's so much better to just be clear with your book. So it would have been way better if you just said a Christian gratitude book that will transform your life. I don't really know what the keyword is, but basically you want to think of how, you know, if someone's trying to search for a book on this topic, which is a Christian or, you know, God-based gratitude book, what would people type in the search bar? It's probably going to be like a book about gratitude, how to be more grateful. Well, I'm seeing Bible verses here. So, you know, something like a gratitude Bible verse. Let me actually look this up. So I looked up Bible verses for gratitude, and maybe that's not the right keyword or right search phrase, but perhaps you want to go for like daily devotions. So there are a lot of gratitude journals that are doing well. I couldn't really find a nonfiction book on gratitude that specifically did really well, but gratitude journals are doing well. So maybe that's a different kind of book that you can create. But what I would fix specifically, once again, the title, you have to be super clear on what the book is about, right? Try and use some keywords, shorten the subtitle a little bit. So do all those stuff, but you also got to get some reviews. You have 0 reviews, and that's not going to cut it, right? You cannot just upload a book and, you know, hope Amazon sells it for you, especially if you're not using any keywords. So make sure to watch the video on how to get reviews. Once again, it's in the description, and take action on it. Now, the next thing is your book cover is way too cheap. I guess right now you have 0 reviews, so it's okay, to keep it cheap. But once you start getting more reviews, once your social proof goes up, make sure to increase your price, because $7.99 for a 233 page how-to book is way too cheap. Typically, you want to go for minimum $14, right? 13, 14 bucks, all the way up to like $19.99 for how-to books. And that's the beauty of high content nonfiction books, right? Like you can sell your book at a very high price and you can make a good royalty amount per sale, which is why I like high content books. But the last thing is the book cover. So you probably created this on Canva yourself and it's not good enough. If you scroll down here, I see your other books. And so I guess you are publishing a bunch of books. That's great. But these 2 books, it looks like you basically created on Canva. It's not good. These are the other books on the topic. And, I know that it's not for the same niche, because this is for a basically devotional for girls. So I know it's more colorful, but these are good covers, right? You want your title to be bigger, thicker, easier to read. Add some designs around it. You don't have a ton of stuff going on here. It looks very amateurish. So what I recommend is you work with a designer instead of trying to create these, book covers yourself. So I'll leave a link to this gig right here. It's 35 bucks and you can get a nonfiction book like, these ones. It's pretty good, don't you think, for 35 bucks? And you can probably make a lot better book cover that's gonna stand out more. It's gonna get more sales. So in terms of the steps, what you wanna do, next time, improve the title. This one for this book, get more reviews, improve the book cover, right? And once you get more reviews, once you start making more sales, then you want to increase the price. By increasing the price, you're going to make more royalties per sale. This allows you to run Amazon ads more aggressively because now you're making more money. And by doing so, you'll make more sales because you're running ads more aggressively and you're going to make even more money. So you see how everything is connected, right? So that is the step-by-step action plan. So hopefully this video was helpful. Hopefully you guys learned something. But this is kind of a small preview of what you would get if you join our complete Amazon KDP coaching program. So if you click on the first link in the description, it'll take you to this page. You can apply from here if you want to work with us. It's not just a course, it's a course and coaching hybrid offer. So we basically will sit down and actually do these one-on-one calls and review your books one-on-one. And we can check your keyword, check your title, check your book cover, exactly like what I've done in this video, but way more in detail and way longer, of course. And this is all privately one-on-one, right? And we'll tell you what to improve and what mistakes you might be making before you upload the book, or maybe after you upload the book. But basically it is like personal training for Amazon KDP. You need somebody else that has the experience, that has the results to actually come in and, check your work. Because if not, you will most likely make these mistakes. Like, as you can see, a lot of these people are actual publishers. They're trying to figure it out themselves, but they're making the mistakes. So if you want to learn more, then check out the first link in the description, as well as all the tools and resources that I recommend for your publishing business. This is a subscriber book review series that I do where I analyze and critique your books that you submitted to me. If you want me to review your books in future videos like this, just follow me on Instagram at SeanDolwith13 and DM me your book. And by doing so, you can also follow me behind the scenes on Instagram as well and see all my travels and cool things that I'm doing. Some people say that I'm a complete fake because my background sometimes looks like I'm in my mom's basement or something. Sometimes I just stay in normal condos, right? But if you follow me on Instagram, you can at least see that once in a while I do cool things. All right, so the first book is Dexter and the Bat, inspired by true events. So unfortunately, this is not a good title, inspired by true events. You have to explain the subtitle. Talk about what is this book about? Who is it for? What are you going to learn, or what are you going to get from this? So you can say something like a inspiring story for kids based on true events of unexpected friendship between a dog and a bat, or whatever it is, right? Whatever the book is about. You have to explain that because inspired by true events, once again, will not do anything. Subtitle is where you sell the book, tell people why they should buy, and this is not enough. I think the book cover is cute. I like the image here. I will make the title a little thicker and bigger. But besides that, yeah, the biggest thing is the subtitle. The thing about titles is that once you publish a book, you can't really update it. So this is where it gets tricky. If your book is not selling, which it's not selling a ton, right? It's at 2 million, almost 3 million BSR. So at this point, what I would probably do is I would unpublish the book so that you can republish it with the new title. So you can update the title on the book cover and republish it with the new expanded subtitle. And I'll email KDP and see if you can transfer over this 8 reviews. But if not, then you can just get more reviews again. And once you do so, you can start marketing the book by running Amazon ads. Next book is Mind Shifting Coloring Book. Your beliefs shape your world. Activate the right side of your brain while empowering yourself to create the reality you want. So interesting angle. Never heard of mind shifting coloring book or a coloring book specifically focusing on activating your right side of the brain. It looks like it's just coloring books that are more, spiritual images like this, like your third eye awakening and stuff like that. Now, is that a price that is like double or more of the market price? Coloring books are typically $7.99, $8.99. This is at $13.99, so it's definitely a premium price. And for you to sell it at a premium price, you definitely cannot do it with 0 reviews, right? You can have a premium price book. Like, I actually recommend to have your book priced higher than the average of the market, because just by having a more expensive product, people automatically assume that just because it's more expensive, it's better, right? It's the price perception that people have. So there are people out there who increase price just to increase perceived value. What I believe you should do instead of doing that is to actually make a good book and price it at a premium, right? That's the best way. But anyways, pricing the book high is not a bad thing, but you cannot do that with 0 reviews. Like, for someone to trust you and pay double of what's on the market, they need social proof. They need a reason to trust, and that comes from reviews. So for you doing this at 0 reviews, it's not gonna cut it. So what I recommend you do is look up Sean Dowett reviews, or actually leave a link to the easiest way to get reviews video that I filmed in the description, so you can check it out, follow the strategies, and you can get more reviews. Once you start getting more reviews, then you can start marketing the book. But honestly, even if you do Amazon ads, social media marketing right now, it's gonna be a waste of time and money, because you really cannot sell books at 0 reviews, right? You're gonna make some sales, but it's a billion times harder to do so. So try to make it easy for yourself by getting some reviews before you market it. The next book is also from the same person, Adriana, and it's the same thing, 0 reviews. So like, nothing matters unless you get more reviews, right? Your book cover can improve, your title can improve, a lot of things can improve, your price can improve. Once again, $13.99 with 0 reviews is tough, but if you don't get reviews, really nothing's gonna work, right? By the way, if I'm gonna critique on the other stuff, besides the reviews, if I read the title, Dive Into Life First, that doesn't make any sense. Like, first, what does that mean? The subtitle is Journal Your Adventurous Lifestyle for 30 Days to Improve Gratitude, Self-Love, and Passion for Life, Ocean Coloring Book Stained Glass Style. So this really doesn't make sense. Stained glass style on a coloring book. And also, you say this is a journal, but it's also a coloring book. Like, the value proposition of the book is all over the place. So you kind of have to pick a lane, right? Are you a journal? Are you a coloring book? Are you a brand new thing that's a mix of both? If that's the case, your subtitle should explain that. Right now, it's just all over the place, and you're not using any keywords besides Ocean Coloring Book. You have no reviews. You're priced at double the price. There are a lot of things that you have to fix. This is the second version of your book, which is the same exact problem. And so don't put second or first in your title. You can actually just create a series or a collection, right? And link the book that way. And so you don't need to put first or second, okay? It's not a good way to do it. Next book is Dare to Startup. It begins with an idea. One entrepreneur's inspirational story for bright minds who desire to launch their own business. So the book cover is very, very basic. It looks like you created this on Canva or something. So I highly recommend you improve the book cover. I'll leave a link to this book cover designer. You guys can check it out. It's in the description below. But she specializes in business, nonfiction, and self-help book covers. So I feel like it's right in your niche. And she can create, book covers for you. That's probably going to be a lot better than this. And it's $35, right? And you have good reviews here at 20 reviews. So that's a good sign. It's just that, the book cover is not good. And also the title. First of all, putting your subtitle in full caps like this is very unprofessional. You just want to capitalize the first letter of each word, not the entire thing. But another thing is you're wasting a lot of word count with just catchy slogans. So Dare to Startup is just a fancy title, right? It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't really tell you much, but it's fine if you're just doing this. And that's just the title. And the subtitle if you explain what the book is about, right? But you keep going. It begins with an idea, which is another catchy slogan that doesn't do anything. It doesn't tell me what the book is about, what the benefit and stuff like that. Like, this could have been the title, or this one, Dare to Start Up, but don't use both, right? It's really just a waste of word count. The next one is your subtitle. The actual subtitle is One Entrepreneur's Inspirational Story for Bright Minds Who Desire to Launch Their Own Business. The thing is, this is, I guess, your story, of how you started a business. You're sharing those tips and tricks. But the way you're positioning this book is it's kind of like an autobiography. Once again, it's your story. And unless you're like Elon Musk or super famous, usually autobiographies do not sell. Right? People will be interested in your story if you're Elon Musk or if you're super famous. And that's why those books sell well. But typically, if no one knows you, they're not really interested in you. So the big thing to understand is this concept of no one really cares about you. They only care about themselves and how something can help them, right? You're not watching this video because you like my story or you like me or you want to support me. You're watching this video because you want to know exactly how you can get more sales on Amazon KDP. If I titled this YouTube video, my inspirational story of how I started my Amazon KDP business, how many people do you think will click on the video and watch it? Literally no one will watch it. No one cares about my story, who I am. They only care about what this video will do for them, okay? So you clicked on it because you want to make more sales. That's why I will title the video exactly how to fix, low book sales, or I don't know what the title is going to be, but something like that. So that's exactly what you have to do too. If you would have made the subtitle more customers focused, so you want to ask yourself, if customers looking for a business book, what kind of problems do they want to solve, right? So then you can make the subtitle something like, the biggest business mistakes that you can make and how to avoid it so that you can make more money, hire exceptional talents, and scale your business to 7 figures and beyond as quickly as possible. That's not a good subtitle, but it still talks to exactly what the customers want, way better than what you got going on. So that is exactly what you want to do next time. Next book is Ayame's Glow, The Art of Neon Serenity, coloring book. So a lot of these books that people submit, it all comes down to the same thing. People create books based on their idea that they have on what is cool without validating the topic if people are even interested in this, right? So they just come up with, random books and then they're like, all right, I made the book. How can I sell this? How can I get people interested? Well, if you didn't even check if people are interested in this topic, there's a good chance that no one's going to buy it, right? So that is one thing. But another thing is, once again, the title, super vague. Ayame's Glow doesn't mean anything. It doesn't tell me what the book is about. The Art of Neon Serenity also does not tell me anything. The only thing that tells me what this book is about is coloring book. That's the only information I know. So what kind of coloring book is it, right? And for me to learn that, because the book cover doesn't even show me the interior. The book cover is just some kind of AI image, right? So the book cover doesn't tell me anything. The title doesn't tell me anything. So I have to go and spend the next 1 to 2 minutes reading the book description to learn what this book is about. And I can guarantee with just 5 reviews, no one's gonna do that, right? There are so many other better options that clearly tells me what the book is about on the cover and the subtitle, or a book that has more reviews, that I'm just gonna go there, right? If I was a customer. So by reading the description, it says this is a unique coloring book introducing Ayame Sky, a character who faced hardships. This book combines art and therapy, and it can help combat ADHD, anxiety, and stress, right? So if that is the benefit, that's the benefit statement of the book, and that should be the title. Your subtitle should be something like a unique coloring book therapy to help combat ADHD, anxiety, and stress. That is a super clear benefit statement that you can instantly tell what the book is about. And then you follow it up with a book cover that looks a little bit more like a coloring book. And I think that would have sold way more. Next book is just the drugstore, right? No subtitle. And that's obviously the very first mistake that instantly pops up here. So your book cover has a subtitle, a hilarious laugh out loud comedy about the wildest drugstore in Miami, America. Comedy, romance, drugs, what else do you need? So this part right here, a hilarious laugh out loud comedy about the wildest drugstore in Miami, America, that's actually a good subtitle. That clearly tells me, all right, so this is a comedy story and whatnot. But why didn't you put that in the subtitle? Because this text on the book cover is very, very small. And once again, it's the same thing. When people are scrolling through Amazon, they only see this section and basically the yellow book cover, right? And then they see the drugstore and it has 0 reviews. They don't know what the book is about, so they're gonna just scroll past it. But imagine if this book had the subtitle, a hilarious laugh out loud comedy, and then you have a little bit more reviews. Then there are more people who's gonna be scrolling, and then they'll stop. because they're looking for a funny book, right? And then they're gonna check it and then they might buy. So you definitely want to improve that. Once again, check out the video on getting more reviews and make sure for your next book you have this thing in mind. In fact, since this book is not selling at all and you have 0 reviews, I honestly would just unpublish it and republish it with the full title. So do that, and once your book is live, then you can start getting reviews. But the biggest takeaway here is that your title has to be very, very clear on why people should buy this book. What's the benefit? Who is it for? What are they going to learn, or what are they going to get, right? It's not always about learning. If it's nonfiction books, yes, they're going to learn something, right? But if it's like this book, it's just entertainment. So it doesn't have to be learning, but what are they going to get? What's the story about? Who is it for? The last thing you want to do is to be fancy, just the drugstore with the title, being vague. Doing this is not piquing curiosity, right? Piquing curiosity is not how you do it. You want to be clear. Don't try to be fancy. Don't try to be cute. Don't try to be mysterious with your title. Be super clear on why people should buy this. If you guys need help with any of these steps, then I do have a complete Amazon KDP coaching program. It's not just a course. A lot of people comment in my videos saying, oh, what's your course about? It's not a course, right? It's a course plus coaching program, because you actually get one-on-one coaching from this. And the reason why we do one-on-one coaching is because we want to make sure that we check your keyword, we check your cover title, like how I did in this video, but one-on-one, way longer, way more in depth, so that we can make sure that you're not making these mistakes before you publish it. And that is why our students have a very, very high success ratio. We have more success stories in our private Facebook group than any other program that I know of, right? More frequent, the biggest ones. Obviously, I cannot guarantee, I cannot make any claims, legally, but I do think that's the case. Just my opinion though, okay? I'm biased. But anyways, if you want to apply for it, it's the first link in the description. You can apply for a free call and talk to us, learn about the program, and decide to move forward or not. But with that being said, hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like, subscribe. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.